Chapter 1. The Prodigy Li Zai. Fairy Qin is coming to Yuzhou City. In the Grand Merchant Dynasty, Yuzhou City, a piece of news from an unknown source ignited the entire city in an instant. Fairy Qin? The plum blossom, sword immortal? What brings her to Yuzhou City? Of course, she is here to take on disciples. For days on end, whether among storytellers or the city's elite, one name has dominated conversations. Qin. To speak of Qin is to engage in a discourse that could last 3 days without indeed, in brief. She is beautiful, powerful, and unmatched in this era. Now, this celestial being is seeking personal disciples. How could it not drive people into a frenzy? However, to become a disciple of Qin is not a prospect for just any talent. It requires a genius so rare that one might not even dare to hope for it. For 3 months, Qin traversed over a dozen cities in the Merchant Dynasty, yet she has still not encountered a satisfactory candidate. Her visit to Yuzhou City this time is solely for one individual, the legendary prodigy. Among the youthful paragons of the 9 provinces, 5 individuals are indispensable to mention: the Buddhist disciple Sanzong, the divine child Yanyu from the Divine Temple, the holy maiden Huoliner of the Zhuke sect, and our own 4th Prince Mu Bai of the Merchant Dynasty. Alas, all 4 have already taken on masters. Within the largest tavern in Yuzhou City, a storyteller wielding a folding fan spoke passionately as patrons at nearby tables listened intently, predominantly merchants seeking respite while absorbing the local customs and tales. Storyteller, didn't you just mention 5? You've only named 4, interjected a man from a nearby table. Patience, my friend. The storyteller sipped his tea and continued. Do you know which family holds the greatest commercial enterprise in our merchant dynasty? Who doesn't know? The Li family of Yuzhou, reputed to be as wealthy as a nation. But what does that have to do with your tale? The man replied, slightly annoyed. Indeed, it is highly relevant, profoundly so, the storyteller said with a knowing smile. The head of the Li family, Li Baiwan, has a son named Li Zai, who is a genius that rivals both Sanzong and Yan Xiaoyu. Keep dreaming, scoffed a scholar at another table. What caliber of person are Sanzong and Yan Xiaoyu? How can that Li Zai even be mentioned in the same breath? I am not fabricating this, the storyteller retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the scholar. Have you heard of the sword enthusiast? The storyteller paused deliberately, creating suspense. The listeners around him were immediately captivated. The sword enthusiast was known as a distinguished master of swordsmanship in the dynasty, a lover of wine and blades, with a considerable reputation. The man at the adjacent table grew impatient and shouted, "Stop teasing us." What did the sword enthusiast say? Meanwhile, the scholar also perked up his ears, eagerly awaiting the answer. The storyteller, observing that everyone's curiosity had been piqued, contentedly sipped his tea and slowly proclaimed. The sword enthusiast remarked that the scion of the Li family possesses the demeanor of a sword immortal, and my humble sword is unworthy to be his master. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Before the tavern, a young man clad in resplendent garments paused, having caught wind of the discourse within. My lord, these storytellers are mere charlatans seeking attention. The Li family is a merchant clan. How could it possibly produce any extraordinary talents in the art of swordsmanship? When the sword immortal Qin arrives in Yuzhou City, with your martial prowess, you shall undoubtedly become his disciple, remarked a servant accompanying the young man, offering flattery. The young man shook his head and replied, he speaks no falsehood. The sword enthusiast indeed uttered such words. Thus, I have journeyed to Yuzhou City, primarily to seek to become a disciple of the sword immortal Qin, and secondarily to ascertain whether the Li family's sole heir is truly as remarkable as the tale suggests. Within the tavern, the storyteller eloquently elaborated, and similar sentiments had, over the past few days, begun to spread from Yuzhou City to various corners, each rendition growing more fantastical. Have you heard? The Li family has a son named Li Zai, said to possess the bearing of a sword immortal. Even the sword enthusiast dares not take him as a disciple, fearing to tarnish a talent of this era. Is that so? I heard that Li Zai was born with a sword in hand, and when he came into the world, celestial phenomena occurred. Violet mist enveloped the heavens, and sword energy surged skyward. Is that true? Such a tale seems far-fetched. Indeed, it is true. I have also heard that Li Zai is the strongest prodigy of our time, having devised a peerless sword technique at the tender age of 10, known as Tai Chi. It is said that when this technique was first perfected, winds and thunder roared, and celestial wonders erupted. You all speak of commonplace matters. I have heard that Li Zai recently comprehended an unparalleled sword intent, leveling a mountain with a single strike, stirring even the reclusive supreme masters. The plum blossom sword immortal thus entered the world, seeking him as a disciple. That pales in comparison. I have heard that Li Zai is on the verge of ascending, destined to attain the supreme sword path. One person spreads a rumor, and 3 more join, and 5 become a formidable force. Within a mere 3 months, the rumors emanating from Yuzhou City have grown increasingly outrageous, transforming the tale of Li Zai's sword immortal potential into claims of his imminent ascension, leaving the unsuspecting public bewildered. However, regardless of the absurdity of these rumors, one fact remains unchanged. Li Zai has become a sensation. A blazing one. At the very center of these rumors lies the Li Mansion in Yuzhou City, a grand estate that rivals the splendor of a royal palace. Rather than merely being a residence, it resembles a small city. The Li Mansion is so vast that upon entering, one may find it difficult to discern their bearings. The Li family of Yuzhou is wealthy beyond compare, a claim that is not merely rhetorical. It is speculated that the fortune controlled by the Li family surpasses even that of the imperial treasury. Although the Li family has engaged in commerce for generations, amassing remarkable wealth, their transformation into the current behemoth is a phenomenon of the past decade or so. Perfumes, glassware, mirrors, soaps over the course of 10 years. A series of novel, yet immensely popular goods have emerged from the various shops of the Li family, allowing their wealth to accumulate rapidly, truly reaching a state of riches that rivals nations. Few are privy to the secrets behind the development of these innovative products, yet the members of the Li family are well aware of them. All of this is due to the birth of the young master. Young Master Li Zai was born extraordinary, having invented many peculiar contraptions unseen in this world, thereby elevating the Li family's commercial empire to new heights. However, despite being raised with a proverbial silver spoon in his mouth, Li Zai does not seem to revel in happiness. In fact, he appears somewhat melancholic. In the back courtyard of the Li residence, a lad of around 16 or 17 sits in a pavilion at the center of a lake, fishing while lost in thought. The youth possesses striking features and is dressed with great care, adorned in threads of gold and silver, embellished with jade. He unmistakably belongs to a lineage of affluence. To put it plainly, he is the epitome of nouveau riche. This young man is none other than Li Zai, who has garnered fame throughout Yuzhou City and even the entire great merchant dynasty. Old Li, you wouldn't go back on your promise of 10 jars of drunken flower brew, would you? On the riverbank, a disheveled old man, clearly inebriated, glanced at the rotund, middle-aged man beside him and inquired. The old man, with a sword haphazardly laid beside him, possessed a fine blade, reminiscent of renowned swords. That he is known as the sword enthusiast, surnamed Zhang. Though his given name has long been forgotten, many acquaintances simply refer to him as Old Zhang or Zhang the Disheveled. Despite his unkempt appearance and his penchant for alcohol, nobody can deny that this scruffy elder is a formidable figure renowned across the land. Beside the disheveled elder stands the opulently dressed middle-aged man, who is none other than Li Zai's father, Li Million. If Li Zai's demeanor still hints at some semblance of a noble scion, Li Million embodies the quintessence of a nouveau riche. Draped in the cloud brocade of the southern frontier, adorned with the exquisite jade of the north, seated on a tiger bone chair from the western regions, and holding a black pearl from the eastern sea, his ensemble alone is worth no less than 10,000 gold pieces. Were it not for the constraints of his attire, Li Million would undoubtedly adorn himself with every precious metal and gemstone available, eager for all to see his wealth. Of course not. Li Million replied with a smile to the old man's query. Old Zhang, do you think Qingzhi would believe those rumors circulating in the city? Who knows? Don't ask me, Zhang the Disheveled replied, taking a swig from his flask. I have done what you asked. Whether she believes it or not is beyond my concern. Alas, Li Million sighed, gazing at his solitary son in the pavilion on the lake, a frown of concern etched upon his face. Old Zhang, do you truly think my son lacks the talent for martial arts? Indeed, Zhang the Disheveled responded with unwavering certainty. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Li Zai seemed to have overheard something, turning to the scruffy elder on the riverbank and asking, Old Zhang, having lived a long life and seen much. Is there any extraordinary technique or elixir that can transform a person and make them a martial genius? Ha! Zhang the disheveled replied, setting down his flask. There is no technique, but there is a method. Would you like to hear it? What method? Both Li Zai and Li Million perked up at his words, eager for an answer. Dream, Zhang the disheveled stated nonchalantly. Li Zai was left speechless. Don't fret. Young one. Zhang Lada cast a glance at the former and remarked, my inability to teach you martial arts does not imply that Qingzhi is equally incapable. Her realm surpasses mine, and her insights are no less profound. She may possess a solution, provided you can devise a way for her to accept you as her disciple. Indeed, that is a valid point. Li Zai nodded in agreement, stating, she is already a sword immortal. Surely she must possess skills that others lack. I have been a most inadequate father, lamented Li Baiwan, filled with remorse. In the center of the lake, Li Zai stepped onto a small boat, standing at the bow with hands clasped behind his back, while a beautiful maid expertly maneuvered the vessel, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of celestial beings. On the shore, Zhang Lada gazed at Li Zai on the boat, shaking his head. This lad, his only merit lies in his appearance. He now regretted whether it was worth it to utter such words for the sake of 10 jars of drunken floral brew. What a loss of dignity. As the small boat reached the shore, Li Zai disembarked and gently patted Li Baiwan's shoulder, whispering, it's all right. Upon hearing Li Zai's reassurances, Li Baiwan felt even more guilty, sighing, I'm a useless father. I have let you down. Aside from money, I can offer you nothing. Father, I do not blame you. Li Zai gazed somberly at the lake's surface, saying, money can move mountains. Did not old Zhang capitulate? If old Qin arrives, we shall give whatever is asked if necessary. We will shower her with gold and silver, and I trust she will be swayed. Chapter 2. The Pure and Immaculate Qingzhi. 3 days later, outside Yuzhou City, sword energy surged from the east, a magnificent display spanning 30 yards. Then, amidst a flurry of plum blossoms, a figure of ethereal grace descended on her sword, exuding an imposing aura and grandeur. Wow, the plum blossom sword immortal has arrived. Within Yuzhou City, the populace gazed upward in admiration and reverence at the plum blossom sword immortal soaring through the sky. As the gentle breeze swept by, the blossoms scattered, and Qingzhi alighted, sheathing her ancient sword. Before the eyes of the crowd, she appeared as if descended from the heavens, her features like a painted masterpiece, so strikingly beautiful that she seemed almost unreal, clad in a pristine white gown untouched by earthly blemishes. Fairy, I adore you. You are my idol. Amidst the bustling crowd, the idol Li Zai, observing Qingzhi's grand entrance, enthusiastically joined in as a supporting actor, extending his arm and fervently shouting. Perhaps Li Zai's voice was too loud, as the surrounding citizens turned to stare at him as if he were a fool, instinctively taking a step back. Thus, Li Zai became the most conspicuous figure in the crowd. Fairy I love. Noticing the shift in attention, Li Zai's expression froze, the final word caught in his throat. What is happening? Why has no one joined in? Isn't this how prominent figures make their entrance? I was merely participating. Isn't that Li Baiwan's son? Why does he appear to be a fool? I had no idea Li Baiwan's son was a simpleton. You know nothing, young Master Li is a genius. Geniuses often exhibit peculiarities. This is merely his character. Among the crowd, some recognized Li Zai. Whispering among themselves, some expressed confusion, while others offered praise. Of course, those offering praise were clearly speaking without merit. Li Zai found himself at a loss for words. Sensing the unfavorable situation, he hastily concealed his face and departed in a rather disheartened manner. How embarrassing! In front of the crowd, Qingzhi cast a fleeting glance at the retreating Li Zai, her eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. A fool. At the Li residence, upon his return, Li Zai approached the lakeside where Zhang Lada, in a meditative state, did not even open his eyes, inquiring, did you see her? Li Zai sheepishly touched his nose and replied, I did. What are your thoughts? Does Qingzhi still deserve to be your mentor? Zhang Lada remarked indifferently. Li Zai halted, gazing at the old man for a considerable time before responding, Old Zhang, are you mocking me? Indeed, Zhang Lada nodded. Old Zhang, who would sell your integrity for a mere 10 jars of drunken flower brew, have the audacity to ridicule others. Li Zai scoffed, then reclined beside Zhang Lada, asking, "Old Zhang, do you truly believe that the young Qin is as formidable as you claim? In martial arts, one must not merely consider age." Zhang Lada, eyes still closed, spoke calmly. "You must acknowledge that there exists a type of individual known as a genius, and Qin Aina is a paragon among them. I truly envy her," Li Zai expressed wistfully. "Each person possesses their own strengths and weaknesses. One cannot demand more than what is reasonable. Nor should you cling too tightly," Zhang Lada advised. "What then are my strengths?" Li Zai inquired. Zhang Lada fell silent, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. "You are reasonably good-looking. One might say you are golden on the outside. Old Zhang, your ability to insult is truly reaching new heights. I am impressed." Li Zai replied with a forced smile, knowing that the implication of being golden on the outside suggested a lack of substance within. "Am I wrong, old man?" Zhang Lada questioned softly. "I heard that last night, another young maid from the household took the initiative to enter your chamber. So, is your innocence still intact?" "Get lost," Li Zai retorted irritably. "It's not my fault for being attractive. It troubles me greatly." "That statement is indeed quite infuriating," Zhang Lada remarked. "Old Zhang, I have made a decision." Li Zai suddenly sat up straight, his expression resolute. "I shall seek to become a disciple of Old Qin, successfully embark on the path of martial arts. And then I shall be renowned across the lands, invincible." Zhang Lada opened his eyes, scrutinizing the youth before him for a long moment, then asked, "Are you serious?" "Of course," Li Zai affirmed with a nod. "Youth is truly a splendid thing," Zhang Lada mused. "Even daydreams are articulated with such vigor." This old man was quite the rascal, and Li Zai chose to ignore him. "Young master, the master summons you," a servant hurriedly announced. "What is it?" Li Zai inquired. "The sword immortal, the plum blossom sword immortal has arrived," the servant replied. Old Qin." At this revelation, Li Zai sprang to his feet, astonished so soon. With that, he hurriedly made his way towards the front courtyard. "Indeed, youth cannot contain their excitement," Zhang Lada remarked, closing his eyes once more, appearing entirely at ease. In the front courtyard, within the grand hall, a million accompanied Qin Aina with an air of eager servitude, sacrificing his dignity for the sake of his son's apprenticeship. "Fairy, does this tea suit your palate?" "Fairy, I possess some exquisite cloud mist tea." "Fairy, would you care for some wine? I have a decade-old drunken flower brew and a 20-year-old daughter's red." "Fairy." When Li Zai entered the main hall, he was appalled at his father's obsequious demeanor and wished he could vanish into the ground. "How embarrassing! Fairy, after such a long journey, you must be weary. I have learned some massage techniques from the physician in the manor. May I alleviate your fatigue?" Li Zai approached quickly, beaming like a blossoming flower. "That won't be necessary." Qin Aina, unimpressed by the antics of the father and son duo, replied coolly, "You are undoubtedly aware of my purpose here. The conditions for my apprenticeship are quite simple. Pass my test, and you may become my disciple." "What test?" Li Zai perked up immediately, his curiosity piqued. Li Million leaned in closer, ears pricked to hear. "Step aside, your face is too large." Li Zai pushed his father's face away, exasperated. Li Million, embarrassed, offered an apologetic smile and took a couple of steps back. "There are 3 tasks," Qin Aina stated, observing the peculiar father-son duo with calmness. "Complete these 3 tasks, and I shall acknowledge that you have passed the test." 3 tasks. Li Zai's mind sharpened. 3 tasks were quite a lot. This old Qin was not easily fooled. "Of course, I will not require you to complete all 3 tasks at once. I am here to inform you of the first test today." Qin Aina rose and said, "You have 1 day to find or forge a sword, one that is unique and extraordinary." Having spoken, she did not linger for further discussion and gracefully exited the hall. Inside, the father and son exchanged glances, their expressions varying. "Is old Qin being lenient?" Li Zai asked, puzzled, who was unaware of his father's wealth. 1 sword could be procured, let alone 1,000. Could there be something amiss? The fairy specified it must be unique and extraordinary. Li Million voiced his concerns. Li Zai cast a disdainful glance at him. "Father, must you be so naive? The term unique and extraordinary is akin to an open-ended question. The correctness of the answer is entirely at old Qin's discretion." At that moment, Li Zai suddenly recalled something and urgently asked, By the way, did you give old Qin any silver when she arrived? How could I have forgotten? Li Million smacked his thigh, his belly quivering with regret. I was so focused on entertaining Fairy Qin that I neglected this matter. Old Li, how could you forget to eat? Li Zai exclaimed in exasperation. Hurry and send someone to investigate where old Qin is staying and deliver the silver. No need to investigate. I sent someone to follow her as soon as Qin Ana entered the city. At that moment, a beautiful and graceful woman entered the hall, respectfully greeting Li Million, foster father, Young Wei. Upon the arrival of the visitor, Li Zai promptly stepped forward, his face adorned with a joyful smile, exclaiming, Sister Yu Wei, you are truly the best your endeavors. Inspire confidence. Unlike our father, who is utterly unreliable, Li Yu Wei smiled gently, responding, You possess discerning judgment, little brother. That Qin Ana is indeed striking, with a shapely figure that suggests she is well suited for procreation. First, we shall pay our respects. Then we shall win her over. It is a sound strategy. Li Zai was momentarily speechless, while Li Yuan looked on, astonished. Such audacious words. Dear Yu Wei, Li Zai swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, You mentioned you have been shadowing old Qin. Have you discovered her whereabouts? In the west of the city, at the Uli Inn, an establishment of our family. Nothing particularly remarkable, save for one word. Expensive. This indicates that Miss Qin is a person of refined tastes, Li Yue explained. Refinement makes things easier. Father, did you hear that clearly? Upon hearing this, Li Zai immediately turned, commanding, Hurry and prepare a gift. It must be extravagant, make it as lavish as possible. We must ensure that old Qin fully appreciates our sincerity. On it. Li Yuan replied with a forced smile, departing the hall to make the necessary arrangements. As their father exited, Li Zai turned back to his elder sister in the hall, smiling, Yu Wei, I will need your assistance in presenting the gift to old Qin. I do not trust anyone else. Indeed, Li Yue nodded softly, affirming, Your affairs are of utmost importance to the Li household. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden hues, Li Yue arrived unaccompanied at the Uli Inn. Knock, knock. The door was opened by Qin and Li Yue, the elder sister of Li Zai. She introduced herself straightforwardly. What brings you here? Qin Ana inquired. Li Yue stepped forward, dispensing with pleasantries, placing her parcel down and unveiling 3 boxes, which she opened one by one. The night pearl of the East Sea, retrieved from the ocean floor, valued at 100,000 gold coins. The celestial silkworm armor, impervious to blades and fire, valued at 1 million gold coins. The fishbone sword, a priceless treasure once belonging to the Duke Wei of ancient times. Before the 3 treasures, Li Yue set them down and made to leave without further AD. As she was about to exit, she turned and asked, Do you have any guidance, esteemed one? Qin Ana remained silent for a moment before responding. Simply do your best. Li Yue nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and stepped out. The night was long, and Li Zai stood in the courtyard gazing at the starry sky. After a while, inspiration struck him. Ah, with wealth, one can command even the spirits. Truly, my son is a prodigious talent. Inside the room, Li Yuan looked at his son through the window, pride illuminating his face. The following day, at the appointed hour, all eyes were upon them as plum blossoms danced through the air. The celestial maiden descended, her presence ethereal and untainted by the dust of the mortal realm, resembling an ice and snow fairy gracing the earthly realm exquisite. Transcendent and pure as jade, in the grand hall, Li Zai presented a sword forged of pure gold, extending it toward her. Its golden sheen dazzled, blindingly bright. Qin Ana accepted the golden sword, gazing at it for some time before nodding with a serene expression, offering her commendation. Indeed, the path of the sword transcends mere technique. It embodies the essence of the highest realm, where even falling blossoms and drifting leaves can become a sword. Clinging too tightly to external forms leads one to a lower state of being. Your response is commendable. You have passed. Chapter 3. The innate purity of Li Yue. The first trial was passed, so frivolously, yet so intriguingly. Li Zai would never concede to having presented a gift. Similarly, Qin Ana would not admit that her leniency stemmed from the acceptance of a present. As the sun set, Qin Ana departed. revealing the second challenge before her exit. Within a single day, one must devise a unique sword technique. A mere formality. Upon hearing this, Li Zai simply uttered 3 words. Even the citizens of Yuzhou were speaking of how he had, at the tender age of 10, crafted an original sword technique known as Taiji. This task was merely a formality. Old Qin, in his efforts to be lenient, had certainly put forth considerable thought. "Son, are you confident?" Li Million observed his son's nonchalant demeanor with excitement. 90% assured, Li Zai waved his hand casually, then retreated to the backyard to resume fishing. Past. In the backyard by the lake, Zhang Lada, still in his disheveled state, sat peacefully with his eyes closed, sensing Li Zai's arrival. Indeed, Li Zai nodded. With that broken sword forged of gold? This time, Zhang Lada was taken aback, his eyes wide with surprise. Of course not. Li Zai replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Yesterday, Sister Yue presented Old Qin with a luminous pearl from the East Sea, a set of heavenly silkworm armor, and that fish intestine sword. My family is truly investing heavily this time. The fish intestine sword? Zhang Lada sat up abruptly, astonished. It was within the Li residence? Why else? Li Zai picked up a stone and tossed it into the lake. If we did not present some treasured possessions, how could Old Qin afford to be lenient? Impressive, truly impressive, Zhang Lada conceded, reflecting. Indeed, money can move mountains. Qin Aina, such an extraordinary individual, is not exempt from the ways of the world. We are all human. Why pretend to be pure? Li Zia Smilat. Old Qin is indeed no ordinary person, and thus, our offered price is equally extraordinary. And what a second trial? Zhang Lada inquired with curiosity. To create a sword technique within a day, replied Li Zai. Zhang Lada was rendered speechless. Perhaps moments ago he held a shred of doubt, but now he was certain that Qin Aina was indeed being lenient. I do not comprehend. Zhang Lada gazed at the shimmering surface of the lake. Doesn't Qin Aina, who cherishes her reputation, fear that she might end up taking a debauched disciple, thus tarnishing her illustrious name? Of course she fears. Otherwise, why would she wander half the great Shang dynasty without making a decision? Li Zai chuckled softly. The effort I exerted to incite rumors is not merely a frivolous expenditure. And so what? Zankalata frowned. Qin Aina would not be swayed solely by rumors to believe that you are the legendary prodigy. She has come, which implies belief, at least partially. Li Zai's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Old Zhang, you fail to understand. This is called psychological suggestion. Why have so many foolish emperors persisted throughout the ages? Is it that they cannot discern right from wrong? Certainly not. Influenced by the slanders of treacherous ministers and the whispers of favored concubines, oftentimes, disbelief morphs into belief. As Li Zai spoke, he picked up a stone and cast it into the lake, saying in truth, the problem presented by Old Qin today has indeed been influenced by rumors. To create a new sword technique in a single day is a feat even a master of the sword path would find arduous. Naturally, Old Qin harbors doubts and wishes to ascertain its veracity. If it proves true, a prodigy such as myself, who possesses such understanding, would be a worthy disciple. Beside him, Zhang Lada listened to the youth's words and fell into silence. After a long moment, he replied, Young man, I must confess, I had underestimated you. Your strengths extend beyond mere appearances and lineage. The youth's ability to gauge the hearts of others was indeed remarkable. It wasn't that Qin Ina was being lenient. Rather, this lad was guiding her to be so. Actually, old Zhang, you haven't truly underestimated me. Li Zai chuckled lightly. Most matters in this world can be resolved with money. For those that cannot, I still have this fade. Look at my appearance. Is it not rather imposing? There's a saying, good looks can open many doors. If I were to stand on the street and declare myself a talentless waste, who would believe me? As he spoke, Li Zai stood tall by the lakeside, the gentle breeze tousling his dark hair. His brows were sharp, and his eyes sparkled like stars, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman, unmatched in the world. Zhang Lada remained silent, acknowledging that the young man spoke truthfully. Judging by appearances alone, he was indeed quite formidable. Otherwise, he would not have missed the mark previously. Cultivators, aside from the reckless brutes who train their bodies, generally possess pleasing features, particularly the favored scions of celestial clans. Moreover, even those with less striking looks can compensate with an aura cultivated over time. He himself, in his youth, had been a heartthrob among countless young ladies. Zhang Lada took a sip of wine, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. Qingzhi was destined to falter. This was indeed a delightful prospect. Who wouldn't relish the sight of a celestial maiden losing her composure or an emperor being bested? It was hard to imagine the expression on Qingzhi's face upon discovering that this young man lacked martial talent. By the way, old Zhang, have you given any thought to what I mentioned earlier? Li Zai shifted the topic. Joining the Li family and becoming a prominent figure there? Zhang Kalata smiled faintly, responding. Young man, the Li family is indeed affluent, with ample fine wine to savor. However, I have grown accustomed to my freedom. No matter how splendid a place may be, I cannot remain there for long. Besides, your family primarily engages in commerce, and the hired muscle is sufficient to handle most troubles. There is no need to spend lavishly on an old man like me. That was in the past. A glint of coldness flickered in Li Zai's calm eyes. When a tree stands out in the forest, the wind will surely bring it down. A decade ago, the Li family was merely a prosperous merchant household, overlooked by many. Yet now, the wealth possessed by the Li estate has become a cause for envy among many, including the great merchant lord of the commerce capital, Feng Tian. Recent intel suggests that the third prince, Mu Yao, has arrived in Yuzhou City, likely seeking an opportunity to strike at our Li family. With your words, it seems the Li family indeed faces peril. In that case, I must reconsider my options more carefully. Zhang Lada took a sip of wine and remarked, being targeted by the royal family is certainly not a favorable situation. Your father is no longer young, and you, his son, spend your days idly, never attending to family matters. Should anything happen to your father, relying solely on your seemingly pure-hearted sister-in-law, it will be quite challenging to uphold the vastly family. Seemingly pure-hearted? Li Zai was taken aback. Then a peculiar expression crossed his face. Sister Yue, how aptly described. In the study of the Li residence, Li Million glanced at the account books presented by Li Yue, briefly perusing them before setting them aside. Well done, he smiled. You have worked hard over the years. Your business acumen has surpassed that of your stepfather. All thanks to my brother's contributions, Li Yue replied softly. Were it not for his inventions of perfumes, soaps, and mirrors, items unknown to the world, the Li family would still merely be an ordinary merchant household. Unfortunately, Zai has no aspirations in this direction, Li Million sighed softly. Since childhood, he has sought the path of martial arts, showing little interest in commerce. As long as my brother desires it, I would pluck the stars from the sky for him. Li Yue said slowly. You are always so indulgent with him, Li Million remarked helplessly. Yue, are you aware of the third Prince Mu Yao's visit to Yuzhou City? I am, Li Yue nodded. His visit is likely under the Emperor's directive, to investigate the Li family's foundation. He will uncover nothing, Li Yue asserted calmly. Moreover, Li Million continued, Mu Yao is adept with the sword and likely wishes to seek Qingzhi as his master. Upon hearing this, the previously calm gaze of Li Yue grew cold, and she spoke deliberately. I shall send someone to eliminate him, ensuring it is done cleanly without leaving a trace. Li Million sighed with a wry smile. Do not be so impulsive when it comes to Zai. He is undoubtedly aware of this matter, and his silence indicates he is confident in overcoming the third prince. What you must do is exercise caution, ensuring this person does not uncover matters we wish to keep hidden from the royal family. Yes, stepfather, Li Yue nodded, refraining from further argument. As night fell, the moon shone brightly, casting an enchanting glow over the surroundings. At the Yulai Inn, a knock echoed, and a young man clad in fine garments with handsome features entered Qingzhi's chamber. He was none other than the third prince of the great merchant empire, Mu Yao. In his hands, he held a wooden box, within which lay an ancient sword, its cold aura faintly emanating from its sheath. Fairy, this is my answer, Mu Yao declared solemnly. The sword of cold light. Qingzhi glanced at the ancient sword within the box, offered no further scrutiny, and replied calmly. Your efforts are indeed remarkable. Third prince, you have passed this test. Though pleased, Mu Yao maintained a composed demeanor, his expressions betraying no joy or anger. This first trial was not particularly difficult. The key lay in the attitude of the plum blossom sword fairy. If she were willing, even a piece of scrap iron could pass the test. He is the prince of the great merchants, and even the plum blossom sword immortal must accord him some respect. The first trial will not be overly arduous. As for his voluntary offering of the renowned sword, Cold Light, it is meant to leave a favorable impression on the plum blossom sword immortal, thereby laying the groundwork for the subsequent 2 challenges. You are likely aware of the second trial as well. Qingzhi, gazing at the third prince of the great merchants, spoke calmly. Meet me at the Li residence before sunset tomorrow. The Li residence? Upon hearing this, Mu Yao's expression stiffened. He wished to voice a response, but ultimately swallowed his words, bowing respectfully before departing the chamber. Inside the room, the candlelight flickered as Qingzhi stood by the window, observing the tranquil night of Yuzhou City, her extraordinary beauty untouched by the dust of the world. Behind her, 2 wooden boxes lay quietly on the table, containing the famed swords, Cold Light and Fish Intestine. Beneath the candlelight, an aura of chill emanated from them. The long night passed silently. The following day, as the sun rose, veiled by thin clouds, the Li residence welcomed its most esteemed guest in history, the third prince of the great merchants, Mu Yao. What great honor, what immense glory! In the main hall, Li Baiwan personally attended to the prince, his face beaming with delight, his ample belly shaking with laughter. Mu Yao, regarding the wealthiest individual in the great merchant empire before him, reciprocated the courtesy with a smile. After conversing for a considerable time, Mu Yao glanced outside and inquired, "Might your esteemed son be within a residence?" So, upon hearing this, Li Baiwan's smile broadened even further. "My son is inexperienced. I feared his recklessness might startle His Highness, so I did not allow him to come to the front courtyard. Since His Highness wishes to meet him, I shall send for him at once." With that, Li Baiwan rose and called out to the outside, "Bring my son here. Inform him that His Royal Highness the Third Prince wishes to see him." Yes, a servant quickly departed towards the back courtyard. "The Third Prince wishes to see me?" In the back courtyard by the lakeside, Li Zai, who had been fishing, heard the servant's announcement and smiled, his expression blooming as brightly as a flower. Chapter 4. The Tai Chi sword taught by the immortal in the grand hall of the Li residence. Li Zai made his entrance. Clad in exquisite attire from Yinzhou, adorned with a jade pendant from the East Sea, and with a countenance resembling a flawless gem, he emanated an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being. Merely by his appearance and demeanor, Li Zai truly embodied the essence of a remarkable individual, standing apart from the mundane. Even the esteemed scions of various celestial sects might pale in comparison. In essence, Li Zai presented himself as exceptionally distinguished and impressive. Within the hall, the third Prince Mu Yao, upon witnessing Li Zai's extraordinary presence, also exhibited a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. What a paragon of the Li family! Indeed, the rumors surrounding him in Yuzhou City and throughout the vast territories of the great Shang dynasty were not without merit. "This must be Brother Zai," he mused. Before Li Zai could utter a word, Mu Yao rose and approached him with a warm smile, exuding politeness. "Commoner Li Zai pays his respects to His Highness, the third prince." Li Zai's expression was one of trepidation as he prepared to bow, adjusting the hem of his garments and the sleeves of his robe, adopting a demeanor that suggested he might prostrate himself in reverence. "There is no need for such formalities, Brother Zai," Mu Yao interjected, gently assisting him upright. "We are not in the palace. Such elaborate rites can be set aside. It was, after all, the Li residence, and he could not permit the young master of the Li family to engage in such grand displays of deference." "Thank you, Your Highness." Without the intention of bowing, Li Zai stood straighter, his smile radiant. "Please, Brother Zai, take a seat," Mu Yao gestured as he returned to his own place. Observing the young man seated across from him, he remarked, "I have heard much about your illustrious name before arriving in Yuzhou City, and upon seeing you today, your extraordinary presence, indeed, lives up to the reputation. Your Highness bestows too much praise. It is your own esteemed name that resonates throughout the realm." "As a commoner, I have long admired your reputation," Li Zai replied softly. Their exchange, while sounding sincere, was laced with a veneer of insincerity. as they were both competitors vying for the favor of Qingzhi Na as their mentor. I have heard that Brother Zai possesses remarkable skill in swordsmanship. Might you impart some wisdom? Mu Yao inquired, taking a sip of tea. Before your highness, how could a mere commoner presume to claim knowledge of the sword? Li Zai smiled in response. There is no need for such modesty, Brother Zai. In the great Shang dynasty, nearly everyone knows of your prodigious talent in swordsmanship, having created your own sword technique at the tender age of 10. Even that renowned sword enthusiast has sung your praises, Mu Yao gently asserted. Rumors are ultimately just that, rumors. Li Zai replied with a smile. Rather, your highness is the true embodiment of a sword master. How could a flickering firefly dare to compete with your resplendent moonlight? Amused, Li Baiwan, seated at the head, listened to their conversation, merely smiling without interjecting. Mu Yao discreetly set down his teacup, his brow slightly furrowed. This father-son duo was indeed difficult to navigate. Your Highness, may I inquire as to how many divine realms you have opened? Li Zai suddenly posed a question after sipping his tea. The path of martial arts emphasizes self-cultivation. Humans possess 5 organs that govern the 5 energies. Practitioners refer to this as the 5 divine realms. Mu Yao replied. Legend has it that great practitioners who have opened all 5 divine realms possess the ability to traverse mountains and seas. The second divine realm, Mu Yao disclosed without reservation. Upon hearing this, Li Zai's face revealed a hint of envy. What a disparity! And what of you, Brother Zai? Mu Yao inquired in return. Alas, I have yet to open a single divine realm, Li Zai replied with a smile. Mu Yao was slightly taken aback and said, Brother Zai, you jest. How could a mere commoner dare to jest before the palace? Li Zai smiled and replied, That is precisely why a commoner is so eager to seek the esteemed Meihua Sword Immortal as a master. I hope His Highness will grant this wish. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao narrowed his eyes and, after a moment, smiled lightly, saying, This matter must be decided by Fairy Qin herself. It is not within our control, is it? Your Highness speaks truly. Li Zai set down his teacup and, with a smile, added, regardless of the outcome, I hope your Highness can stay a few more days in Yuzhou City, allowing the Li family to extend their hospitality. Respectfully, I shall comply. Mu Yao did not refuse, responding courteously. His intention upon arriving was never to depart so easily. Over the past decade, the rapid development of the Li family in Yuzhou City had indeed been astonishing, and their accumulating wealth had begun to raise the court's suspicion. He needed to ascertain whether there were any secrets about the Li family that the court was unaware of. As for Li Zai, was he truly, as he claimed, a hidden dragon yet to be revealed? Why, across from him, Li Zai observed the contemplative expression of the third prince of the Shang dynasty, a subtle smile playing at his lips. The old fox, the emperor, indeed sought to act against the Li family, and thus, the Li family must extend their hospitality with utmost sincerity in these days to come. As they pondered, the two exchanged a knowing smile, quietly sipping their tea, each harboring their own hidden agendas. In a lengthy wait, the sun began its descent in the western sky. At this moment, cherry blossoms began to drift through the air above the Li residence. She has arrived, Li Zai announced. Li Baiwan turned his gaze, and upon seeing the blossoms falling like rain, immediately rose to greet her. Moments latte. A surge of sword energy filled the air as the blossom fairy descended upon her sword, her attire flowing elegantly, embodying an ethereal grace. Her commanding presence was palpable. Watching Qingzhi's entrance, Li Zai's envy was unmistakable. Why did he wish to train in martial arts? Certainly not for the sake of combat. Rather, it was to create an impressive spectacle. Like old Qin, wherever he went, he wanted to exude charisma. After a brief pause, amidst the swirling sword energy, Qingzhi gracefully landed before the trio. Fairy, Li Baiwan beamed with a sycophantic smile, his rotund face radiating joy as he stepped forward to pay his respects. Mu Yao adopted a more serious demeanor, bowing politely with royal composure. Old Fairy. The words Old Qin nearly slipped from Li Zai's lips, causing him to shudder as he quickly swallowed his words and offered a respectful bow. Beside him, Li Baiwan was equally startled, breaking into a cold sweat, his legs trembling. Noticing the reactions of the father and son, Qingzhi furrowed her brows slightly. Though she did not comprehend the situation, she chose not to inquire further and calmly stated, "Let's dispense with pleasantries and begin." Mu Yao and Li Zai exchanged glances before Mu Yao spoke up. "Brother Zai, please go ahead." "I wouldn't dare. Your Highness, please." Li Zai responded with polite insistence. "Very well." Mu Yao acquiesced without further hesitation, accepting a sword from a servant behind him. The moment he grasped the sword, Mu Yao's demeanor transformed, shifting from the refined prince to a blade of sharpness. The sword moved like thunder, like a long rainbow, as the weapon in his hand shimmered with a cerulean light, executing a series of 10 swift strikes in a seamless flow. "Son, how would you assess his swordsmanship?" Li Million discreetly prodded Li Zai's arm, whispering his inquiry. "I cannot decipher it, yet it certainly appears formidable," Li Zai replied in a similarly hushed tone. "His swordsmanship is akin to a startled phoenix. Indeed, it is remarkable," Qingzhi interjected, seemingly having overheard their conversation. "The third prince of the great merchant possesses the potential of a sword immortal." Exchanging glances filled with astonishment, Li Zai and Li Million were taken aback. It seemed that Old Qin held the third prince in high regard, which boded ill. Could it be that Old Qin had developed an inclination towards the third prince? That would be unacceptable. However, as the two were engulfed in their tumultuous thoughts, Qingzhi shifted her tone, offering a candid evaluation. "While his technique is commendable, regrettably, most of the moves are traceable and not original. Ahem, it is not surprising that martial arts from around the world converge at some point, and I believe the third prince has indeed invested considerable effort into these techniques." Noticing the change in Old Qin's demeanor, Li Zai cleared his throat and, in a display of feigned magnanimity, praised the third prince, hoping to exhibit his generosity. Qingzhi glanced at him for a moment before retracting her gaze, nodding in agreement. "Perhaps, since you speak on his behalf, we shall consider this as his passing." With a sudden jolt, Li Zai felt compelled to chastise himself. "How foolish of me." "It's your turn now," Qingzhi said with a slight smile. Gathering himself from the embarrassment of his thoughts, Li Zai accepted a sword from the servant behind him and stepped forward. At that moment, Mu Yao sheathed his sword and approached. The two brushed past each other, their gazes colliding fiercely, yet neither uttered a word. Amidst the watchful eyes surrounding them, Li Zai drew his sword, his expression turning earnest. With that, the sword ascended. In the rear courtyard by the lake, Zhang Lata raised his head, glancing toward the front courtyard, a serene smile gracing his lips. "Taiji, a veritable master's sword. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such an unparalleled technique could originate from that lad. Is Taiji truly his creation? Perhaps, or perhaps not. In any case, this old man remains skeptical. There must be some intrigue at play, yet unless the lad reveals it, I cannot fathom. Qingzhi, do not be deceived by this young man." In the front courtyard, as Taiji was executed, the sword embodied the essence of unity, a weapon devoid of desire, conflict, or strife, fully showcasing the demeanor of a master. As the sword style unfolded, Li Zai's footsteps pivoted, seamlessly alternating between rapidity and slowness at exquisite moments. Mu Yao stood transfixed, his face a mask of astonishment, grappling with disbelief. "How is this possible?" "Taiji," Qingzhi softly uttered, her expression equally one of shock. "Is this the swordsmanship that has been whispered about?" Under their astonished gazes, the speed of the sword in Li Zai's hand intensified, becoming impenetrable in defense and as fierce as lightning in offense. Amidst the subtlety, thunder and lightning echoed overhead, and radiant light danced in the sky. Qingzhi looked up, observing the anomalies in the heavens that eluded the perception of ordinary folk, her astonishment deepening. The heavens bear witness. Such a phenomenon was something she had not encountered in many years. The last time such an extraordinary phenomenon occurred was when the Lord of the Celestial Hall of the Western regions manifested the celestial scriptures. On that day, the atmosphere was charged with the sound of thunder and wind, shaking the very heavens and earth. In comparison, the current spectacle, though less grand, should not be underestimated. For the Lord of the Celestial Hall is a practitioner who has opened the 5 divine vaults. This young man possesses astonishing talent and an unlimited future. Qingzhi gazed at Li Zai beneath the tempestuous spectacle, firmly convinced of his potential. After a considerable time, as the eyes of many were upon him, Li Zai sheathed his sword, causing the tempest to dissipate. Is this sword technique truly of your own creation? Qingzhi, returning from her astonishment, inquired. It was imparted to me in a dream by an immortal, Li Zai replied, a smile gracing his lips, his words half truth, half mystique. Qingzhi nodded, refraining from further questioning. For who in this world can claim to be an immortal? Even a sword immortal is not the same as another. Has the fairy passed the test? Li Million asked, his face filled with anticipation. Indeed, Qingzhi replied, her gaze sweeping over Li Zai and Mu Yao, slowly continuing. The final trial awaits. At her words, Li Zai instantly perked up his ears. Mu Yao too focused intently, a hint of tension rising within him. Tomorrow at this time, you two shall spar. The victor shall become my disciple, Qingzhi stated calmly. Li Zai's expression hardened, his thoughts deepening. Conversely, a smile crept across Mu Yao's face, a sense of relief washing over him. Victory is certain, fairy. Li Million, feeling anxious, stepped forward and stated solemnly, this is unfair to Zai. Unfair? Qingzhi replied. Is there such a thing as absolute fairness in this world? The victors and the vanquished define fairness. Prepare well for tomorrow at this time. The winner shall be accepted as my disciple. Chapter 5. Unyielding and unassuming as the sun set and the luminous moon ascended in the east. Two figures sat by the lakeside in the backyard. The water mirrored the moonlight, shimmering gently, creating a tranquil yet dynamic scene. Old Zhang, known as Zhang Lada, gazed at the lake's surface and spoke. Is there truly nothing you can do? No, replied Li Zai with a hint of resignation. Mu Yao has already unlocked his second divine repository, while you remain with none. The disparity is insurmountable. I possess silver, Li Zai murmured softly. Whatever amount you require. I can provide divine weapons, battle attire, everything you need. That is still not feasible, unless Zhang Lada's eyes remained fixed on the lake. You send someone to eliminate him tonight. That makes sense, Li Zai pondered for a moment, then nodded seriously. Old Zhang, name your price. Humph, Zhang Lada smiled faintly. I'm not so base as to stoop to that level. 100 jars of 100-flower wine, Li Zai offered. That is a prince of Adashi, Zhang Lada scoffed. Do you think I am a fool? 200, Li Zai raised a bid. Absolutely impossible, Zhang Lada shook his head. 500, Li Zai escalated the offer directly. I do not relish taking lives. Zhang Lada fell silent for a moment before speaking again. 1,000 jars, along with 500 jars of fine daughter red. Li Zai declared his bottom line. Deal. Zhang Lada stood and began to walk away. Old Zhang, Li Zai called from behind. Zhang Lada turned and asked, what is it? Regretful? Not all, Li Zai smiled. But please, do not kill him. Now is not the time to completely sever ties with the royal family. Just let him lie for a few days. Pathetic, Zhang Lada scoffed before departing. As night deepened, in a room at the Yulai Inn, Mu Yao sat beneath the candlelight, diligently polishing his sword. Before the bed, a servant prepared the bedding and said, Your Highness, it would be wise to rest early. Mu Yao nodded. You may leave now. Yes, the servant complied, but just as he was about to exit, he paused, worry etched on his face. Your Highness, do you not wish to contact the authorities in Yuzhou? I fear the Li family might pose a threat to you. Not necessary, Mu Yao smiled faintly. They are all intelligent individuals who understand the rules. The Li family surely knows that if anything were to happen to me here, they could not escape culpability. Reassured by these words, the servant left the room. Mu Yao sheathed his sword, prepared to extinguish the candle, and retired to bed. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, causing the candlelight to flicker erratically. Mu Yao's body tensed, and as he regained his composure, his expression shifted to one of alarm. The wind surged, and an invisible force burst open the door. In an instant, a figure entered, moving with a seemingly unhurried grace, yet arriving at the room in a mere breath. Who goes there? Mu Yao exclaimed in shock. A person here to take your life, came the chilling response from the masked intruder, whose restrained aura exuded a suffocating pressure. Fairy, save me. Acutely aware of the terror that approached, Mu Yao retreated swiftly, desperately calling out. The enchanting Qingzhi was also present at the Uli Inn. His only means of survival lay in rousing her attention. Ah, is it Qingzhi? Beneath the mask, Zhang Lada revealed a faint smile, his figure darting forward to seize the throat of the former. On the third floor, Qingzhi heard the cries for help from below, her eyes narrowing slightly. In an instant, she moved, vanishing from her room. On the second floor, Zhang Lada tightened his grip around the third prince's throat, applying pressure slowly. I am the third prince of the great Shang dynasty. If you kill me, you shall not live. Mu Yao exclaimed in terror. Bang! Without uttering a word, Zhang Lada unleashed a powerful punch to Mu Yao's chest. Poof! The forceful blow sent a wave of energy through him, causing Mu Yao to cough up blood. Just then, a sword chi sliced through the air behind them. Sensing the danger, Zhang Lada released his captive, nimbly evading the incoming attack. Mu Yao's body went limp, and, as the sword chi passed, a lock of his hair fell silently to the ground. Inside the room, Qingzhi and Zhang Lada exchanged glances, exuding an intense aura of pressure. The plum blossom, sword immortal, truly deserving of the title. Until we meet again, Zhang Lada said calmly, then leapt from the window with a swift motion. Qingzhi furrowed her brow and followed suit, pursuing him. Under the night sky, the streets of Yuzhou City witnessed two figures darting past, their speed astonishing, crossing several streets in mere moments. Ahead, Zhang Lada sprang into the air, landing on rooftops, then formed his fingers into a sword, unleashing a blade of energy. Qingzhi focused intently, her delicate hand slicing through the air as she gathered her own sword chi to counter his attack. Sword enthusiast. Recognizing his identity at their initial encounter, she concluded that in Yuzhou City, only he possessed such mastery of the sword. Oh, keen eyes indeed, Zhang Lada chuckled from the rooftop, tauntingly remarking, how has the illustrious plum blossom, sword immortal, become a guardian for the royal family? Qingzhi retorted coldly. I never imagined that the renowned sword enthusiast would stoop to doing someone else's bidding. Who is your master, Li Zai? He chuckled lightly, replying, You truly think highly of that lad. My old man is not one to be swayed by wealth. Though the Li family is affluent, they cannot purchase my freedom. Not the Li family? Qingzhi frowned, puzzled. Aside from them, who could possibly target the third prince? Qingzhi, do you wish to continue fighting? If not, I shall take my leave, Zhang Lada said with a hearty laugh, taking another leap and disappearing into the distance. Standing on the street, Qingzhi's eyes shimmered with determination. She chose not to pursue further. Her cultivation level was comparable to that of the sword enthusiast, and unless a life-or-death struggle ensued, capturing him would be exceedingly difficult. Who, indeed, could command such a sword master? In the rear courtyard of the Li residence, Li Zai continued to wait patiently. At that moment, a figure swept by, removing their mask. Old Zhang. Upon seeing him, Li Zai immediately approached and inquired, Did you succeed? With my old man taking action, how could it possibly fail? Zhang Lada chuckled. This time, the third prince will need to recuperate for at least 10 days before he can rise from his bed. However, do you not fear the royal family's retribution for your audacity? Of course I do, Li Zai replied with a smile, but over the years, the court has been subtly testing and suppressing my family, and it is merely a matter of time before they take action against us. Daring to oppose the royal family. It seems I have underestimated the Li residents, Zhang Lada remarked, narrowing his eyes. Today, I fear that even if I do not intervene, someone from the third prince's side will take action. Who knows? Perhaps heaven will not stand idly by and will send some chivalrous souls to diminish the royal family's arrogance. Li Zai replied with a smile. 1,000 jars of drunken flower brew, along with 500 jars of daughter's red. Not a single jar can be missing. Zhang Lada insisted. Not a problem, Li Zai laughed. As long as you wish to indulge, I shall provide it at any time. Enough. If I linger too long with you, I feel as though I might be schemed against at any moment. Zhang Lada waved his hand and then headed toward his room. As old Zhang returned to his quarters, Li Zai did not linger and turned to leave. Creak! The door swung open, and upon entering the room, Li Zai's face broke into a gentle smile upon seeing the woman within. Sister Yue, what brings you here? I was waiting for you, she replied. Within the room, the flickering candlelight made Li Yue's delicate features appear exceptionally enchanting. Waiting for me? Li Zai approached and inquired, is there something you need? Li Yue pushed a wooden box toward him, within which lay a long sword resting quietly. What is this? Li Zai asked in confusion. A sword laced with poison, Li Yue said calmly. It contains an odorless and tasteless toxin that activates upon contact with blood, causing one's vital energy to become disordered. This poison lasts only for a quarter of an hour, after which its effects dissipate, leaving no trace and no antidote. Oh, Li Zai expressed surprise. Such a remarkable item. When was it developed? It was delivered today by my sworn brother, Li Yue replied. Second brother? Li Zai's lips twitched. I thought he was dead, given that there has been no news of him. Do not speak carelessly. Be cautious lest he hears you, Li Yue admonished. He will not be polite. So avoid provoking him to spare yourself from suffering. I was merely noting his absence. Li Zai chuckled sheepishly. Sister Yue, thank you. And please extend my gratitude to my second brother. He does not care for me, so I shall not thank him directly. Understood. Rest well. Li Yue softly replied before rising to leave. In the room, Li Zai gazed at the sword on the table, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. The night passed peacefully. On the following day, all members of the Li family gathered, and many prominent figures from Yuzhou City were invited to witness the final outcome. In the front courtyard, Li Zai, Li Million, and Li Yue were all present, marking the arrival of the Li family's leaders. The Li residence was abuzz with excitement. From the break of dawn to the zenith of noon, and then to the blazing sun in the west, a palpable anticipation enveloped the grand event of apprenticeship that captured the attention of the entire great merchant dynasty. Amidst this collective focus, Qingzhi made her entrance. Gliding in with grace akin to a celestial being, her presence radiant and unparalleled. In terms of both demeanor and beauty, the plum blossom sword immortal was indeed a rarity in this world. The principal figures had largely gathered, save for the third prince. As time trickled by, the esteemed guests from Yuzhou City, invited by the Li family, began to exhibit signs of impatience. The audacity of the third prince was remarkable. Even the illustrious plum blossom fairy was present, yet he remained absent. Let's wait a little longer. After all, he is a prince, some murmured. A prince indeed. He bore only that title and was not an emperor, hence his stature was not as lofty. The crowd buzzed with discontent, evidently displeased with the tardy arrival of the third prince. However, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, the second protagonist of this martial contest, Mu Yao, still had not made an appearance. Li Zai, Li Yuan, and Li Yue shared a knowing glance, their hearts untroubled. The sun had set, yet the third prince had not arrived. What could be the reason for his absence? Time had elapsed, and it seemed the third prince had succumbed to fear of confrontation. Within the Li residence, the prominent figures of Yuzhou City exchanged whispers, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Fairy, Li Yuan remarked with a beaming smile. The third prince has not arrived. What shall we do? The moment had come, and Li Zai emerged victorious, having passed the trial. The outcome had long been foreseen. Qingzhi cast a lingering glance towards Li Zai, and without further ado, she announced the result in front of the assembly. Upon hearing the verdict, Li Zai's heart soared. His fist clenched in triumph. He had succeeded. All eyes were upon him as Qingzhi, with earnestness, directed her gaze forward and inquired, "Do you wish to become my disciple?" "I do," Li Zai replied, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "From this day forth, whether in fortune or misfortune, in wealth or poverty, or for any other reason, I pledge to be bound as your disciple, Fairy Qin, unwavering and devoted until the end of my days. Will you accept?" Listening to his peculiar declaration, Qingzhi furrowed her brow slightly, yet sensed nothing amiss. Before the illustrious gathering, she nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I shall." Nearby, Li Yue's face blossomed into a smile, as enchanting as a flower in full bloom, captivating all who beheld her. It was done. Qingzhi was destined to remain within the grasp of the younger brother. To wed a sword immortal as a bride would indeed be a splendid fortune, not a slight to the younger sibling. Chapter 6. Consequences of one's own actions extra. Li Zai from the Leaf family of Yuzhou has taken the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal as his master. Extra. Li Zai has once again showcased his mastery of Tai Chi swordsmanship, prompting a celestial phenomenon where myriad swords bow before him. Extra. The Plum Blossom Sword Immortal proclaims that Li Zai possesses the bearing of a sword immortal. Extra. The Plum Blossom Fairy expresses her intention to become a Dao partner with Li Zai. In the back courtyard of the Li residence. Upon hearing the rumors circulating in Yuzhou City relayed by a servant, Li Zai promptly spat out his tea. I did not authorize anyone to convey that message. Noticing the peculiar gaze from Zhang Lada, he quickly clarified, I merely instructed them to spread the news about old Qin accepting me as his disciple. As for the Dao partner business, I truly know nothing of it. Oh, Zhang Lada replied nonchalantly, I believe you. I believe you indeed. Young master, the fairy Qin has arrived. Just then, another servant hurriedly approached, reporting the news. Oh no! Li Zai's expression changed in alarm. Could old Qin be coming to seek retribution? However, before he could collect his thoughts, a graceful figure approached the courtyard, her pace unhurried, yet seeming to traverse the distance in an instant, arriving at the lakeside. Qin Aina glanced at Li Zai, said nothing, and then turned her gaze toward Zhang Lada, calmly stating, Indeed, you are here. Fairy Qin, it has been a while. Zhang Lada remarked with a faint smile. Not too long. We met just 2 days ago. Qin Aina replied, stepping closer. I am quite curious as to why you chose to assist him. He is wealthy. Money can move mountains, Zhang Lada replied effortlessly. Did you not also accept his fish intestine sword and celestial silkworm armor while repeatedly letting him off the hook? Qin Aina fell silent, and after a moment, she stated earnestly, I recognized his martial arts talent. Martial arts talent? Zhang Lada's face broke into a curious smile at her words. Beside them, Li Zai coughed a few times, having choked on his tea. Qin Aina, have you not examined his meridians? Zhang Lada said with a hint of malice. Meridians? Qin Aina folded her brows. While I need to examine the meridians, I observed his unique martial bones, his robust vitality, and I am certain that his potential exceeds that of ordinary individuals. That old man and I previously shared the same belief, Zhang Lada remarked, a sardonic smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Qin Aina sensed something amiss and swiftly stepped forward to grasp Li Zai's arm. Gradually, her expression shifted. Huh! Zhang Lada could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. He had awaited this day for far too long. All 8 meridians are blocked. His vital energy cannot circulate. What does it matter if his vitality is vigorous? As this young man would say, it's like crafting a bomb only to self-destruct. You both conspired to deceive me. Qin Aina withdrew her hand, her eyes glinting with icy fury. We have not deceived you. Zhang Lada laughed heartily. From beginning to end, neither I nor this young man made any false statements. It is solely your misplaced trust in your own observations and the rumors that led you astray. Li Zai's face revealed a hint of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, it was not a matter of pride. Qin Aina clenched her delicate hands tightly, her chest rising and falling with agitation as her gaze could almost devour the two before her. Qin Aina, you publicly declared this boy to be your disciple in front of the entire city of Yuzhou. It is too late for you to have second thoughts now. Zhang Lada said with a gleeful smirk, or perhaps you could find a way to help him open the 8 meridians. Wouldn't that be a more challenging endeavor than simply accepting a genius as your disciple? Fayi, Lizia interjecta earnestly. As long as I can open the 8 meridians and successfully embark on the path of martial arts, I am willing to pay any price. Oli lacks many things, but he is certainly not short on silver. Upon hearing the words of the young man before her, Qin Aina gradually regained her composure from her anger. The die had been cast, and it was too late for further discussion. I do not know the method to open the 8 meridians, she said, suppressing her rage. Li Zai trembled slightly at her response, his expression darkening. If even Qin Aina was unaware of how to open the 8 meridians, did that not imply that he was truly fated to be devoid of the martial way? There's one more thing I must inform you, Qin Aina said with a cold smile. The reason I was so eager to take on a disciple is that I have a wager with the old master of the Zhuke sect. 3 years from now, my disciple must compete against his disciple, and if I lose, The consequences will be something you cannot bear. Who is the disciple of the old master of the Zhuge sect? Li Zai inquired, casting a glance at old Zhang and swallowing hard, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Hualiner, Zhang Lada grinned, one of the four great prodigies of this world, far more formidable than that third prince. Upon hearing this, Li Zai shuddered. It seemed he was doomed. A gentle breeze wafted by the lakeside as the three fell into silence, the atmosphere becoming increasingly awkward. A deadlock. Qingzhi had not anticipated that she would take on a disciple with such limitations, and Li Zai was equally unprepared for the revelation of Qingzhi's wager with others. Who had deceived whom? For a moment, all three were at a loss for words. Don't try to save me. Li Zai finally regained his composure and declared, then, with a splash, leapt into the lake. Let me drown. On the shore. Qingzhi and Zhang Lada exchanged glances before silently diverting their eyes. Qingzhi, you should seriously consider a solution. This boy has no boundaries. If you neglect him, he truly might concede defeat in the competition 3 years hence. He dares to do anything, Zhang Lada cautioned. Boundaries? This boy has no boundaries at all. He never plays by the rules, Qingzhi remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly. How could a normal person dare to have someone incapacitate a prince the night before competition? After a long pause, she finally spoke again. Perhaps I could have him focus on body refinement. Practicing external skills might be a viable option. Body refinement? Zhang Lada chuckled lightly. Do you really think this scrawny lad can achieve anything significant? Without true energy for tempering, even body refinement will yield little. Qingzhi fell silent, her eyes revealing a contemplative expression. After what felt like an eternity, she slowly stated, then there's only one solution. After finishing her words, Qingzhi gazed intently at the center of the lake, her eyes shimmering with a cold light as she declared, forcefully shatter his meridians. Zhang Lada, upon hearing this, was taken aback, responding, are you intent on killing him? The meridians of an ordinary person are exceedingly fragile. To forcibly break them is tantamount to certain death. Qingzhi let out a chilling laugh and replied, while that may hold true for most, he might be an exception. Do not forget, the Li family possesses wealth beyond measure. For every inch of damage, they can employ countless potent medicines to mend him until every meridian in his body is shattered. It is, without a doubt, the most dreadful of methods. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Zhang Lada's eyes as he remarked, are you certain that his meridians will break before he succumbs to your torment? Even with mountains of medicine, there is no guarantee he can withstand the agony of shattered meridians. It is not a pain that an ordinary person can endure, let alone endure it hundreds or thousands of times. We shall only know by trying, Qingzhi replied nonchalantly. As the two conversed, tranquility enveloped the center of the lake. Where is that little brat? Zhang Lada suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing toward the lake's center with concern. He hasn't truly drowned, has he? Qingzhi furrowed her brow and also directed her gaze toward the lake. We must save him, Zhang Lada exclaimed, rising to his feet. There is no need for such trouble. Qingzhi waved her hand, gripping her sword. With a thunderous roar, her true energy surged as she struck the surface of the lake with her blade. Boom! In an instant, the sword cleaved the heavens, and the entire lake parted with a resounding echo, resembling a cascading waterfall splitting in two. Splash! Simultaneously, from the left side of the parted lake, a figure burst forth from the water, their head twisting in surprise upon witnessing the lake split by the sword. What the hell is going on? Li Zai exclaimed, jolted awake. This brat nearly gave me a heart attack. On the lake's surface, Zhang Lada breathed a sigh of relief, almost losing his 1,000 jars of intoxicated flower brew. In the water, as the waves surged from the falling lake, Li Zai swam toward the shore, his gaze fixed in admiration upon the sword-wielding Qingzhi, his desire to express his admiration nearly overwhelming. Do you wish to learn? Qingzhi asked calmly. Yes, Li Zai nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a drumstick. It may entail some hardship, Qingzhi remarked casually. That is fine. I can endure a little hardship, Li Zai replied earnestly, nodding emphatically. Beside them, Zhang Lada smirked, thinking to himself, that is quite the understatement. Prepare for your demise. Have your father ready the potent medicines. I will write down their names. And you should gather as many as possible. Qingzhi stated matter-of-factly. How many is as many as possible? Could you provide a rough estimate? Li Zai inquired. Qingzhi pondered for a moment, then turned and pointed toward a room behind her, saying, just fill that room. Wow. This time, even the well-informed and affluent Li Zai could not help but curse. Does old Qin think of potent medicines as common cabbages? You have the option not to prepare them. But in 3 years, you may find yourself at the mercy of Huoliner. Qingzhi said coolly before turning and leaving. Li Zai was taken aback for a moment, and after regaining his composure, he turned his gaze towards the disheveled Zhang and inquired, Old Zhang, do you have any idea what old Qin intends to do? I don't know, Zhang replied succinctly, shaking his head. I only watch the spectacle. The rest is none of my concern. A look of suspicion crossed Li Zai's face as an ominous premonition crept upon him. Half a day later, in the study of the Li residence, Li Million trembled as he gazed at the extensive list of medicinal herbs laid out before him. How much? How much is needed? He stammered. My younger brother said it requires a whole roomful, Li Yue replied softly. How outrageous! Li Million could not help but exclaim, his frustration palpable. Foster father, Li Yue said, retrieving the long list with a smile, I will handle this matter. As for the funds, I will find a way. You, my dear, Li Million said, his face twitching. Do you realize how much silver this entails? Indeed, Li Yue responded with a faint smile, but it is merely silver. It pales in comparison to my younger brother's dreams. Li Million shook his head helplessly. Very well, I shall entrust this task to you. Li Yue smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to leave the study. 2 hours later, at the numerous apothecaries in Yuzhou City, all the medicinal herbs had been completely cleared out. The following day, in 3 neighboring cities, countless pharmacies were besieged by mysterious buyers, depleting their stocks of medicinal herbs as well. 10 days later, half of the great merchant dynasty cities found themselves devoid of such remedies. The terrifying wealth of the Li family in Yuzhou revealed its fangs, shocking the world. Meanwhile, Li Zai was at the Yuelai Inn, enjoying tea, not with Qingzhi, but with the third prince of the great merchant dynasty. Your Highness, please. Li Zai raised his cup, smiling warmly. Chapter 7. A little pain won't kill at the Yuelai Inn, in a guest room on the 2nd floor. Li Zai visited the third prince, Mu Yao, his expression filled with deep concern. Having heard of the third prince's assassination attempt and injuries, he had long wished to pay a visit but hesitated, fearing he might disturb the prince's recuperation. Thus, he had only come today, hoping the prince would not take offense. Li Zai raised his teacup and spoke softly. You're too kind, brotherly, Mu Yao replied, stifling a cold snort within, though his outward demeanor remained cordial. I am genuinely pleased by your presence. Although he was unaware of the identity of his assailant, he could easily surmise that it was connected to the Li family. However, lacking evidence, this was not the opportune moment for a confrontation. What are your plans, Your Highness? Once you recover, will you return to the capital? Li Zai inquired tentatively. Norus, Muyausmaid. Since you are here, I wish to explore the local customs of Yuzhou. I may still trouble you for guidance, brotherly. At this, Li Zai narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, this fool intends to linger longer. Trouble? How could you say that? Your Highness's desire to stay is something I could only wish for, he responded with a sincere smile. Thank you, Mu Yao nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, by the way, there's something I have always been curious about. In the capital, I heard that the perfumes, glassware, and soaps of the Li family originated from your childhood inventions. Is that true? Of course not, Li Zai laughed heartily. Why would your Highness believe such rumors? The Li family's perfume business has been established for 10 years. A decade ago, I was merely an ignorant child. How could I have invented such things? These are merely tricks employed by storytellers to deceive the uninformed populace. Ah, Mu Yao chuckled lightly. It seems I too have been misled by these storytellers. At this juncture, Mu Yao lifted the teapot and personally poured a cup for his guest, casually remarking, has the Li family considered seeking business partners for the perfume and glassware ventures? Upon hearing the prince's words, Li Zai's demeanor sharpened. He recognized that this was the true purpose of Mu Yao's visit to Yuzhou. The court indeed sought to interfere in the affairs of the Li family. Business partners? Li Zai took a sip from the cup Mu Yao had poured and donned a contemplative expression. I rarely involve myself in the family's business. But my elder sister mentioned that the Li family is currently facing a bottleneck. To make further progress, suitable business partners must be sought. Mu Yao, upon hearing this, smiled subtly. Over the past 2 years, the court had been subtly suppressing the Li family's enterprises, albeit with little effect, still managing to restrain the rampant expansion of their business. However, this was merely a prelude. The court aimed to seize the opportunity to intervene in the Li family's dealings. To continue expanding their commercial influence, the Li family would indeed require the support of the court. There are a few commendable choices in the capital, with substantial financial backing and excellent connections. If you are willing, I could introduce you to them, Brother Li, Mu Yao suggested opportunely. Oh, pray tell which ones? Li Zai inquired, now fully alert. The Qingzhi family, the Merchants Alliance, and the Yin Family Bank, Mu Yao responded. Li Zai, upon hearing this, felt a slight tightening of his expression. It turned out that these 3 commercial giants in the capital were all affiliated with the court. Gaining such intelligence made this journey worthwhile. He understood well that the third prince's willingness to divulge this information came with conditions. These 3 entities were the royal family selections for the Li manor, and they had no choice but to comply. At least, before the Li family and the royal family had a complete falling out, the Li family had to preserve the royal family's dignity. Your Highness, I must return to discuss this matter with my father and elder sister. I hope your Highness can wait a day or 2. I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory response, Li Zai said, rising respectfully. Very well, I shall await your good news, Brother Li, Mu Yao replied, rising to see him off with a smiling countenance. Li Zai nodded and hurriedly departed. In the back courtyard of the Li manor, within the study, Li Mili and Li Yue were busy reconciling the accounts when Li Zai burst through the door, striding indecisively. Calm down, Li Mili was about to lose his temper, but upon seeing who it was, his face instantly brightened with a smile. Son, what brings you here? You seldom visit the study. Sister Yue. Li Zai disregarded the ostentatious demeanor of his father and greeted Li Yue, inquiring, do we have any business dealings with the Qingzhi family, the Merchants Alliance, or the Yin Family Bank in the capital? We have some dealings with the Merchants Alliance and the Yin Family Bank, but not much with the Qingzhi family. Why do you ask? Li Yue responded, puzzled. They are backed by the court, Li Zai stated gravely. The court? Li Mili and Li Yue exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Is this information confirmed? Li Mili asked in a serious tone. It was spoken directly by the third prince. It should be reliable, Li Zai replied. If this is true, it could lead to complications, Li Yue remarked gravely. Over the years, we have been avoiding the court's interference in our family's business to prevent being choked by their influence. I never expected their reach to extend this far. Sister Yue, there is no need for excessive worry, Li Zai asserted. Every disadvantage carries with it an opportunity. The court's eagerness to involve itself in our affairs, even at the cost of revealing some information, means we must respond in kind. What do you mean by that? Li Yue asked, confused. Did the third prince not present us with 3 options? Li Zai replied with a slight smile. Given the substantial size of the Li family's business, these 3 parties must have long desired a piece of it, yet we can only collaborate with one. Are you suggesting we let them compete with each other? Li Yue inquired. You are indeed the wisest, Sister Yue. People are driven by profit. Even though all 3 are backed by the court, they cannot act in complete unison. Li Zia responded, shukling. All right, you can handle these bothersome matters. I shall concern myself no further. I have aspirations of becoming a sword immortal. How is my elixir preparation coming along? It is nearly ready. I have also sent people to search for the remaining ingredients in various cities. You need not worry. Little brother, Li Yue softly assured him. You're always the best to me, Sister Yue. Come here for a hug. Li Zai stepped forward and embraced his elder sister, his mood instantly brightening. All right, go find your wife. Li Yue gently tapped his forehead and smiled. My wife. Li Zai released her and quickly realized, you mean Lao Qin? Indeed, I shall inquire when she commenced her cultivation. Soon I shall become a sword immortal. Ha ha ha. With a boisterous and audacious grin, Li Zai departed the study to seek Qin Ana. As she watched her younger brother leave, The warm smile on the Yue's face faded, her tone turning icy. Adoptive father, I believe my brother's suggestion is quite astute. Let those three royal families' hounds turn on one another while we observe from a distance, seizing opportunities to erode their power and, in turn, buy ourselves some time. Indeed, quite commendable. Li Million nodded in agreement. If necessary, we can have Qingzhi act covertly to sow further distrust among the three families. Second brother? Li Yue pondered for a moment before responding. There have indeed been many occurrences in the manor lately. It would be prudent to summon him back. However, we should keep his identity concealed as much as possible, for his true nature cannot be revealed to the light. It is widely known that the Li family comprises three siblings, yet the second eldest, Li Qingzhi, is known to most only by name and little else. Even within the Li manor, few have seen this second young master, and even fewer are aware of his true identity. However, she, her younger brother, and their adoptive father are well aware. The first house of the world, the Misty Rain Tower, has become the most rapidly ascending assassin organization in the Great Shang Dynasty over the past decade. And Qingzhi is the master of the Misty Rain Tower. The Li family's financial resources are unparalleled, thus over the last 10 years. The Misty Rain Tower has gathered numerous experts with the aim of countering the court in both overt and covert manners. The initial proposal to establish the Misty Rain Tower was put forth by her younger brother. Reflecting on this, Li Yue sighed softly. It is precisely for this reason that the relationship between Qingzhi and her younger brother has remained strained. Qingzhi is a true martial arts genius, his cultivation level already nearing that of master-level experts at a young age. Yet, due to her brother's proposal, he has spent the last decade shrouded in darkness, his identity never able to bask in the light. To claim that Qingzhi harbors no resentment would be a falsehood. She understands this, and her younger brother does as well. Consequently, her brother, who is unwilling to suffer any loss, has always shown forbearance towards his elder brother, never challenging him. In the backyard by the lake, Li Zai searched in vain for his ethereal master. Old Zhang, where is old Qin? He inquired. By the lakeside, Zhang Lada smirked coldly, right behind you. You must be joking. Li Zai instinctively turned around, and upon seeing the woman behind him, his face immediately lit up with a smitten smile. Master, when did you arrive? Just now. Qin Aina replied coolly. What do you seek? The elixirs are all prepared. When shall I commence my cultivation? Li Zai asked eagerly. Now. Qin Aina stated succinctly, then began to walk toward the nearby apothecary. That swiftly? Li Zai's face was marked by astonishment, and he hastily followed suit. As he approached the lake's edge, he winked at the old man Zhang, mouthing the words, I shall become a sword immortal. Zhang, disheveled and unresponsive, merely closed his eyes with a smile that did not reach his lips, muttering, Kid, prepare to meet your demise. It is often said that women harbor grudges, and in this instance, it proved undeniably true. He seriously doubted that Qin Ina's plan was anything but a means of revenge, aimed solely at eliminating this young man, to shatter every meridian and then mend it, repeating this cycle 100 times. How delightful it sounded upon reflection. In the apothecary, a massive bathtub had been prepared, with servants continuously pouring scalding hot water into it, followed by baskets of potent herbs. Undress, Qin Ina instructed, her gaze fixed upon the youth before her. This is inappropriate, Li Zai replied, his expression fraught with discomfort. The notion of intimacy between the sexes is often regarded as taboo. Although one may be a disciple for a day, they remain a maternal figure for life, yet he was no longer a child. Enough with the nonsense. Qina scoffed, cutting him off. She seized his arm, tearing his garments apart, and with a swift motion, struck his right arm, forcibly shattering its meridians. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the room, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, sending chills down the spine. In the next instant, Qin Ina grasped Li Zai and cast him into the herbal bath. Qin Ina, you wretched woman. In the searing cauldron, Li Zai, nearly deranged from the pain, began to curse vehemently. The fact that you can still curse indicates you possess vitality. Truly, a little pain won't lead to death. Qin Ina chuckled coldly once more, advancing to seize his other arm. With a powerful grip, she unleashed a surge of true energy, shattering the meridians of his left arm. Ah! The agonizing cries resounded again, causing the passing servants to tremble in fear. By the lake, Zhang, with a bottle of intoxicated floral brew in hand, took a hearty swig and began to hum a cheerful tune. Oh, the apricot blossom tree, blooming white flowers. Today, the immortal graces my home, bestowing blessings upon me, granting me eternal life. Chapter 8. Brotherhood and harmony. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Qingzhi emerged from the apothecary. Half an hour later, Li Zai was carried out, and perhaps the term dead dog aptly encapsulated his state. The servants of the Li residence, struck by fear, scarcely dared to breathe. For it was the first time in many years they had witnessed the young master in such a woeful condition. Upon hearing the news, Li Baiwan and Li Yue hurried to Li Zai's chamber, accompanied by the household physician. The doctor, after examining Li Zai's meridians, reassured them that the young master had merely fainted from pain and was not gravely injured. Li Baiwan, upon hearing this, felt a slight relief wash over him. "Younger brother," Li Yue said, sitting by the bedside, her heart aching as she gazed at the unconscious Li Zai, a flicker of anger igniting within her towards Qingzhi. How could Qingzhi be so cruel? Could she not have employed a gentler method to alleviate her younger brother's suffering? As the physician and Li Baiwan departed, Li Yue remained vigilantly at her brother's side until the late hours of the night. "Why Yue Jia?" Li Zai murmured, awakening in the stillness of the night, his eyes barely opening as he spotted the woman by his side. "Younger brother, you're awake," Li Yue exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Does it still hurt?" "It no longer pains me," Li Zai replied with a feigned nonchalance. "Why Yue Jia? It's late. You should return and rest." "No pity. I have prepared your favorite lotus seed soup," she said, rising to fetch a bowl from the table, gently feeding him the warm concoction. As Li Zai silently consumed the lotus seed soup, a bittersweet sensation enveloped his heart. In the Li residence, if one were to ascertain who treated him with the utmost kindness, it would undoubtedly be his elder sister. Even his biological father, old Li, often paled in comparison. Moreover, for many years, it was his elder sister who managed the family business, bearing the weight of their burdens, while he, the legitimate heir of the Li estate, squandered his days in idleness, indulging in dreams of becoming a sword immortal. In all honesty, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards his beloved sister. "Yue Hie," he began to speak, wanting to express his thoughts. "Rest early and avoid dwelling on unworthy thoughts," Li Yue interjected, seemingly understanding his unspoken concerns. "As long as you are happy, your elder sister will be content." With that, she did not linger but gracefully exited the room. Left alone in the dim light, Li Zai lay quietly in bed, a newfound determination blossoming within him. He understood the precarious position of the Li residents. The imperial court had begun to cast its gaze upon them, and with their current strength, they could not genuinely resist the encroaching authority. However, if the Li family could produce one or two sword immortals, the situation would transform dramatically. Thus, irrespective of the hardships that lay ahead, he resolved to persevere. The people he cherished were all within this Li residence, and he could not allow it to fall to ruin. A sleepless night passed, and at dawn, Li Zai rose from his bed. During breakfast, he found his hands trembling uncontrollably, unable to grasp even the dishes. A clear indication that his shattered meridians had yet to fully recover. "Do not rush, younger brother," Li Yue gently encouraged, bringing the food before him. "Take your time." He replied. Li Zai nodded, hastily consuming a few bites of his meal before departing. "What is wrong with Zai?" Li Million questioned, perplexed. "The burdens on his mind are heavier than we can imagine," Li Yue sighed softly. Not far from the lake, before Qingzhi's room, Li Zai approached and knocked on the door, calling out, "Master Fairy." With a creak, the door opened, and Qingzhi gazed at him, speaking calmly. "What is it?" "I am ready. We can continue," Li Zai replied with a playful grin. Qingzhi regarded him for a moment, then said evenly, "Your meridians have not fully healed. Are you certain your body can withstand it?" "Absolutely," Li Zai affirmed with a nod of confidence. "Then let us proceed," Qingzhi stated flatly, stepping out of the room and heading toward the pharmacy, with Li Zai following without hesitation. Half an hour later, piercing cries echoed once more within the pharmacy. The agony of shattered meridians was unbearable, yet Li Zai, with a heart as firm as stone, persevered through the torment. By the lakeside, Zhang Lada silently sipped from his jar of wine, this time devoid of any malicious glee. He had underestimated Li Zai. He had thought that after experiencing such profound pain, the young man would retreat. To his surprise, Li Zai's resolve proved unyielding. After a while, the door swung open. Qin Ina emerged, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. "Master Fairy," came Li Zai's voice from within, "today I have not fainted." "What is it?" Qin Ina paused and asked calmly. "Aren't you going to teach me the sword?" Li Zai inquired wearily. "Can you still stand?" Qin Ina probed. "I can." Li Zia respunda affirmatively. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ina offered no further words and continued forward. Inside the pharmacy, a little over half an hour passed before Li Zai emerged with great effort, his attire neat after the medicinal bath, his long hair elegantly tied back. A refined young gentleman with an extraordinary aura. By the lakeside, Qin Ina awaited him. Upon seeing Li Zai approach, she asked, "What is a sword?" "The king of all weapons," Li Zai replied. Qin Ina frowned. "Incorrect, try again." "The ruler among soldiers," he answered once more. "Incorrect, try again." Qin Ina's tone grew noticeably stern. After a moment of silence, Li Zai slowly articulated, "A sword is a tool for killing." "Correct." Qin Ina nodded, and in that instant, her aura shifted, the air around her crackling with sword energy, causing ripples to cascade across the tranquil lake. A sword is a tool for killing. Hence, no matter how intricate the technique, it ultimately serves one purpose. As she spoke, Qin Ina's right hand grasped the air, and a distant ancient sword soared toward her. With a swift motion, she wielded the sword, and in an instant, the blade cleaved through the air, creating a resounding slash that split the lake's surface. Li Zai observed this astonishing display. Though it was not his first encounter, he remained profoundly awed. The essence of the sword lies in its swiftness, precision, and focus, while the essence of swordsmanship consists merely of a swing, a cut, and a thrust. Qin Ina calmly explained, "From today onward, you need only practice 3 moves, swing, slash, and thrust. Perform them 1,000 times each day, without fail, until your swordplay is devoid of any superfluous movements or errors, becoming an instinct of your body." "Understood." Li Zai clasped his hands respectfully and bowed. Observing the young man's formal gesture for the first time, Qin Ina's expression softened slightly as she continued, "If you can reach the level I described, even if you ultimately fail to open your meridians in the Great Shang Dynasty, few can disregard your sword, save for a handful of martial masters." Not far away, Zhang Lada quietly sipped his wine, saying nothing. Qin Ina's words held merit. However, in this world, those capable of mastering the sword to such an extent are few and far between. While the ambitions drawn were grand, at the very least, they provided this young man with a glimmer of hope. By the lakeside, having absorbed Qin Ina's words, Li Zai felt a surge of confidence. "This sword, named Qingzhi, may be borrowed for your use," Qin Ina said, handing the ancient sword to the young man with utmost seriousness. "However, every swordsman must possess their own blade. So you must hasten to find a sword that truly belongs to you." Li Zai accepted the Qingzhi sword, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you, Fairy." Qin Ina inclined her head, offering no further words, and turned to depart. Li Zai stood by the lakeshore, beginning to practice each move earnestly. "You are actually lending him your sword. It seems he holds a different place in your heart, and I did not expect you to acknowledge him so swiftly," Zhang Lada remarked after taking a sip of his drink. "From the moment he stepped out of the pharmacy, he has earned the right to learn from me." Do you truly believe he can walk the path of martial arts?" Zhang Lada asked seriously. "I do not know," Qin Ina answered calmly. "However, judging from his performance today, unless he truly perishes, he will not give up. Why not remain a carefree young master instead of seeking hardship through martial training?" Zhang Lada scoffed lightly, saying no more. Qin Ina remained silent, her gaze fixed on the young man ahead. Everyone has their own convictions. Perhaps he has something he wishes to protect, which drives him to strive so fervently. As the sun journeyed westward, Li Zai continued to practice diligently by the lakeshore. drenched in sweat, his clothes and hair clinging to him. The meridians in his arms had yet to fully recover, and with each swing of the sword, he felt pain penetrating to the marrow. Faintly, blood seeped from his wounds, staining his sleeves. Little brother. In the distance, Li Yue watched this scene with a heavy heart, yet understanding her brother's nature, she refrained from intervening. It was not until sunset, after completing 1,000 repetitions, that Li Zai stumbled back to his room, collapsing onto his bed, his consciousness fading into a haze. As the sun disappeared and night enveloped the land, Zhang Lada, preparing to return to his quarters, suddenly felt a chill, his eyes sharpening as he gazed into the depths of the darkness. A master. In the shadows, a young man clad in a silver-gray robe approached, his expression stern and unsmiling, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Second young master. Upon seeing the visitor, the servants within the estate were momentarily taken aback, but quickly bowed in deference. Li Qingzhi disregarded them and proceeded directly toward the study. By the lakeside, Zhang Lada narrowed his eyes. Is this truly the legendary second young master of the Li family? Such remarkable cultivation at such a tender age. In the study, Li Qingzhi entered and respectfully greeted adoptive father, eldest sister. Upon seeing him, Li Baiwan and Li You's expression softened. What brings you back, Qingzhi? Inkirad Li Baiwan. Li Qingzhi replied calmly. Let my eldest sister explain. Li Baiwan turned to Li Yue, saying Yue. Indeed, Li Yue nudda, gazing at the young man before her. Qingzhi, you are aware that the third prince has come to Yuzhou City, but do you know the purpose of his visit? Aside from seeking to apprentice under Qin? I do not know. Li Qingzhi shook his head. He seeks to investigate the true circumstances of our Li family, and furthermore, under the guise of the royal family, attempts to interfere in our family's business, Li Yue stated earnestly. The Changsun family from the capital, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin family bank. These are the choices presented to us by the third prince, and we are left with no option but to comply. Li Qingzhi fell silent, and, after a moment's contemplation, spoke. What would you have me do, eldest sister? In a few days, I shall journey to the capital to negotiate business collaborations with these three families. I need you to discreetly send someone to disrupt their relations at that time. Can you manage this? Li Yue said calmly. Li Qingzhi pondered briefly before nodding. I can do that. Qingzhi, this task must be entrusted to another. You are not to take direct action, Li Baiwan interjected. Understood, adoptive father, Li Qingzhi replied respectfully. Go. Li Baiwan waved his hand dismissively. Li Qingzhi bowed and then turned to leave. Li Baiwan rose and approached the front of the study. Watching the departing figure, he sighed softly. Qingzhi's demeanor grows increasingly cold. Should anything happen to me in the future, only Yue will be able to rein him in. Adoptive father, Li Yue spoke up. Though Qingzhi harbors grievances, he remains deeply connected to the Li family, and he does not lack feelings for his younger brother. Perhaps, Li Baiwan replied with a wry smile. As for others, I cannot say, but with Ziyi, Qingzhi will undoubtedly show no kindness. Early the next morning, Li Ziyi practiced swordsmanship by the lakeside. At that moment, from the opposite shore, Li Qingzhi, clad in a silver-gray robe, approached with purposeful strides. As he neared, Li Ziyi was about to speak when, in an instant, he felt a blur before his eyes and instinctively raised his sword to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, at a distance of 10 zhong, Li Qingzhi had closed the gap, his right hand outstretched, striking toward Li Ziyi's sword hand. A sharp sound echoed as Li Ziyi felt a tingle in his right hand, and his ancient sword slipped from his grasp. Unable to even hold onto his own sword. What a disgrace! Li Qingzhi uttered coldly before turning to leave. Chapter 9. The small trials are not dangerous not far from the lakeshore. Qin and Zhang Lada exchanged glances, yet neither uttered a word. The second son of the Li family is truly astonishing. At such a tender age, his cultivation is simply terrifying. By the lake, Li Zai silently picked up the sword from the ground. His nature of never yielding had momentarily subdued, and he refrained from any retort. Qingzhi, from a distance. Li Yue observed Li Qingzhi approaching and softly remarked, My younger brother has been striving diligently. Grant him a bit of time. How long can you and our adoptive father protect him? elder sister. Li Qingzhi replied with an indifferent expression. If he continues to remain such a waste, the Li residence will inevitably fall into ruin at his hands. Today's Li residence owes much to my younger brother's contributions. He is also striving to safeguard this family. Qingzhi, I hope you can extend him a measure of patience and time. Li Yue sighed gently. He has indeed brought glory to the Li residence, yet his inability to defend it is his gravest fault, Li Qingzhi remarked coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the youth by the lakeshore. By the water's edge, Li Zai returned the sword to Qin Ana. Fairy, may I request a half-day leave? I will make up for the mispractice upon my return, Li Zai inquired. Go ahead, Qin Ana replied without further questioning, accepting the ancient sword with a nod. Thank you, Fairy. Li Zai expressed his gratitude before striding away into the distance. Second brother. As the two walked ahead, Li Zai approached briskly, his grin undeterred by the recent reprimand. You're back. Li Qingzhi regarded the young man before him and asked flatly, have you completed your sword training? Not yet. I had promised the third prince a response within these 2 days, Li Zai replied. Your elder sister is heading to the capital. Are you aware of this matter? Li Qingzhi questioned. I am, Li Zai nodded. The capital is fraught with peril. This responsibility should have fallen upon you as the legitimate heir, yet due to your inaction, it must now be shouldered by your elder sister. Do you understand? Li Qingzhi's tone turned stern. You are correct, second brother. Li Zai humbly accepted the admonishment. While your elder sister travels to the capital, I shall discreetly follow her. You will manage matters here in Yuzhou City, Li Qingzhi stated calmly. Rest assured, second brother. Li Zai assured, nodding vigorously, appearing exceptionally obedient, a stark contrast to the notorious young master of the Li family. Be cautious, the third prince is cunning. Handle him with care, Li Qingzhi advised, his expression softening slightly. Thank you for your concern, second brother. I will be careful, Li Zai responded cheerfully, delighted by his brother's attention, and then he hurriedly departed. You are too harsh on him, Li Yue remarked helplessly as she watched the former leave. In truth, he holds great respect for you as his elder brother. He always rejoices for a long time upon your return. He is the only legitimate son of the Li residence, and thus must bear a heavier burden than others. Such is his fate. Li Qingzhi spoke calmly, by the way. Regarding the search for a sword for him, I will keep an eye out. It is said that a few fine ancient swords have appeared in the East Sea and southern frontier. If time permits, I shall personally make a trip. You always act tough, but have a soft heart, Li Yue remarked softly. At the Yuelai Inn, on the second floor, the third Prince Mu Yao neatly tied his hair and adjusted his clothing before descending the stairs. Outside the inn, Li Zai was already waiting. Your Highness, please, Li Zai said politely upon seeing him. Li brother, please. Mu Yao also responded courteously. The two exchanged a smile and proceeded side by side. The customs of Yuzhou City differed from those of the capital. The people were simple, yet somewhat fierce. The streets bustled with activity, children occasionally frolicking and playing amidst the crowd. What have you thought of my suggestion, Li brother? Mu Yao inquired casually, while observing the local culture of Yuzhou City. Your Highness's goodwill is naturally appreciated by the Li family. My elder sister will be traveling to the capital soon to discuss cooperation with the 3 families, Li Zai replied. Oh, Mu Yao expressed surprise. Is it your foster sister? Will you not accompany her? I generally do not involve myself in the Li family's affairs. It is my elder sister and father who manage them. My father, being advanced in age, is not suited for long journeys. Hence my sister will go on his behalf. Li Zai answered with a smile. That is truly unfortunate, Mu Yao said, revealing a hint of regret. I had hoped to extend my hospitality in the capital and share a drink with you. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly visit your Highness in the capital, Li Zai assured him. Mu Yao nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips, and refrained from further discussion. It was indeed a pity that the legitimate son of the Li family would not be accompanying them. Yet it was said that the siblings shared a strong bond. If Li Yue encountered any trouble, this young man would not hesitate to travel to the capital. After strolling for quite some time, Mu Yao turned to the young man beside him and asked, by the way, when will your sister set out? In just a few days, Li Zai replied. That works well. I have been away from the capital for a while, and it is time for me to return, Mu Yao said. It would be fortuitous to embark on the journey with your sister, as I could offer assistance along the way. That would be excellent. I appreciate your highness's consideration. Lizia Smilat. Not at all, Mu Yao responded. Once the serious matters were concluded, the two engaged in trivial banter, exchanging questions and answers, each attempting to elicit useful information from the other. Both were astute individuals, and thus, even though their conversation was filled with insincerity, they appeared to be old friends enjoying each other's company. After noon, Li Zai decisively parted ways with the third prince, each returning to their respective homes. In the Li family's rear courtyard, Li Zai approached and sat beside the old man Zhang, wiping the sweat from his brow, preparing to rest for a moment. How come you look so worn out after just a stroll? Zhang asked, looking disheveled. Conversing with someone as scheming as the third prince is indeed exhausting, Li Zai sighed. You dare to call others scheming? I believe the most cunning person in Yuzhou City is you, young man, Zhang remarked with a forced smile. Old Zhang, you harbor a profound misunderstanding of me. Li Zai spoke earnestly, asserting that he has always treated others with sincerity. Huh, Zhang let a sneer, replying. Not even the stray dogs of Yuzhou City would believe such words. Li Zai parted his lips, ready to retort at the old man, when suddenly a chill swept over him as an ancient sword flew forth, embedding itself resolutely before him. Have you completed your sword practice? A cool voice resonated from behind, melodious yet chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Instantly, Li Zai rose, drawing the sword before him, and resumed his training. Zhang Lada took a sip of wine, a slight curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Qingzhi stood nearby, observing the youth not far off, a flicker of thought shimmering in her eyes. Sword enthusiast, what do you think of finding him a worthy opponent? After a lengthy pause, Qingzhi inquired, Are you trying to get him killed? Zhang Lada responded incredulously. He has only been training for a few days. Even if you nurture his meridians daily with genuine energy and potent medicines, his channels remain unconnected, rendering him incapable of true cultivation. Moreover, swords are blind. Finding him an opponent now would be tantamount to wishing for his demise. Qingzhi remained silent for a moment before stating, A jade stone must be carved to become a gem. If he continues to train in this manner, even after a decade, he will not catch up to Huoliner. To hasten his progress, he must engage in actual combat. I have heard that the mountains to the north of Yuzhou City are rife with bandits. Let him venture there in a few days. Zhang Lada's mouth twitched at her words. This woman truly seemed intent on endangering the youth's life. Those bandits were bloodthirsty and ferocious, and given the young man's current strength, he would be walking in his certain death. Unbeknownst to Li Zai, who continued to practice his sword in blissful ignorance, he faced a grim fate ahead. Meanwhile, others in the residence busied themselves preparing for Li Youwei's journey to the capital, creating a flurry of activity. In the following 7 days, Li Zai was consumed by both medicinal baths and sword practice, enduring grueling sessions that left him on the brink of collapse. Yet, amidst this extraordinary torment, his meridians and physical strength surged, surpassing the ordinary and drawing ever closer to that of a true warrior. Finally, after 7 days, the time arrived for Li Youwei to depart. Li Million personally went to see her off, accompanying her all the way to the outskirts of Yuzhou City. However, the one closest to Li Youwei, Li Zai, did not make an appearance. Are you not going to see your elder sister off? Zhang Lada casually inquired, observing the youth vigorously practicing his sword by the lakeside in the courtyard of the Li residence. I shall not. Second brother is secretly protecting her. Sister Youwei is quite safe, Li Zai replied while continuing his training. Zhang Lada chuckled. This lad certainly had a temperament even more peculiar than his own. At that moment, Qingzhi approached and said, Come with me. Where to? Li Zielta, Pujlat. I have arranged a bit of training for you. Qingzhi responded. Is it dangerous? Li Zai instinctively asked. Just a little training, nothing perilous, Qingzhi replied nonchalantly. Of course, it was indeed not dangerous for her, but for this young lad. Who could say? Upon hearing her words, Li Zai sheathed his sword and eagerly followed her. Zhang Lada sat by the lakeside, gazing at the departing figures of two individuals, a smirk of schadenfreude adorning his face. How had he failed to notice that this ethereal Meihua sword immortal was, in fact, a being of such cunning? Truly, one does not stray far from their kin. To the north of Yuzhou City, before the Chilean mountains, a carriage rumbled forth. Qingzhi Jizingbakit, her gaze fixed upon the distant cliffs, remarking, "Upon that precipice resides a blood ginseng, the king of herbs, which will greatly aid in the restoration of your meridians. If you can procure it, I am confident I can facilitate the unblocking of one of your channels in a short span." Really? Behind her, Li Zai stepped down from the carriage, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looked towards the cliff. It was precisely because his 8 meridians were obstructed that he had been unable to cultivate. If he could clear even one, he might not rival the prodigies. But at least he could embark on the path of cultivation. Indeed, Qingzhi nodded, her response tranquil. "Very well, I shall go at once," Li Zai declared, promptly striding toward the mountains. "Wait a moment," Qingzhi interjected, extending her sword towards him. "Take this. Is it necessary for herb gathering?" Li Zai asked, puzzled. "Just take it," she replied, offering no further explanation. Li Zai accepted the sword, albeit with confusion, before turning to venture into the mountains. Outside, the Chilean mountains, Qingzhi watched his retreating figure, her lips curling into a slight smile. With a swift motion, she leapt into the forest, moving gracefully as if a celestial being, gliding deeper into the mountains. Half an hour later, deep within the Chilean mountains, near a camp not far from the cliffs, Qingzhi arrived, alighting upon a branch. She plucked a fallen leaf and cast it toward the camp below. With a resounding crash, the leaf struck a wooden pillar, which splintered, causing a corner of the camp to collapse. "Who goes there?" A brutish man, his face contorted with malice, surged from the camp, bellowing, "Why are you all standing around? Go investigate." "Yes." Several bandits complied, hastening from the camp to investigate. On the branch, Qingzhi made no effort to conceal her presence, leaving boldly under the watchful eyes of the bandits. After her, the man shouted furiously. Meanwhile, at the cliff, Li Zai, oblivious to the turmoil, finally managed to climb to the summit. "Blood Ginseng King," he murmured, scanning the area based on Qingzhi's directions in search of the precious herb. Where could it be? Just as he pondered, shouts of anger erupted nearby. There they are. In an instant, a dozen bandits charged towards him like wild beasts. "By heavens!" Li Zai gasped, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "I've been outmaneuvered by old Qin." It was no wonder she had insisted he take the sword. If he still failed to comprehend the situation now, he would indeed be a fool. As the bandits bore down upon him in a frenzy, Li Zai regained his wits and fled without a second thought. "Old Qin, curse you!" Chapter 10. Overconfidence in the Chilean mountains. Over a dozen bandits armed with knives scoured the forest, their demeanor ferocious and exuding an aura of menace. Not far away, Li Zai cautiously concealed himself behind a large rock, trembling like a small beast bullied by others. "Qingzhi, you wretched woman," Li Zai said inwardly, utterly frustrated by the treachery of a master who would betray their disciple. The wrath of a woman, once ignited, knows no bounds. Peeking out from behind the stone, Li Zai observed the positions of the bandits, his mind racing with plans for escape. The sky was darkening. Soon, as the sun set, he would slip away under the cover of night. "Huh, Qingzhi, you think you can scheme against me? You're still young and naive." Just as Li Zai began to revel in his thoughts, a sharp sword energy sliced through the air from afar, crashing against the boulder before him with a thunderous sound that startled 4 or 5 nearby bandits. Stunned, Li Zai quickly regained his composure, his face contorted with anger. "Qingzhi, I curse you." With that, he sprang to his feet and dashed away. "There he goes, brothers. Cut him down." The 5 bandits, seeing Li Zai fleeing behind the boulder, pursued him relentlessly. In the distance, atop the treetops, a beautiful silhouette stood still, watching the desperate escape of the young man, a slight smile gracing her lips. The sun was setting on the horizon, casting dim light across the forest. "Boy, prepare to die." One bandit caught up to Li Zai, swinging his iron knife down mercilessly. In a frantic moment, Li Zai rolled to evade the blade, his movements clumsy and disordered. "Haha, useless trash." The bandit laughed heartily, kicking out at him. On the ground, Li Zai hastily raised his sword in defense, yet he could hardly withstand the force of the bandit's boot, being sent sprawling several meters away. From her vantage point, Qingzhi furrowed her brow at the sight. Has this boy forgotten everything I taught him? That is not how one wields a sword. Clearly, sending him into the mountains to confront these bandits was the right decision. Without the experience of life-and-death combat, no amount of physical prowess or practice would suffice. Within the forest, Li Zai, devoid of any combat experience, found himself at the mercy of the bandits, barely able to fight back. Meanwhile, more bandits, attracted by the commotion, were closing in. This attire, this delicate skin, he must be the son of a wealthy family. Ha! Instead of enjoying a life of luxury, he chooses to seek death. Very well, I shall oblige. The bandit approached Li Zai, who lay in a pitiful state, his expression increasingly arrogant as he brandished his iron knife. 10 paces away, Li Zai glared at the advancing bandit, fury igniting within him. A youthful heart, after all, would not easily yield. This bandit was no martial artist, merely an ordinary man like himself. If he could not defeat such an opponent, what was the point of learning martial arts? 10 paces, 5 paces, 3 paces, closing in, Li Zai held his breath, forcing himself to remain calm in the face of imminent danger. At a distance of 3 paces, Li Zai, who had been sprawled on the ground, suddenly surged to his feet, drawing his sword and striking with a swift motion. In the blink of an eye, whoosh! In the fading light of the sunset, the glimmer of the sword shone brilliantly, resembling a stunning swan in flight, as he aimed for the bandit's throat. In the distance, atop the treetops, Qingzhi observed the scene, her eyes glimmering with a peculiar brilliance. Isn't it just splendid? A bandit, clutching his bleeding throat, opened his mouth as if to utter a word, yet his voice failed him, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Villains, indeed, often perish from their own verbosity. Li Zai, utterly exhausted, sank to the earth, gazing at the fallen bandit in a pool of blood. He muttered weakly, "So this is the sensation of taking a life. It is rather unsettling." At that moment, 3 bandits appeared from a distance, their faces contorted with rage upon witnessing the scene. Seeing the trio approach, Li Zai, with great effort, rose to his feet and, without a second thought, turned and fled. He was aware that he could not contend with all 3 of them. After him, the bandits shouted, immediately giving chase. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness enveloped the mountains, obscuring the landscape. The bandits ignited torches, continuing their relentless search. It appeared they would not rest until they found Li Zai. Truly, they were relentless specters. Li Zai, observing the flickering flames in the forest, felt a chill wash over him. Confronted by multiple adversaries, he found himself at a disadvantage. However, with the night so dark and the enemy illuminated, he recognized this as an opportune moment to strike them down one by one. Resolute, he crouched low, utilizing the cover of night and the underbrush, stealthily approaching the nearest bandit. With a swift motion, Li Zai silently positioned himself behind the bandit, covering his mouth with one hand, while with the other, he swiftly severed his throat. The bandit trembled, gasping in vain, before succumbing to silence. After eliminating 2 foes, Li Zai felt an inexplicable wave of nausea. Yet he suppressed it and retreated once more into the thicket. In this era of survival of the fittest, he had to adapt. If he refrained from taking lives, his own would be forfeit. Within the underbrush, Li Zai wiped the blood from his hands, carefully regulating his breathing, his gaze fixed on the flickering lights ahead. His expression hardened, transforming into that of a predator, fixated on its prey. Through the trials of life and death, Li Zai's mindset began to shift. Tension and fear gradually subsided, and in the face of danger, he found himself increasingly composed. From the shadows of the trees, Qingzhi, witnessing the transformation in Li Zai, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Her gaze shifted to the distant bandit camp. Now, she could confidently pursue her own objectives. Regarding the Blood Ginseng King, she had spoken no falsehood. Days prior, upon her entry into the mountains, she had indeed discovered the rare herb growing upon a precipice. Truth be told, she was astonished upon first encountering such a rare specimen, unparalleled by any other medicine. To hone Li Zai's skills, she had refrained from harvesting it. Unexpectedly, upon her return, the blood ginseng was nowhere to be found. The only plausible explanation was that the bandits had discovered and taken it, concealing it within their encampment. She hoped that fortune favored this young man and that the ginseng had yet to be consumed. Otherwise, finding another such herb would prove far more challenging than anticipated. Reflecting on this, Qingzhi lightly treaded, leaping through the forest toward the distant bandit stronghold. After a brief moment, deep within the mountains, a graceful figure glided through the air, arriving at the campsite with the elegance of a startled swan. Inside the camp, most of the bandits had succumbed to slumber, leaving only a few on patrol. Qingzhi skillfully navigated her way past these sentinels, commencing her search for the elusive blood ginseng. Within the encampment, treasures of gold, silver, and jade were plentiful, stacked in boxes, a testament to the bandits' numerous plunders. However, Qingzhi cast not even a glance at the riches. It was not a lack of interest, but rather a sense of indifference. No amount of wealth these brigands possessed could rival that of her ineffectual disciple. Disregarding the treasures, Qingzhi's gaze shifted to several boxes filled with medicinal herbs, and she began to rummage through them. The boxes brimmed with an abundance of herbal remedies, ginseng, deer antler, and Heeshou Wu, all of which were present in ample variety. Finally, after an extensive search, she opened an exquisite wooden box, and, upon discovering the crimson ginseng within, she exhaled a soft sigh of relief. Fortune smiled upon that lad. The blood ginseng remained untouched by these marauders. Suddenly, an enraged voice erupted from within the camp. A brutish figure, his countenance fierce, awoke from his slumber on a tiger-skin chair, rising to hurl a wine jar in her direction. Unperturbed, Qingzhi calmly secured the blood ginseng, tilting her body just enough to evade the projectile. "Who dares to steal from me? You must be tired of living," the hulking bandit bellowed, his features obscured by the dim firelight. With a powerful stomp, he charged forward like a cannonball. Annoyed, Qingzhi furrowed her brow and, with a flick of her wrist, unleashed a formidable sword chi that sliced through the air, sending the bandit hurtling back several paces. Upon crashing to the ground, the bandit coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression one of disbelief. "How is this possible? Consider this a reprieve, but rest assured, your life will be claimed one day," Qingzhi remarked coolly before striding away. This bandit leader was a warrior of moderate strength, suitable for her disciple to confront. Her dedication as a master was indeed commendable. As she traversed the moonlit forest, Qingzhi searched for Li Zai, but found no trace of him or any bandit's presence. The path was stained with blood, casting a grim shadow over the woods. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes as she ventured toward the forest's edge. At the clearing, a gaunt figure sat amidst the blood, gasping for air. "Where is everyone?" Qingzhi inquired, approaching him. "They're all dead," Li Zai replied wearily. Qingzhi narrowed her eyes, realizing her initial underestimation of him. He was far more ruthless than she had anticipated. At the forest's edge, Li Zai took a heavy breath, glancing at the woman beside him. "Master, you did this on purpose." "Indeed," Qingzhi responded without a hint of defensiveness. Confronted with her candid admission, Li Zai found himself at a loss for words. "What is it like to take a life for the first time?" inquired Qingzhi. "Not pleasant," Li Zai replied candidly, feeling somewhat nauseated. "You'll get used to it," Qingzhi remarked nonchalantly, then proceeded towards the carriage awaiting at the edge of the forest. "Let us return," she stated. "Indeed," Li Zai nodded, rising to follow her. "Master Fairy," he called out as the carriage rumbled under the moonlight, his voice emerging from within. "What is it?" Qingzhi responded. "If I were to perish at the hands of those bandits, would you intervene?" Li Zai tentatively asked. "I do not know," Qingzhi replied calmly. "You may find out." Li Zai was at a loss for words. His life was too precious to gamble. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew somewhat somber until, after a while, Qingzhi spoke again, her tone measured. "From this day forth, in addition to your sword training, you are to assist in the eradication of bandits in these mountains. I must remind you that their leader is a martial artist who possesses a divine treasure." "A martial artist?" Li Zai exclaimed in surprise, quickly retracting, "Master Fairy, I believe my strength is insufficient. Perhaps the authorities should handle the bandit issue. This matter is settled. No further discussion is needed." With that, Qin Yana casually tossed a wooden box towards him. Perplexed, Li Zai opened the box, and upon seeing the blood ginseng within, his face lit up with exuberance. Master Fairy, I love you dearly. A hug. Overcome with excitement, he nearly forgot his own name and reached out to embrace her. Qin Yina's gaze turned icy, and instantly, the air within the carriage seemed to freeze. Li Zai shivered, quickly regaining his composure, but his arms remained rigid. Bang! In the next instant, a surge of formidable energy erupted from the carriage, shattering the cabin, and Li Zai was flung out, landing awkwardly on the ground. Under the moonlight, the carriage rumbled away swiftly into the night. Chapter 11. Opening the meridians outside the city of Yuzhou, as the morning sun ascended, Li Zai trudged forward, drenched in dew and looking exceedingly disheveled. He had walked all night to return. Offending a woman, particularly one as formidable as Qin Ana, bore dire consequences. At the Li residence, Li Zai's absence throughout the night had caused Li Million great distress, yet he dared not act, constrained by the terrifying woman by the lakeside in the backyard. It was needless to inquire or search. He was not in mortal peril. When Qin Ana returned the previous night, she had uttered but a single sentence before retreating to her chamber for rest. Li Million, anxious and fidgety, could only stew in his worry, too fearful to voice his concerns. Master, the young master has returned, a servant hurriedly announced in the front courtyard. Upon hearing this, Li Million rushed forward to greet him. There, in front of the estate, stood Li Zai, disheveled and ragged, resembling a beggar, shocking everyone within the household. What has happened to you, young master? Why do you appear as though you have been mistreated? My son, are you all right? Li Million hastened to inquire upon seeing his cherished son return. Do I look unscathed? Li Zai extended his arms, gesturing towards his disarrayed appearance, retorting with irritation. I'm merely still alive. After speaking, Li Zai glanced around, his anger flaring. Where is old Qin? Has she returned? She is in the backyard, Li Million replied. I shall go find her, Li Zai declared vehemently, striding toward the backyard. Son, do not act rashly. You cannot overpower her. Li Million, startled, quickly grabbed hold of him, cautioning. At his father's words, Li Zai paused, a mixture of sorrow and indignation crossing his face. He, the third son of the illustrious Li family, the wealthiest scion of the world, a transcendent being bestowed with the favor of the heavens, was indeed fearful of a woman. Was it not said that those who traversed realms were invincible? He had invented soap, crafted glass, and everything seemed to unfold as scripted. Yet why was he plagued by blocked meridians, unable to cultivate martial arts? Was this not a cruel jest? Son, let us speak calmly. That woman is truly formidable. Li Million comforted, laden with trepidation. Old Li, you truly lack resolve. One woman has you so intimidated. Li Zai composed himself, casting a scornful glance back at his corpulent father, then strode confidently toward the backyard. Li Million, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure and hurried to follow. Could it be that his son was prepared to confront the celestial Qin directly? By the lakeside in the backyard, Qin Ana stood serene, her gaze fixed upon the tranquil waters, her demeanor as unruffled as the lake itself. Nearby, Zhang Lada continued to lounge lazily, sipping wine with utter nonchalance. At that moment, Li Zai approached with determined strides, chest out, exuding an air of fearless defiance, even in his disheveled state. Ah, this lad possesses a measure of spirit, Zhang Lada remarked, opening his eyes to regard the assertive Li Zai with admiration. Let them fight. My old man loves a good spectacle. He drew closer. As Li Zai approached, Zhang Lada felt an irrepressible excitement bubbling within him. At the lakeshore, Li Zai strode forward with his head held high, an aura of undeniable power emanating from him. How could he possibly fear a woman? A man must stand tall, neither humble nor arrogant. The moment Li Zai reached the lakeside, Qin Ana turned around, her gaze remarkably tranquil, devoid of any emotion. Yet this seemingly indifferent glance felt far more terrifying than any threat. Li Zai shuddered, as if struck by lightning, and the fierce demeanor that had just been so pronounced vanished in an instant. Master, I have returned. Did you sleep well last night? Li Zai approached with a broad grin, extending his greetings. Zhang Lada turned away in silence, feeling embarrassed. How could he have possibly hoped this young man might display some backbone? He must have drunk too much, his mind muddled. Go practice your swordplay, Qingzhi said coolly. All right. Li Zai nodded obediently, then hurried off to practice his swordsmanship. Did those bandits truly allow him to finish them off alone? Are you certain you didn't assist him? Zhang Lada asked, somewhat skeptically. Not at all, Qingzhi replied calmly. He is a prodigy. A prodigy? Him? Zhang Lada scoffed. He has nothing but a waste who can't even open his meridians. What I mean is, he possesses an extraordinary talent for killing. Qingzhi responded blandly. How long did it take you to adapt to your first kill? Zhang Lada furrowed his brow, reflecting for a moment before answering. A day. Killing is not a pleasant feeling. Even now, he still detests the sensation. Last night, he took the lives of over a dozen individuals, and when I saw him, he was still joking. Could you have done that in your youth? I could not. Zhang Lada's expression tightened as he grasped Qingzhi's point. This young man, whether born with a ruthless disposition or possessing an unwavering resolve, demonstrated remarkable adaptability. The Li family truly harbors extraordinary individuals. Zhang Lada sighed softly. The waste I once thought he was has turned out to be the most formidable of all. Steadfast resolve is a rare and valuable trait in martial arts. I am eager to see what achievements he will attain once he opens all 8 meridians. Qingzhi said, her gaze fixed on the young man in the distance. It is a daunting task, Zhang Lada lamented. Even with numerous potent herbs and a miraculous herb king, you may only be able to assist him in opening a single meridian. There are 8 meridians in total. Where will you find so many herb kings? Without the miraculous herb king, relying solely on those potent herbs, judging by the current pace, it will be impossible to open all 8 meridians in less than 3 to 5 years. The miraculous herb king is not something one can simply obtain. It is a rare treasure that can be sought but seldom found. Even with the Li family's immense wealth, it would be challenging to procure such a multitude of miraculous herb kings. They had underestimated the difficulty of reconstructing the 8 extraordinary meridians, as no one had ever accomplished such a feat before. There is no rush regarding the herb kings, Qingzhi remarked calmly. I have heard there is a millennium-old Heeshou Wu in the Imperial Academy of the capital. If all else fails, I shall make a journey to the capital. The Imperial Academy? Zhang Lada, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, Are you certain you wish to venture there? The old fellow within the Tianjiao palace is no simple character. Even you, should you attempt to force your way, may not emerge unscathed. In this world, there are countless strong individuals, making it difficult to rank them. However, the old fellow in the Tianjiao palace is undoubtedly among the top 3, perhaps even the strongest. The Grand Sage of Tianjiao, Confucius. I will not resort to force unless absolutely necessary, Qingzhi replied softly. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Li Zai continued to diligently practice his swordsmanship, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Following last night's fierce battle, an air of lethal intent now enveloped his blade. Fairy, are you ready? At that moment, a servant from the Li residence hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Qingzhi nodded, her gaze shifting to the youth ahead. Li Zai, pause your practice for now and come with me. With that, she strode towards the medicinal chamber. Puzzled, Li Zai sheathed his sword and quickly followed in her wake. Inside the medicinal chamber, a massive vat of concoction emitted plumes of steaming vapor, and the water temperature appeared unusually high today. Step inside, Qingzhi instructed. Upon hearing this, Li Zai promptly shed his outer garments and, with familiarity, entered the vat. Instantly, an unbearable wave of heat intermingled with the medicinal essence surged forth from all directions. Approaching the vat, Qingzhi wasted no time, delivering a firm palm strike to his chest. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted. As Li Zai curled up within the vat, trembling violently, cold sweat pouring down his face. Outside, the servants, hearing the anguished cries emanating from the medicinal chamber, were filled with trepidation, daring not to approach. Within the chamber, Qingzhi opened a wooden box containing the blood ginseng, extracting the precious herb. At that moment, even her usually tranquil demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Today would reveal whether her conjectures were correct. Reconstructing meridians had never been attempted before. Only the Li family possessed the immense financial resources to gather an array of potent herbs. With these powerful ingredients, along with this medicinal king, perhaps a miracle could indeed unfold within this young man. From here on, you must endure whatever pain may come. Qingzhi cautioned solemnly, her aura intensifying as she summoned her vital energy, shaking the blood ginseng to disperse its essence. Enveloped in her vital energy, the crimson essence of the medicinal king transformed into a sanguine mist, continuously entering Li Zai's chest, mending his shattered meridians. Within mere moments, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Qingzhi's forehead, evidently straining her efforts. Inside the vat, Li Zai gritted his teeth, his body quaking violently. The agony of broken meridians and crushed bones was a torment beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Outside the medicinal chamber by the lakeside, Zhang Lada consumed one jug of wine after another, swiftly finishing a barrel. He promptly opened another. At that moment, perhaps even the sword enthusiast himself failed to notice the slight tremor of his hand gripping the jug. Time stretched interminably in that instant. After an indeterminate duration, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the medicinal chamber, chilling the very soul. Suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted within the pharmacy, unleashing a tremendous shockwave as the barrel burst open, sending torrents of water cascading in every direction. On the ground, Li Zai sat there in a state of utter weakness, gasping for breath, beads of sweat dotting his face. Ahead, Qingzhi fared little better. The splattering water soaked her long hair and gown, a crimson hue gracing her lips, her demeanor reflecting an unprecedented disarray. After a considerable pause, Qingzhi suppressed her chaotic internal energy, fatigue evident in her voice as she suggested, "Let us rest for half a day before practicing swordsmanship." With that, she uttered no further words and hurriedly departed from the pharmacy, making her way to her chamber. Within the pharmacy, Li Zai managed to stumble to his feet, laboriously approaching the lakeside, where he collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. "Old Zhang, we have succeeded," Li Zai murmured weakly, his emotions a complex tapestry, not entirely filled with joy. The cost of unblocking his meridians had been substantial. It was the first time he had witnessed Qingzhi in such disarray. This favor weighed heavily upon him. "Qingzhi, indeed," Zhang Lada remarked seriously after taking a swig of liquor, "especially in relation to you." Chapter 12. A pig at the Li residence, having a leisurely afternoon. Li Zai reclined by the lakeside, utterly disinclined to move even a finger. As noon approached, Qingzhi emerged from her chamber, adorned in a fresh attire, exuding an otherworldly grace and unparalleled elegance. "Time to practice swordplay," she stated as she approached the lake. "Very well," Li Zai replied, sitting upright, and then retrieving his sword to practice nearby. "Qingzhi, I admire your resolve," Zhang Lada remarked earnestly. "His fortitude is commendable. Were it anyone else, I would not dare guarantee their success." "True," Qingzhi responded calmly. "Though that lad shows promise, without your intervention, he could never hope to open a single meridian in his lifetime." Zhang Lada concurred. Currently, his innate talent for cultivation remains the weakest among all martial artists. Yet at least he can now begin his training. If he can open even one meridian, he may attempt to unlock the divine reservoir within, marking his official entry into the martial path. Of course, merely opening one meridian would lead to an excruciatingly slow pace of cultivation, perhaps to a degree that is utterly disheartening. Fortunately, the Li residence is affluent, and even with his lackluster martial talent, he can compensate with an abundance of potent herbs and elixirs. "One more question," Zhang Lada inquired, glancing at the youth in the distance. "What cultivation method do you intend to have him practice?" "There is a particular technique I wish him to try," Qingzhi replied, gazing intently at the surface of the lake. "The flying immortal technique, a sword technique from millennium ago, attributed to the primordial sword deity of the great Shang dynasty. Are you truly going to let this lad learn it?" This method bears little distinction from external training techniques and is exceedingly arduous to master. For centuries, aside from that initial sword deity, no one has succeeded in mastering it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Qin Ana stated with composure. He has but 3 years. What cultivation method do you think could allow him to catch up to Huoliner? Zhang Lada fell silent, contemplating. 3 years is indeed a fleeting span. Huoliner is one of the 4 greatest prodigies of this era, possessing an extraordinarily formidable martial talent, while this lad has only opened 1 meridian. Regardless of the technique he practices, he cannot possibly match Huoliner. Such is the harsh reality, unchangeable and unyielding. If one's cultivation cannot keep pace, one must start from the techniques themselves. The flying immortal technique emphasizes skill over cultivation, Qin Ana asserted. His ability to create his own Tai Chi demonstrates his inherent talent for swordsmanship. Perhaps, by perfecting his sword techniques, he may forge his own path in martial arts. Much like that ancient sword deity. Indeed, it is a daunting task, Zhang Lada sighed softly. Throughout the millennia, how many have truly carved their own path in martial arts? Even you and I remain shackled by the legacies of our predecessors. This lad's journey begins with such immense difficulty, and the challenges he will face in the future will undoubtedly multiply. It is truly hard to fathom how long he can endure. Sword fanatic, Qin Ana remarked. What is it? Zhang Lada asked. Do you not feel a sense of regret for possessing such extraordinary martial arts, yet lacking in air? Qin Ana inquired calmly. Huh? Zhang Lada smiled faintly and remarked, with wine and sword, that is sufficient. Qin Ana, speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. Together, we shall impart the flying immortal technique to him. The swordsmanship of the sword god cannot be fully replicated by my solitary efforts. Qin Ana suggested. To think that you, the plum blossom sword immortal, would ever require assistance, Zhang Lada quipped, taking a sip of his wine, his smile lacking warmth. What reason do I have to aid you? Or rather, to assist this lad? As fellow sword practitioners, do you not wish to witness whether someone in this lifetime can indeed replicate the grandeur of the original sword god, perhaps even surpass him? Qin Ana replied earnestly. Huh, your ambition knows no bounds. To speak candidly, I hold little hope for him. However, Zhang Lada's tone shifted, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. I find your proposal intriguing. If we join forces to teach him, supplemented by the inexhaustible wealth of the Li family along with the flying immortal technique of the original sword god, even a pig should awaken to its potential. With that, Zhang Lada drained the jug of wine, a rare excitement stirring within him. Truth be told, having lived such a lengthy life, he had encountered all manner of geniuses. Yet he had never seen someone as utterly devoid of talent as Li Zai, whose 8 meridians were completely sealed. This challenge invigorated him. Their collaboration with Qin Ana, undoubtedly, constituted one of the most extravagant pairings in the world. 2 sword immortals wielding the most formidable techniques, complemented by boundless elixirs and potent medicines. He was convinced that they could defy the so-called fate. Meanwhile, Qin Ana, having heard the sword enthusiast's words, felt a flicker of interest in her beautiful eyes. At their level of cultivation, there were indeed few things that could present a challenge. However, the task of transforming Li Zai, this wastrel, into something more was undoubtedly the greatest challenge of all. Reflecting on this, Qin Ana called out to the pig not far off, Li Zai, come here. Coming. Li Zai responded eagerly, trotting over. Zhang Lada and Qin Ana exchanged glances, nodding in acknowledgement. From this day forth, they would join forces to defy this so-called destiny. Li Zai, after returning her gaze, Qin Ana calmly inquired, have you heard of the flying immortal technique? I have. Li Zai nodded vigorously. It is said to be the foremost cultivation method in the world, incredibly difficult to master. Aside from the original sword god during the reign of the great Shang, no one has succeeded. Do you know why? Qin Ana continued. I do not. Li Zai shook his head. Because only a scant few chapters of the flying immortal technique document the method of cultivating true qi. They are not particularly exquisite, perhaps even inferior to those mundane techniques. Consequently, progress is painfully slow. As for the remaining chapters of the flying immortal technique, they are filled with exquisite techniques. Yet in the realm of cultivation, true qi serves as the foundation. Regardless of how intricate the techniques may be, they require true qi to activate. Without formidable cultivation, one cannot unleash the true power of the techniques, Qingzhi explained. Is it not possible to cultivate other techniques first, and once I possess formidable skills, practice the flying immortal technique? Li Zai inquired with curiosity. No, Qingzhi replied, shaking her head. Many have attempted this method, cultivating other techniques before practicing the moves of the flying immortal technique is virtually futile. There are even those who became obsessed with it, ultimately succumbing to madness. Will my progress in mastering the flying immortal technique be as sluggish as theirs? Li Zai expressed his apprehension. Zhang Lada scoffed from the lakeside. Do not fret. Slowness is inevitable. You need not worry about this matter at all. A talentless individual like yourself, having only grasped a single vein, will find little difference regardless of the technique you cultivate. Your potential for decline is virtually non-existent. Li Zai felt an urge to strike down the old man with his sword. The sword enthusiast spoke the truth. Qingzhi, sensing the moment, offered comfort. However, the Li family possesses ample wealth. With countless heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and elixirs to aid you, combined with the guidance from both me and the sword enthusiast, perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope for you to succeed. Li Zai remained reticent. Suddenly, he regained his composure and turned his gaze toward the old man by the lake, astonished. Old Zhang, are you going to teach me swordsmanship as well? Why? Is that a problem? Zhang Lada replied with a sardonic smile. Many prodigies have sought my teachings, yet I have refused them all. You, however, are fortunate to have both me and Qingzhi guiding you. Do try to muster some effort. Should you achieve nothing, it will be a great embarrassment for both me and Qingzhi. I will do my best, Li Zai replied awkwardly, smiling. It was not his fault that he lacked talent. He too wished to cultivate as rapidly as those extraordinary geniuses, becoming invincible in this world. Yet reality was unyielding. First, memorize the heart method of the flying immortal technique and practice it at dawn and dusk, Qingzhi instructed, tossing a scroll of parchment his way. As for the moves, the sword enthusiast and I will teach you. Li Zai accepted the parchment and diligently recited the cultivation methods contained within. After a brief moment, he lifted his head and declared, I have memorized it. So soon? Zanklata responded, astonished. In such a short time, you've merely skimmed it. I have a good memory. It's innate. Li Zai grinned, revealing his pearly whites. At least you possess some merits, Zhang Lada remarked lightly. Pay close attention, Qingzhi calmly stated, stepping forward and brushing past Li Zai. Before he could react, he realized the Qing Shuang sword in his hand had vanished. Qingzhi reclaimed her sword and strode ahead. In the next moment, in the back courtyard of the Li residence, a fairy danced with her sword, petals and leaves swirling in the air. The Qing Shuang glimmered with a chilling light, its sword energy extending 300 yards. At the lakeside, Li Zai was taken aback by the scene before him. In a hall filled with flowers, 3,000 guests are intoxicated. With a single sword, the frost chills 14 states. Is this the essence of the sword? Is this what it means to be a sword immortal? Haha, young one, pay close attention. Beside him, Zhang Lada let out a hearty laugh, brandishing his sword as he took hold of the 3-foot azure peak. With strides akin to a shooting star, a flask of wine in one hand and a sword in the other, he exuded an overwhelming spirit, his sword aura soaring into the heavens. The indescribable scene became one of Li Zai's most indelible memories. A duo of sword immortals, 2 blades, their forms akin to wind and thunder, their swords resembling constellations, resurrecting the unparalleled grandeur of the ancient sword god from a millennium past. After a quarter of an hour, the wind stilled, the leaves fell, the sword light dissipated, and tranquility returned. Qingzhi departed, while Zhang Lada resumed his drinking by the lakeside, leaving Li Zai undisturbed in a state of awe. Time passed unmeasured until Li Zai, struggling to regain his composure, turned his gaze toward Zhang Lada and rasped, Old Zhang, how long will it take for me to attain your level? 30 years, Zhang Lada replied calmly after sipping his wine. And what about catching up to the first-generation sword god? Li Zai inquired once more. 300 years, Zhang Lada answered, then added, provided you manage to live that long without succumbing to death. Chapter 13. Divine abode as the sun set and the stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky. Li Zai finished his sword practice and departed from the Li residence, never to return. In the backyard of the Li estate, Zhang Lada took a sip of his drink and gazed across the lake, casually inquiring, "Aren't you worried that those bandits might slaughter the lad if you don't accompany him?" "If he cannot even handle those bandits, there is no need for him to pursue swordsmanship," Qingzhi replied. "The leader of those bandits is a genuine martial artist. Although he has only opened the first level of the divine abode, he is not someone the current Li Zai can contend with," Zhang Lada cautioned. "It matters not," Qingzhi stated calmly. "I have not asked him to confront those bandits head-on. Even if luck is against him and he encounters the bandit leader, should he be unable to fight, he can still flee. The terrain of the mountains is complex. There will always be a way to survive." Your demeanor as a master is truly cold and heartless," Zhang Lada replied nonchalantly, before resuming his drinking, choosing not to elaborate further. If she, as his master, is indifferent, he could hardly be concerned. Life is a matter of fortune, while death is fate. It all hinges on whether that young man possesses great luck and a strong destiny. In the Chilean mountains, under the bright moonlight, the normally tranquil forest was alive with commotion. Beneath the night sky, a youthful figure fled desperately, pursued by a dozen or so bandits, turning the serene woods into a cacophony of chaos. Li Zai's luck was decidedly poor. Initially, he had intended to take advantage of the night to practice against a few patrolling bandits, but inadvertently alerted their leader, compounding his troubles. Perhaps due to Qingzhi's theft of the blood ginseng, the bandit leader, filled with rage and seeking an outlet, had personally led the pursuit upon spotting Li Zai. Thus, the entire forest became a scene of turmoil. "Search for him. Dig deep in the earth if you must. I want that lad found," the bandit leader bellowed after what seemed like an eternity of chasing. "Yes, chief," responded the bandits, scattering in all directions with torches in hand to scour the area. In the darkness, Li Zai crouched amidst the underbrush, his heart heavy as he observed the throng of bandits surrounding him. How am I to fight? One against a multitude? Moreover, the bandit leader is a martial artist who has opened the divine abode. With his sword tightly gripped, Li Zai cautiously retreated in the direction away from the bandit leader. For now, he could not confront this villain. Evasion was his best option. He would seek retribution once he had opened his own divine abode. After retreating a considerable distance, Li Zai spotted two bandits nearby. In a sudden burst of energy, he surged forward. Swish! The Qing Shuang unsheathed, casting a brilliant cold light. The two bandits barely had time to react before blood gushed from their throats, staining the night crimson. There, the bandit leader, noticing the commotion from afar, roared in furious realization. "After him! Farewell, you scoundrel! I'm not playing your game any longer," Li Zai called back defiantly, raising a middle finger before turning and sprinting away. Half an hour later, outside the forest, a disheveled figure emerged, leaping onto a horse and galloping off into the night. The night was enchanting in Yuzhou City. As Li Zai returned, dawn was approaching. The moment the city gates swung open, he rode in, hastening back to the Li residence. The servants, accustomed to their young master's disheveled returns, greeted him without surprise. A few lovely maidens even cast flirtatious glances his way, bashfully enticing him. "When you have the time, do share your musings on life with us," they seemed to suggest. Li Zai smiled broadly in response to their flirtations before swiftly retreating to the rear courtyard. By the lakeside in the courtyard, Zhang Lada had yet to claim his spot, and Qingzhi was still occupied in her room, not yet emerged. Seizing the opportunity, Li Zai settled into the prime position by the lake, assuming a meditative posture to commence his practice of the flying immortal technique. Old Qin had advised that the optimal times for practice were dawn and dusk. With his mediocre talent, he realized that if he did not exert himself, he would fall further behind those gifted individuals. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Was he not a favored son of the heavenly path? Why did he feel so inconspicuous? Look at those so-called divine sons and Buddha children, their names echoing grandly, while he felt like a mere shadow among the four great prodigies of the world. The more he pondered, the more his frustration grew. With clenched teeth, he focused intently on his practice. At that moment, the door of the neighboring room creaked open, and Qingzhi stepped out. Upon seeing Li Zai diligently practicing by the lake, a flicker of satisfaction crossed her face. At least he is diligent. After all, hard work can compensate for a lack of talent, she thought. However, her relief was short-lived as a sudden shock coursed through her body. Wait, you did not inform him that practice requires a calm heart, devoid of any emotion? Zhang Lada exclaimed, having just thrust open his door, his gaze fixed on Li Zai's figure by the lake, surprise evident in his eyes. I assumed he knew, Qin Enna replied, her expression turning serious. This was common knowledge in martial arts, and she had not thought it necessary to mention. This is troubling, Zhang Lada said, clenching his fists. I hope this lad has a strong constitution and does not fall into madness. By the lake, Li Zai continued to circulate the flying immortal technique, his indignation boiling over. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Qin Enna and Zhang Lada were in a state of frantic concern. As time ticked by, both Qin Enna and Zhang Lada grew increasingly anxious, their palms beginning to sweat. They feared that Li Zai, in his nascent stages of cultivation, might inadvertently ruin himself. Should such a calamity occur, it would become an immense joke. Two sword immortals training a disciple, only to turn him into a fool in less than 10 days. This is unusual, Zhang Lada remarked after half an hour, observing Li Zai still lost in meditation. Why is there no sign of disturbance? Logically, if one's heart is not tranquil during practice, even if one does not fall into madness, there should be some indication of distress. The situation was indeed strange. The silence was unsettling. Should we wake him? Zhang Lada proposed. Absolutely not, Qin Enna replied, shaking her head, her demeanor grave. Forcing him awake could lead to even worse consequences. Let's wait a while longer. Zhang Lada nodded, exercising patience as they continued to observe. In the east, the sun gradually ascends, casting its first rays of dawn upon the earth, dispelling the chill of the night. Under the gaze of two observers, suddenly, centered around Li Zai, the lakeshore stirs as waves rise without a breeze, the water's surface churning violently. Qin Enna and Zhang Lada are taken aback, their expressions betraying shock. Impossible. A hum resonates. At this moment, within Li Zai's chest, his divine repository thrums with a sound akin to 1,000 thundering storms, while boundless spiritual energy from the cosmos surges forth, continuously flowing into his divine chamber. This astonishing spectacle leaves even the seasoned sword immortals in awe, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. This young man has just begun his journey, hasn't he? Zhang Lada stammers, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What is happening? I cannot say. Qin Enna suppresses the turmoil within her heart, murmuring in a daze. Perhaps we have all been mistaken. No, it should be said that for millennia, everyone has erred. Are you suggesting? A tremor passes through Zhang Lada's countenance, as if he grasps the implication, asserting, the Fei Xianju is unlike any other cultivation method in existence. For 1,000 years, all who have attempted to cultivate this technique have been wrong, while this young man has inadvertently stumbled upon the correct path. That seems to be the only explanation. Qin Enna replies with calm assurance. Otherwise, given his martial aptitude, it would be unfathomable for him to open his first divine repository so swiftly. Once he awakens and we inquire, clarity will follow. Zhang Lada turns his gaze toward the youthful figure ahead, exclaiming in awe. This lad is remarkably fortunate to have encountered such serendipity. As the two converse by the lakeside, with the influx of spiritual energy, Li Zai's chest emanates a resplendent light, with thunderous roars echoing continuously, as if a miniature universe has erupted, thunder crashing and waves surging. Half an hour later, Li Zai suddenly opens his eyes, his gaze electric, brilliance dancing within, as torrents of true energy surge forth from his divine repository, rapidly expanding outward. Dust swirls, water ripples, his formidable presence commands attention. Is this the essence of a martial artist? Li Zai gazes at his own hands, excitement flickering in his eyes. He can do it. He feels invincible. He senses that he could vanquish 3 fireliners with ease. Young man, are you daydreaming? You are about to drool. Zhang Lada remarks, observing Li Zai's sparkling eyes. Li Zai snaps back to reality, hastily wiping the corner of his mouth, Chuckling, I just opened my divine repository, and I'm a bit overly exhilarated. How did you achieve this? Qingzhi approaches and inquires. Achieve what? Li Zai responds, bewildered. According to my calculations, even if I partnered with the sword enthusiast to instruct you, coupled with the endless treasures of the Li estate, it would take at least 10 days to assist you in opening your first divine repository. If fortune does not favor you, it could take a year and a half. Qingzhi states calmly, I ask you, what were you thinking during your cultivation of the Fei Xianju? What was I thinking? Li Zai was taken aback for a moment, then touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, I was pondering why someone as exceptional as myself lacks martial talent. While those so-called divine offspring and Buddha children can be so impressive, it's infuriating. Qingzhi and Zhang Lada exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This was likely the reason. Practicing the flying immortal technique could very well mean that the more intense the emotional fluctuations, the faster the cultivation speed. Conversely, maintaining a calm demeanor might hinder the circulation of true energy. Perhaps when emotions surged, the flow of blood energy quickened, allowing the true energy of the flying immortal technique to operate more swiftly through the veins. Qingzhi voiced her conjecture, exclaiming, This is simply outrageous. Zankalata, having heard this, felt as though he had swallowed a fly, expressing, after dedicating half my life to martial arts, today I find myself enlightened by Junior. Qingzhi sighed softly, recognizing that she, too, was not exempt from being a sword fanatic. Perhaps for millennia, everyone had shared the same fate, under rigid thinking. No one had ever considered the prospect of change. Meanwhile, Li Zai listened to their conversation, grinning widely. Although he didn't fully grasp their words, he discerned one thing. He was indeed remarkable. Perhaps with another year and a half of practice, he could genuinely contend against 3 fireliners. Let us exchange a few moves, he exclaimed excitedly, looking at Qingzhi and Zhang Lada. Qingzhi was momentarily taken aback, and Zhang Lada was equally stunned. Had this lad lost his mind? A sword fanatic indeed. Quickly regaining her composure, Qingzhi calmly said, Come then, but do try not to injure me too severely. To the best of my ability, Zhang Lada replied with a forced smile, his right hand sweeping through the air, causing an ancient sword to soar into the room. The blade remained sheathed, yet its sword energy shimmered faintly. In the next moment, the sword moved, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that sliced through the air, sending waves rippling 30 yards across. By the heavens! Li Zai exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror as he turned to flee. However, it was far too late. With a thunderous crash, Zhang Lada sheathed the sword, and the waves in the lake crashed down. Against the back wall of the courtyard, a human-shaped indentation appeared, with Li Zai being forcefully pressed into it, disheveled and in a state of utter disarray. Chapter 14. The wooden box, where's that brat? You useless lot. As night descended, Li Zai, seething with rage after a severe lesson from the sword maniac, stormed into the Qilian mountains to vent his fury on the bandits dwelling within. The forest soon erupted once more with commotion. After opening the divine sanctuary, the vital energy surged within the one meridian he had unblocked, significantly enhancing both his speed and strength. Boss, he is heading west. A bandit rushed forward, urgency lacing his voice. What are you standing around for? Hurry and pursue. The bandit leader barked. Yes. This time, apart from a few bandits guarding the stronghold, the rest surged forward in a dark mass. Within the forest, Li Zai led a horde of bandits in a game of cat and mouse, circling nearly half of the Qilian mountains over the span of 2 hours. Boss, what does this kid intend to do? Doesn't he tire? One bandit with a sharp, monkey-like visage panted, watching the youth nearly vanish from sight. Whatever his intentions, capture him alive. I want to flay him alive. The bandit leader seethed before continuing the pursuit. Deep within the forest, after a night of evasion, Li Zai stealthily circled back to the bandits' main camp. Who goes there? Inside the stronghold, merely a dozen guard were left, and their expressions shifted to shock upon seeing the newcomer. The tides have turned. Let us see how you lot act now. Li Zai smirked malevolently at the remaining bandits. Drop your weapons. You are surrounded. Surrender, and you shall not die. Brothers, he is alone. Let's take him down. One bandit noticed the absence of any allies behind Li Zai and felt a surge of confidence. Kill! The others, emboldened, brandished their sabers and charged forward. You choose to drink the bitter wine instead of the sweet. So be it. Li Zai grinned, stepping forward with his sword drawn. The bandits were ferocious, but that was only against defenseless commoners. Li Zai was a monster, even fiercer than any bandit. Under the cover of night, wielding the Qingzhi, he swung his sword with wild abandon, akin to a madman, swiftly toppling all 10 or more adversaries to the ground. Having opened the divine sanctuary, Li Zai had transformed into a martial artist, far from his former self, and the sabers wielded by the bandits could hardly compare to the plum blossom sword immortal's Qingzhi. Thus, he finally fulfilled his dream from his past life, cutting down a crowd. Ha ha ha! Look at all these weaklings. With all the bandits sprawled on the ground, Li Zai stood proudly, laughing uproariously. Boss, yes over there. However, before he could revel in his triumph for long, a sharp-eyed bandit on a distant hill spotted Li Zai's whereabouts and exclaimed, "He headed to our camp. This is bad. He's trying to draw us away. Quickly, follow me back." The bandit leader, alarmed, immediately led his men back along the same path. Within the bandits' encampment, Li Zai forcefully kicked open the grand door, surveying the hidden treasures within. He casually rifled through the contents, soon losing interest. Just an assortment of gold and silver trinkets. How mundane. These bandits are rather impoverished, lacking even a semblance of exquisite treasures. Casting a glance around, Li Zai's attention was drawn to the tiger skin chair occupied by the bandit leader. He approached with measured steps, searching for a while, but finding nothing of note. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped his sword and struck down with a swift motion. With a thunderous crash, the tiger skin chair splintered into 2 halves. I knew it. How could there be no treasures at all? Li Zai exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he beheld a redwood box nestled beneath the chair. You wretched boy. You're courting death. Put down that which you hold. At that moment, outside the stronghold, the bandit leader returned with his men, his expression shifting to one of fury upon spotting the youth before the chair. If you desire it, then come and pursue me. Li Zia tonta, waving the redwood box in his hand. In an instant, he took a step and smashed through the window, making his escape. Chase him. We must retrieve that box from his grasp. The bandit leader bellowed in rage. Yes, his followers echoed, resuming their relentless pursuit. In the forest, Li Zai clutched the redwood box tightly as he fled, not daring to pause for even a moment. Behind him, a throng of bandits pursued with frenzied determination, their leader's eyes ablaze with wrath, eager to eliminate the thief before him. That object must not fall into another's hands. As night deepened, Li Zai lost track of how long he had been escaping. The number of pursuers dwindled, with only a few capable of keeping up. However, the bandit leader remained unyielding, closing in without faltering. Thus, Li Zai held the redwood box even tighter, aware that whatever the bandit leader so fervently coveted was undoubtedly extraordinary. After half an hour of relentless flight, only 2 remained able to run within the forest, both panting heavily and forced to pause for breath. The bandit leader leaned against a large tree, gasping for air, and shouted, "Boy, if you surrender the box in your possession, our enmity shall be forgiven, and I will allow you to leave alive." What a deluded dream. If you have the ability, catch me, Li Zai retorted, nearly unable to straighten his back, yet still refusing to yield. In that case, hand over the box, and you may choose any treasure from my stronghold, gold and silver aplenty, all yours. The bandit leader's expression shifted, his simmering fury barely contained as he spoke in a more conciliatory tone. Save your breath. I lack nothing, especially not silver. If you're not going to pursue me, I shall take my leave, Li Zai declared defiantly, forcing himself to straighten and continue his flight. Boy, should I catch you. I will ensure your suffering is unparalleled. The bandit leader's countenance darkened, and he stumbled forward in pursuit. To the east, the first light of dawn began to break, signaling the approach of morning. The forest's exit loomed ahead, and Li Zai turned to glance back at the bandit leader, his expression one of confusion. Where had he gone? Did he lose him? You wretched child, prepare to meet your end. At that moment, a figure emerged from the distance, unleashing a powerful punch that sliced through the air with a fierce whistle. The sudden strike, without any warning, carried the force of a mountain-shattering stone, causing the very air to crackle with explosive sounds. Caught off guard by the ambush, Li Zai's expression darkened as he brandished his sword, Qingzhi, to block the incoming blow. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, crashing into a tree behind him. A sharp pain coursed through him as he tasted blood in his throat, forcing him to cough up crimson liquid. Boy, you refuse to drink the toast, and instead choose the penalty wine. Bring me the box. The bandit leader advanced step by step, his expression grim. Dream on. Li Zai suppressed his injuries, calculating the distance between them. As the bandit leader closed in to within 3 paces, he sprang forward, thrusting his sword. The bandit leader's eyes widened in surprise, not anticipating that the young man still had strength left. In a moment of carelessness, he failed to evade, and the blade pierced his chest. With a sharp sound, the sword entered his body, erupting in a spray of vivid blood, causing the bandit leader to groan and stagger back several steps. Do you think you have the ability to capture me? Li Zai withdrew his sword, ignoring his severe injuries, and staggered toward the edge of the forest. Behind him, the bandit leader attempted to pursue, but stumbled, spitting out blood in the process. Boy, the bandit leader glared at the vanishing figure of the youth beyond the forest, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Outside Yuzhou City, a swift horse galloped forth, upon which the youth lay slumped, seemingly unconscious. The guards at the gate halted the horse, and upon seeing the youth on its back, instantly recognized his identity. Isn't that the third young master of the Li family? How did he sustain such grievous injuries? One guard exclaimed in astonishment. Enough questions. We must hurry and take him back to the Li residence, another guard urged gravely. The Li family was one of the most powerful forces in Yuzhou City, and even the lord of the city would treat the head of the Li family with respect. Should anything happen to the third young master, it would surely send shockwaves throughout the city. In the back courtyard of the Li residence, chaos erupted upon Li Zai's return. Li Baiwan rushed back, and upon seeing the severely injured and unconscious Li Zai, his heart ached to the point of tears. Fairy, what has happened to Zai? Li Baiwan asked urgently, glancing at the plum blossom fairy beside the bed. A few ribs are broken, but he will be fine. Qingzhi assessed Li Zai's injuries and said with a serious tone, take him to the pharmacy. With that, she rose and strode toward the exit. By the lakeshore, Zhang Lada observed the turmoil of the courtyard, silently taking a sip of wine, refraining from further complicating matters. This boy surely confronted the bandit leader head-on, he mused. Qingzhi mentioned that the bandit leader has reached the mid-stage of the first divine abode, while this young man has just opened his divine abode. It is already remarkable that he returned alive, yet he remains too weak. This is merely a bandit leader. His true opponent is the renowned Huoliner, one of the 4 great prodigies of the world. If he does not consider alternative strategies, he may never catch up. In the pharmacy, Li Zai was gently placed into the medicinal vat. Qingzhi approached, her expression solemn, as she summoned her inner essence, directing it into Li Zai's body. In the next moment, the vat was enveloped in a swirling mist, gradually filling the entire pharmacy with vapor. A muffled groan of anguish escaped Li Zai's lips as he lay unconscious, his body beginning to tremble. The relentless infusion of medicinal energy and true qi initiated the healing of his grievous wounds, visibly astonishing in its effect. After more than half an hour, Qingzhi exited the pharmacy, her face weary and her demeanor exuding exhaustion. How is he? Zhang Lada inquired. He will be fine, Qingzhi replied wearily. This young man is remarkably resilient. Zhang Lada breathed a sigh of relief, remarking, what did this lad do? Look at the palm print on his chest. That bandit leader was clearly infuriated, intent on bringing about his demise. Perhaps it is related to this item, Qingzhi said, tossing a redwood box towards him. Zhang Lada caught the box, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment as he opened it. Chapter 15. The divine fire ironed before them, within a mahogany box, lay a piece of pitch-black stone, appearing utterly unremarkable. However, upon sighting this stone, Zhang Lada's expression underwent a rare transformation. What is so special about this stone? Qingzhi inquired, puzzled, as she had previously examined it and found nothing extraordinary. Qingzhi, though your cultivation surpasses mine slightly, Your knowledge regarding this object pales in comparison to this old man's, Zhang Lada replied, regaining his composure. A smile spread across his face as he asked, "Do you know what this is?" "No." Qingzhi shook her head. "This is divine fire iron." As he spoke, Zhang Lada infused the stone with a strand of true energy, and instantly, the stone began to transform, cracks emerging as waves of heat surged forth. Observing this, Qingzhi's expression grew solemn. This divine iron is a most supreme yang material, said to be a treasure formed from the fall of heavenly stars, nurtured in earthly fire for millennia. In some respects, it is even more precious than the millennium-cold iron used in your frost sword, Zhang Lada explained. In some respects? Qingzhi narrowed her eyes, asking, "What do you mean?" "It means it looks impressive, but is practically useless," Zhang Lada replied with a wry smile. "Are you thinking of forging a sword for that lad, using this divine iron? I advise against it. This material was born of earthly fire, and it is highly unlikely that any flame can melt it. To forge a sword from it is nearly impossible, so while it appears valuable, it serves no practical purpose." "Is there absolutely no way?" Qingzhi furrowed her brow. "There is, but it is exceedingly difficult," Zhang Lada contemplated before responding. "I once read in an ancient text that isolated yin does not endure and solitary yang does not flourish. In ancient times, master artisans would always incorporate materials of opposing properties during forging, which not only prevents the material from becoming too brittle, but also aids in shaping it." "Opposing properties?" Qingzhi murmured softly. "They would require a material of extreme yin." "Indeed. But finding an object of equal standing to this divine fire iron that possesses extreme yin is no easy task," Zhang Lada said, his voice serious. "Yes, it is indeed challenging," Qingzhi nodded. "Sword enthusiast, do you not find this matter somewhat unusual?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Lada asked, perplexed. How could those insignificant bandits within Chilean Mountain possess such a divine item? Moreover, I do not even recognize this divine iron. Yet their leader knows its worth and has hidden it away so meticulously. Does that not strike you as exceedingly strange? Qingzhi remarqued. Now that you mention it, there is indeed something suspicious. Zhang Lada frowned. If they had stumbled upon this treasure by chance, it might make sense, but generally, even if someone were to see it, they would merely regard it as a worthless stone. For that bandit leader to discern it as a treasure suggests that, unless someone has guided him, the only explanation is that he has long known what this stone truly is. A man is innocent, yet possessing a precious gem may bring him blame. If others point it out, the leader of the bandits will surely not be able to safeguard this divine object. Qingzhi remarked calmly that it is highly likely he has long been aware of the stone's worth. Thus, this bandit leader is no ordinary individual. Zhang Lada nodded in agreement, expressing surprise that such a small city as Yuzhou harbors such hidden talents. Even the Li family is one thing, but the bandits in the mountains outside the city are not to be underestimated. Perhaps, to seek an object with attributes contrary to the fiery, divine iron, one must start from the bandit leader. That makes sense, Zhang Lada concurred, smiling as he inquired, "Are you planning to take action yourself?" "I'm not one to bully the weak. Since Li Zai retrieved this divine iron, it is best that he handles the subsequent matters himself," Qingzhi replied with composure. The bandit leader is not an overly formidable opponent. With some effort, Li Zai should be able to catch up. Meanwhile, in the apothecary, the unconscious Li Zai slowly opened his eyes. As he attempted to rise, a searing pain shot through his chest, causing his body to tremble. After a considerable time, he took a deep breath and cautiously crawled out of the medicinal tub. During his struggle, he inadvertently jostled his still-healing sternum, grimacing in pain. After nearly half an hour, he finally emerged from the apothecary and, upon spotting the two by the lake, gritted his teeth and made his way over step by step. "Oh, you're still alive. How splendid," Zhang Lada remarked, casting a glance at him. "If you hadn't come out, I would have thought you perished." "Pa, what ill fortune. I am perfectly alive and will not succumb," Li Zai retorted irritably. Finally reaching the lakeside, he sat down, grimacing as he said, "Yet I was so close to death." "How do you find it?" "The true martial artist is not as simple as you imagined," Zhang Lada commented. "Indeed, he is quite formidable," Li Zai acknowledged. "Had he not been careless and allowed me to strike him, I might have truly perished." Do tell what transpired. Zhang Lada inquired with curiosity. Li Zai nodded and recounted the events of the previous night in detail. Zhang Lada and Qingzhi listened attentively, exchanging astonished glances upon completion. This young man possesses quite the reflexes, Zhang Lada remarked. You did well, young man. Even though you managed to strike the bandit leader, had you continued to engage, it would have been your demise. It is commendable that you did not allow a momentary victory to cloud your judgment. You are indeed teachable. Keep a low profile. Li Zai grinned, stating, I merely felt that the bandit leader was exceptionally strong. I lacked the confidence to defeat him. You will soon be capable. Qingzhi interjected calmly. In the coming days, focus on cultivating the heart of the flying immortal technique. Once your injuries improve, I will dedicate myself to teaching you the swordsmanship of the flying immortal technique. Really? Thank you, esteemed master. Li Zai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. However, as he began to revel in his joy, he inadvertently aggravated his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. As Li Zai formally embarked on his martial journey, the clattering of horse-drawn carriages echoed from the western outskirts of the prosperous capital of the Great Shang. After days of travel, Li Yue and the third prince, Mu Yao, finally arrived at the city's gates. The capital, steeped in 1,000 years of history, stood resilient against the trials of time, impervious to any force that might seek to challenge it. Even the unparalleled sword immortals, upon entering the capital of Great Shang, are compelled to temper their brilliance, a testament to the profound legacy of this foremost city. Before the city gates, Li Yue lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the ancient city before her, a hint of solemnity gracing her exquisite features. At long last, she had arrived. For many years, the Li family had endeavored to avoid entanglements with the powers of this imperial city. However, the current circumstances left no room for further evasion. The inevitable clash between the Li family and the forces of the capital loomed large. In front of Li Yue's carriage, Mu Yao surveyed the imperial city, a subtle smile curving his lips. This journey had not been in vain. He had fulfilled his mission. His greatest fear had been that the Li family might refuse to come, leaving him with few options, especially since the Li family held dominion in Yuzhou City. With Li Yue's arrival, it was only a matter of time before Li Zai followed suit. Let us proceed into the city, he commanded, lowering the carriage curtain. Yes, Your Highness. The carriages rumbled forward, slowly entering the heart of the Great Shang capital. In that moment, news of the Li family's arrival swiftly spread through the residences of the capital. Within the palace, a stunningly beautiful young woman, whose beauty rivaled the most exquisite blossoms, smiled subtly upon hearing the announcement from a young eunuch. The Li family has finally arrived. Over the past few years, she had heard her royal brothers mention the Li family on multiple occasions, and even her father had referred to the Li family of Yuzhou City more than once. It was evident that the Li family had gradually established a significant presence in the Great Shang dynasty. Yet for all these years, the Li family had refrained from making their mark in the capital, leaving her with no chance to meet them. Princess, the fourth prince has arrived, a young eunuch announced, hurrying toward her. Brother, please invite him in, she replied. Yes. The eunuch complied and promptly departed. Before long, a figure clad in white approached, his demeanor austere and devoid of any trace of a smile. His steps were measured, each stride perfectly consistent, exuding an indescribable aura of pressure simply by his presence. The fourth prince, Mu Bai, was regarded as one of the four prodigies of the world, alongside the Son of Heaven from Tianjiao Palace, the Buddhist disciple of the monastery, and the fire unicorn from the Zhuke sect. Brother, the young woman stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Mu Rong, your third brother has returned, Mu Bai stated calmly. Will you not go to greet him? Yet you have not done so either, brother, Mu Rong replied, straightening up with a charming smile. Conversing with the third prince can be rather exhausting. It is far more pleasant to remain in the palace. I heard that members of the Li family have also come. Is the heir of the Li family among them? Mu Bai inquired. I have heard that Li Zai has taken the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal as his master. If given the chance, I would like to spar with him. Alas, you may be disappointed, brother. Mu Rong smiled and said, according to my intelligence, the person sent by the Li family is none other than their eldest daughter, Li Yue. The legitimate heir did not come. Upon hearing this, Mubai furrowed his brows slightly and remarked, "What a pity." "Not at all," Murong replied, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "With the eldest daughter of the Li family present, it is only a matter of time before Li Zai arrives." "What do you mean?" Mubai inquired. "Brother, since you dislike the intricacies of scheming, it would be best not to pry further," Murong said with a grin. "In any case, I assure you that Li Zai will certainly come. You need only await his arrival with peace of mind." "Very well. I shall take my leave," Mubai nodded, then turned to depart. As he walked away, Murong gazed at her brother's retreating figure, a hint of helplessness appearing on her beautiful visage. Her brother's peculiar disposition was indeed quite eccentric. Aside from practicing swordplay, he showed no interest in anything else. In the realm of royal power struggles, he was truly an anomaly. However, her brother's lack of ambition did not imply he could remain detached from the fray. If her conjectures were correct, once the legitimate heir of the Li family arrived in the capital, the fierce contention between the royal family and the Li family, along with the subtle rivalries among the various princes of the royal house, would commence in earnest. Chapter 16. The Flying Immortal Technique in the Li Residence. 5 days have elapsed since Li Zai was brutally assaulted by the bandit leader. During this time, apart from enduring the torment inflicted by Qingzhi and immersing himself in medicinal baths daily, Li Zai devoted himself wholeheartedly to mastering the Flying Immortal Technique. As anticipated by both Qingzhi and Zhang Lada, despite inadvertently discovering the correct cultivation method for the Flying Immortal Technique and having an abundance of potent medicines at his disposal, his progress remained exceedingly slow. So slow, it was almost infuriating. Even a celestial being like Qingzhi had contemplated abandoning her disciple on several occasions, prepared to walk away. Were it not for Li Zai's thick skin and his persistent pleas for leniency, combined with the fact that their apprentice-master relationship was now widely acknowledged, Qingzhi might have truly reached her breaking point. "Calm down, this was to be expected," Zhang Lada remarked with a hint of schadenfreude by the lakeside. "This pace is unacceptable. Even if he were to cultivate for a century, he would never catch up to Huoliner. We must devise a way to expedite the opening of his other meridians," Qingzhi replied, suppressing her frustration. "It is indeed challenging," Zhang Lada sighed. "The Li residence possesses ample wealth and an abundance of medicinal resources, yet as you can see, his body has developed a resistance to these potent medicines. Their effects are dwindling. At this rate, even if we were to gather every extraordinary herb in the realm, it would not suffice to open all 8 of his meridians. One must admit, this lad is akin to a living medicine jar. Surely, the cost of the herbs consumed on his behalf could purchase an entire city. Thankfully, the wealth of the Li residents enables them to endure such a staggering expenditure. If all else fails, I shall venture to the capital," Qingzhi declared solemnly. "If I can acquire the revered herb from the Imperial Academy, it may assist Li Zai in unlocking his second meridian, thus enhancing his cultivation speed. Let us deliberate on this matter. The Confucian leader is formidable, and in the grand capital, he has never been bested. Even if you were to go in person, it will be difficult to secure a favorable outcome," Zhang Lada cautioned. "To attempt to seize the millennium-old Hisho Wu from under the nose of the Confucian leader using force is indeed a last resort." Qingzhi regained her composure. "I shall contemplate other methods. Perhaps a trade to obtain the revered herb from the Imperial Academy might be the optimal solution. The Confucian leader, Qingzhi, commands the respect of all scholars. His status is unparalleled. What could possibly persuade him?" Zhang Lada mused with a soft sigh. Qingzhi's eyes narrowed slightly. "That young man has articulated a profound truth. Humanity is driven by self-interest, and the only distinction lies in the nature of that interest. Although the Confucian leader occupies a transcendent position, he too must have desires, perhaps even things he yearns for yet cannot attain. Speaking of that young man, where is he?" Zhang Lada, reluctant to linger on the topic, glanced back and inquired. "He has gone to Chilean Mountain," Qingzhi replied calmly. "He departed early this morning. Considering the time, he should be returning soon. Master Fairy." Just then, a voice akin to the grunting of slaughtered pig echoed, heralding Li Zai's arrival before he even made an appearance. Qingzhi frowned, her gaze shifting towards the courtyard beyond. Outside the backyard, A disheveled figure of a youth hastily returned, his clothes tattered and hair in disarray, resembling a victim of some mischief. Oh, what a distinctive appearance. My lad, did you steal someone's young maiden and get beaten for it? Zhang Lada mocked with a smirk that failed to reach his eyes. Get lost, old Zhang. Can't you wish me any good fortune? Li Zai retorted with irritation, advancing with quick strides and an expression of indignation. Master Qingzhi, I was ambushed by those shameless bandits and nearly didn't make it back. Oh, Qin Aina replied, her tone devoid of enthusiasm. Noticing her apathetic demeanor, Li Zai felt a pang of hurt and asked, Master Qingzhi, why do you show no concern for your disciple? You frequently seek trouble in others' camps. Were I in their place, I would have plotted your ambush as well. Qin Aina replied coolly, adding, as long as you're not dead, that suffices. Li Zai ruffled his hair, resembling a bird's nest, at a loss for words. How burdensome was his fate? Your injuries seem to have healed adequately. From today onward, I shall teach you the techniques of the flying immortal spell. Qin Aina extended her hand, saying, hand me the sword. Here. Upon hearing he could learn the swordsmanship of the flying immortal spell, Li Zai's excitement surged, and he promptly handed over his Qing Shuang sword. Qin Aina accepted the sword, gracefully leaping into the air, her form resembling a startled swan, as she traced a brilliant arc across the courtyard. With a swift motion, the sword was drawn, and the wind stirred. Boom! A resounding shockwave erupted as the Qing Shuang sword cleaved through the void, sending dust swirling and splitting the stone slabs beneath. Its unparalleled sharpness rendered it invincible. After the demonstration, Qin Aina retracted her stance, walked back, and tossed the Qing Shuang sword to Li Zai, saying nonchalantly, practice the steps as they appear on the ground. When you can execute them flawlessly, I shall teach you the next move. Li Zai, upon hearing this, gazed at the footprints that had mysteriously appeared on the ground, his expression one of astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been unable to comprehend the speed of old Qin, aside from the final flash of the sword. He had seen nothing. Had it not been for the footprints, he might have believed she had been flying the entire time. Realizing he could mimic the footprints, he approached the nearest one and stepped forward, beginning his practice. However, just as he surged toward the second footprint, his body was uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing into a nearby tree. By the lake, Zhang Lada sipped from his jug of wine, a faint smile gracing his lips. If the flying immortal spell were so easy to master, there wouldn't have been a single soul who had not succeeded over the centuries. Just these moves are enough to leave this lad in a predicament. Plop! Before Zhang Lada could finish his thought, a gust of wind swept by, and Li Zai's figure shot forth, plunging directly into the lake. What's this? Are you so distraught that you wish to leap into the lake? Zhang Lada chuckled, shaking off the droplets that splashed onto him. Old Zhang, stop with the mockery. Why is this so difficult to practice? Can't you lend a hand? Li Zai clambered awkwardly out of the water, his frustration evident. The techniques of the flying immortal decision, both in movement and swordplay, are notoriously challenging to master. Particularly when employing true energy, a lack of proficiency in these techniques could lead to self-inflicted injuries, as you currently experience. Zhang Lada chuckled, stating with unwavering sincerity that he was unable to assist. One must rely on their own fortune. Such imprudent friendships. Li Zai muttered in displeasure before rising to continue his sword practice. Consequently, the sounds of thuds against walls and trees, along with splashes into the lake, echoed through the courtyard of the Li residence. The servants tread cautiously, fearful of being inadvertently swept up by the seemingly deranged young master, and sent crashing into the lake. As the sun set, Li Zai had yet to take more than 3 steps forward, while Qin Aina's footprints numbered 9. Let us depart and retire for the night, Zhang Lada announced, brushing off the dirt from his clothes as he made his way to his quarters. By the lakeside, only Li Zai remained, persistently practicing his swordsmanship, repeatedly thrown aside, yet resolutely rising again. From a nearby room, Qin Aina stood by the window, observing the tenacious youth outside, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her beautiful eyes. At the very least, his indomitable spirit and refusal to yield set him apart from many. Were anyone else, not only would they struggle to endure the rigors of the flying immortal decisions techniques, but they would also likely falter at the initial stage of opening their meridians. The agony of shattering and then mending one's meridians daily is a torment that only a few can withstand. Her continued presence in a Li residence stemmed from her appreciation of this boy's unwavering resolve. While talent may be common, great perseverance is a rare gem. The path of cultivation is ultimately a protracted tug-of-war. Countless prodigies commence with extraordinary advantages, but later fade into obscurity, lacking the resilience that Li Zai possesses. He may not have the most auspicious start on his martial journey, yet as long as he compensates for his inherent deficiencies, one day his brilliance will astonish the world. The night wore on, and the inhabitants of the Li residence gradually succumbed to slumber, while the slender figure of the young boy remained steadfast in his sword practice. He refused to be outdone by anyone, even if two sword immortals deemed him lacking. Splash! Once again, Li Zai tumbled into the lake, clambering out in disarray and collapsing on the grass, gasping for breath. Sword Immortals, one illustrious title. He was determined to succeed, with a path ahead of him. He would press on, enduring any hardships along the way. Wasn't his current situation far better than being trapped without any avenue for progress? Li Zai mentally encouraged himself, then resolutely rose to continue his sword practice. As dawn broke and the roosters heralded the day, the residents of the Li household awoke to find the young figure had vanished from the courtyard. At daybreak, after completing his practice of the flying immortal decision's mental techniques, Li Zai set off for Qilian Mountain. In the courtyard, Qingzhi gazed at the myriad of disordered footprints on the ground, lost in thought. The fifth step. Indeed, diligence can remedy inadequacies. Perhaps before long, he would fully master the first move of the flying immortal decision. Meanwhile, in the grand city of Dashang, as Li Yue entered, various factions began to send envoys to engage with the eldest daughter of the Li family. The Li clan of Yuzhou has become a legend throughout the Dashang Empire, having risen from a humble merchant family to one of immense wealth, rivaling even that of nations in a mere decade. Their prominence has garnered the attention of the court, which now regards them with significant respect. Thus, the arrival of the Li family in the city has piqued the interest of many, particularly the courtiers and factions loyal to the four princes of Dashang, who are especially intrigued by the presence of the Li family. Among the many princes of Dashang, only four possess the true capability to vie for the throne. The first Prince Mu Yuan, the third Prince Mu Yao, the fourth Prince Mu Bai, and the 11th Prince, Mu Qing. The competition among these four has persisted for many years, characterized by both overt and covert maneuvers. This struggle is commonly referred to as the contention for the imperial succession among the four princes. However, the first individual from the royal family to seek an audience with Li Yue is not one of the four princes, but rather the most resplendent jewel of the Dashang dynasty, renowned for her grace and beauty, surpassing even the most exquisite flowers. Even the typically discerning historians of Dashang could not refrain from making an exception to commemorate her in their annals. She is none other than the most beautiful woman of the Dashang dynasty, the 9th princess, Murong. Chapter 17. Murong in the bustling capital of the great merchant empire. At Wangshan Tower, two ladies were seated at a table by the window on the second floor, their captivating beauty drawing numerous glances from passers-by. "Dear sisterly, please," Murong spoke, raising her cup in a gesture of respect towards the lady before her, smiling warmly. "Thank you, Your Highness," Li Yue replied, lifting her cup and taking a delicate sip. "I have heard that you traveled to the capital with my third royal brother. Did you encounter any troubles along the way?" Murong inquired softly. "None at all." Li Yue gently shook her head, adding, "Thanks to the care of His Highness the Third Prince, the journey was quite smooth." "That is reassuring," Murong smiled, having admired Li Yue's reputation for a long time. Upon learning of her arrival in the capital, she could hardly contain her eagerness to meet her, and she hoped Li Yue would forgive her boldness. "Your Highness is too kind. It is an honor for me to be summoned by you," Li Yue responded softly. Upon hearing this, Murong smiled gently, saying, "Sister Li, let us dispense with such formalities. I am curious to know your intentions for visiting the capital. Why not stay at my princess residence for a few days? It has been quite some time since I resided in my estate outside the palace. If you could join me, I might take this opportunity to request my mother for permission to stay outside the palace for a while. I am grateful for your highness's invitation. However, my purpose for coming to the capital is to discuss matters of cooperation, and my itinerary and accommodations have already been arranged. I must apologize, your highness. Li Yue replied with a serene expression. Is that so? What a pity, Morong said, her face reflecting a moment of regret. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and added with a smile, It matters not, for you are in the capital, and I shall have ample opportunities to see you. Indeed, Li Yue nodded gently, choosing not to elaborate further. By the way, regarding the cooperation you mentioned earlier, do you have any specific candidates in mind? I happen to have a few commendable options I could recommend to you, Morong said, half in courtesy, half in sincerity. When I was in Yuzhou, His Highness the Third Prince mentioned 3 families to me, the Qingzhi family, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin family bank. He said he would assist with introductions. Although I have yet to meet them, Li Yue explained. The Merchant Alliance and the Yin family bank, Morong murmured softly, a glimmer of light dancing in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, my third royal brother is quite adept at making introductions. Although both families are connected to the court, they are also deeply intertwined with him. It seems that while he has fulfilled our father's entrusted task, he has also concealed his own ambitions. Since her royal brother had promised to recommend Sister Li, Morong decided not to interfere further. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but then hesitated and swallowed her words. Noticing this, Li Yue cooperatively asked, Your Highness, as I am new to the capital and unfamiliar with many matters here, I hope you can offer me some guidance. There are indeed a few matters I wish to discuss with you, Morong replied. Morong contemplated for a moment and, with a sincere expression, remarked, The forces within the capital are intricately woven. Although we all serve the court, there are many who harbor ill intentions in secret. Sister, you must exercise caution when selecting collaborators. Could your highness provide explicit guidance? Li Yue inquired earnestly. There are ears on the other side of the wall. Certain matters I cannot articulate too plainly, Morong replied, glancing at the bustling second floor. Sister, simply be vigilant. However, if you trust me, you might consider the Qingzhi family in your collaborations. They are tied to my mother, and I can still intercede on your behalf. After hearing the words of the 9th princess, Li Yue nodded gently and said, I shall remember your highness's counsel. Now, let us speak of lighter matters. Might you share some insights about Yuzhou City? I have never ventured beyond the capital and am quite curious about the outside world. With her objective accomplished, Morong deliberately shifted the topic, engaging the young woman in casual conversation to alleviate her apprehensions. Indeed, upon realizing that the 9th princess had ceased discussing collaboration, the tension in Li Yue's demeanor diminished significantly, and her tone became more relaxed. What would your highness like to hear? Let's talk about the Li residence. It has become something of a legend in the capital, especially with the strange inventions it has produced, things I have never even heard of before, Morong stated. Li Yue smiled and replied, Your highness refers to items such as perfumes, glassware, and soap. These were learned by an esteemed elder in our household during his travels abroad. The Li family is fortunate to have received his assistance to manufacture such goods. Oh, Morong responded, her expression one of surprise. I had heard that these creations were invented by the 3rd young master of the Li family. Have I misremembered? Such are mere rumors, Li Yue chuckled. When we began our perfume and soap business, my younger brother was scarcely 7 years old. How could he possibly have invented these items? Indeed, Morong nodded. Though she harbored some skepticism, rumors are often not without foundation, and the 3rd young master of the Li family is shrouded in too much legend. Whether truth or mere gossip, he merits the royal family's attention. Li Yue observed the expression of the 9th princess and offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. She was aware of the true purpose behind the 9th princess's invitation today. Nonetheless, her visit to the capital inevitably required her to interact with members of the royal family. Having met the 9th princess would also provide her insight into the reactions of others. Speaking of which, the 9th princess was indeed, as the rumor suggested, exquisitely beautiful, truly deserving of the title of the most stunning woman in the great commerce. If she were to marry into the Li family as a sister-in-law to her younger brother, it would be a most fortuitous union. With this thought, a smile crept upon Li Yue's lips, her gaze towards the young girl softening considerably. However, upon noticing the sudden warmth in the woman's eyes, Murong felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine, an inexplicable sensation stirring within her. At that moment, as Li Yue pondered once more about finding a spouse for her younger brother, in the Chilean mountains, the valiant Li Zai was engaged in a fierce struggle against bandits. Abruptly feeling a chilling sensation creep up his back. Had they caught up? Li Zai hurriedly glanced behind him and, upon realizing that no bandits were in sight, he could not help but exhale in relief. No one. Thankfully. It must be said, these bandits are becoming increasingly inept. They cannot even keep up. Meanwhile, a mile back on a mountain path, a dozen bandits were panting heavily, nearly too exhausted to rise. Chief, how has this kid become so formidable? Even with 7 or 8 of us lying in ambush, we couldn't stop him, one bandit expressed, bewildered. That kid must have activated his hidden potential. He has likely become a warrior, the bandit leader replied darkly. In any case, when you encounter him, never venture alone. It is best to approach him with a group of 10 or 20. Otherwise, you will not be able to restrain him. Understood. The bandits nodded in agreement. Hey, are you still chasing me? At that moment, the previously elusive Li Zai unexpectedly returned along the same path, standing atop a rock and calling out loudly. Kid, if I catch you, I will surely skin you alive. The bandit leader, furious at the provocation, shouted, his face reddening. Big guy, I've heard that line so many times I could wear out my ears. Are you going to chase me or not? If not, I will take my leave. Li Zai retorted, hands on his hips, shouting like a boisterous street vendor. Brothers, pursue him. The bandit leader, infuriated, commanded his men to continue the chase. Seeing this, Li Zai laughed heartily and turned to flee once more. It was impossible to take on a group alone, but if any of them strayed or if a few became isolated, he might contemplate a confrontation. As the blazing sun moved westward, fewer pursuers remained behind Li Zai. By sunset, only he and the bandit leader were left capable of running. Kid, do you dare to pause and face me in a duel? The bandit leader, bent over and gasping for breath, called out near the edge of the forest. Upon hearing this, Li Zai halted and turned to regard the bandit leader. A duel is certainly acceptable. However, if I win, you must answer 3 of my questions. What questions? The bandit leader's expression darkened. You must agree first, Li Zai smiled. Fine, I agree, but you must ensure your skills are sufficient to defeat me. Before he could finish his sentence, the bandit leader's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly lunged forward. Li Zai, already prepared to the forest's edge, deftly stepped back several paces. His graceful movements were unprecedented, akin to a celestial being, effortlessly transcending the mundane. When the bandit leader's strike missed, his expression soured. He stomped his foot and charged again. Li Zai showed no sign of panic, pivoting his steps and darting several paces away once more. The flying immortal technique, the foremost martial art in the world, boasted unparalleled swordplay and movement. In just one day and night, Li Zai had mastered 5 steps, far from complete, yet sufficient to deal with the bandit leader before him. After retreating twice, Li Zai leapt backward, planting a foot against the tree trunk and pivoting mid-air, drawing his blade, Qingzhi. Swish! A stunning sword, its blade shimmering like frost, appeared deceptively simple, yet pierced with unparalleled precision into the heart of the bandit leader. As the crisis unfolded, the bandit leader felt a surge of adrenaline, his body instinctively rolling away. The sharp sound of tearing fabric echoed, and a grievous wound, deep enough to reveal bone, manifested on his chest, blood splattering and staining his garments. You have lost. As the bandit leader attempted to rise, his vision blurred, and before his throat loomed a menacing sword, exuding an icy chill. This cannot be. He gasped, astonished by the blade poised at his throat. What is this? Are you unwilling to accept defeat? Li Zia inquired, gently shaking his sword. Shall I pierce a few more holes in you before you concede? I concede. The bandit leader's expression darkened as he replied, Speak. What do you wish to know? Quite simply, Li Zai grinned brightly. From whence did your fiery iron essence originate? Chapter 18. The young midnight grows up as dusk approached and the sun began its descent. The leader of the bandits trembled at the inquiry posed by Li Zai. To his astonishment, He recognized the stone as fire iron essence. How did you discern it? The bandit leader raised his gaze to the youth before him, his voice grave. Now it is I who shall pose the questions. Li Zai brandished the sword in his hand and replied, You would do well to cooperate. My patience is rather limited. Being family. The bandit leader clenched his fists and declared, The fire iron essence was pilfered from the Yin family. The Yin family? Li Zai furrowed his brow. And then, as if recalling something, exclaimed in surprise, You mean the Yin family of the capital's moneylenders? He remembered that the third prince had mentioned this very family among the choices he had presented to him. Indeed, the bandit leader's expression darkened as he fell silent, uttering no further words. Given the Yin family's influence, it would be unimaginable for an ordinary person to abscond with such a treasure. What connection do you have with them? Li Zai inquired, his brow still furrowed. Is that your second question? The bandit leader asked gravely. Consider it so, Li Zai replied. The bandit leader inhaled deeply and said, The Yin family is my enemy. They were responsible for my mother's death. Your answer is as good as no answer at all, Li Zai coldly stated. Be more specific. Anger flashed across the bandit leader's face as he opened his mouth to argue, but upon seeing the sword before him, he swallowed his words. Clenching his fists tightly, he continued, My mother was a concubine of the Yin family's matriarch. It was this woman who caused my mother's demise. Upon hearing this, Li Zai quickly grasped the situation and asked, Are you a bastard child of the Yin family? At the mention of bastard child, the bandit leader's eyes widened in disbelief, and he retorted angrily, What of it? Shouldn't a bastard child be allowed to live? This world is not so black and white. Li Zai replied with indifference, As long as you possess the capability, no one shall belittle you. However, if you choose to reside in the depths of the mountains as a bandit, you cannot blame others for looking down upon you. If I could escape, who would wish to hide in these mountains, struggling to survive? The bandit leader seethed with rage. That wretched woman from the Yin family has been sending people to hunt for me. If she discovers I'm still alive, she will not rest easily. That is a valid point, Li Zai mused, stroking his chin. Perhaps I can assist you. You can help me? The bandit leader trembled in astonishment. Disbelief etched on his face. How will you assist me, and why would you want to? Do not concern yourself with how. Suffice it to say that I am able to help you. As for why, there is no reason. Simply because it pleases me, Li Zai grinned. A joy that is priceless. I can help you evade the matriarch's watchful eye in her pursuit. However, in return, you must serve me for 10 years. 10 years? The bandit leader's face contorted with rage. Absolutely not. 7 years. Li Zai conceded a step back, stating firmly. The bandit leader's expression remained one of fury, unwilling to acquiesce. 5 years cannot be compromised. Li Zai extended his 5 fingers and remarked, Assisting you in evading pursuit entails a cost. Given your lineage from the Yin family, you should comprehend that no one is inclined to engage in business without the prospect of reward. At most 3 years, the bandit leader replied in a grave tone. Agreed. Li Zai sheathed his sword and extended a friendly hand towards the man before him. The bandit leader gritted his teeth and reciprocated the gesture. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had been duped. Li Zai grasped the man's hand and inquired, May I ask your name? Yin Kuang, the bandit leader responded. Yin Kuang, a name with gravitas, Li Zai said appreciatively. Upon hearing this, Yin Kuang's expression darkened once more, filled with an urge to strike Li Zai dead. Just a jest, Li Zai quickly changed the subject, sensing the looming threat. I have another question. Since the Yin family possesses the divine fire iron essence, do you know where I might find an object of equal caliber, one associated with extreme Yin? Yin Kuang furrowed his brow, pondering, and replied, I have not heard of such a thing. However, there exists a fragment in the Yin family's treasury titled Essentials of Craftsmanship, which records many rare wonders of the world. Perhaps you might find your answer there. Essentials of craftsmanship? Li Zai's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed he was being compelled to journey to the capital. Truth be told, he had little desire to visit that place. It was the epicenter of power in the Great Shang, where countless individuals eagerly awaited his presence as the scion of the Li family. Having been accustomed to the intricate power struggles of his past life, he knew instinctively that the current Li family was a thorn in the royal side. If they could be utilized, it would be advantageous. If not, they would surely be eradicated swiftly. His status as the Li family's heir was akin to a glaring beacon, attracting unwanted attention, making it nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous. Once he entered the capital, returning would likely prove exceedingly difficult. "I've said all I needed to. May I now take my leave?" Ying Kuang observed Li Zai intently, speaking in a low voice. "Well, yes, you may return. I will make arrangements promptly, and soon you shall be free to traverse the Great Shang as you please," Li Zai replied with a broad smile. "I hope your words bear truth." Ying Kuang scoffed before turning to depart. Li Zai waved him off and strode toward the edge of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, outside Yuzhou City, a lone rider galloped forth, trailing a cloud of dust for 10 miles behind. At last, just before the city gate was about to close, Li Zai returned. Upon his return to the Li estate, the first order of business for Li Zai was to compose a letter to Li Qingzhi. The matter concerning Ying Kuang needed careful handling, for if he were to venture to the capital in the future, this individual would prove invaluable to him. He felt uneasy entrusting it to anyone else, so he sought his second brother's assistance. Although their relationship was somewhat strained, he regarded him as the most trustworthy ally. Having finished the letter, a messenger pigeon soon soared from the Li estate's backyard, heading eastward. 2 days later, in the Great Shang capital, at the splendid venue known as the Flower Cultivation Garden by the Xiang River, a woman in red ascended to the 3rd floor and delivered a secret missive to the man within the room. "Master, a confidential letter has arrived from Yuzhou City," the woman in red announced. In a dimly lit room, a young man clad in a silver-gray robe received the letter. Upon opening it and reading the contents, his expression immediately turned serious. It was a letter from his third brother. Under the flickering candlelight, Li Qingzhi scrutinized the letter, his eyes narrowing slightly. After finishing the letter, he burned it in the candle flame and spoke. "Hongzhu." "Yes, master," replied the woman in red, bowing respectfully. "You are to return to Yuzhou City and follow the orders of the third young master," Li Qingzhi instructed. He then glanced at a nearby table, approached it, and retrieved a wooden box measuring over 3 feet in length. "Deliver this pure June sword to him as well." "Understood, master," Hongzhu responded with deference, taking the sword box and promptly turning to leave. At dawn, outside the western gate of the Great Shang capital, Hongzhu mounted a swift steed and galloped towards Yuzhou City. In the Li family's courtyard, Li Zai had not left the estate for 5 consecutive days, dedicating himself to sword practice. The primary reason for his seclusion was that Ying Kuang had become his ally, and he felt reluctant to trouble his own people. On the 6th day, as dawn broke, a swift horse approached the eastern gate of Yuzhou City, carrying a woman in red, her beauty striking and her demeanor spirited. Before long, Hongzhu arrived at the Li residence. Upon hearing the news, Li Zai immediately exited the courtyard to greet her. "Sister Hongzhu," he called out, displaying his charming and shameless demeanor. "You must have had a tiring journey." "Third young master," Hongzhu replied with a bow, her voice soft. "The master sent me to follow your orders." "To say follow orders is too formal," Li Zai said with an innocent smile. "I invited Sister Hongzhu to assist me with a small favor." "What does the third young master require?" "I shall do my utmost to help," she replied earnestly. With that, Hongzhu handed him a sword box from her back, saying, "This is the sword the master instructed me to deliver to you." "A sword?" Li Zia exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Anything given by his second brother would surely be extraordinary. He had been troubled over how to forge a suitable sword from the piece of scrap iron he received from Ying Kuang, and he certainly could not tarnish the brilliance of old Qin's Qingzhuang sword. Not that he dared to. Upon opening the sword box, he beheld a dark blue ancient sword resting within, its blade sharp and gleaming like autumn waters. What a magnificent sword! Puli Yunya. By the lakeside in the courtyard, Qin Aina gazed at the sword in Li Zai's hand, her beautiful visage displaying a look of surprise. The Li family is truly formidable. The pure June sword was forged by a master craftsman over a century ago, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness. After the master's passing, the fate of the sword became unknown. The fact that the Li family had managed to procure it spoke volumes about their intelligence network. "What a waste of such a fine sword," grumbled Zhang Lat, his expression sour. "It is indeed a shame for that brat to wield it," he added, referring to Hongzhu, who stood before Li Zai. However, That girl is quite impressive. A master of poison. Qingzhi spoke calmly, noting that the red-clad maiden's earrings, hairpin, and even the bracelets adorning her arms emitted an eerie blue glow, evidently imbued with deadly poison. Where did the Li family procure such peculiar beings? Even a mere young girl possesses such extraordinary attributes. Zhang Lada sighed, observing the sycophantic demeanor of the lad, clearly aware of the girl's formidable prowess. I can assure you, this fellow harbors no good intentions. Indeed, Qingzhi responded with an indifferent nod, having some understanding of her disciple's character, which lacked any moral restraint when soliciting favors. Sister Hongzhu, let us discuss matters in the room, Li Zai suggested, leading the way, his heart steady and his face unflinching as he passed the lake. Feigning ignorance of the two-sword immortal's peculiar gazes. Upon entering the room, Hongzhu followed, and Li Zai promptly closed the door. Unfazed, Hongzhu revealed a playful smile upon witnessing the door shut. She was well aware of the third young master's temperament. In truth, he possessed the heart of a thief, yet lacked the courage. In their youth, she had often taken delight in teasing the young master of the Li residence. However, upon realizing the importance of rank and order, she had tempered her behavior in public. Young Zai's grown up, Hongzhu remarked meaningfully, glancing at the boy's legs. Li Zai's smile faltered instantly, and he instinctively tightened his legs together. You rogue. Chapter 19. Are you comfortable? In the room, witnessing the restrained demeanor of the young master before her, Hongzhu grew bolder, stepping forward with the intent to undress him. Perhaps it is inappropriate. Li Zai retreated a couple of steps, his expression fraught with embarrassment. What is inappropriate? We were not strangers in our youth, Hongzhu replied with an increasingly charming smile. Back then, I was too young to comprehend, Li Zai said, his cheeks flushing with shyness. Are you grown now? Hongzhu reached out, her hand gliding over his chest and slowly descending. And now? Li Zai shivered, retreating once more. However, his backward steps led him to the edge of the bed. Oh! Losing his balance, he fell back, instinctively grasping the woman before him. Hongzhu exclaimed in surprise, tumbling down as well. Consequently, their bodies intertwined in close proximity, enveloped in softness and warmth. A sly smile crept onto Li Zai's lips. Are you comfortable? Hongzhu whispered softly. Confortable, Li Zai rappela. Only to suddenly feel something amiss as he instinctively clenched his hands, a wave of softness washing over him. What on earth? Panic surged within him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The next moment, a wretched cry echoed throughout the room, startling the servants of the Li household into silence. What has happened to the young master? They wondered, knowing Miss Qin was still present. By the lakeside, Qingzhi and Zhang Lada shared knowing smiles, clearly amused by the unfolding drama. Deserved. Senior Sister Hongzhu, I did not mean to. In the room, Li Zai curled on the floor, unable to straighten his aching back, murmuring incoherently. I meant to. Hongzhu tightened her delicate grip, a dangerous smile flickering in her eyes. Little Zai, you have truly grown. Seeing her hand crackling with tension, Li Zai's lower body trembled once more, forcing a smile. Senior Sister Hongzhu, let us discuss serious matters. Now you wish to talk business? She retorted. Speak. What is it that you need from me? Hongzhu sat down at the table, inquiring, to ensure I do not hinder your affairs. I have traveled tirelessly for 3 days and nights, exhausting several horses in the process. Thank you for your hard work. Senior Sister Hongzhu. Li Zai pulled over a stool to sit before her, promptly pouring a cup of tea and offering it with a pleasing demeanor. Receiving the cup, Hongzhu took a sip, her anger dissipating somewhat. Could she truly harm him? Certainly not. After all, he was the young master, and comparing people could be quite infuriating. Senior Sister Hongzhu, I have a child of the Yin family, a bastard. Li Zai spoke softly, due to being hunted by the matriarch of the Yin family. He was forced to become a bandit in the Chilean mountains outside Yuzhou. Just recently, I managed to subdue him. A child of the Yin family? Hongzhu inquired, surprised. What, do you find him useful? Indeed. Li Zai nodded and said, Sister Hongzhu is adept in the art of disguise. Could she assist me in altering my appearance, and then escort me to the Grand Merchant City? Can this person be trusted? Hongzhu furrowed her brow. Sister Hongzhu, You never used to pose such questions, Li Zai replied. It is merely that your young master holds a prestigious status. I must exercise caution in all matters, Hongzhu retorted, somewhat exasperated. Understood. I will apply a touch of enhancement during the disguise process and will prepare the antidote for you as swiftly as possible. I knew Sister Hongzhu would be the best to me. Let me give you a hug. Li Zai beamed, extending his arms in a gesture of affection. Enough of that. Hongzhu interjected, placing a finger against his forehead to thwart his attempts at taking advantage of the situation. You've truly grown. Not only have you developed a thieving heart, but also the audacity to match. Be wary in the future. Now go find the person. All right, Li Zia responded, promptly rising to exit the room. In the backyard, by the lakeside, Qin Ana and Zhang Lada exchanged curious glances as Li Zai emerged. Where have you been? Li Zai smiled sheepishly and quickly departed. The earlier scream had been rather misleading. What is that sneaky fellow up to? Zhang Lada inquired with intrigue. I do not know. Qin Ana replied, her tone indifferent, but it seems to be related to that bandit leader. Indeed, as dusk approached, Li Zai stealthily led a man wearing a conical hat into the estate. Qin Ana recognized the identity concealed beneath the hat. It was indeed him. Inside the room, as Li Zai entered with Yin Kuang, Hongzhu was at her vanity, organizing an array of colorful bottles and jars, vibrant and striking. Sister Hongzhu, I leave this to you. Li Zai stated. Hongzhu nodded, her demeanor cool. You may attend to your own affairs now. Li Zai cast a look of mischief at the man before him, then exited the room. Yin Kuang discerned the gleeful malice in Li Zai's gaze and felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. By the lakeside, upon leaving the room, Li Zia upruaka. Not bad, lad. You've managed to subdue that bandit leader, Zhang Lada remarked. It was nothing, Li Zai grinned. What did you learn? King Niskichi. His name is Yin Kuang, affiliated with the Yin family's money house in the capital. That blazing iron essence was pilfered from the Yin family's treasury, Li Zai disclosed. However, he also does not know where one might find a material of the same caliber as the blazing iron essence, only mentioning that the Yin family possesses a tome titled Heavenly Craft Essentials, which contains information on various rare treasures, perhaps leading to some clues. Heavenly Craft Essentials, Zankalata exclaimed, astonished. That fragment is actually in the Yin family? You are familiar with this tome? This time, it was Li Zai who was taken aback. How did this old fellow know so much? I have heard of it. Zhang Lada nodded and remarked that it was said the author of this book lived in the same era as the ancestors of the Great Shang dynasty. This individual traveled across the 9 provinces and, drawing from personal experiences and observations, penned this tome, which chronicles many rare treasures and extraordinary tales that the world has scarcely heard of. Thus, it becomes imperative to devise a means to acquire this book. A fervent glimmer flickered in Li Zai's eyes. If he could uncover a substance of extreme Yin, akin to the blazing iron essence, he would be able to enlist someone to forge a sword of his own. The Yin family in the capital was not to be taken lightly. Gaining entry to retrieve items from the Yin household was scarcely easier than infiltrating the Imperial Academy, Zhang Lada cautioned. I am aware, Li Zai replied, regaining his composure with a smile. That is precisely why I intend to utilize Yin Kuang. After all, he is a member of the Yin family and possesses intimate knowledge of their affairs. That woman, does she possess skills in disguise? King Ana interjected, seemingly piecing together the puzzle. Li Zai appeared surprised at first, but then nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Master Qingzhi is truly astute. Sister Hongzhu excels in the art of disguise. I plan to transform Yin Kuang's appearance and send him into the capital of the Great Shang, waiting for the opportune moment to infiltrate the Yin household. Impressive, Zhang Lada commended, giving a thumbs up. You, my friend, are indeed full of cunning. Thank you for the praise, Li Zai beamed. Just then, a pained scream echoed from the rear room, piercing through the tranquility of the night. Zhang Lada's expression faltered. Isn't it merely a matter of disguise? Why such a commotion? Li Zai sheepishly rubbed his nose and explained, it's not that I'm worried he might be recognized. So I employed a rather vigorous method to alter his appearance more thoroughly. Zhang Lada regarded him with a peculiar expression. Can it be reversed? Well, it depends on luck, Li Zai replied with an awkward smile. Zhang Lada chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. So, it can't be reverted? Indeed, Collaborating with this lad always carries the risk of being sold out. I must be more cautious moving forward. Approximately half an hour later, the door swung open, and a figure clad in red stepped forth, Sister Hongzhu. Seeing her, Li Zai eagerly inquired, "Sister Hongzhu, did you succeed?" "I have fulfilled my mission," she replied, her demeanor shifting to one of respect upon noticing the unfamiliar presence, bowing gracefully. "Sister Hongzhu, both Master Qingzhi and the esteemed sword enthusiast are trustworthy individuals. There is no need for pretense," Li Zai remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hongzhu shot him a glare and replied, "Had I known earlier, that man would have been unconscious by now. It will likely take him 3 or 4 hours to awaken." "Little girl, who is your master?" Zanklata suddenly inquired. Hongzhu narrowed her crescent-shaped eyes, a brilliant smile gracing her face as she responded, "Self-taught." "Ah," Zhang Lada chuckled lightly, choosing not to press further. "Self-taught? What a ruse. In this world, few possess mastery in poison and disguise, and most hail from the Miao region. Yet, this young girl's demeanor and attire do not resemble those of Miao individuals, which is indeed curious. Old Zhang, there's no need to inquire. If I cannot extract the information, how could you?" Li Ziya remarca. "Very well, you may continue your conversation. I shall return home to rest," Zhang Lada replied nonchalantly, waving his hand before rising to brush off the dust from his clothes and swaying towards his room. "Exercise restraint and devote more energy to your sword practice," Qin Aina interjected before turning to leave. At her words, Li Zai paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, exclaiming in a tone of bewilderment, "Master Fairy, you have misunderstood me." "What do you mean by me?" Hongzhu interrupted with irritation. "Do you think I am unworthy of you, that you must hastily defend yourself?" "No, that is not it." Li Zai hurriedly shook his head, realizing the gravity of his predicament, as he truly had done nothing to warrant such a defense. "Young Zai, are you planning to head to the capital?" Hongzhu shifted the conversation, showing leniency towards the young man beside her. Over the years, she had accompanied the master in various travels and had discerned some of the Li family's maneuvers. Although the Li family preferred to remain uninvolved with the power dynamics of the capital, they had begun to subtly position their own agents within the city. "I do not wish to go," Li Zai sighed, "yet it seems I may have no choice." Chapter 20. The scholar, Confucius the Knight, was enchanting, and the allure of the surroundings was even more captivating. By the lakeside, a gentle breeze caressed the air, where a lady in red, known as Hongzhu, sat quietly, her profile flawless and mesmerizing. Li Zai sat beside her, inhaling the delightful fragrance that filled the atmosphere, momentarily lost in reverie. "Dear Hongzhu, you have grown," he mused, recalling their first encounter in the streets of Yuzhou City during his childhood. At that time, she was clad in tattered clothing with shoes that bore holes. A pitiful sight indeed. He had taken her back to the Li residence when he was just 7 years old, while she was merely 10. To his astonishment, a decade had swiftly passed. "Have you ever thought about returning home?" Li Ziya inquired softly. He had previously broached the subject of her origins, yet she had chosen to remain silent, prompting him to refrain from pressing further. "I have no home," Hongzhu replied after a moment of contemplation. "As long as you wish. The Li residence will always be your home," Li Zai responded gently. Upon hearing this, Hongzhu paused. Her expression momentarily startled before a radiant smile illuminated her beautiful face. "Little Zai, you have truly matured. You now possess the eloquence to charm young ladies." Li Zai smiled in return. "It seems you have seen through me, Hongzhu. Enough of this. It is late. You should return to your room and rest," she said, rising and brushing her long hair behind her ear. "I shall take Ying Kuang back to the capital early tomorrow." "Is it that urgent?" Li Zai asked, surprised as he stood. "Your second brother is in need of assistance at this juncture. Our foundation in the capital remains rather tenuous to achieve our ambitions. We must expedite the arrangement of personnel," Hongzhu explained, then added with a hint of reproach, "All this is for your sake. To pave the way for you in the capital, you must strive harder in your training. The waters there are deep, and if any peril arises, even your second brother and I may not be able to protect you." "Rest assured, Hongzhu," Li Zai affirmed, nodding vigorously. I will ensure that our Li family produces a sword immortal renowned across the world. Such ambition. Hongzhu chuckled, saying no more as she turned back to her chamber. By the lakeside, Li Zai gazed at her retreating figure for long, while before picking up the sword beside him, resuming his practice. Under the moonlight, the blade shimmered like frost as he executed his movements, repeatedly soaring and falling to the ground, only to rise again. The first stance of the flying immortal technique consisted of 9 steps, seemingly simple, yet exceedingly difficult to master. Li Zai practiced tirelessly day and night for many days. Yet the final step eluded him. Time slipped away as the bright moon traversed the night sky, and darkness deepened. Clang! The sword struck the ground as Li Zai knelt, panting heavily, sweat glistening on his brow even in the chill of autumn. He refused to believe that he could not succeed in this last step. With unwavering determination, he struggled to his feet and began practicing once more. As the night deepened, a hint of white appeared in the east, heralding the dawn. From a nearby room, the door creaked open, and Hongzhu emerged. In the adjacent room to the red candle, an unfamiliar man emerged, his appearance and stature markedly distinct from Norm. At that moment, in the backyard, Li Zai's figure flashed by like a startled swan or a bolt of lightning, traversing the 8 paces in an instant. With the final step, he executed a leap that left a foot-deep imprint on the ground, and in that fleeting moment his sword was drawn, creating a line between heaven and earth. Boom! Ahead, the ancient sword sliced through the air, shattering the rockery, as debris cascaded like rain. Whoosh! After the strike, Li Zai descended, panting heavily, nearly unable to maintain his balance. The red candle approached, supporting him gently, and spoke softly, "While practicing swordsmanship is vital, do not overexert yourself." Creak! On the other side, the door swung open, and Qingzhi and Zhang Lada stepped out of their rooms simultaneously, alerted by the commotion outside. Did it succeed? Qingzhi asked, her gaze falling upon the scattered stones, her expression one of astonishment. Not bad at all, Zhang Lada grinned, revealing his prominent front teeth. Under their watchful eyes, Li Zai straightened himself and turned to the woman beside him, fatigue evident in his voice. "Sister Hongzhu, are you leaving?" "Yes." She nodded in response. Li Zai then glanced at the unfamiliar man not far away, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face as he spoke upon arriving in the capital. "I will heed Sister Hongzhu's arrangements. Do you understand?" "I do," Yin Kuang replied solemnly. "Sister Hongzhu, allow me to escort you." With that, Li Zai, along with the 2 others, proceeded towards the front courtyard. In front of the manor, Hongzhu and Yin Kuang boarded the carriage. Li Zai watched the carriage depart in silence for a considerable time before turning back to the estate. In the backyard, Qingzhi awaited his return. Upon seeing him, her gaze shifted to Zhang Lada, and she said, "Sword enthusiast, teach me the second move." "Very well," Zhang Lada nodded, proclaiming, "Young one, watch closely." With that, Zhang Lada swung his sword, took a swig of wine, and his body moved like a fleeting dragon. His unpredictable movements made each step's direction difficult to anticipate. After 18 steps, his sword intent reached its zenith. With both hands grasping the sword, he unleashed a single strike that pierced the heavens. Thunderous! A resounding tremor echoed as a towering tree ahead crashed down, splitting in 2, instilling awe. Li Zai, witnessing this astonishing display, was left speechless in shock. "I'm getting old," Zhang Lada remarked as he sheathed his sword and took another sip of wine, reflecting, "If I were a few years younger, I could cleave half of the Li estate with a single strike, which would have been far more impressive. Perhaps it is best to leave it at that." Li Zai, regaining his composure, surveyed the chaos around them and chuckled. "You are already quite formidable. Practice diligently," Zhang Lada advised as he walked back to the lakeside, patting Li Zai on the shoulder. "There are 9 styles in total, and the difficulty will multiply, especially the last 3 moves, which even Qingzhi and I cannot teach you. I hope to witness you revive the legendary flying immortal 3 absolute techniques before I depart this world." "I will do my utmost," Li Zai replied with a dry smile. "Now, go practice your swordsmanship," Qingzhi urged. "Indeed," Li Zia responded, then took up his sword to practice. "A sword enthusiast," he mused, "this cannot continue." By the lakeside, Qingzhi spoke softly, Your pace is far too slow. The first two forms are manageable, but the third consists of 27 steps, while the fourth has 36. At this rate, who knows how many years it will take to master them? Zhang Lata remained silent for a long while, then sighed. He has worked hard enough, but he has only opened a single meridian. Both his cultivation speed and control over his body are limited. I shall make a trip to the capital. Qingyan stated solemnly. I leave this to you. Zhang Lata's expression changed in surprise. Are you truly going to the Tianjiao palace? One must at least try. Qin Ana replied resolutely. So far, we only know the whereabouts of this medicinal herb. We have no choice. When do you plan to depart? Zhang Lata inquired with a soft sigh. Today, came Qin Ana's response. Zhang Lata frowned, but did not press further. He merely nodded and said, I will keep an eye on the Li residence. Thank you. Qin Ana expressed gratefully, drawing the Qing Shuang sword from beside her and stepping towards the back courtyard. In the distance, Li Zai, still struggling with the first 3 steps of the second form, clumsily rose from the ground. Upon seeing Qin Ana departing, he asked in confusion, Where's old Qin going? To the capital, Zhang Lata replied nonchalantly. The capital? What's she going there for? Li Zai exclaimed. To procure medicine for you. Zhang Lata ensuite dismissively. Enough chatter. Continue your sword practice. Li Zai glanced in the direction Qin Ana had taken, then refocused and resumed his training. Old Qin is leaving without even saying goodbye. Outside Yuzhou City, the carriage carrying Hong Zhu and Yin Kuang had just exited the city when a graceful figure soared through the air, wielding an ancient sword. Her movements ethereal, as if she were a celestial being. After a few moments, she overtook the carriage and continued onward into the distance. 2 days later, in the grand capital of Deshang, Qin Ana entered the city with sword in hand. Within the Tianjiao palace, in a modest courtyard, vibrant flowers and vegetables flourished. Chickens and ducks occasionally wandered in to peck at insects, creating a lively atmosphere. In the courtyard, an elderly man clad in simple scholar robes diligently watered the vegetables. He appeared very old, with a face lined with wrinkles and eyes that seemed clouded. Yet, despite his age, no one dared to underestimate this venerable figure. Confucius, the revered sage, was the belief of scholars across the land, even hailed by many as a contemporary saint. No one knew the extent of his strength, for he rarely left the capital, and within Deshang, he had never been defeated. In a world teeming with powerful individuals, only Confucius could claim to be invincible. Thus, as long as he remained in the capital, no one dared to challenge this living saint. Since you have arrived, you may reveal yourself, he said as autumn leaves fell, continuing to water the vegetables. Qin Ana, I pay my respects to the sage, she announced as she appeared at the courtyard's entrance, bowing respectfully. What brings the plum blossom, sword immortal here? Confucius inquired without lifting his head. I seek a certain item, Qin Ana replied. Qin Ana spoke earnestly, referencing the revered medicinal herb, the millennium-old Heishou Wu from the Imperial Academy. I seek this medicine. Kong Chiu replied calmly. Is it to save a life? Not quite. Qin Ana shook her head, responding candidly. It is to open the meridians. But isn't the third scion of the Li family a remarkable martial talent? Kong Chiu continued to inquire. Not all. Qin Ana shook her head once more. Kong Chiu chuckled softly, saying, I suspected I had miscalculated, as an old man might. Upon hearing this, Qin Ana narrowed her eyes, reflecting on the saying that the Confucian sage could predict the affairs of the world, and perhaps it was not mere hyperbole. Indeed, the millennium-old Heishou Wu is available at our Imperial Academy, and I can present it to the third scion of the Li family. At this point, Kong Chiu's tone shifted as he continued. However, not at this moment. What does the Confucian sage imply? Qin Ana inquired with a serious tone. When the third scion of the Li family arrives at the Imperial Academy, I shall personally convey this to him, Kong Chiu replied. He is unlikely to come to the capital. Qin Ana frowned, understanding some of Li Zai's sentiments, as he harbored a strong aversion to this grand city and was reluctant to visit. Whether he comes or not is not solely determined by his will, Kong Chiu stated, setting down the ladle in his hand. Shall we make a wager? If the third scion of the Li family arrives in the capital within 10 days, the Plum Blossom, Sword Immortal, shall lecture at our Imperial Academy for a year. If he does not come, I shall personally present the millennium-old Hisho Wu. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through Qingzhi's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded and said, "Very well, I shall wager with the Confucian sage." Chapter 21, The Beginning of Concealment Splash. In the backyard of the Li residence, the sound of something falling into the water echoed, sending up a spray of water more than 10 feet high. Oh, the 11th time. By the lakeside, Zhang Lada sat there, reveling in the misfortune, sipping wine and making derisive comments. "Old Zhang, your tongue truly knows no bounds." Li Zai, in a state of disarray, crawled ashore, gasping for breath as he lay on the ground, saying, "Why hasn't old Qin returned yet? It's almost been 10 days. Perhaps things are not going smoothly." Zhang Kalata sighed softly. The Taishua Palace is the domain of the Confucian leader. Who in this world could take anything from him? I've heard you mention this Confucian leader more than once. Is he really that formidable? Li Zai asked, perplexed. He had only encountered a few exceptional individuals, notably this old man and his celestial master. Beyond them, he knew little of other experts. Formidable is an understatement, Zhang Lada mused. In the grand capital of the great merchants, the Confucian leader is regarded as the foremost figure. Is he truly that powerful? Li Zi exclaimed in astonishment. In the capital of the great merchants, the Confucian leader has never known defeat, for it is a gathering place for scholars from across the realm, rich in auspicious energy. As the master of all Confucians, he can harness this energy, making him invincible. Zhang Lada elucidated. What is this auspicious energy? Lizia Castionat Bawildarat. It is an ethereal substance, Zhang Lada contemplated before continuing, akin to the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. It is unseen and intangible, yet undeniably real. Only those who reach the level of the Confucian leader can wield its power. Mere mortals cannot. Neither you nor old Qin can do so? Li Zai inquired, astonished. Not at all, Zhang Lada replied calmly. Our realms are insufficient. But aren't you both sort of mortals? Is there a realm higher than that? Li Zai queried, confused. There is, Zhang Lada stated matter-of-factly. The human body has 5 organs, corresponding to the 5 divine repositories of practitioners. Each one open represents an entry into a new realm. Thus, in the path of cultivation, there are 5 realms in total. Both Qin and I have reached the 5th divine repository, which signifies the 5th realm of martial artists. The title of Sword Immortal is merely a term used by the common folk. At this juncture, Zhang Lada paused, then continued. According to legend, beyond the 5th realm lies an even higher state. When the 5 organs refine the 5 energies and a practitioner reaches this stage, they can cultivate the 5 energies, gather the 3 flowers, and upon achieving completeness, ascend to the heavens and become immortal. How can that not sound absurd? Li Zi remarked in shock. Is there truly such a thing as ascending to immortality? I have never witnessed it, Zhang Lada replied nonchalantly. In truth, I also find it hard to believe. It's best taken with a grain of salt. For millennia, only the Confucian leader has perhaps touched the realms beyond the 5th. Then isn't the Confucian leader invincible in this world? Li Zai mused. At least in the capital of the great merchants, the Confucian leader is unmatched, Zhang Lada affirmed. However, he rarely ventures beyond the capital, and no one knows whether his true realm has surpassed the 5th or to what extent. What about the original sword god from 1,000 years ago? Li Zai seemed to recall something and asked. He should be of a comparable realm to the Confucian leader. Zhang Lada contemplated for a moment and remarked, "It has been far too long. No one can ascertain the truth." How and be a bit? Li Zai sighed, a trace of concern creeping into his voice as he said, "With such formidable prowess, I hope nothing untoward befalls old Qin." That is unlikely, Zhang Lada replied, shaking his head. The Confucian leader is not a bloodthirsty individual. Moreover, with Qin Ina's strength, even if she cannot prevail, she should be able to escape. Young master. As their conversation concluded, a young servant hurried from the back courtyard, exclaiming, "A message has arrived from the capital." Li Zai, taken aback, reached out to receive the letter. However, his expression soon darkened, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. What has transpired? Zhang Lada sensed the shift in mood. Realizing it was the first time he had seen Li Zai so enraged during his time at the Li residence. Something has happened to Sister Yue. Li Zai rose, speaking in a somber tone. Old Zhang, I must make a trip to the great Shan capital. The inevitable had finally arrived. There was no escaping it. Now, Zhang Lada asked, astonished. Indeed, Li Zai nodded before turning toward the study. His father should have received word by now. In the study, Li Million sat with a grim expression, his usually jovial demeanor replaced by an air of menace. With a loud bang, Li Zai pushed open the door and entered, stating, Old Li, I must go to the capital. Very well. Li Million did not attempt to dissuade him, his voice low and serious. Once in the capital, exercise caution. Remember, regardless of your actions, the Li family will always be your staunchest support. Understood, Li Zai replied, preparing to depart when he was called back. Son, Li Million inquired, will you continue to remain hidden? Certainly. Li Zai halted, his expression serene as he continued. In going to the capital, the true nature of the Li family's legitimate heir will begin to surface. Not the genius spoken of by the world, but rather a self-important scion of a wealthy merchant. Possessing only the faintest glimmers of cleverness, mostly mere self-deception. Lacking true strength, he will only attract trouble. People often derive a sense of accomplishment from unmasking lies, and witnessing the true visage of the Li family's heir will only deepen their conviction. At this juncture, Li Zai paused, then added, thus, even if I act outlandishly, some will not perceive a threat. They will become more tolerant. What future could a self-aggrandized genius possibly have? After absorbing his son's words, Li Million fell silent for a moment before nodding. I trust your judgment. Since Jun Sheng's departure, Zai had indeed become markedly more cautious. Nearly a decade had passed, and still, there was no word from his second uncle. Pondering this, Li Million opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Son, your second uncle, do not mention him. Li Zai's expression turned cold as he turned to leave. Half an hour later, at the front of the Li residence, a convoy of horse-drawn carriages had assembled. Apart from the foremost carriage carrying Li Zai, each subsequent vehicle was laden with potent medicinal herbs and treasures of gold and jewels. Notably, there was also a carriage filled with exquisite wine. This is prepared for Zhang Lada. My husband has led a life of toil. Observing the barrels of fine wine being loaded onto the carriage, Zhang Lada sighed with displeasure. Old Zhang, the capital boasts an abundance of exquisite wines. If you desire to drink, I shall procure them all for you. Li Zai earnestly promised before the carriage. At least you possess some conscience. Zhang Lada remarked with a hint of nostalgia, and then boarded the carriage. Li Zai followed suit, and the convoy promptly set off, resplendently heading towards the outskirts of Yuzhou City. Standing before the Li residence, Li Million gazed at the departing convoy with a complex expression. Both he and young Zai were acutely aware of the dangers lurking in the capital. However, in their current predicament, they could no longer afford to remain passive. Others have already extended their hands to slap their faces. Must they continue to do nothing and present themselves for further blows? The Li household did not seek trouble, yet neither did it fear it. Half a day later, outside Yuzhou City, the convoy rumbled past, with two individuals seated opposite each other in the foremost carriage. Enveloped in silence, Zhang Lada continued to drink on his own, for his purpose was solely to ensure the safety of this young lad. All other matters were of no concern to him. Li Zai, with his eyes closed, seized the opportunity during the journey to continue practicing the heart method of the flying immortal technique. It had been half a month since he opened his first divine abode, yet he remained at the early stage of the first realm, far from the breakthrough to the middle stage. The carriage clattered along, and behind the convoy, clouds of dust rose. Those accompanying the journey were all trusted confidants of the Li household. Even the most ordinary maidens had backgrounds that were impeccably clear, thoroughly investigated by the Li family. Although Li Zai had always resisted going to the capital, he was not entirely unprepared. While he was reluctant, he had been quietly planning for this day. In the sky, the sun began its descent, the sunset painting the horizon, and night approached. The convoy halted and set up camp on the spot. Within the ranks, several men took turns patrolling, vigilant for any unforeseen events. The night in the wilderness was frigid, and bonfires sprang up within the camp for warmth. Li Zai sat before the fire, watching the flickering flames in silence. Zhang Lada tossed a jar of wine over, saying, "Drink a bit to ward off the chill." "Thank you," Li Zai replied as he accepted the wine, tilting his head back to take a sip, his left hand clenched tightly, coldness occasionally flashing in his eyes. "Upon reaching the capital, you must exercise caution. It is a place where dragons lie hidden, unlike Yuzhou City, where you can act as you please," Zhang Lada cautioned. "I am aware." Li Zai took another sip, feeling the warmth spreading within him. "The wine is quite good." "Monkey wine," Zhang Lada stated matter-of-factly. "Drink sparingly. I do not have much left." "Who would have thought you possessed such a fine treasure?" Li Zai raised the jar again, took another swig, then wiped his mouth, tossing the remaining wine back. "I shall refrain. I need to practice my sword later." "Truth be told, there is no need for such haste," Zhang Lada advised. "One must maintain balance. Too much of anything is detrimental. Overexertion may take a toll on your body." "I understand. I will be careful." Li Zai nodded and inquired, "Old Zhang, given my current cultivation, what are my odds against a warrior of the third prince's caliber?" "Virtually none," Zhang Lada replied candidly. "The third prince has already opened his second divine abode, placing him a whole realm above you, in the realm of martial arts. Each realm represents a significant leap. The chances of you defying the odds are exceedingly slim." At this juncture, Zhang Lada paused briefly, then continued, "You started late, and your talents are not particularly advantageous. It is only natural that you lag behind the third prince and his peers. Take your time. As long as you can master the flying immortal technique, your future martial prowess will rival anyone." "I'm afraid I may not have that much time," Li Zai murmured softly, then seized the pure June sword beside him, resuming his practice of the second stance of the flying immortal technique. Before the campfire, Zhang Lada observed the young swordsman training in the wilderness, a flicker of unusual light passing through his weathered eyes. "It is indeed a bit premature to head to the capital now. However, I have high hopes for this young man. He possesses a fierce tenacity, not just towards others, but even more so towards himself. To put it bluntly, he is quite mad." Boom! In the wilderness, the sword light cleaved through the air, shattering a massive boulder in response. The young man danced with his sword, striking again and again, making slow yet visibly significant progress. At dawn, Li Zai, nearly exhausted, forced himself to sit cross-legged despite his fatigue, seizing the moment when the energies of heaven and earth were most potent to diligently cultivate the heart method of the flying immortal technique. Half an hour later, everyone had packed their belongings and was ready to depart. Li Zai slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a deep breath, and distinctly felt the ocean of true essence within his divine abode had expanded considerably compared to before. It seemed that the more fatigued and depleted he became while practicing the flying immortal technique, the more effective it proved to be. Clenching his fist, Li Zai mused that he was not harsh enough on himself. "Madman," Zhang Lada shook his head helplessly before bending down to enter the carriage. He reflected that had he possessed even half of this young man's diligence back in his day, he would not have lost to that charlatan from the western regions in their contest. Not far off, Li Zai strode forward, glancing toward the east before boarding the carriage, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Sister Yue, I am coming. The Li family is not to be trifled with." Chapter 22. An unwanted marriage proposal in the grand capital of the great merchant dynasty, Li Yuan. Li Yue had acquired new properties, establishing the Li family's foundation in the city. What was once a serene and elegant residence had recently become tainted by the presence of one individual, Chen Yifei, the son of the Xuanwu king. The capital was home to countless powerful clans, yet the most formidable among them were undoubtedly the 10 martial kings. The great merchant dynasty revered martial prowess, bestowing kingship upon the valiant, a remarkable honor. These 10 martial kings wielded immense influence over the entire empire, and among them, the Xuanwu king held a preeminent position, his power unparalleled. Compounding their prominence, the Xuanwu king's sister, Chen Yifei's aunt, had entered the palace as a consort years ago, bearing a son who is now the highly favored third prince. This connection rendered the already illustrious Xuanwu family virtually untouchable. Consequently, Chen Yifei's status, while not quite on par with that of a prince, was not far removed from it. At a banquet hosted by the third prince, Chun Yifei first laid eyes on Li Yue and was utterly captivated. His infatuation turned into relentless pursuit, culminating in a grand display of matrimonial gifts that reverberated throughout the capital. This brazen act of courtship was nothing short of a coercive marriage proposal, and in the capital, who would dare to refuse the heir of the Xuanwu king? Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Li Yue did. In front of an assembly of witnesses, Li Yue unhesitatingly cast aside all the gifts sent by the Xuanwu king's heir. Chun Yifei, incensed by her audacity, dispatched henchmen to seize her while she was out on errands. Had it not been for the skilled protectors secretly arranged by Li Qingzhi, she might have suffered dire consequences. As the situation escalated, the citizens of the great merchant capital eagerly awaited the outcome of this unfolding drama. Yifei, do not take things too far. The royal family and the Li family must not sever ties, cautioned Mu Yao, observing his cousin's reckless behavior. Dear cousin, they are merely a merchant family. Why elevate them so? Remarked a rather handsome yet pallid young man seated across from him, scoffing dismissively. The Li family is no ordinary merchant clan. Their enterprises span the entire great merchant dynasty, amassing an astonishing fortune that even the court must regard with caution. Mu Yao replied earnestly. What does it matter if the Li family is wealthy? Once you ascend the throne, the world will belong to you. And what is a single Li family in comparison? Chun Yifei retorted nonchalantly. Do not speak so recklessly. Mu Yao's expression shifted as he admonished. This realm belongs to our father. Only he can determine who ascends to the throne. Startled by his cousin's reprimand, Chun Yifei realized his misstep and refrained from further comment. Observing his cousin's frightened demeanor, Mu Yao sighed softly. Yifei, my intent is not to be harsh, but to remind you that peril lurks at every corner within the imperial city. A single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Though your mother is favored in the palace, she remains under the queen's constraints, far from the glory it may appear. Thus, you must avoid unnecessary trouble outside. Do you understand? I understand. Chun Yifei nodded, responding quietly. Mu Yao shook his head helplessly, lifted the tea before him, and took a sip, hoping that his cousin had truly absorbed his words. Half an hour later, Chun Yifei departed from the third prince's residence, the previous subservience instantly replaced by a disdainful expression. How presumptuous, to lecture me simply because of his familial ties. Chun Yifei murmured under his breath, then stepped into the sedan chair, instructing, to Li Garden, within the third prince's estate. A servant hurried over to report, Your Highness, the heir has indeed gone to Li Garden. Upon hearing this, Mu Yao narrowed his eyes slightly. This young man was truly beyond redemption. If he pressed the Li family too hard, the consequences would likely be far more severe than he anticipated. At Li Garden, Chun Yifei alighted from the sedan chair and proceeded towards the main residence. Young master, our young lady has said she is not receiving guests today. Two servants interjected, blocking his path. I am your future uncle, hardly a guest, Chun Yifei retorted with a smile, pushing past them and continuing forward. Young master, the young lady has stated she does not wish to see anyone today. Please do not make this difficult for us, the servants insisted, positioning themselves once more in front of him. Out of my way. Chun Yifei's smile vanished as he barked. The servants exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Yet they remained resolute in blocking his way. Ungrateful wretches, seize him. Chun Yifei's demeanor turned cold as he commanded. Yes. Four burly men approached from behind, roughly pulling aside the servants and beginning to strike them. Chun Yifei snorted coldly and stepped into the main residence. Inside Li Garden, in the main hall, Li Yue was meticulously organizing her accounts when a maid rushed in, anxiously declaring, Miss, the heir of the Xuanwu king has barged in again. Li Yue furrowed her brow upon hearing this and replied, Understood, you may leave. Yes. The maid complied and exited. Shall I intervene and send him away? A woman in red interjected coolly from behind. No need. Li Yue shook her head. After all, he is the heir of the Xuanwu king. If you resort to violence against him, we will also face trouble. Hongzhu nodded, falling silent, though a cold glint flickered in her eyes. This heir of the Xuanwu king was indeed persistent. Had it not been for the discreet intervention of the building master's people last time, Li Yue might have faced grave danger. It was precisely for this reason that the master had sent her to protect Li Yue closely. Returning to the matter at hand. That rascal you should have received word by now. Considering the days, he would be arriving soon. That little fellow was certainly not as easy to deal with as she was. Miss Yue, I have come. Why do you persist in avoiding me? At that moment, the infuriating voice echoed from outside the hall, followed by Chen Yifei entering with a disingenuous smile, his demeanor frivolous as he reached out towards Li Yue. Please comport yourself. Young master, she retreated a step, evading his hand, and replied calmly, This is Li Garden, not your royal estate. Li Garden has its own customs. I hope you will not overstep. Customs? Huh. Upon hearing this, Chen Yifei erupted into hearty laughter and remarked, In this grand city of commerce, no one has ever dared to lecture me, Chen Yifei, on propriety. Miss Li, you truly are one of a kind. Have you pondered over the matter I entrusted to you? Should you merely nod, I shall immediately arrange a grand procession to bring you into my household. I have already made it abundantly clear to the heir that I, Yue, have no intentions of marrying at this time. I kindly ask you to take your leave. Li Yue replied calmly, disregarding goodwill and inviting punishment. With another refusal, Chen Yifei's expression darkened instantly. He commanded, Bring this ungrateful woman back to the Wang residence. Yes. At the order, for burly men rolled up their sleeves and entered the hall, ready to seize her. Seeing this, Hongzhu stepped forward, blocking the way with an impassive demeanor, and said, Heir, are you certain you wish to resort to violence? Only then did Chen Yifei notice the woman behind Li Yue, his gaze revealing a hint of astonishment. This woman in red was as striking as Li Yue herself. Where did Li Yuan find such stunning beauty? May I inquire the name of this fair maiden? Chen Yifei asked with a frivolous smile. Hongzhu, she replied softly. Hongzhu, a lovely name. How about accompanying me back to the Wang residence? As long as you serve me well, I assure you that all your desires shall be fulfilled. As he spoke, Chen Yifei reached out towards the beautiful face before him. In response, Hongzhu flashed a radiant smile, showing no inclination to evade, and softly said, That is certainly possible. But you must first seek his approval. His? Chen Yifei was taken aback, instinctively glancing behind him. To his surprise, a youth in a brocade robe had appeared, making his way toward the hall in measured steps, accompanied by a scruffy old man who seemed rather unremarkable. Frowning, Chen Yifei said, Who is this wild brat? Do not obstruct my business. Be gone. Li Zai paid no heed and walked into the hall, approaching Li Yue and Hongzhu, softly inquiring, Is everything all right? All is well, Li Yue replied with a gentle smile. If you had delayed any longer, it would not have been. Hongzhu teased playfully, eager to escalate the situation. Is this the one? Li Zai turned to inquire. Yes, he is the heir of the Xuanwu king, his father being one of the 10 great kings of the Deshang. A formidable figure, indeed, Hongzhu chimed in with a smile. He has a good father. Li Zai nodded, adding, In truth, I too have a good father. As Chen Yifei observed the two bantering with increasing annoyance, he turned to the 4 men and barked. What are you waiting for? Seize her. Seize her? Li Zai chuckled, a chilling grin spreading across his face. Old Zhang, do me a favor. Bring forth 10 barrels of intoxication. With pleasure. Old Zhang grinned, swiftly moving forward until he stood before the 4 men. In the blink of an eye, the 4 felt a blur before their eyes, and the next moment, they were sent flying, spitting blood from the impact. Seeing this, Chen Yifei's expression turned to one of horror, his eyes flashing with terror. Li Zai gazed at the individual before him, his face still adorned with a radiant smile as he spoke. Will you leave on your own, or shall I assist you? How audacious! I am the heir of the Xuanwu king. If you dare disrespect me, I shall ensure that my father punishes your entire lineage, Chen Yifei shouted, his voice filled with bluster, yet betraying his underlying fear. Ah, so you are inviting my assistance? Li Zai replied with a chuckle, extending his hand to firmly grasp the other's throat. The smile upon his face vanished, replaced by a chilling demeanor as he declared, I await your response to see whether you will exterminate my lineage first, or if I shall flay you alive. With that, Li Zai seized the Xuanwu king's heir and unleashed a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, sliding more than 10 feet away. Cough, cough, cough. Outside the hall, Chun Yifei clutched his throat, coughing violently as he cast a terrified glance at the youth within, exclaiming, "You shall pay for this. All of you shall remember this day." With those words, Chun Yifei struggled to rise and staggered away towards the exit of the estate. "You acted too impulsively, little brother," Li Yuwei remarked softly, observing the disheveled retreat of the Xuanwu king's heir. "Who told him to bully Sister Yuwei?" Li Zi replied in a gentle tone. "I have shown great restraint. See, I did not kill him." "Oh, you," Li Yuwei said, her expression revealing a sense of helplessness, and she chose not to elaborate further. "Such an ungrateful person. Just moments ago, I too was nearly taken advantage of. Why did no one come to comfort me?" "On joue feignait de jalousie, interjecting." Upon hearing this, Li Zai smiled and said, "I thought Sister Hongzhu was willing." "How dare you?" Hongzhu exclaimed, glaring fiercely at him and raising her hand as if to strike. Meanwhile, throughout the grand city of the Great Shang, news of the Li family's legitimate heir making his appearance spread rapidly. In the third prince's residence, Mu Yao's expression shifted dramatically upon receiving the news. Li Zai has arrived. How swift. Chapter 23 Reunion in the third prince's residence. Mu Yao scrutinized the intelligence on the table, his expression grave. Li Zai had indeed arrived, and sooner than he had anticipated. "Your Highness, the heir has gone to Li Garden. Could there be trouble?" A servant, resembling a young scholar, ventured to remind him. At the mention of this, Mu Yao's demeanor momentarily faltered before he promptly rose to his feet. However, a moment later, he sank back in his seat, his countenance darkening. It was too late. Now, he could only hope that his foolish cousin would not provoke the Li family's legitimate heir too much. Li Zai was a madman, one who dared to strike even a prince like himself, let alone a mere heir of the Xuanwu king. Ultimately, his cousin was at fault. Before the royal family and the Li clan completely severed ties, they would not make things difficult for the Li family. Thus, even if Chun Yifei was assaulted at the Li residence, it would be in vain. His imbecilic cousin would have to resolve the matter himself. At the Xuanwu king's residence, amidst the astonished gazes of all, Chun Yifei returned in disarray, his face contorted with rage, and stormed into the study. "Father, I want him dead. I want him dead," he exclaimed, glaring at the man in the study. The Xuanwu king lifted his gaze to regard his impetuous son, his voice calm yet firm. "Leave, father." Chun Yifei protested angrily. "Leave," the Xuanwu king commanded, his eyes flashing with cold authority. Chun Yifei trembled at the reprimand, then noticed a woman in the room besides his father. She was extraordinarily beautiful, clad in vibrant hues, her countenance alluring and striking, lips like vermilion, adorned with blossoms, and her long dark hair cascading to her waist, epitomizing the notion of a dangerous beauty. However, upon catching sight of her, Chun Yifei did not exhibit any signs of infatuation. Instead, he was seized by a sudden chill, his face paling as he stumbled out in haste. "Rascal King Tao Yao Yao, what is this madwoman doing here?" Chun Yifei harbored a profound dread towards this woman, for he had once unwittingly mocked her, unaware of her true identity as the rascal woman, only to witness her gruesome act of extracting the hearts of all his servants. The bloody scene haunted him to this day. "It seems the heir is quite fearful of me," Tao Yao Yao remarked lightly, watching the disheveled figure of the Xuanwu king's son retreat. "The reputation of the rascal king is known throughout the realm. It is only natural for my son to be in awe," the Xuanwu king replied calmly. This woman, one of the 10 martial kings, though female, was not to be trifled with, a smiling rascal with a heart like a serpent's. Judging by the heir's state, it appeared he had suffered greatly, suggesting that the Li family's legitimate heir was no soft-hearted individual. Matters concerning the younger generation will be resolved by themselves. "Rascal King, let us return to more pressing affairs," the Xuanwu king stated in a deep voice. "I have lost interest in discussing it, especially with your son's disturbance." "We shall speak another day," Tao Yao Yao replied nonchalantly, stretching lazily before rising to leave the study. The Xuanwu king watched her departing figure, his expression growing increasingly somber. The Rakshasi woman holds him in utter contempt. "Father." Outside the study, Chen Yifei observed the Rakshasa king departing and entered with a face full of grievance, exclaiming, "You must take a stand for your son. What a useless fellow." The Xuanwu king snorted coldly, replying, "I have warned you repeatedly not to provoke the Li family, yet you chose to ignore my counsel. Now that you find yourself at a disadvantage, you expect me to intervene? Do you wish for me, the Xuanwu king of the Great Shang, to confront those young members of the Li family on your behalf? Father, am I to suffer this indignity in silence?" Chen Yifei implored anxiously. "Resolve it yourself." The Xuanwu king stated indifferently, "You have plenty of so-called friends. Now is the time to call upon them." Upon hearing this, Chen Yifei's eyes lit up with realization, and he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder, father." He then hastily exited the study. The Xuanwu king shook his head in exasperation at his son's lack of resolve, pondering that if only he possessed half the cunning of his cousin, this predicament would not be so troublesome. As the Xuanwu king's heir sought out his companions to reclaim his dignity, Li Yuan and Li Zai had just welcomed their first distinguished guest, Crown Prince Mu Yao. To Li Zai, the Crown Prince was no stranger, indeed an old friend. "Why have you come in person, Your Highness? I had intended to visit your residence after settling in." In the main hall, Li Zai and Mu Yao sat across from each other, steam rising from the freshly brewed tea on the table. "I heard that you had arrived in the capital, so I came to pay a visit." Mu Yao feigned irritation. "What? Am I unwelcome? How could that be?" Li Zai replied with a smile. "Your Highness's presence truly elevates our humble abode." Meanwhile, Hong Zhu, serving the tea, appeared radiant in her crimson attire, her beauty accentuated by her elegant demeanor, setting her apart from ordinary maids. Mu Yao glanced at the enchanting woman before him, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, yet he quickly averted his gaze, maintaining decorum. "Hong Zhu, you may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with His Highness," Li Zai instructed. "Yes." Hong Zhu responded respectfully, then gracefully exited. Once alone, Mu Yao looked at the young man before him and expressed, "I must apologize regarding Chen Yifei's actions. My cousin is impulsive and has offended Miss Li. I hope you, as a magnanimous individual, will not hold it against him." "It is not Your Highness's fault, so there is no need for an apology," Li Zai replied calmly. "As for the Xuanwu king's heir, it is likely that this matter will not end quietly. He certainly will not let it go. Nor does he wish for Chen Yifei to simply back down. Otherwise, how would he justify dealing with that young man?" Mu Yao sighed softly, acknowledging, "I understand your sentiments. Brotherly, upon returning, I shall advise Yifei to refrain from further trouble. That would indeed be for the best." Li Zai smiled and said, "Well, Your Highness, since you have taken the trouble to visit, let us refrain from discussing such dreary matters. This is my first visit to the capital of the great merchants. Might I request Your Highness to show me around when you find the time?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yao was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, he regained his composure and replied with a smile, "There is no time like the present. Shall we embark today?" "Today?" Li Zai glanced outside and nodded. "That sounds splendid. I shall trouble you then, please." The two rose, exchanging gestures as they made their way towards the main hall. "Young master." Outside the hall, Hong Zhu performed a bow and inquired, "Shall I accompany you?" "No need." Li Zai shook his head. "Stay here in the residence and guard the garden. Should anyone cause trouble, drive them out directly." "Yes." Hong Zhu replied respectfully. Mu Yao, overhearing their conversation, felt a hint of astonishment. Indeed, this woman in red was no ordinary person. The depths of the Li family's influence were likely far greater than they had anticipated. As they walked through the bustling streets of the capital, Li Zai and Mu Yao strolled side by side, admiring the vibrant scene. Compared to Yuzhou City, the capital was notably more lively, bustling with throngs of people and the sounds of merchants hawking their wares. However, they had not proceeded far when a commotion arose ahead, and the citizens hurriedly parted ways as a group approached in haste. Upon seeing the newcomers, Mu Yao froze momentarily, and a radiant smile spread across Li Zai's face. What a twist of fate! It's him! At the forefront of the group, Chen Yifei, spotting Li Zai, shouted angrily, "Brothers, attack!" "Yifei, do not act recklessly." Mu Yao's expression darkened as he admonished. "Cousin, do not interfere." Chen Yifei, with vengeance in his heart, disregarded the warning and called out to his rowdy companions, "Cripple him. And tonight, I'll treat everyone to a lavish feast at the Flower Pavilion. This son of the house will cover the expenses." "Ha! Since the young master has spoken, we must certainly avenge him." The entourage of ruffians chimed in with malicious grins as they advanced. "You truly are courting disaster, daring to provoke our young master," they jeered. Li Zai, confronted by this band of debauched scions, felt no inclination to retaliate. It seemed such fools were ubiquitous. "Brothers, let us make quick work of this, and then we shall celebrate with drinks," one of the ruffians shouted, charging forward first. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Tianjiao, where the scholar resided, Yanyu remained silent. Yet the aged face of the scholar bore a hint of a smile. "How is it?" Qingzhi inquired softly. "I accept the outcome of our wager," Yanyu replied calmly. "For the coming year, I shall teach at the Tianjiao. I trust the students will be delighted to hear lectures on the Plum Blossom Fairy Sword." Qingzhi chuckled and proposed, "Shall we wager once more? This time on, when a young master of the Li family will visit my Tianjiao." "I shall not wager." Yanyu shook her head. "The scholar can predict the world's affairs. Having experienced it firsthand, I dare not challenge you again. The Academy of Supreme Learning has remained silent for far too long. It is time for it to come alive," murmured Confucius softly. In the capital, on the streets, anguished cries echoed as the surrounding citizens gazed in shock. All the young scions brought by Chun Yifei lay sprawled on the ground, writhing in pain. Behind them, Chun Yifei stood pale-faced, his legs trembling, barely able to maintain his stance, yet still defiantly threatening. You are doomed. You have struck a student of the academy. It will not spare you." "Your Highness, let us depart," Li Zai said, ignoring him and turning to the third prince beside him. Indeed, Mu Yao sighed softly, nodding in agreement. As they walked forward, Li Zai paused momentarily, leaning closer to Chun Yifei's ear, whispering, "Today, out of respect for His Highness, I shall spare you this once. Next time, fortune may not be so kind." With that, Li Zai resumed his stride. Chun Yifei trembled, his pallor deepening. "Brother Li, thank you." Mu Yao expressed his gratitude, understanding that Li Zai refrained from striking Chun Yifei solely for his sake. "Your Highness is too kind," Li Zai smiled. He could not possibly strike his cousin before the third prince. That would be tantamount to slapping the third prince's face in public. After all, he and the third prince were brothers. How could he betray his brother so? However, reflecting on Chun Yifei's mention of the academy, he recalled that his enchanting master had gone there, yet there had been no word since. He hoped that the academy would indeed seek him out. Otherwise, he truly did not know how to infiltrate it in search of his master's whereabouts. "Master, your obedient disciple misses you dearly." Chapter 24. Tao Yao Yao in the capital. Li Zai and Mu Yao strolled leisurely for half the day, rejoicing in the reunion of old friends. During their meandering, Li Zai took particular note of the 10 imposing residences that loomed in various directions throughout the city. Their formidable presence was palpable even from a distance, emanating an overwhelming force. The 10 martial kings of the Great Shang. Li Zai discreetly memorized the locations of these 10 powerful estates, aware that should the Li family inevitably come into conflict with the imperial family, these 10 martial kings would represent an intimidating challenge. After some time, Li Zai parted ways with the third prince and prepared to return home. However, as he passed by one of the martial king's residences, a woman approached him. Clad in hues of crimson and pink, her face adorned with vibrant makeup, her lips reminiscent of vermilion, her striking beauty was almost aggressive, making it difficult to gaze upon her for long. Upon seeing her, Li Zai instinctively felt a surge of intense trepidation. The Rakshasa woman. A wave of unease washed over him. Prior to his arrival, he had deliberately reviewed all available intelligence on the factions within the Great Shang's capital, particularly the 10 martial kings, who were etched vividly in his memory. Among them, the Rakshasa woman was the sole female, and despite her gender, her prowess was exceptionally formidable, ranking among the top of the 10 martial kings. It was said that she was ruthless, and those who incurred her wrath faced dire consequences. As Li Zai's thoughts spiraled, Tao Yao Yao also recognized the youth before her, a subtle smile curling her lips. "So, this is the Li family's legitimate heir that Ru Shou mentioned?" King Anna's disciple. He appears rather unremarkable, aside from his decent appearance. Before the Rakshasa king's estate, Li Zai suppressed the turmoil within him, choosing silence as he continued forward. Observing this, a playful smile graced Tao Yao's face. She was certain that he had recognized her identity. As they brushed past each other, she halted, her smile widening. The heir of the Li family? Li Zai, disregarding her, quickened his pace, eager to distance himself from this place of potential conflict. He had no desire to confront a martial king so soon. Li Ziya, noticing his accelerated departure, Tao Yao gracefully stepped forward, her movement akin to a shooting star. Swiftly positioning herself before him, Li Zai's expression shifted to one of surprise, yet he forcibly quelled his inner turmoil, maintaining an air of ignorance. "May I inquire who you are?" With a charming smile, Tao Yao pointed to the nearby residence. "This mansion belongs to me." Li Zai's face exhibited astonishment as he hastily bowed, exclaiming, "Ah, it is the Rakshasa king. My apologies." "Stop pretending," Tao Yao retorted with a mocking laugh. "Your act is far from convincing. Hasn't Qingzhi taught you to greet your elders?" "Forgive me, I truly failed to recognize your esteemed identity," Li Zai stubbornly denied. "Not just acquainted," Tao Yao replied nonchalantly. "Enemies." At her words, Li Zai's heart sank, a chill coursing through him. "Oh no, could I be this unfortunate? Old Qin, are you trying to doom me? What's the matter, feeling frightened?" Tao Yao teased lightly. "Rest assured, I'm not inclined to trouble a mere junior." The Rakshasa king responded grandly. "I admire your demeanor, young one." Li Zai, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, respectfully replied, "I have just arrived in the capital and have numerous matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave now." After bowing once more, he turned to depart. It is unwise to linger in a place rife with conflict. "Stop!" From behind, Tao Yao's voice rang out coolly. "Did I permit you to leave?" Li Zai halted, his body turning back with great difficulty. "Old Qin, save me." Tao Yao inquired, "Where's your master now?" "In the capital," Li Zai answered decisively. "Selling out Old Qin." After a moment's reflection, he added, "She is likely at the Tianjiao Palace." "Tianjiao Palace?" Tao Yao frowned. "What business does she have there?" She then fixed her gaze on the youth before her, asking, "I have heard you created your own sword technique at the age of 10. Is that true?" "That is mere rumor, an absolute fabrication," Li Zai immediately refuted. "How could one create a sword technique at such a young age?" "Rakshasa king, please do not believe such tales." Tao Yao scrutinized him, asserting, "You must possess some skill. Otherwise, Qingzhi would not have taken you as her disciple. Today, I shall assess what she has taught you in recent times." With that, Tao Yao raised her hand and struck forward. The force of a martial king surged towards him, the chilling gust of her palm arriving before the strike itself. Startled, Li Zai instinctively darted away, his movements resembling a startled swan, swiftly retreating 9 steps. "The flying immortal technique?" Tao Yao gasped in astonishment. "Qingzhi actually taught this lad the flying immortal technique? Has that woman lost her mind?" Everyone knows that the flying immortal technique is the most challenging skill to master, both in terms of mental discipline and technique. Has Qingzhi truly given up on her 3-year pact with the old master of the Zhuge sect? This is decidedly uncharacteristic of her. 9 steps away, Li Zai observed the changing expression on the Rakshasa king's face, suppressing his anger as he spoke with measured respect. "Rakshasa king, I am unaware of the grievances between you and my master, nor do I wish to involve myself. My master is currently in the capital. If you have business with her, it would be wise to seek her out rather than vent your frustrations on me, a mere junior. This truly undermines your stature as a martial king. You are quite the sharp-tongued little fellow. Very well, you may go, lest someone accuse me of bullying the weak." Tao Yao waved her hand dismissively. "Farewell." Li Zai clasped his fists in salute and quickly departed. What is the true meaning behind the words of the righteous elder? Tao Yao mused as she watched the youth's retreating figure, a flicker of light glimmering in her eyes. Previously, during her visit to the Tianjiao Palace, the righteous elder had mentioned this scion of the Li family several times, uttering words she could not comprehend, which piqued her interest in him. In this world, few could capture the righteous elder's attention, and the last individual to be mentioned with such frequency was that scholar, Fu Jingluan, a once passionate youth with a wealth of knowledge. In the present day, the foremost temple in the western regions, the Temple of the Divine Revelation, is presided over by a master whose renown echoes throughout the 9 provinces. Second only to the illustrious Fu Jingluan, the scion of the Li family, his name is invoked even more frequently than that of Fu Jingluan in times past, suggesting that the future achievements of this heir may surpass those of Fu. As Li Yuan and Li Zai returned, the sun had already begun to set. A fine sheen of cold sweat lingered on Li Zai's brow, indicating an unexpected encounter with the Rakshasa king on his journey. "Little brother, has something happened?" Li Yue inquired, noticing the unusual expression on his face. "We crossed paths with the Rakshasa king on our way back," Li Zai admitted candidly, after but a single exchange. "If the Rakshasa king had not merely sought to test me, I would not have returned today." "The Rakshasa king?" Li Yue's countenance shifted in shock. "What prompted her to engage you?" "It seems there are grievances tied to Qingzhi," Li Zai responded, then continued, "Sister Yue, I have yet to inquire about the discussions regarding our collaboration. How do they progress?" "We are still in negotiations. Your second brother is also investigating the Longsun family, the merchant alliance, and the forces behind the Yin family bank. However, it is evident that these 3 entities are intricately linked to the royal family," Li Yue replied solemnly. "You surmise correctly. The royal family intends to interfere with our Li family's business, seeking to dismantle us without bloodshed. To conspire with a tiger is to tread a perilous path." Li Zai nodded in agreement. "Well, my second brother, has he made a move?" "Not yet." Li Yue shook her head. "He is likely waiting for the right opportunity. The day after tomorrow, I have arranged to continue discussions with him. Now that you, the Li family's heir, have returned, it would be prudent for you to accompany me, lest they again use this as a pretext to claim that our family does not accord them the respect they deserve by sending a woman to negotiate." "Very well," Li Zai replied, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. "I shall seize this opportunity to meet these influential figures of the capital." "Have you finished speaking?" At that moment, a voice echoed from the inner courtyard belonging to Zhang Lada. "If you're done, come and attend to business." Upon hearing this, Li Zai said, "Sister Yue, I shall proceed ahead." "Very well." Li Yue nodded in acquiescence. Li Zai strode towards the chamber, where steam wafted in the air, mingling with the acrid scent of medicinal herbs. "What of Qingzhi? We have arrived in the capital, yet she has yet to return," Zhang Lada lamented, casting herbs into a wooden tub. "Now I am left to shoulder all the dirty and laborious tasks alone. I am also searching for old Qin." Li Zai replied with a hint of exasperation. "In the coming days, I will seek an opportunity to enter the academy and search for clues regarding old Qin. Please bear with it for a few more days. That is the only course we can take." "Do as you wish," Zhang Lada grumbled. Li Zai nodded and swiftly removed his outer garments before stepping into the medicinal tub. Suddenly, a chilling cry pierced the stillness of the night, echoing hauntingly throughout the room. However, the servants from Li Yuan's household, having been brought from the Li residence in Yuzhou, were already accustomed to such occurrences. Every day, they felt a peculiar emptiness if they did not hear the young master call out a few times, making it difficult for them to sleep. After half an hour, Zhang Lada emerged from his room, his face weary and drenched in sweat, as though he had engaged in an exhausting endeavor. A quarter of an hour later, Li Zai staggered out, barely able to maintain his footing. The night passed in silence, and at dawn the next day, 4 young scholars appeared in front of Li Yuan, indicating their intent to find Li Zai. In the inner courtyard, upon hearing the servant's report, Li Zai's expression turned to one of surprise. "Scholars? From the Tianjiao palace?" Their speed was indeed remarkable. As Li Zai stepped out of Li Yuan, the 4 scholars greeted him politely, saying, "Please, Master Li, accompany us to the Tianjiao palace." "Lead the way," Li Zai replied without asking for further explanation. The 4 scholars were momentarily taken aback, having anticipated that the scion of the Li family might refuse or even resist by force. Their presence, for in number, was a precautionary measure from the Tianjiao palace. Quickly regaining his composure, the leading scholar courteously said, "Master Li, please." Li Zai nodded and promptly advanced. At the Tianjiao palace, within the law enforcement hall, 4 presiding officials sat in silence, the foremost seat conspicuously vacant. Above the presiding officials sat the Master of Justice, who typically refrained from appearing for ordinary matters. Shortly thereafter, the four scholars returned with Li Zai, offering a respectful bow before retreating. Inside the law enforcement hall, Li Zai regarded the four officials of the Confucian sect, flashed a smile, then slightly inclined his body and clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am the younger generation, Li Zai, honored to meet the four presiding officials." Chapter 25. The Confucian Authority in the Halls of the Grand Academy. The atmosphere was thick, almost suffocating. The four officials in charge wore expressions of icy severity, deliberately withholding their words. An order had been issued from above to provoke trouble, to create an issue out of nothing. Was this not an act of sheer oppression? Within the Hall of Law Enforcement, after bowing respectfully, Li Zai straightened up, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the four, standing quietly without a hint of impatience. "Continue your charade. I refuse to believe you will remain silent indefinitely." Indeed, it was not long before one of the officials let out a cold snort and spoke. "Li Zai, do you know your crime?" "I do not," Li Zai replied with a smile. "What crime could a junior like myself possibly commit?" "Using punishment for private ends. Assaulting a student of our Grand Academy. This is a grave offense." Another official interjected sternly. "Assault?" Li Zai chuckled softly. "The citizens of the entire city can attest that I acted solely in self-defense. Where is the accusation of assault in that? Your martial prowess far exceeds theirs. You could have easily subdued them without resorting to excessive force. Is it not a form of assault that you acted with such cruelty at your tender age? If you are not admonished, you will surely become a future source of calamity." The third official spoke with an expression of indifference. "Huh," Li Zai retorted with a cold smile. "According to your reasoning, if one day an enemy invades our great nation, seizing our territory and slaughtering our people, should we merely frighten them away without engaging? What logic is that? Just yesterday, I distinctly heard those individuals declare their intent to cripple me. Had I truly been so ruthless, the matter would have hardly been confined to mere injuries." Such clever rhetoric. The fourth official scoffed. "National affairs cannot be equated with personal grievances. Li Zai, we summoned you here for a minor reprimand, yet you exhibit no remorse whatsoever. Your obstinacy is alarming. Without strict punishment, who knows what future troubles you may incite? Bring forth the punishment, at once." For scholars entered the hall, bowing respectfully. "Bring the punishment rod," the fourth official commanded calmly. "Yes." The four scholars responded dutifully. Before long, the four scholars returned, holding the punishment rod with utmost respect. Inside the hall, Li Zai showed no signs of panic. His gaze remained fixed on the four officials as he calmly stated, "Esteemed officials, I am not a student of the Grand Academy. Even if there were to be a trial, it is not within the Grand Academy's jurisdiction. Has the Grand Academy now risen above the laws of our great nation, granting itself the power to impose punishment at will? Do not speak nonsense." The expressions of the four officials shifted dramatically as they rebuked him. "This accusation is one that the Grand Academy cannot bear. There are no provisions in the laws of the Great Shang Dynasty stating that self-defense warrants punishment. Yet, the Grand Academy seeks to impose blame on others due to the misconduct of its own students, even resorting to private punishment. Such audacity! If I were not the son of the Li family, but merely an ordinary citizen, would I not be left to die here without anyone daring to speak on my behalf? Has the Grand Academy truly reached a point of unassailable power in this city? Li Zia Snarat, you, young man, should not speak so recklessly." The four overseers of the Confucian sect grew increasingly alarmed, their brows glistening with cold sweat as one of them solemnly exclaimed, "We can no longer withstand this. This young man is sharp-tongued and difficult to deal with. This task should not have been undertaken. Strike," he commanded. Li Zai merely smiled faintly, standing still and unyielding. "I shall not resist." However, the Taishua Palace must ponder how to silence the murmurs of the world. Of course, the palace may choose to disregard them entirely. Behind him, the four scholars, armed with their rulers, exchanged glances filled with hesitation, caught in a dilemma of whether to strike or refrain. The overseers of the Confucian sect wore expressions of discomfort, sitting uneasily, reluctant to issue orders. They were acutely aware of the Li family's influence, should this matter become public. the Confucian sect would undoubtedly be thrust into the eye of the storm. They had not intended to make things overly difficult for the heir of the Li family. They had merely received instructions to test the young man, never anticipating that events would escalate to this extent. Suddenly, the sound of applause resonated from outside the law enforcement hall, and a man, appearing to be around 40, strode in, clad in a scholarly robe, his demeanor serious and unsmiling as he made his way to the main seat of the hall. "Greetings, Master Zhuang." The four overseers immediately rose, paying their respects. Li Zai turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Master Zhuang of the law and Confucianism," he mused, recognizing him as the head of the law enforcement hall and one of the four esteemed figures of the Confucian sect. "Everyone may leave," Master Zhuang stated calmly. "Yes." The four scholars complied, turning to exit. "You four, go and receive your punishment," Master Zhuang directed, his gaze settling on the four kneeling overseers. "Yes, Master," they responded, exchanging looks that betrayed their unease before bowing respectfully and departing. With everyone gone, only Master Zhuang and Li Zai remained in the law enforcement hall. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet, the silence palpable. "Li Zai," Master Zhuang finally spoke after a long pause, his tone steady. "The Confucian sect has acted inappropriately. I hope you will not take offense." "You are too gracious, Master," Li Zai replied, bowing slightly. "Indeed, I may have acted rather forcefully yesterday." One does not strike a smiling face. With Master Zhuang lowering his stance, Li Zai felt it prudent to reciprocate. After all, the old Qin might still be within the Taishu Palace. "Li Zai, would you care to join our Taishu Palace?" Master Zhuang inquired directly, without any circumlocution. "Join the Taishu Palace?" Li Zai furrowed his brow. "Is it not premature for the palace to be enrolling students?" "I can make an exception for you," Master Zhuang replied. "Why?" Li Zia castionat perplexa. He did not harbor any delusions of grandeur, believing himself to be such a prodigious talent that the Taishu Palace would be desperate to recruit him. There was surely some ulterior motive at play, and he must tread carefully, lest he be sold out while unwittingly assisting others. "This is an instruction from the head of the Confucian sect. I too am unaware of the reasons," Master Zhuang stated calmly. "You need only respond with a simple yes or no." "The instruction from the sect head? May I meet with him?" Li Zai inquired, astonished. "That is not permissible," came a firm reply. The master of Confucianism spoke softly, indicating that the Confucian leader had not expressed a desire to meet him. However, should he enter the Grand Academy, there might be a chance to encounter the leader. "May I contemplate this?" Li Zai pondered for a moment before asking. "Certainly," the master of Confucianism nodded. "Whenever you have reached a decision, provide your answer to me at your convenience. There is no rush." "Thank you, Master," Li Zai replied with a respectful bow. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Very well," the master of Confucianism acknowledged, making no attempt to detain him. As Li Zai turned to depart, a wave of confusion washed over him. The Confucian leader? He had never met the leader. Why would the leader mention him? After Li Zai's exit, the master of Confucianism also took his leave. In an inconspicuous corner of the Grand Academy, within a small courtyard, he approached an elderly figure and greeted, "Confucian leader." "He has departed. Did he not acquiesce?" The elder inquired with a smile. "He stated he would consider it." The master of Confucianism responded. The elder nodded. "It is unlikely he would agree so swiftly. Let him be. Such matters cannot be forced." "Understood," the master of Confucianism replied respectfully. "By the way," the elder continued thoughtfully, "your disciple is rather rigid. Encourage him to cultivate a closer relationship with the scion of the Li family." Upon hearing this, the master of Confucianism's expression shifted slightly, and he hesitated to speak, ultimately bowing again in respectful acknowledgement. "As you wish. Now go back to your duties," the elder smiled. "That young lad will likely have to conceal his talents for some time. The capital will undoubtedly become quite lively soon." The master of Confucianism received his orders and promptly departed. Half a day later, within the Grand Academy, a young man clad in white robes left and made his way directly to Li Garden. After finishing his sword practice, Li Zai, who rarely took a moment to sit and enjoy tea, found himself spitting out his drink upon hearing the words of the white-clad young man. Cough, cough, cough. Wiping the tea from the corner of his mouth, Li Zai exclaimed in disbelief. You intend to stay here? The master of Confucianism sent you? Indeed. Bai Wangyu replied with a bow, earnestly stating, I hope brotherly will take me in, otherwise I cannot explain my return to the master. You may stay, but… Li Zai's eyes darted. Glancing back at the red candle behind him, he whispered, Is this person formidable? Not just formidable, the red candle whispered back. Bai Wangyu is the eldest disciple of the master of Confucianism and the senior brother to all students in the Grand Academy. It is said his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the second realm, and he is not far from opening the third divine repository. Wow, that's impressive. Li Zai was taken aback, realizing the stark contrast of their paths. While he struggled in the early stages of the first realm, this individual was on the verge of breaking into the third realm. Could it be a ruse? Li Zai asked with concern. It seems unlikely. The red candle whispered softly, remarking on Bai Wangyu's infamous rigidity. If the Confucian had ulterior motives, they would not have dispatched this person. Accepting him now means we gain an additional free enforcer. And given his noble status, anyone contemplating trouble at Li Yuan would think twice. Quite reasonable, Li Zai exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He then cleared his throat, straightened his posture, and turned his gaze towards the young man clad in white. You may stay, but Li Yuan has its own rules. If you wish to reside here, you must abide by them. Everything will be at your discretion, brotherly, Bai Wangyu replied earnestly. Well said, Li Zai responded, feeling quite satisfied. He was in dire need of a capable and compliant aide. At last, it seemed the heavens had remembered him, granting him a stroke of fortune. Gulme, I shall show you to your quarters. Li Zai rose, personally escorting Bai Wangyu to his lodgings. Thank you, brotherly, Bai Wangyu expressed respectfully, promptly following in stride. As they traversed towards the west wing, Li Zai continued to discuss terms. Brother Bai, I have been practicing my swordplay and lack a worthy opponent. Perhaps we could spar sometime? If brotherly wishes to spar, I shall certainly oblige, Bai Wangyu responded. Ah, but there's no need to exert yourself fully. Lizia rablia au quarli. In a spar, let us keep our cultivation at the early stage of the first realm to avoid causing any harm to each other. Wouldn't you agree? Your reasoning is sound, Bai Wangyu nodded in agreement. Chuckling awkwardly, Li Zai observed the young Confucian master before him, so innocent and delicate, akin to a blooming flower. For the first time, he felt a twinge of guilt, as though he were a cunning wolf deceiving Little Red Riding Hood. Chapter 26. The Power of the Tiger. The following morning, as dawn broke, Li Zai hurried to the west chamber to spar with Bai Wangyu. However, discussing the outcome is best left unsaid. The flying immortal technique that brotherly employed earlier is reputed to be the most challenging martial art in existence. I have heard that brotherly has been practicing this technique for less than a month. Within this brief period, he has achieved such remarkable skill, even managing to exchange 3 moves with me solely using this art. Truly, he is a prodigious talent, Bai Wangyu remarked earnestly. Li Zai, drenched in sweat and seated on the ground, felt a pang of despair. Were it not for Bai Wangyu's sincere demeanor, he would have suspected that the latter was mocking him with veiled jests. 3 moves, and that was under circumstances where Bai Wangyu suppressed his own cultivation. Heavens! How could one endure such a fate? Brother, we must take our leave, a voice interjected. It was Li Yuwei, approaching from the front of the west chamber, offering a timely reminder. Immediately, Li Zai sprang to his feet, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. After taking a few steps, he paused and turned back to the young woman in the red cloak, a wolfish grin spreading across his face. Brother Bai, shall we go together? Having heard this, Bai Wangyu nodded gently, refraining from inquiring about their destination. The Merchant Alliance, Apricot Garden. A gentle autumn breeze rustled through the air, and the leaves of the apricot trees had turned a brilliant gold, a sight to behold. In the garden, representatives from the 3 families had gathered, accompanied by some younger members eager to broaden their horizons. The Qingzhi family, the Merchant Alliance, and the Yin Family Bank could be regarded as the wealthiest entities in the capital, each boasting an impressive background. Notably, the Qingzhi family is linked to the current empress of the Great Shang dynasty, wielding immense power. Consequently, although their commercial endeavors began relatively late, their growth has been astonishing. The Merchant Alliance and the Yin family bank also enjoy the support of court influences, making them formidable contenders. Today, the three families convened to delineate the commercial landscape of the capital. Li family representative, present. At that moment, a herald's voice rang out, silencing the lively gathering. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the garden. Three figures approached, and at the forefront stood a youth clad in exquisite cloud-patterned robes, his countenance as radiant as jade, exuding an ethereal charm, truly a paragon among men. The heir of the Li family. Surprise washed over the faces of the representatives from the three families upon recognizing the youth. Indeed, the Li family's heir was strikingly handsome. No wonder he was a disciple of the illustrious Plum Blossom Sword Immortal. Many of the younger women present, upon catching sight of Li Zai, felt their hearts flutter with admiration. Li Zai surveyed the crowd, satisfaction swelling within him. This was more like it. Previously, he had encountered only ancient oddities who regarded him as if he were a fool. Yet, before he could indulge in his pride, the representatives of the three families, upon noticing the white-clad man behind Li Zai, were taken aback and promptly rose to greet him. "Young Master Bai, what brings you here in person?" they asked, their expressions turning eager and ingratiating. Bai Wangyu, the esteemed senior brother of the Confucian sect, held an exalted position and was poised to become a figure of great significance within the sect in the future. At that moment, the younger women accompanying the three families recognized by Wang Yu's identity, their surprise evident as they gasped in delight. Li Zai found himself regretting his decision to bring the ostentatious lamp. Had he known, he would have left it behind. Wasn't this just overshadowing his presence? Behind him, Bai Wangyu remained unaffected by the flattery directed at the three family representatives, calmly stating, "Li Xiong invited me, and thus I have come." At these words, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. The scion of the Li family summoned him? What did this mean from the esteemed senior of the Confucian sect? In that moment, the gazes of all present shifted towards the Li family's heir. Observing the change, Li Zai straightened his posture, delight blooming within him. He had been right to don this little red hat. "Young Master Li, please," the crowd parted, their attitudes transformed, thoughts racing. What did Bai Wangyu's arrival signify? Did the Confucian sect truly stand with the Li family? Hadn't they just summoned the Li heir to account for his actions the day before? Li Zai noticed the shifting expressions and smirked subtly as he made his way toward the banquet. As the three took their seats, Bai Wangyu and Li Yue positioned themselves on either side of Li Zai, a clear display of status. This sight further astonished the onlookers. "Young Master Li, shall we continue our discussions regarding cooperation?" A steward from the Changsun family inquired, his demeanor cordial. "Indeed," Li Ziya responded decisively, then leaned towards the woman beside him and whispered, "Sister Yue, how should we proceed? Ask for an exorbitant price, then negotiate down," Li Yue replied softly. "In any case, offer the three families some hope, but do not genuinely commit to anything. Aim to sow discord among them." "Reliable." Li Zai gave a thumbs up, then turned his attention to the three representatives with a smile. "Let us begin. Younger Master Li, our trading alliance still hopes to collaborate with the Li family on the soap and perfume business. As for profit distribution, a 50-50 split. The Li family provides the formula, and our alliance offers connections, promoting mutual benefit." The representative from the trading alliance spoke earnestly. 1-9, Li Zai casually declared, lifting his teacup. Puffed. The representatives from the other two families sprayed their tea in surprise, exchanging bewildered glances. The trading alliance representative's expression soured significantly as he remarked, "Young Master Li, our alliance is sincerely seeking collaboration. I implore you to take this seriously." "I am quite serious," Li Zai replied, sipping his tea. "Regarding soap and perfume, only the Li family possesses the formula. Connections are abundant with the trading alliance, as well as with the Changsun and Yin families. The Li family does not necessarily have to partner with the trading alliance. All present are astute individuals. Merchants pursue profit, and whoever can offer my family a higher price shall be our partner." With this statement, the trading alliance representatives' face darkened further, while the representatives from the Changsun and Yin families pondered their next moves. They recognized that Li Zai aimed to divide their three families. However, his words held a compelling allure. "Younger Master Li, My Yin family is quite interested in the Li family's glass business. How about this? The Li family retains 60%, while my Yin family takes 40%. The Yin family representative proposed earnestly. Li Zai mused briefly, casting his gaze toward the representative of the Qingzhi family. And what of you? The representative of the Qingzhi family is a middle-aged man. However, all present are acutely aware that the true helmsman of the family's enterprise is the woman beside him. Clad in a flowing gown, she possesses a stunning beauty. Her hair, cascading like a waterfall, appearing to be around 30 years of age, she embodies both the allure of youth and the grace of maturity, captivating the gaze of the men in attendance. Qingzhi Nanxiao, the third daughter of the Qingzhi family and the younger sister of the current empress, returned to her family 10 years ago following the death of her husband, and has remained unmarried since, her thoughts deeply profound, akin to a rose adorned with thorns. The Qingzhi family seeks the Li family's expertise in producing nitrate for ice making and brewing. Should the Li family be willing to part with it, the terms could be negotiated. All eyes are upon her as Qingzhi Nanxiao, who had remained silent until now, finally speaks. Her words hang in the air, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Such audacity! Rather than pursuing a partnership, she proposes to purchase the Li family's techniques outright, a move that could undermine them entirely. A ruthless gambit indeed. Though others may harbor similar intentions, none dare voice them. How forthright, muses Li Zai, a smile gracing his lips as he addresses the woman before him. It is not impossible to acquire the Li family's craftsmanship, but what price is the Qingzhi family willing to pay? With a radiant smile illuminating her beautiful countenance, Qingzhi Nanxiao replies, "Whatever young Master Li desires, the Qingzhi family shall do their utmost to fulfill." "I desire you," Li Zai states slowly, his gaze fixed upon her. At this, not only the representatives from the various factions, but even by Yanyu beside them, are taken aback, spitting their tea in surprise. The young women present are visibly disappointed, having not anticipated that the Li family scion would be such a brazen libertine. Only Li Yue remains unfazed, her gaze serious as she scrutinizes Qingzhi Nanxiao, assessing her suitability as a daughter-in-law for the Li family. While her age may be slightly advanced, she is well-preserved, with ample curves that are quite appealing. Li Zai remains oblivious to the untoward thoughts of his elder sister, or else he might have been left speechless. The atmosphere at the banquet grows increasingly peculiar following Li Zai's remark. As the attendees lift their teacups, trembling with trepidation, Qingzhi Nanxiao, with an affable smile, responds, "As long as the Li family is willing to part with their treasures, young Master Li's terms are certainly negotiable." Once again, tea is spilled across the table in disbelief. Is it even possible to conduct a proper negotiation amidst such exchanges? What began as a business discussion has devolved into a matter of romantic entanglement. Yet upon hearing Qingzhi Nanxiao's words, the smile fades from Li Zai's face, replaced by a serious demeanor. This woman is formidable. Enough of jesting. I shall now speak on behalf of the Li family, Li Zai states, surveying the attendees with a calm gaze. The Li family indeed seeks a collaborator, but we require only one, whether in perfume, soap, or glassworks. We demand 70% of the profits. 70%? The audience gasps in astonishment. That is an exorbitant demand indeed. Even though the Li family possesses all the techniques, they cannot afford to be so exorbitant. My words conclude here. I urge everyone to ponder carefully. With that, Li Zai disregarded the expressions of those present and rose to take his leave. "Allow me to see off young Master Li." Long-son Nanxiao also stood to accompany him. As the guests at the banquet witnessed Long-son Nanxiao's actions, their expressions turned somber. Could it be that Long-son Nanxiao truly intends to monopolize the Li family's business? In front of the apricot orchard, Long-son Nanxiao walked alongside Li Zai. The oblivious Bai Wanyu was about to follow when he was abruptly halted by Li Yue. "Be more perceptive," she chided softly. Bai Wanyu was taken aback, offering no rebuttal, and quietly trailed behind. Ahead, Long-son Nanxiao gazed at the young man beside him and, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, "Young Master Li, I have heard that these extraordinary items from the Li family are your inventions. Is that true?" "Not at all," Li Zai promptly denied. "Rumors are not to be trusted." Upon hearing this, Long-son Nanxiao, far from being disappointed, instead broke into a radiant smile and replied, "Young Master Li, the conditions you mentioned earlier are indeed worth discussing." Chapter 27. Changsun Nanjiao outside the apricot orchard. A single remark from Changsun Nanjiao left Li Zai at a loss for words. Are women nowadays so audacious? I am still young. Can't we wait a few more years? A hint of shyness crossed Li Zai's face as he responded, "Not that young." Changsun Nanjiao scrutinized the youth before her, smiling as she remarked, "At 17, one can already wed in our great Shang dynasty. What is it, Master Li? Do you find my age too advanced? Or is it my widowhood that you despise?" Upon hearing this, Li Zai felt overwhelmed, thinking it was his own folly to engage with this woman. Observing the youth's embarrassment, Changsun Nanjiao chuckled gently and said, "Very well, I shall not tease you further. Let us discuss matters of collaboration. My Changsun family is quite interested in all of the Li family's businesses. You may propose a condition." I thought I had already stated it during the banquet. Li Ziya Raplia. Master Li, let us speak plainly. If the Li family insists on claiming 70% of the profits, none of the three parties will acquiesce, Changsun Nanjiao stated earnestly. 60% is the bottom line for my Changsun family. The Li family shall receive 60%, but your production techniques must involve personnel from my Changsun family. That is out of the question, Li Zai firmly rejected. The Li family's production techniques shall remain solely ours. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Changsun Nanjiao replied calmly. The Li family's businesses have been independently operated for a decade. Many techniques are no longer secrets. Even with the best protection, in a few years, these skills will be thoroughly studied by skilled craftsmen from various families. And at that time, the Li family's advantages will no longer hold. You mentioned that is a matter for future years, Li Zai said with a radiant smile. A few years is ample time for the Li family to expand our business severalfold. By then, even if other families decipher our techniques, we will have monopolized all business channels within the great Shang dynasty. No matter how closely they mimic, the world will only recognize the Li family's brand. Do you truly believe the court will allow the Li family to develop so recklessly? Changsun Nanjiao asked, her tone laced with subtle irony. Surely, you understand the principle of drawing attention to oneself. I am fully aware, Li Zai replied with a smile. Thus, upon the third prince presenting an opportunity to my family, we promptly arrived. However, I am aware that the Changsun family and the Merchant Alliance, as well as the Yin family bank, do not belong to the same camp. The Li family can choose the Changsun family, or it can opt for the Merchant Alliance and the Yin family bank. Upon hearing this, Changsun Nanjiao narrowed her eyes slightly, saying, "Master Li, you truly have keen insight. I admire that. Mutual admiration, Li Ziya Raplia calmly. I presume you have heard that I share a good rapport with the third prince, who has repeatedly recommended the Merchant Alliance and the Yin family bank to me. What the third prince can offer you, the Changsun family can also provide." Changsun Nanjiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she replied earnestly, "In fact, even more. Truth be told, I am indeed more inclined toward the Changsun family." Li Zai grinned and remarked, "After all, who wouldn't he wish to spend more time with a beauty like Sister Changsun? However, the conditions set by Sister Changsun are simply unacceptable to the Li family." "You have called me sister, so mustn't I take a step back?" Changsun Nanjiao shot a glance at the young man before her and replied, "As for profit distribution, the Li family will still retain 60%, while my Changsun family will take 40%. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of the Li family will remain unchallenged by my Changsun family. Will this suffice? I shall ponder over it." Li Zai chuckled. Perhaps the Yin family bank and the Merchant Alliance might indeed accept my previous terms. "You." Changsun Nanjiao paused, her chest rising and falling in agitation, her enchanting demeanor utterly captivating. "Farewell, Sister Changsun, until we meet again." Securing a small victory, Li Zai left in high spirits, waving his hand as he walked away, followed by Li Yuwei and by Wang Yu. In front of the apricot garden, Changsun Nanjiao gazed at the retreating figure of the young man for a long while, then suddenly burst into laughter reminiscent of blooming flowers, a sight to behold. "This little fellow is quite intriguing. It has been a long time since I encountered someone so captivating." At the Li courtyard, when Li Zai and the others returned, dusk was fast approaching. Li Zai proceeded to take a medicinal bath, enduring the daily torment. After nearly half an hour, when he emerged, his legs trembled, barely able to support his weight. In the west chamber, Li Zai and Bai Wangyu sat on the stone steps outside their room, gazing at the moon and lost in thought. Old Bai, Li Zai began. Yes? Bai Wangyu replied. With your formidable cultivation and distinguished status, you are also quite. As he spoke, Li Zai glanced at the young lad in the red hood beside him and felt a twinge of envy. This young man was not lacking in charm either. Under the moonlight, Bai Wangyu donned a white scholar's robe, his starry brows and sharp eyes exuding righteousness, the epitome of a favored child of heaven. Overwhelmed with emotions, Li Zai averted his gaze and asked, Do you have no worries? Worries? Bai Wangyu pondered seriously before responding, Indeed, I do. What worries? Li Zai's interest was piqued. The masters have mentioned that with my comprehension. Reaching the fifth realm is not a concern. However, transcending to the fifth realm is quite another matter, Bai Wangyu explained. Li Zai found himself at a loss for words. Transcending to the fifth realm? While others were contemplating such matters, he was still struggling in the early stage of the first realm, unaware of when he might advance further. Old Bai, I wish I could just disappear. The two engaged in a meandering conversation, and in the presence of Bai Wangyu, Li Zai finally comprehended the meaning of the children of others. Old Bai, do you truly not know the whereabouts of my master? Li Zai inquired once more. I do not, Bai Wangyu shook his head. With the cultivation of the plum blossom sword immortal, if she wishes to conceal her whereabouts, even the four masters would find it challenging to discover her. This matter, you can only inquire with the head of the Confucian school. The head of the Confucian school, Li Zia Siga Agzasparata. Once again, it was the head of the Confucian school. The crucial question remained. How could he ever meet the esteemed master of the Taishua Palace? Brother Bai, have you ever encountered the scholar? Li Zai inquired with curiosity. What kind of person is the scholar? I have only seen him once, Bai Wangyu replied softly. The scholar's courtyard is accessible only to the four esteemed masters. I was fortunate to have met him once, accompanying Master F.A. Ru. As for the scholar's character, should you have the opportunity to meet him in the future, you will understand that he is no ordinary individual, but rather a sage of our time. Li Zai felt a headache coming on. He wanted to inquire about old Qing's whereabouts, but the only way to do so was through the scholar, whom he could not currently meet, truly vexing. What if I were to capture the senior brother of the Ru sect and use him as a hostage to exchange for the fairy master? Li Zai glanced at Bai Wangyu beside him, quickly dismissing this wild notion. He knew he could not defeat that man. Feeling fatigued, Li Zai reclined on the stone steps, gazing at the moon above, and casually remarked, Old Bai, does the Ru sect possess any rapid martial arts techniques? Teach me a couple of moves. Rapid martial arts? Bai Wangyu's expression turned contemplative. After a long pause, he spoke, Yes, there are some, though their power is rather mediocre. Would you like to learn them? Upon hearing this, Li Zai immediately sat up, saying, Let me see. Bai Wangyu nodded, stepping forward a couple of paces and raising his finger as if wielding a sword. Instantly, the Tai sword unsheathed from his back, its blade vibrating rapidly, creating numerous afterimages that were nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. In the next moment, several beams of sword light shot forth, akin to meteors streaking across the night sky. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the sword light sliced through the air, causing a massive rock ahead to shatter, debris scattering across the ground. Behind him, Li Zai stood agape, astonished as if he had never witnessed such a spectacle before. His voice trembling, You call this power mediocre? Indeed, Bai Wangyu sheathed his sword and nodded. It is flashy yet impractical. In a duel between experts, its utility is limited. Li Zai felt as if 1,000 horses had trampled over him, overwhelmed by another wave of dismay. Why was there not a benevolent angel to take this fellow away? If you deem it useless, then do not learn it, Bai Wangyu stated earnestly. After all, the flying immortal technique you practice is the supreme method of the world, incomparable to any martial arts. Wait, why wouldn't Ti learn? Of course I wanna, Li Zai exclaimed, quickly rising to his feet. It is always beneficial to acquire more knowledge. What is the name of this technique? His pitiful flying immortal technique was still uncertain in his mastery. He needed to learn something substantial to bolster his skills. Wind leaves its trace, Bai Wangyu replied, and then proceeded to activate the Tai sword, meticulously imparting each detail. Li Zai attentively studied alongside him, fearful of missing any nuance. After about half an hour of Bai Wangyu's patient instruction, Li Zai finally grasped the essence of the technique. Ha, I did it! Li Zai beamed at the pulsating pure June sword before him, laughing like a fool. Beside him, Bai Wangyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Was this technique truly difficult? He recalled learning it in a single glance. Why was it so strenuous for Li Zai? Perhaps he was not suited to learn the swordplay of the Ru sect after all. Bai Wangyu instinctively concocted an excuse for Li Zai. After all, how could someone favored by the plum blossom, sword immortal possess mediocre martial talent? Come on, Lao Bai, today is a joyous occasion, and I shall treat you to some revelry. Having mastered a new technique, Li Zai was in high spirits, draping an arm around Bai Wangyu's neck as they strolled towards the outskirts of the garden. Having arrived in the capital for several days, it was time to pay a visit to his elder brother, while also gathering some intelligence on the Yin family. He was eager to procure the tome titled Essence of Heavenly Craft as soon as possible. Where to? Bai Wangyu, still unaccustomed to Li Zai's affectionate demeanor, inquired with an awkward expression. To the flower-picking garden, Li Zai replied, the brothel. The mention of the brothel caused Bai Wangyu's expression to shift, and he said, Brother Li, that is not permissible. As a disciple of the Confucian sect, how can I venture into such a place of frivolity? Is such a prohibition inscribed in the Confucian tenets? Li Zai questioned. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Wangyu shook his head, not specifically. Well then, this is quite the revelation, Li Zai beamed. Since there is no explicit rule against it, and you have previously promised to heed my wishes, let us dispense with the objections. With that, Li Zai pulled Bai Wangyu along, heading resolutely towards the flower-picking garden. Chapter 28. The Land of Fireworks, as the gentle night breeze caressed the air. The Xiang River shimmered under the moonlight, with flower-laden boats docked and the banks adorned with vibrant blossoms. The renowned Shihua Garden, a celebrated locale along the banks of the Xiang River, was bustling with dignitaries and aristocrats who lavishly spent fortunes in pursuit of a mere smile from a beautiful maiden. When the moon ascended the treetops, Li Zai, with a playful tug, led Bai Wangyu into the Shihua Garden. Within the garden, revelry reigned supreme. On a raised platform, for graceful dancers, holding pipa, swayed elegantly, their forms tantalizingly veiled, leaving onlookers parched with desire. Welcome, gentlemen. Do you have a particular lady in mind? Upon their entrance, a flamboyantly adorned matron approached, a painted fan in hand, her face beaming with a welcoming smile. It's our first visit. No more pleasantries. Fetch us 2 courtesans. My brother here has no interest in ordinary charms. Money shall be no object, Li Zai declared with bravado, producing a hefty silver ingot that glimmered in the light, thrusting it into the woman's hands with a flourish. Such generosity, young master. The matron's eyes sparkled at the sight of the silver, and she called out, quickly, Summon Xinghua and Li Hua to entertain our esteemed guests. Xinghua and Li Hua? Li Zai nearly choked upon hearing the names. Couldn't they choose more refined stage names? By go. We should leave, Bai Wangyu, observing the surrounding scene of flirtation and revelry, nervously suggested, beads of perspiration forming on her brow. Why the haste? Li Zai urged her to sit at an unoccupied table, smiling. We've come all this way. We must indulge ourselves a little before departing. Young masters, we have arrived. At that moment, 2 exquisitely adorned ladies descended from the second floor, their movements mesmerizing, each step a sultry sway that seemed to defy the limits of their waists. What do you think? The matron inquired, guiding the 2 ladies closer. Courtesans? Li Zai eyed the alluring women with skepticism. Rest assured, they are untouched maidens, the matron assured, her smile unwavering. Despite his doubts, Li Zai refrained from further questioning. He wouldn't jeopardize his own business. He glanced at the 2 women, then gestured towards the petite figure beside him, grinning broadly. Ladies, please keep my brother company. Your reward shall be generous. Indeed, Xinghua and Li Hua exchanged glances before seating themselves beside Bai Wangyu, their bodies undulating like serpents as they leaned in. You mustn't Such proximity between men and women is inappropriate and breaches decorum. Bai Wangyu exclaimed, fidgeting under the lady's attention, her panic palpable. Lizier, litnesink her discomfort. Felt an unexpected surge of delight. You, always wearing that calm facade. Now you're flustered. Even the children from other families have their moments. He chuckled heartily, his spirits soaring. Young master, what of you? Will you not find a lady to accompany you? The matron, recognizing that this young man was indeed the true patron, adorned her heavily made-up face with an even more flattering smile. Not in a rush. Let's wait a moment. Li Zai smiled broadly and said, I have heard that the renowned courtesan Yu Qingzhi, celebrated for her exceptional skills in both music and dance, will be performing at Shihua Garden tonight. Is it true? Indeed it is, replied Huagu with a smile. Miss Qingzhi is already on her way and will surely arrive shortly. That's splendid, Li Zai responded, then lifted his cup to quietly sip his drink, preferring to say no more. Observing his demeanor, Huagu wisely refrained from further interruption, signaling the other two ladies at the table to attend to the esteemed guest before gracefully departing. Downstairs, the atmosphere grew increasingly vibrant. It was evident that many had heard the news of Miss Qingxuan's imminent arrival at Shihua Garden. As a courtesan of unparalleled renown in the capital, Yu Qingxuan's background remained shrouded in mystery. Since her breathtaking performance at the courtesan competition 3 years prior, which had captivated the entire city, the young nobility had been utterly infatuated, spending lavishly in hopes of winning a mere smile from her. On the second floor, within the private rooms, the most distinguished guests of the capital awaited Yu Qingxuan's appearance. Meanwhile, on the third floor of Shihua Garden, a solitary figure clad in a flowing silver-gray robe observed the crowd below with an impassive expression. Little brother. Li Qingzhi's gaze lingered on the youthful silhouette on the first floor, a rare warmth flickering across his typically indifferent features before vanishing entirely. It was only natural for him to arrive on the night of Yu Qingxuan's performance without raising any suspicions. Suddenly, a melodious sound akin to celestial music resonated from the second floor, and with a single note, the entire Shihua Garden fell silent. The music, poignant and urgent, echoed through the space. In the room overlooking the staircase on the second floor, beaded curtains swayed, revealing a fleeting glimpse of a stunning figure. With a delicate appearance, donned in a green outfit and with hair elegantly styled, she possessed an ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial being, untouched by worldly concerns. Gradually, the tempo of the music quickened, resembling the explosive sound of a silver vase shattering, as if 1,000 horses were galloping forth. Bravo! The guests on the first floor became entranced, unable to restrain their enthusiastic applause. What a convoluted performance! Li Zai initially paused in surprise, then smirked, quietly muttering, It's rather mediocre. Such a fine piece should not be sullied by a guqin. With a sudden, jarring halt, the music ceased, akin to the tearing of silk. The guests on the first floor were momentarily stunned, enveloped in silence. Consequently, Li Zai's soft critique was inadvertently audible to all. Behind the beaded curtains on the second floor, Yu Qingzhi rose abruptly, her gaze fixed on the young man who had drawn the crowd's attention, an expression of shock etched upon her face. It's him, she thought, incredulous at the audacity of this inexperienced youth who dared to voice such disparagement of her artistry. On the first floor, many affluent young men, outraged by the perceived insult to their beloved enchantress, shouted in fury, How dare he feign knowledge he does not possess? Who is this person? Does anyone recognize him? What a disgrace! Where's the servant? Throw him out. As one individual commenced a tirade, a chorus of agreement erupted, filling the grand hall with a cacophony of curses and reproaches. Clearly, Li Zai's prior critique of the musical prowess of the Qingxi fairy had incited the ire of the crowd. On the second floor, within the confines of the private rooms, derisive laughter echoed as they regarded the unfamiliar youth below who had drawn the collective wrath of the assembly, their expressions betraying a sense of amusement. Who is this brash young man, so audacious in his speech? One inquired. Ah, he is the third son of the Li family. Came the response from one of the chambers, a voice smooth and delicate. Oh, a scion of the Li family? A man, appearing to be in his 30s, spoke from behind a partially drawn silk curtain, curiosity lacing his tone. His appearance was rather unremarkable, a stark contrast to the other princes of the Deshang dynasty. He sat with a thick blanket draped over his knees, indicative of some ailment affecting his legs. Prince Mu Yuan, born with a disability that confined him to a wheelchair, would have had no chance of ascending the throne had he been born to a common consort. Yet, due to his illustrious maternal lineage and status as the royal firstborn, he still commanded considerable respect, despite his infirmity. Behind Mu Yuan stood a somewhat older eunuch, Zhao Jie, who had served him for many years and was renowned as a formidable martial artist. "Your Highness, shall I summon him?" "Zhao Ye imudet." "Not yet," Mu Yuan replied, shaking his head. "I prefer to observe the unfolding events. I am curious to see what distinguishes this scion of the Li family." "Understood," Zhao Ye responded, standing attentively without further comment. In the grand hall below, Li Zai surveyed the agitated crowd, momentarily taken aback. "Is this truly necessary?" he mused. "All I spoke was a simple truth, yet their fervor suggests they would gladly pounce upon me." Such blind fandom is indeed a terrifying constant throughout the ages. I remember now. He is Li Zai, the son of Li Baiwan of Yuzhou. At that moment, one of the young gentlemen in the hall finally recognized Li Zai's identity and called out, "Li Baiwan, that nouveau riche," came a derisive response. No wonder a child of such wealth would possess no discernment. A naive bumpkin, making a fool of himself here. Upon the revelation of Li Zai's lineage, laughter erupted anew among the crowd, perfectly timed. The young nobles of the capital savored their sense of superiority, their chins raised high enough to nearly reveal their nostrils. "Senior brother." Amidst the rising tide of mockery, a young noble suddenly noticed a white-clad scholar entangled with two ladies. Initially stunned, his face soon transformed with shock as he exclaimed, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" At his utterance, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward the young man beside Li Zai, and after a moment of astonishment, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. "Is that not Bai Wang Yu, the foremost disciple of the law scholar?" Amidst the delicate fragrance of pear and apricot blossoms, Bai Wang Yu, confronted by the astonished stares surrounding him, displayed a hint of embarrassment and nodded in acknowledgement. "Senior brother, what are you doing here?" A student from the academy rose, his expression imbued with disbelief, and inquired. Accompanying Brother Li, Bai Wang Yu awkwardly responded. "Brother Li?" The scholar's countenance shifted, momentarily startled, before he turned his gaze toward Li Zai, who had just incurred the wrath of the crowd, his fists clenched tightly, anger etched across his face. How could this person bring the esteemed senior brother to such a place? The senior brother was the pride of their entire academy. Feeling the murderous glares directed at him, Li Zai instinctively touched his nose, pondering why he couldn't enjoy a brief respite in the brothel without inciting such disdain. On the second floor, pairs of eyes peered down, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. The scion of the Li family had brought the senior brother of the Confucian sect to this realm of indulgence. One could only speculate how the esteemed master of the law would react upon hearing such news. As the emotions of the crowd on the first floor grew increasingly agitated, on the second floor, behind the beaded curtain, Yu Qingxian suppressed the tumult within and spoke. "Young Master Li, might I invite you to the second floor for a meeting?" With those words, the cacophony in the grand hall below ceased instantaneously, leaving a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd, taken aback, struggled to regain their composure. An invitation from a celestial being. How could one refuse? Li Zai grinned broadly, then rose and made his way to the second floor. However, just as he ascended the third step, he paused, turned back to face the gathered crowd, and with a wide grin declared, "A bunch of simpletons." Chapter 29. A conversation with the courtesan about life, alas. A mere country bumpkin dares to mock us. The face of a nouveau riche. He should be banished from the capital. Lady Qingxian, this individual possesses a heart of extreme malice. You must exercise utmost caution. In the grand hall, the atmosphere erupted once again due to a single remark from Li Zai. The young scions of noble families seethed with rage, eager to rise and slay this upstart from Yuzhou. "Huh!" Li Zai merely responded with an exceedingly arrogant and scornful smile, laden with derision, before turning and ascending to the second floor. Within the hall, the crowd seethed, their teeth clenched in fury, but out of respect for Lady Qingzhi's presence. They refrained from acting, unwilling to lose their composure. On the second floor, Li Zai strode forward, directly parting the beaded curtain to enter the private room. Their gazes met. Yu Qingxian looked at the youth before her, and a flicker of anxiety unexpectedly surged within her usually tranquil heart. She had long been searching for the owner of the Peepus score, and to her astonishment, she found him here. The piece 10 Directions ambush was a Peepus score, not a Guqin score. Only the score's master would be privy to this detail, as she had modified the score for performance on the Guqin. Even those well-versed in music had failed to recognize it over the years. Inside the room, the atmosphere was notably subdued, and Yu Qingxian's eyes betrayed her tension. However, Li Zai was not particularly intrigued by the woman before him. His purpose for being there was to seek his second brother. Had she not called out to him in front of so many, he would not have approached at all. "Hey there, young lady, what business do you have with me?" Li Zai asked, unwilling to engage in prolonged discourse, his words revealing the qualities typical of a wayward youth. Yu Qingxian was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Performing a graceful bow, "I apologize for summoning young Master Li so abruptly. I hope you can forgive me." "No need for apologies," Li Zai replied dismissively, nostrils flaring in disdain. "What is it you wish to say?" Yu Qingxian found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the youth's demeanor, but managed to maintain her calm expression. "May I inquire how you discerned that the piece I played was a Peepus score rather than a Guqin score?" "I guessed," Li Zai replied with a broad grin. He certainly could not admit that he had memorized the score of 10 Directions ambush. His remarkable performance had already led some peculiar individuals to suspect that the eccentricities of the Li family were of his invention. If this score were also attributed to him, he would find himself at a complete loss for words. It was best to keep his identity as a favored son under wraps. He understood the dangers of drawing too much attention. "Young master, Qingxian harbors no ill intentions. I merely sought to find the owner of this Peepus score to express my gratitude in person," Yu Qingxian stated earnestly. "You've come to the wrong person." "I know nothing of music," Li Zai replied with a roguish smile. "However, I am well versed in the matters of life. Young lady, on this long, sleepless night, would you care to engage in a discussion about life?" Yu Qingxian furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed upon the youth, hoping to glean something from his expression. Yet, to her disappointment, all she found was a smirk devoid of any depth. "Young Master Li." Yu Qingxian gently clenched her hands, suppressing the discomfort within, and said, "Please conduct yourself with decorum. Qingxian is not the kind of person you imagine." "What a pity." Li Zai scrutinized the woman before him, and indeed, she was rather pleasing to the eye. As Yu Qingxian sensed the invasive gaze of the former, her discomfort intensified. "Li Gongzi, the hour grows late. Perhaps you should take your leave." "Leave? Absolutely not." Li Zai immediately shook his head, a rather peculiar smile gracing his lips as he continued. "It has barely been a quarter of an hour. That is far too swift. I cannot possibly depart now. It would be quite embarrassing." "And what does Li Gongzi imply?" The inherently naive Yu Qingxian failed to discern the lewd undertones in his words, her brow furrowing as she inquired. "Let's converse about life." Li Zai willingly seated himself at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and grinned. "Since we have the time, we might as well endure an hour together. Otherwise, where would I place the dignity of the third son of the Li family?" Regardless of speed, the foremost concern was the throng of individuals below. Should he venture out, he might be devoured by those ruffians. For now, he would let Little Red Riding Hood shield him from the crowd's ire. Observing the shameless demeanor of Li Zai, Yu Qingxuan's impression of him further deteriorated. Struggling to contain her anger, she stated, "If Li Gongzi refuses to leave, then I shall take my leave." With that, Yu Qingxian stowed her Guqin and prepared to depart. Such impropriety. Seeing this, Li Zai set down his teacup and bellowed. Yu Qingxuan's body trembled, her gaze fixed on him, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. How could this man be so shameless? "Sit down and talk," Li Zai grinned, "or I shall continue to shout." Fuming, Yu Qingxuan's body quivered with agitation. After a prolonged moment, she managed to suppress her fury, placing her Guqin down and reluctantly sitting. "Li Zia Chocolat Soufflé," remaining silent as he sipped his tea, allowing time to pass. He intended to wait until the others grew impatient and departed before he ventured out. However, He wondered if he would have another chance to see his second brother. This evening had indeed gone awry. He had not anticipated this woman disrupting his plans. Li Zai remained silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yu Qingxian sat there, her expression shifting several times. She could not fathom that the third son of the Li family was such a brazen individual. If so, then the exquisite pipa score could not have been penned by him. She firmly believed that one capable of composing such a stunning piece was certainly no fool. As time trickled by, the private room remained silent, the awkwardness palpable. On the table, Li Zai had finished the pot of tea, yet not much time had elapsed, and the first floor was still teeming with people. Unexpectedly, the night had deepened outside, and the privileged youths on the first floor remained steadfast. Their eyes red and teeth clenched as they awaited the emergence of the Li family's Navi scion, eager to flay him alive. On the second floor, Li Zai acutely sensed the resentment emanating from below, making it all the more impossible for him to venture outside. Noticing that the tea had been depleted, he turned his gaze toward the woman before him, grinning. "Is there any tea left?" "None." Yu Qingxian bit her silver teeth, replying, "Little girl." Li Zai opened his mouth, about to continue speaking, when he sensed the murderous intent in the gaze of the woman before him, immediately altering his address. "You. Is it Miss Yu? You summoned me here and made me the target of everyone's ire. Surely you must bear some responsibility? What does young Masterly desire?" Yu Qingxian, struggling to suppress her rising fury, inquired. Does the Medicine King exist?" Li Zai pondered for a moment. "Not at all," Yu Qingxian replied through clenched teeth. "What about the everlasting cold iron? Do you possess any?" Li Zai pressed on. "Absolutely not," Yu Qingxian retorted angrily. "Why is it that you have nothing?" Li Zai expressed his disappointment. At his words, Yu Qingxuan's chest heaved with rage, her silver teeth clenched tightly, the last vestige of her rationality slipping away. "How about this? If you provide me with 10,000 precious herbs, I shall forgive you," Li Zai declared casually. Bang! Unable to contain herself any longer, Yu Qingxian slammed her palm on the table and stood up, her body trembling violently. "You," Li Zai, startled, responded, "Why the agitation? If you disagree, you could always negotiate. Isn't business all about haggling? There's no need for such fury." Yu Qingxian closed her eyes, took several deep breaths, and said, "Young Masterly, I take my leave. May we never meet again." With that, she picked up the guqin beside her, turned, and exited through the door at the back of the private room. "Fairy, don't go." "Hey!" "Ah, such a lack of decorum." Li Zai shouted a couple of times, shaking his head in resignation. "Fine, if she wishes to leave, let her." "Is that Miss Qingxuan's carriage?" "Miss Qingxian has departed." At that moment, someone in the hall below spotted Yu Qingxuan's carriage leaving in front of the flower pavilion and exclaimed, "Miss Qingxian!" Instantly, the crowd in the hall rushed out, their expressions filled with disappointment. "Oh, bye. Let us go." Seizing the rare opportunity, Li Zai hurried downstairs, grabbing by Wang Yu and slipping out of the flower pavilion amidst the chaos. Li Zai. In the ensuing turmoil, someone spotted the two and shouted angrily, "Don't let him escape. Everyone, seize him." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the duo, and a frenzied chase ensued. Thus, by the Xiangshui River, a farcical scene unfolded. Li Zai tugged by Wang Yu ahead, desperately fleeing, while behind them, a throng pursued wildly, hurling insults. Li Zai, not one to back down easily, retaliated with curses of his own, matching one against the multitude. The frenzy of the pursuing crowd escalated, each person driven by an adrenaline rush, racing after them. The once tranquil Xiangshui River transformed into an uproar. As night deepened, Li Zai pulled by Wang Yu through street after street, the number of pursuers dwindling behind them. A bunch of bumpkins. Do they think they can catch up with me? After traversing 2 more streets, noticing that no one followed, Li Zai paused, bent over, and gasped for breath. "I am utterly exhausted." Brotherly, beside him, Bai Wangyu took a deep breath, still haunted by the experience, murmuring that such places should be avoided in the future. "This time, I will ensure everything is meticulously arranged for you next time," he exclaimed. But as soon as he spoke, his gaze swept towards the end of the street, and his expression shifted. He suddenly grabbed the former and sprinted away. Behind them, A throng of over a dozen people surged forward, brandishing wooden sticks scavenged from who knows where. By the time Li Yuan, Li Zai, and Bai Wangyu managed to evade their pursuers and return, dawn was approaching. After fleeing for most of the night, both were in disarray, even Bai Wangyu. The esteemed senior of the Confucian sect had lost his composure, his hair disheveled, and his face glistening with sweat. Without exchanging farewells, they each retreated to their respective chambers. In the inner courtyard, as Li Zai pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of a young man clad in a flowing silver-gray robe, seated calmly at the table. "Second brother," Li Zai exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly closing the door behind him. "What brings you here in person?" he inquired. "Did you not wish to find me?" Li Qingzhi replied coolly, "If you desire to remain inconspicuous, why provoke you Qingxian?" Caught off guard, Li Zai rubbed his nose, feeling awkward. "I never anticipated that a piece of music I casually composed years ago would end up in Yu Qingxuan's possession." Li Qingzhi nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and shifted the conversation. "You sought me out regarding the Yin family, did you not?" "Indeed," Li Zai responded, his expression turning serious. "Second brother, has the matter concerning Yin Kuang progressed smoothly?" "The individual has been placed within the Yin family," Li Qingzhi replied calmly. "However, acquiring what you desire from the Yin family's treasury will be quite challenging given his current status and abilities. If only we could infiltrate the Yin family ourselves, our chances of success would be considerably enhanced." Li Zai spoke with conviction. There must be a way to gain entry into the Yin family. Li Qingzhi pondered for a moment and said, "There is indeed a method." "Second brother, do you have a plan?" Li Zai asked eagerly. "In a few days, it will be the 60th birthday celebration of the Yin family's patriarch, and Yu Qingxian is expected to perform there," Li Qingzhi stated calmly. "If you wish to enter the Yin family, you could ask Yu Qingxian for assistance." Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Li Zai was suddenly choked by his own saliva, coughing violently. "Why did you not mention it sooner?" he exclaimed. He had already deeply offended Yu Qingxian the previous night. The prospect of asking for help now seemed utterly implausible. Chapter 30. Continuing the search for the courtesan to discuss life, as dawn broke, Li Zai vanished once more. In the southeastern part of the capital, the most tranquil area, the bustling world seemed to be a distant realm. There were no opulent palaces nor extravagant entertainment venues, only the mundane existence of the common folk. In this unremarkable place, within a modest courtyard, a woman rose early to water her plants before embarking on her morning exercises. Yu Qingxian, having been frail in her youth, had been advised by physicians to engage in physical activity, thus maintaining the habit of morning exercises over the years. The noble youths of the capital could never have imagined that the celestial being they admired resided in such an inconspicuous locale. Yet, Li Zai was aware, for Li Qingzhi had informed him. "Miss Yu, what a coincidence!" At the banks of the Xiang River, dressed in a blue outfit, Yu Qingxian was just about to commence her morning routine when that irksome voice echoed behind her. Turning around, she saw Li Zai approaching with a light jog, his face illuminated by the sun, a bright smile gracing his features, appearing so delicate and charming. Regrettably, Li Zai's current impression in Yu Qingxuan's mind had deteriorated to the utmost degree. Therefore, upon seeing him, she uttered not a word and turned to leave. Miss Yu, please don't go. Let's discuss life. Or perhaps music and poetry would suffice." Li Zai hurried after her, lingering at her side with a fawning expression. "Young Master Li, I have matters to attend to. Perhaps another day," Yu Qingxian replied curtly, quickening her pace to rid herself of the bothersome presence. Oblivious to being regarded as an annoyance, Li Zai continued to pursue her, insisting, "Miss Yu, I came to apologize. It's all that by Wang Yu's fault. He insisted on dragging me to the flower pavilion and pouring me wine. Otherwise, I would not have acted so rudely. Please forgive me." Achoo! In the West Wing, Bai Wangyu had just stepped out of his room when he felt a tickle in his nose, sneezing twice in quick succession. Had he caught a chill? Bai Wangyu pondered, as he had not fallen ill in many years since he began his martial training. What could be the cause today? Meanwhile, by the Xiang River, Yu Qingxian regarded the shameless youth before her with increasing disdain, who did not know the nature of that scholarly senior. How could he audaciously cast blame onto others without a hint of shame? "Young Master Li," Yu Qingxian halted and stated with gravity, I have no association with you. Whether or not I forgive you is of no consequence. Why must you persist in this pursuit? There is a connection. How can there be none? Li Zai hastily replied. Are you not seeking the author of the ambush from 10 sides? Indeed, it was I who penned it. Furrowing her brow, Qingzhi inquired. What is the meaning of the 12 tones? What are the 7 sounds? Li Zai was taken aback, bewildered. What do you mean? Qingzhi, growing increasingly impatient, retorted. If young Master Li is unaware of the fundamentals of musical theory, how could you possibly compose a remarkable score like the ambush from 10 sides? Li Zai's face revealed a bitter expression. He was not a scholar of ancient music theory and thus had no understanding of such matters. He simply had a good memory, able to recall anything he had seen after a single glance. The score for 10 Directions ambush was merely something he had casually flipped through. As for knowledge of musical theory, who would bother to study that? Little did he know that the examination would include such topics. This question was clearly beyond the syllabus. Young Master Li, if you cannot answer, please do not persist, Qingzhi remarked, then turned to leave once more. Li Zai vigorously ruffled his hair, wearing a wry smile. Yet, he did not give up. He continued to follow closely behind. It seemed that mending his impression in Qingzhi's eyes would not be an easy endeavor. Last night, he had truly overstepped his bounds, unaware that he would need to seek assistance from this young courtesan. Ahead, Qingzhi had walked briskly for quite some time, but upon noticing that Li Zai still trailed behind, her irritation grew increasingly difficult to suppress. How could this person be so persistent? A quarter of an hour later, as she was nearing her residence, Qingzhi was compelled to halt, turning to face the young man behind her. In a low voice, she inquired young Master Li, what exactly do you wish to achieve? Nothing in particular, merely a desire to befriend Miss Yu. Li Zai replied with a broad smile. Given the current circumstances, he could not disclose his intention to visit the Yin family. You hold a noble status, while I am merely a woman of the world, unworthy of your association. You should take your leave, Qingzhi stated solemnly. All men are created equal. There should be no distinction of high and low. Though Miss Yu resides in the realm of pleasure, she remains untainted by its mire, far more noble than those who profess virtue yet commit vile deeds, Li Zai extolled. Employing nearly every eloquent term he could muster, striving to establish a rapport with Qingzhi. Indeed, upon hearing his unique perspective on social status, Qingzhi's expression shifted to one of surprise. All men are equal? This was the first time she had heard such a sentiment expressed. Noticing the change in the woman's demeanor, Li Zai realized his words had struck a chord. He quickly searched his mind for further eloquence and continued, Miss Yu, I hail from family of merchants, and my status is hardly distinguished. However, I have never considered myself inferior. Kings and nobles possess no inherent superiority. The ruler is but a boat, while the people are the water. Water can both support and capsize the boat. Thus, in life, there is fundamentally no high or low. Worth is determined solely by the heart. Brilliant, Li Zai concluded, feeling immensely satisfied. It had been ages since he had engaged in such unabashed banter. Does young Master Li truly believe so? Qingzhi softly replied, her heart stirred, her gaze fixed upon the ever-changing countenance of the young man before her. At that moment, she found it difficult to comprehend him. Worth is determined solely by the heart. This phrase resonated deeply within her. She understood that despite the countless noble suitors who had pursued her over the years, their interest lay solely in her beauty and form, while they regarded her identity as a courtesan with disdain. This is the entrenched division of status in the world, a deeply ingrained perception that is impossible to alter. Li Zai nodded vigorously, saying, Miss Yu, after we have spent considerable time together, you will come to understand that my words and actions are consistently aligned. And I possess a benevolent nature, one that would hesitate to harm even an ant, and I cherish the moth that flutter near the light. I must admit, I drank rather excessively last night, which led to my disrespectful remarks. Ba, to the brothers of the underworld, you are neither ants nor moths. I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused. Let's put last night's incident behind us. Qingzhi, possessing a kind heart, was reluctant to dwell on the matter, and softly replied, Indeed. Li Zai's face lit up with joy as he grasped the hand of the woman before him, exclaiming, Thank you, Miss Yu, thank you. Yu Qingshuan's expression shifted, and she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. At that moment, an angry voice echoed from a distance. "Scoundrel! Release the fairy Qingxian." Before the words could fully register, a boy, appearing around 15 or 16, charged toward them with a furious expression. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, resembling a young tiger. In just a few strides, he reached the pair and forcefully pushed Li Zai aside, barking, "Who are you to bully fairy Qingxian? Beware, or I shall have my father deal with you." "And who might your father be?" Li Zai, taken aback, inquired. "My father is one of the 10 martial kings, the Eastern King," the boy declared, lifting his chin defiantly. "The Eastern King?" A look of astonishment crossed Li Zai's face. Another scion of a martial king? When did the title of the great merchant martial kings become so commonplace that their names echoed wherever one went? Was this not a form of bullying? Are you afraid? If so, be gone, or I shall make you regret it. Wu Duo, the son of the Eastern King, struck a pose, hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. "Young master, Li Gongzi did not bully me. It was merely a misunderstanding," Yu Qingxian interjected, feeling a pang of compassion as she saw the situation escalate. "Fear not, fairy Qingxian. With me here, he dares not continue his bullying." Wu Duo turned, wearing a self-satisfied grin, convinced that fairy Qingxian would not dare offend him. At long last, his moment of heroism had arrived. "Little brat, you have spirit," Li Zai remarked, giving him a thumbs up. To attempt a heroic rescue before him, it seemed that Li Zai's reputation as a villain had yet to reach its full potential. With this thought, he flashed a grin and stepped closer. "What do you intend to do?" Wu Duo gasped, instinctively retreating 2 steps. "What do you think?" A sinister smile crept across Li Zai's face as he seized the young lad by the collar, his eyes glinting with menace. "So, you're the son of the Eastern King, are you? Daring to meddle in my affairs. Are you tired of living? Watch yourself, or I might just toss you into the river. You, let me go." Wu Duo trembled at the sight of Li Zai's fierce demeanor, struggling in terror as he stammered, "Otherwise, my father will not spare you." "Well, you must be alive to see your father, won't you?" Li Zai chuckled, glancing around, his grin widening. With no one else around, what a perfect spot. With that, Li Zai began to drag the boy toward the riverbank. "Help! Save me!" As Wu Duo trembled, a profound sense of dread engulfed him, prompting him to cry out in desperation. "Shout all you want, even if you scream your throat raw. No one will come to your aid," Li Zai retorted with an air of arrogance. Beside them, Yu Qingxian discerned that Li Zai was merely attempting to intimidate the young prince of Donglan, and a look of helplessness crossed her face. The temperament of the 3rd young master of the Li family was truly chaotic. By the banks of the Xiangshui River, Li Zai dragged the young prince of Donglan along, his lips curving into a sinister smile as he ominously inquired, "Will you descend willingly, or shall I cast you down myself?" Save me. I don't want to go down," Wu Duo stammered, on the verge of tears. "Not going down?" Li Zai chuckled menacingly. "What about the heroic rescue?" "In no rescue," Wu Duo quivered in response. "Are you certain you do not wish to be saved?" Li Zai pressed once more. "I do not wish to be saved," Wu Duo replied, his voice tinged with a hint of weeping. "Such lack of fortitude, and you do not even attempt to resist," Li Zai remarked, his expression revealing his boredom. With a casual flick of his wrist, he cast Wu Duo aside, sending him tumbling to the riverbank. With a thud, Wu Duo landed on the ground, staring into the unfathomable depths of the river, nearly soiling himself in terror. "Miss you, let's take our leave," Li Zai said as he turned to the woman before him, flashing a beaming smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. "I have a piece, Guangling San, which I wish to present to you. It shall not pale in comparison to the peepa score you possess." Upon hearing this, Yu Qingshuan's eyes glimmered with intrigue, and she nodded in agreement. "Then I invite you to my humble abode for a discussion, young Master Li." "Indeed," Li Zai affirmed, glancing back at Wu Duo on the riverbank, a toothy grin spreading across his face once more. Such a mischievous child, daring to challenge him. Wu Duo felt the weight of the threat in Li Zai's gaze and, startled, hurriedly averted his eyes. Chapter 31. The most handsome is still the senior brother in the southeastern part of the capital, where the Xiang River flows, within a modest courtyard. Li Zai held a brush and painstakingly penned the score of Guangling San. A splendid piece. After completing his work, Li Zai gazed at his masterpiece on the stone table, self-satisfied with his assessment. Beside him, Yu Qingxian examined the score, disregarding the clumsy, tortuous characters akin to tadpoles. Instead, she attentively read through the composition, her beautiful face gradually revealing a look of astonishment. Guangling San. It was astonishing that such an exquisite score existed in the world. Waves of emotion surged in Yu Qingxian's eyes, difficult to contain. The profound artistry of this piece, once unveiled to the world, would render all other compositions powerless in comparison. Should it circulate, it would undoubtedly drive countless musicians into a frenzy. Li Ziya, observing the astonished expression of the woman beside him, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was the proper way to engage. After all, he was the favored son of this realm. How could he possibly be overshadowed by those like Hualin or by Wang Yu? Could they compose Guangling San? Could they recite Tang poetry and song verses? Could they even invent soap? Li Gongzi. After a considerable time, Yu Qingxian regained her composure. Her expression a mixture of complexity as she spoke. This Guangling San cannot be accepted. This score is worth its weight in gold. Simply witnessing it is enough for me. Do not be so polite, miss you. I promised to gift it to you, and I shall honor that promise, Li Zai insisted, taking the score and pressing it into her hands with a broad smile. Besides, we are friends now. Why should we be so formal? Unless, of course, you refuse to acknowledge me, your newly affluent friend. Not all. Yu Qingxian froze momentarily, and upon seeing his resolute demeanor, she couldn't help but softly sigh, offering a graceful bow. Then Qingxian shall express her gratitude for your generous gift, Li Gongzi. Now that's more like it, Li Zai replied with a satisfied smile. Miss you, since we are already friends, there's no need for the formalities. Just call me Zai. Zai. Yu Qingxian uttered the name, feeling a sense of awkwardness. Qingxian. Li Zai seized the opportunity, beaming with delight. Do you practice every morning by the banks of the Xiang River? Indeed, Yu Qingxian nodded gently. I was frail in my youth, and the doctor advised me to exercise more, so I have maintained this habit ever since. How fortuitous. I too practice swordplay every morning. Why not train together? Li Zai proposed. Is Li Garden nearby? Yu Qingxian inquired, puzzled. Very close, Li Zai grinned. It's quite near. Both situated within the great city of Dashi. One is to the east, the other to the west. Even at a gallop, it would only take half an hour. That sounds good, Yu Qingxian replied without hesitation, contemplating the prospect. The fact that this gentleman could compose a score as timeless and unparalleled as Guangling San indicated his extraordinary talent. If she encountered any uncertainties, it would be beneficial to seek his counsel. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze wafted through, and a strand of Yu Qingxian's hair lifted softly, the faint fragrance wafting into Li Zai's nostrils, refreshing and invigorating. Instinctively, he inhaled deeply. Such brazen and unabashed behavior. Yu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining her composure as her face flushed crimson. The two individuals fell into a silence, the atmosphere becoming somewhat ambiguous. Deng Tusi, come out. Just then, an urgent voice from outside the courtyard shattered the intimate moment. Li Ziya's Ange Flaret. Could you not choose a better time? Can't you see I'm making friends? Outside the courtyard, a group arrived, wielding clubs, led by none other than Wu Duo, the heir of the Donglin king, whom Li Zai had recently defeated. Wu Duo's face was etched with anxiety, fearing that the celestial being he admired might be bullied. Yu Qingxian stepped to the front of the courtyard, observing the commotion outside with a frown, displaying her displeasure. What are you planning, young master? Qingxian, I have come to rescue you. Have you been bullied by that scoundrel? Wu Duo inquired hastily. Behind Yu Qingxian, Li Zai emerged, his gaze fixed on the youth before him, and he broke into a grin. Donglin King's heir. Have you not heard? There is another troublemaker like you, the heir of the martial king, whom I thrashed. I believe his name was Chunyi Fei. Young master. A young man behind Wu Duo exclaimed, his expression shifting as he rushed forward and whispered, he is the Li Zai from Yuzhou City. Li Ziya. Upon hearing the name, Wu Duo's body trembled. He is the one who struck the heir of the Xuanwu king? After a brief moment of shock, Wu Duoduo suppressed his fear. Do not be afraid of him. We are many. Why bother? Li Zai's smile grew ever brighter. In fact, the people Chun Yifei brought are more than yours. A minor character of this caliber can take on a crowd alone. If he can't handle skilled fighters, how can he contend with these idle science? Ah, Wu Duo, you are here too. Just as Li Zai was preparing to showcase his heroic feat of single-handedly confronting a group once more, a voice far more grating than Wu Duoduo's rang out from a distance. A young man, dressed in luxurious silks and holding a folding fan, approached with an expression that flickered with malice. Behind him trailed two men in ornate golden robes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Chun Yifei. Wu Duoduo's expression shifted slightly upon seeing the newcomer. Why is he here? In that moment, Li Zai's demeanor turned serious. Though his gaze did not linger on Chun Yifei, but rather on the formidable men accompanying him. Li Zai, we meet again. Chun Yifei surveyed the crowd before shifting his gaze to the young man before him, speaking coolly. The heir of the Xuanwu king, you truly are tenacious. Li Zai's expression hardened. It seems the lessons from our previous encounters were insufficient. Huh. Chun Yifei closed his fan with a cold smile. Today, it remains uncertain who will teach whom a lesson. With that, Chun Yifei turned his attention to Wu Duoduo. Donglin Qingzhi. You seem to have a grudge against Li Zai as well. Why not join forces? No need. Wu Duoduo glanced at the two men behind Chun Yifei, shaking his head in refusal. I will not interfere in your grievances. As the words fell, Wu Duoduo turned, preparing to lead his companions away. Be cautious, he murmured, his lips barely moving, as he passed by Li Zai in the courtyard. Those two are the embroidered guards of King Xuanwu, formidable foes. Thank you, Li Zai replied, his expression slightly tense, nodding in acknowledgement. The crown prince of Donglin was not as detestable as he had first appeared. Despite being a dandy, he possessed a distinct quality. At the very least, he was far more honorable than Chun Yifei, the other prince of the martial king. Chun Yifei, observing the departing crown prince of Donglin, displayed a look of disdain, disregarding him entirely as his gaze shifted to the youth who had occupied his thoughts for days. His voice turned icy. Li Zai, if I do not cripple you today, then I shall bear your surname. I am not your father. Li Zai responded in a low voice, his inner energy subtly circulating. Prepare to strike at any moment. It seemed trouble was imminent. The embroidered guards of King Xuanwu were at least late-stage experts of the First Realm. One might be manageable, but with two, his chances of victory were slim. Yet, retreat was not an option. Young Master Li, beside him, Yu Qingxuan's face flashed with anxiety. Her delicate hands clenched tightly, a sheen of sweat appearing on her brow. Qingxian, step back, Li Zai whispered, taking a step forward to shield her behind him. While their playful banter often masked the truth, at this moment, if he did not stand firm, he would not even be worthy of the title of man. Chun Yifei smirked. Rest assured, once I have crippled you, I shall take this courtesan for myself and savor her at my leisure. Yu Qingxian trembled, a hint of panic flickering in her beautiful eyes as she instinctively grasped the hem of the young man's garment. What are you waiting for? Attack! Chun Yifei commanded the two guards behind him with a cold tone. Yes, your highness. The two embroidered guards exchanged glances before stepping forward. In an instant, powerful true energy surged around them, their chests resonating with the thunderous sound of their dantian as they revealed their late-stage, first-realm cultivation. Li Zai narrowed his eyes at the sight, feeling his own dantian begin to resonate, a steady stream of true energy pouring forth. Yet the disparity in cultivation was glaringly evident. The Feishan technique was not particularly focused on cultivation, and with Li Zai having only mastered a single lineage, his training speed was astonishingly slow. He remained in the early stages of the First Realm. For the first time, Li Zai acutely felt the pressure of being outmatched. He needed strength, overwhelming strength. Otherwise, he would be unable to protect those around him. In the next moment, the two embroidered guards lunged forward with astonishing speed. As Li Zai prepared to activate the Feishan technique, he suddenly halted, his gaze shifting westward. In that instant, a surge of sword energy soared into the sky, an ancient sword slicing through the air, exuding a righteous aura that spanned 30 yards. With a resounding clang, the ancient sword struck the ground, sending the two embroidered guards flying. In the astonished eyes of Li Zai and Chun Yifei, a young man clad in a white scholarly robe approached, each step deliberate and steady. His handsome visage radiated tranquility, imbued with an aura of righteousness that was both powerful and sharp. In a word, he was strikingly handsome. Li Zai gazed at the entrance of Bai Wangyu, nearly moved to tears. How could one feign such composure? In the blink of an eye, Bai Wangyu had traversed the distance of 100 zhang. Her seemingly unhurried steps belied an astonishing swiftness. "Are you all right, Li Xiong?" Bai Wangyu inquired with genuine concern upon seeing the youth before her. "I'm fine," Li Zai replied through gritted teeth, puzzled as he asked. "How did you know I was here?" "Miss Yue informed me, saying that you might be in danger and urged me to fetch you back," Bai Wangyu responded. "Yo Li." Li Zai was momentarily taken aback. Then realization dawned upon him. There were numerous spies from the Li estate in the capital. It was evident that Sister Yue had sensed the unusual behavior of the Crown Prince of Xuanwu, prompting this little red-capped girl to come to his aid. "Bai Wangyu." In the courtyard, Chun Yifei glared at the meddling elder brother of the Confucian sect, his anger palpable. "Are you also turning against the Xuanwu royal family?" "Turning against?" Bai Wangyu's expression shifted as she unsheathed the Tai sword from the ground, turning to inquire, "Is it that serious?" At her words, Li Zai's eyes brimmed with tears. Such overwhelming charisma. How could this little red-capped figure be so strikingly handsome? "You." Chun Yifei felt a surge of frustration, wanting to unleash his anger, yet daunted. The person before him was the esteemed elder brother of the Confucian sect, of high status and considerable prowess. The two embroidered guards he had brought were no match. "Let us go. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses." Chun Yifei suppressed his fury and declared, turning to leave. The two embroidered guards silently followed, unwilling to linger any longer. "Young master, remember to ask the Crown Prince upon your return whether he permits you to share my surname. Li. Li Ziyatonta." Watching the three leave in disarray. Turn back. Let the little red cap take you down." 10 steps away, Chun Yifei stumbled slightly, fists clenched, inhaling deeply before departing. He vowed that this grudge would not go unavenged. Li Zai, witnessing this, felt a tinge of disappointment. Why would he turn back? Having dispatched the Crown Prince of Xuanwu, neither Li Zai nor Bai Wangyu lingered further. After bidding farewell to Yu Qingxian, they proceeded towards the Li Garden in the western part of the city. "Old Bai." On the return journey, Li Zai remained silent for a while before speaking. "Yes." Bai Wangyu responded. "I wish to meet with the Confucian leader," Li Zai said softly, for it was only through meeting the leader that he could ascertain the whereabouts of his master, the immortal. His master had come to the capital to procure the medicinal herb, and he needed this herb to forge a second meridian in the shortest time possible. He sought strength and must swiftly open all 8 meridians. Otherwise, he would inevitably face today's predicament again in the future. The waters of the capital ran deep. If a mere crown prince of Xuanwu could cause such turmoil, what if it were the king himself acting today? He could not always rely on fortuitous interventions from figures like the little red cap. His fate could not remain in the hands of others. Living off others' fortunes was ultimately not a sustainable path. Having listened to Li Zai's words, Bai Wangyu's expression grew serious. Meeting the Confucian leader is quite challenging. "I am aware. Hence, I hope Brother Bai can assist me," Li Zai calmly declared. "I am willing to pay any price to meet the Confucian leader." Bai Wangyu fell silent for a long moment before nodding in agreement. "I will return to the academy to plead with the master of Confucianism on your behalf, and I shall ask him to convey a message to you. However, I cannot guarantee that you will ultimately meet the Confucian leader." "That is sufficient, thank you," Li Zai replied, gazing into the distance, his hands clenched tightly. Chapter 32. Breaking the boundary in the serene courtyard of the Tianjiao Palace, located to the east. The autumn air has grown increasingly brisk, causing the flowers and vegetables within to wither significantly. Nevertheless, the old man persists in watering the garden daily, year after year. In truth, within the Tianjiao Palace, and even throughout the vast realm of the Great Shang, no one can articulate precisely how many years the old man has lived. However, it is certain that he will remain there as long as the palace endures. "Oh, Did the three sons of the Li family truly say so? Inside the courtyard, Confucius, having heard the words of the master of rituals, revealed a serene smile upon his aged countenance and remarked, "It seems he is somewhat anxious. Should the master of rituals be granted an audience?" The master of rituals inquired solemnly, "It is not yet time." Confucius gently shook his head, picked up a wooden box from the stone table beside him, and tossed it over with ease. "Let your disciple deliver this to him." "Understood." The master of rituals bowed respectfully and promptly turned to depart. "Now you may emerge," Confucius called out after the master of rituals had left, directing his gaze toward the back of the wooden house. "Thank you, scholar." Qingzhi stepped out and spoke softly. Initially, she had planned to wait until the three sons of the Li family entered the Taishui before presenting the Heeshou Wu to him. However, since he had come seeking it, she decided to offer it in advance. Confucius's aged face broke into a slight smile as he remarked, "Moreover, a single medicinal king in exchange for a year of the Meihua Sword Immortal's time is indeed worth it. There is something I do not comprehend," Qingzhi stated earnestly. "Given that the scholar has witnessed countless matters of the world, why does he regard Li Zai with such distinction? He is unlike the others." Confucius replied slowly, "In truth, the rumors of the world hold a kernel of truth. All the rare and extraordinary things of this realm have originated from the hands of the three sons of the Li family. That may merely reflect his intelligence. Although there are few individuals of exceptional talent in this world, there are still many. Mere intelligence cannot compel the scholar to regard one with greater favor." Qingzhi expressed calmly. "As his mentor, do you not sense what sets him apart from the rest of humanity?" Confucius smiled softly. "What distinguishes him from the rest of humanity?" Upon hearing the scholar's words, Qingzhi's expression shifted, her brow furrowing as she questioned further. "Meihua Sword Immortal, though you have opened 5 divine abodes and reached the pinnacle of martial arts in the mortal realm, your eyes remain inevitably influenced by this vast world, preventing you from perceiving the true nature of heaven and earth," Confucius said, gazing upward at the sky. "Tell me, what lies beyond this firmament?" "Beyond the firmament?" Qingzhi glanced at the sky in response and frowned. "Isn't it simply the heavens?" "What is heaven?" Confucius continued to inquire. "Heaven?" Qingzhi finding the answer to this question elusive and nebulous, lacking a definitive conclusion. "In truth, I have pondered these questions for a long time, yet have found no answers," Confucius said with a faint smile, "until I witnessed the birth of the three sons of the Li family. Li Ziya, what connection does he have to this?" Qingzhi puzzled. "When he was born, he shattered the rules that shrouded this world. In that moment, I was granted the vision to perceive the true heaven and earth beyond this firmament." Confucius gazed at the sky, contemplating its beauty, a fleeting moment. Yet it constituted the most exquisite sight he had ever beheld in his lifetime. "What is the meaning of the scholar?" Qingzhi, having heard the scholar's discourse, exhibited a look of astonishment as she remarked that the third son of the Li family was not of this world. The plum blossom sword immortal, indeed insightful. Confucius nodded, a glimmer passing through his weathered eyes, and stated that he hailed from another realm, born into this world. Thus, the instant he manifested, the laws governing this realm were thrown into disarray, allowing me to pierce through the dense mists and glimpse the world beyond. "So that is the case." Qingzhi's spirit grew increasingly shaken. She had always sensed a peculiar dissonance emanating from Li Zai, yet could never articulate the source of this incongruity. Thus, he was not a denizen of this realm. No wonder his words and actions were often astonishing, showing indifference to the conventions and rites of this world. If the scholar's assertions are true, then all the unusual dissonance can be elucidated. However, such a shocking revelation is indeed hard to fathom. The scholar, with this thought, Qingzhi suppressed the tumult within her heart and turned her gaze to the elderly man before her, inquiring whether anyone besides the scholar was privy to this matter. "It is unlikely." Confucius shook his head, stating that the scholar from the Western Domain's Hall of Celestial Edicts might have glimpsed fragments of it, but at that time, his cultivation was not as formidable as it is today, so his insights were limited. The Lord of the Hall of Celestial Edicts, Fu Jingluan, upon hearing the term scholar, Qingzhi immediately recognized the individual the scholar referred to. That scholar, who once sought knowledge in the Central Plains, was well-versed in literature and possessed profound wisdom. No one could have anticipated that he would eventually journey to the Western domain and become the Lord of the Hall of Celestial Edicts. Transforming from a learned scholar into a dogmatic priest, Fu Jingluan's choice left the world in shock. It seems he also studied at the Academy of Supreme Learning. Confucius smiled and remarked, "The youth is formidable. In a mere 20 years, he has achieved such prowess. Remarkable. Initially, I believed he would be the one to transform this world, only to later realize my error." Fu Jingluan's talent and intellect are indeed unparalleled. Yet he is not the right person for this task. Ultimately, he remains a citizen of this world. No matter how far his vision extends, he cannot escape the confines of this realm. Transforming this world? Qingzhi furrowed her brow and asked, "What is wrong with this world?" "A cage," Confucius replied calmly. "Within the cage, all individuals are like frogs in a well, unable to comprehend the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Their minds are narrow, competing for trivial gains, embroiled in endless strife, warring for centuries without respite. Thus, I have been waiting for the emergence of one capable of altering this world." Moreover, there is another matter he did not express, nor can he. For over a century, that feeling in his heart has grown increasingly potent, until the moment the scion of the Li family was born, when he finally confirmed it. The heavens above the 9 provinces are destined to change. As the frigid winter approaches, it is evident that the turmoil across the realms is now inevitable. The head of the Confucian school believes this individual to be Li Zai. Qingzhi expressed her confusion, stating that although he is indeed unique, he is far too weak. It is difficult for him to even ensure his own safety, let alone alter the fate of the world. Force is not the sole means of resolving issues. Qingzhi picked up a watering can and tended to the flowers in the garden, remarking that prior to the birth of the Li family's 3 sons, they were merely an ordinary merchant family. However, after their birth, they invented remarkable things, and within a mere decade, the wealth of the Li family had instilled fear in the great merchant courts, something that brute force could never achieve. Nonetheless, absolute power remains the most effective solution to problems. Qingzhi asserted, even if Li Zai is exceptional, without formidable strength, he cannot genuinely transform this world, as he will encounter countless adversaries, some of whom are nearly invincible. Like Fu Jingluan. Indeed, Qingzhi nodded and acknowledged that the concerns you raise are valid, which is why I have been waiting for you since the moment you accepted the Li family's 3 sons as your disciples. Waiting for me? Qingzhi was momentarily taken aback, and after regaining her composure, she exclaimed in astonishment, "You, the head of the Confucian school, foresaw my arrival at the Tianjiao palace to seek the millennium-old Wu? The leader of the Confucians can truly see so far? His 8 meridians are obstructed. Without the assistance of the Medicine King, it would take many years to open them all just by relying on ordinary medicinal powers, and you cannot afford to wait." Qingzhi responded calmly, "Thus you are bound to come. The wisdom of the head of the Confucian school is indeed admirable." Qingzhi bowed respectfully, her beautiful countenance revealing a look of reverence. At the very least, she could not foresee as far as he did. Qingzhi smiled gently and said, "I have merely lived a long life. For the next few days, you should remain within the Tianjiao. The day when the Li family's 3 sons arrive is not far off. Is the head of the Confucian school still unwilling to meet me?" Li Zai gazed at Bai Wangyu, who had just returned from the Tianjiao palace, disappointment evident on his face. Indeed, Bai Wangyu nodded. "The master of the law and Confucianism has conveyed your words, but the head of the Confucian school stated that the time is not yet right." "Not yet the right time?" Li Zai questioned in confusion. "What does that mean? When will it be deemed the right time? Do wise individuals always speak in riddles? It's difficult to comprehend. Can you be more explicit?" "I do not know either," Bai Wangyu replied apologetically. "The head of the Confucian school's words cannot be contradicted even by the master of the law. So, brotherly, you must wait a little longer. It seems there is no other choice." Li Zai sighed deeply, then turned to head back to the inner courtyard. "By the way, brotherly, the head of the Confucian school instructed me to deliver this to you." At that moment, Bai Wangyu produced a wooden box from within his robes and handed it over. Li Zai paused, puzzled, as he accepted the wooden box and opened it directly. A millennium-old Heeshou Wu, upon seeing the oddly shaped, rather unsightly wooden lump inside the box. Li Zai was taken aback, exclaiming in shock. Bai Wangyu, hearing this, also turned his gaze toward it, and even his typically serene demeanor flickered with envy. The millennium-old Heeshou Wu is indeed known, regarded as one of the rare treasures of the Taishua Palace, and is exceedingly precious. The fact that it was gifted to Brother Li by the Confucian scholar attests to the significance placed upon him. Li Zai quickly regained his composure, a smile gracing his face, and his spirits lifted considerably. Old Bai, in the future, refrain from heavy sighs when you speak. It would have been better to present it sooner, sparing me the prolonged disappointment, Li Zai remarked, tucking away the wooden box. He then patted the shoulder of the young girl in the red hat before imparting a heartfelt lesson. Brother Li's admonition is well taken, Bai Wangyu nodded, humbly accepting the counsel. Go rest. I shall seek out old Zhang. Li Zai felt content with the young girl's willingness to amend her mistakes, giving a brief directive before cheerfully making his way toward the inner courtyard. Old Zhang, after taking only a few steps, Li Zai bellowed, rise and get to work. Before long, in the inner courtyard, the young maidens hurried back and forth, bustling with fervor. The large wooden vat in the apothecary steamed with heat as a substantial quantity of medicinal concoction was poured inside. Li Zai shed his outer garments and stepped into the vat of medicine. Endure. Zhang Lada, with a grave expression, uttered a single phrase. He then turned his palm and deftly shattered the millennium-old Heeshou Wu in his grasp. In the next moment, 5 divine repositories within Zhang Lada concurrently awakened, their rumble faint yet palpable, radiating brilliance akin to stars, showcasing his extraordinary cultivation. The sword enthusiast sprang into action, directing his fingers to condense into a sword that unleashed an overwhelming sword aura. With a single strike, he forcefully shattered a major meridian within Li Zai's body. Simultaneously, Zhang Lada continued to condense his true essence, continuously infusing the essence of the millennium-old medicine king into Li Zai. A wave of intense agony surged forth, causing Li Zai to tremble violently, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, staining the water's surface crimson. In the west chamber, Bai Wangyu sensed the intense fluctuations of true energy emanating from the inner courtyard, her expression tightening. A peerless powerhouse of the fifth realm resided within the estate. Boom! Just then, within the apothecary of the inner courtyard, a violent shockwave erupted, shattering the vat and bursting open the door, sending a deluge of water splashing everywhere. A drenched youth knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Before him, the disheveled elder looked equally disheveled, soaked through, with wet hair clinging to his face, lacking the majestic demeanor of a formidable being. Another meridian. The youth knelt, fists clenched tightly, drawing closer to the brink of breaking through all 8 meridians. In the west chamber, just as Bai Wangyu was about to withdraw her gaze, her expression suddenly sharpened with surprise. A breakthrough. At this moment, the once tranquil inner courtyard was engulfed in a sudden surge of spiritual energy akin to a tempest, continuously flooding into the apothecary from all directions. Chapter 33. The proposal of Qingzhi Nanjiao in the inner courtyard, the ethereal energy of heaven and earth surged wildly into the pharmacy. Inside, Li Zai felt a tremor in his body as the small world within his divine abode crackled with thunderous energy. The vast ocean of true essence roiled tumultuously as boundless celestial energy poured in, expanding the ocean of true essence to unprecedented depths. As he opened a second meridian, Li Zai's ability to absorb the heavenly energy increased exponentially, and with the cumulative effort of countless days, he ultimately made a significant leap in his cultivation. At the moment of breakthrough into the mid-stage of the first realm of martial arts, he distinctly felt the intensity of the true essence within his divine abode surge dramatically, even enhancing his perceptive abilities significantly. Familiarize yourself with your body, Zhang Lada exclaimed, casually waving his hand as the pure June ancient sword soared forth, landing before Li Zai. Gazing at his hands, Li Zai swiftly grasped the ancient sword, stepping forth and leaping into action. The air crackled with fierce sword energy. As his figure flickered through the inner courtyard, leaving behind fleeting shadows, 18 steps executed seamlessly. In a final stance, Li Zai grounded himself, gripping the sword with both hands, and unleashed a powerful downward strike. Boom! The 3-foot blade proved indomitable, as a stone table before Li Zai shattered explosively, cleaved cleanly in two. Clap! 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 Outside the pharmacy, Zhang Lada applauded, stepping forward with a look of satisfaction. Finally showing some progress. You haven't wasted my efforts, old man. Old Zhang, am I impressive? Teach me the third form. Li Zai exclaimed, buoyed by the rare praise. Are you certain? Zhang Lada's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. What, is it not possible? Li Zai replied, puzzled. Of course it is, Zhang Lada smirked, not declining the invitation. He drew his sword, moving with a fierce momentum akin to a mountain descending, showcasing the overwhelming might of 27 steps. After demonstrating, Zhang Lada sheathed his sword, took a swig of wine, and with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Advised, practice. Master this third form, and in the second realm, no one will be your equal. Even if you encounter a formidable opponent like the third prince, who has opened a second divine abode, you will be able to retreat unscathed. So formidable. Li Zai's face lit up with astonishment, yet he soon sensed a contradiction. Asking, didn't you say that a disparity of a major realm in cultivation means that no matter how exquisite the technique, one cannot bridge the gap? There are always exceptions, Zhang Lada replied with a cryptic smile. The reason the flying immortal technique is hailed as the supreme art is that, a millennium ago, the first sword god utilized this technique to defeat opponents who were not only a major realm above him, but did so on multiple occasions. As he spoke, Zhang Lada's tone momentarily faltered, his smile gradually morphing into something unsettling. He grinned and remarked, let us put it this way. The relationship between the 5 realms of martial arts and the 9 techniques of ascendance is fundamentally a simplistic 1-to-2 dynamic. For instance, if you are still at the first realm, you can at most utilize the first 2 moves of the ascendance technique. Aspiring to master the third move of the next grand realm is akin to chasing a dream, for without entering the second realm, neither the intensity of your true energy nor your physical control will suffice to complete these 27 steps. Of course, a millennium ago, that sword deity accomplished it, allowing him to confront foes across a grand realm. If you believe you can do the same, then by all means give it a try. I find that hard to believe. Li Zai, gripping his sword, glared at the footprints on the ground, his heart seething with indignation. Who do you look down upon? With determination, he channeled his true energy and bravely took 3 steps forward. Then, old Zhang helped. In a burst of uncontrollable speed, Li Zai was hurled away, and before he could even call for assistance, he collided headlong with the high wall of the inner courtyard. Bang! Half of Li Zai's face and his entire body crashed into the wall, leaving him sprawled out in an awkward position on the ground. Oh dear, what has happened? If you're feeling down, there's no need to run into walls. Zhang Lada approached, observing the disheveled youth with a grin. Keep up the hard work. I have high hopes for you. With that, he let out a hearty laugh, hoisting a jar of wine and departing. Lying on the ground, Li Zai clenched his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly humiliated. Just then, outside the inner courtyard, a lovely young maid hurried over. Upon seeing Li Zai crumpled beneath the wall, she paused momentarily before suppressing a laugh and said, there's a lady named Qingzhi Nankyo outside requesting to see you, specifically calling for you, young master. Qingzhi Nankyo? Here for me? Beneath the wall, Li Zai's dusty face revealed a hint of surprise. What brings that vixen here? Doesn't she know that Sister Yue manages the Li family's business? Clearly, the enemy intends to undermine our resistance from within. Am I someone easily swayed by beauty? Angered, Li Zai sprang to his feet and declared, show her to the main hall. I shall change my clothes and meet this enchantress. Yes. The young maid smiled slightly, then turned and left. Before long, in front of the main hall, Qingzhi Nankyo appeared, adorned in a deep purple gown, her hair elegantly styled, with strands cascading down. Her captivating visage embodied both youthful beauty and the allure of maturity. One must admit, Qingzhi Nankyo was an exceptionally enchanting woman. Inside the courtyard, Li Zai had changed his attire, meticulously arranging his appearance to revert to the image of a refined young gentleman as he approached the main hall. "Sister Nankyo, what brings you here in person?" he asked, stepping in with a few hurried strides, his tone warm. "If there is a visit to be made, it should be I who pays my respects to you." Hearing the young man's more intimate address, Qingzhi Nankyo's lips curved slightly as she replied, "I found myself free today and thought to visit Li Garden." "Young Master Li, I wonder how you have considered my previous suggestion?" "Suggestion?" Upon hearing this, Li Zai feigned confusion, asking what suggestion. Zhangsun Nanja narrowed her eyes slightly, smiling as she said, "Surely, you have not forgotten the collaboration between the Zhangsun and Li families, have you?" "How forgetful of me." Li Zai suddenly understood, but his expression turned troubled as he replied, "Sister Tianjiao, you may not be aware that even though I am the legitimate son of the Li family, my elder sister manages all business affairs. During the last conference of the four families, I merely accompanied her to broaden my horizons." "Young Master Li, let us speak candidly," Zhangsun Nanjiao said, her face brightening with a radiant smile. "Although the Li family's business is overseen by Li Yuwei, I firmly believe that within this Li Garden, you are the true master, possessing absolute authority. Once you express your intentions, the cooperation between the Li and Zhangsun families will naturally come to fruition. Sister Nanjiao truly holds me in high regard," Li Zai said, lifting a cup of steaming tea from the table and savoring a sip before smiling. "The tea is delightful. You should have a taste." Upon hearing this, Zhangsun Nanjiao furrowed her brow slightly, took a sip of the tea, and remarked, "Indeed, it is quite good. I recall that the Li family's tea business has spread to every city in the great merchant region, and even the western regions and the northern deserts have begun to see Li family shops. Is that so?" "I typically refrain from inquiring into business matters, so I am not particularly well informed," Li Zai replied with a smile. Zhangsun Nanjiao chuckled and said, "Young Master Li, you have yet to answer my question." "Sister Nanjiao, please do not put me in a difficult position," Li Zai responded with a wry smile. "If I were to meddle in the Li family's affairs, it would make things challenging for my elder sister." "You little rascal, truly impervious to reason," Zhangsun Nanjiao said, a hint of helplessness flashing across her beautiful face. After a moment, she composed herself and smiled. "I have heard that young Master Li is still unmarried. Would you like me to introduce someone to you?" "I think it would be a fine match." Li Zai began to flirt, grinning. "If young Master Li is willing, I have no objections." Zhangsun Nanjiao replied with a charming smile. "I'm still young. Perhaps a few more years," Li Zai said somewhat shyly. "You're not so young anymore," Zhangsun Nanjiao remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the space between the young man's legs. Li Zai's smile faltered momentarily. "What a rogue. I have heard that young Master Li has been seen in close proximity to that young courtesan recently. Be cautious. I have heard that her background is quite formidable, and you must not let yourself be exploited." Zhangsun Nanjiao changed the subject, offering a warning. "Are you referring to Yu Qingxian?" Li Zai's eyes flashed with intrigue as he asked, "Sister Nanjiao, could you elaborate?" "It is said that Yu Qingxian has met with the Crown Prince multiple times, and, coincidentally, she was present at the flower-viewing banquet the same evening the Crown Prince attended," Zhangsun Nanjiao elaborated. "The Crown Prince?" Li Zai furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "I have never met the Crown Prince. How could I be of use to him?" "You, young Master Li, are the legitimate son of the Li family, which is immensely wealthy. If I were the Crown Prince, I would undoubtedly seek to win you over," Zhangsun Nanjiao smiled. "Gaining the support of the Li family would undoubtedly ease the path in the future struggle for the throne." "Sister Nanjiao, please refrain from making such reckless statements." Li Zai took a sip of tea and remarked faintly, "The matter of establishing a crown prince is a concern of His Majesty. The Li family is merely an ordinary merchant household and has neither the desire nor the capacity to interfere in such affairs. Although the Li family is still regarded as a trading family, if young Master Li seeks to ascend further, my Qingzhi family can offer assistance." Qingzhi Nanjiao finally revealed her intentions, fixing her gaze on the young man before her, and earnestly stated, "Young Master Li must be aware of the influence my Qingzhi family wields in the court. Should you consent, the Li family could swiftly transform from a merchant lineage into a prestigious noble house. The distinction between the two is something you understand better than anyone else." Upon hearing this, Li Zai fell into contemplation. This proposition indeed struck at the core of the Li family's predicament. The scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant classes place the scholarly clans at the pinnacle of commerce, while merchant families occupy a lower status. This has been the greatest obstacle to the Li family's development thus far, a lack of connections in the court. Thus, the Li family can only be regarded as a merchant clan, not a distinguished noble lineage. Li Zai pondered Qingzhi Nanxiao's proposal seriously, weighing the advantages and disadvantages. Qingzhi Nanxiao did not rush him, quietly sitting there, sipping her tea. She was confident that the Li family would consider her suggestion with due diligence. Indeed, it wasn't long before Li Zai lifted his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Observing this, Qingzhi Nanxiao also smiled. Sister Nanxiao, I have decided to pursue the path of a sword immortal. A career in the officialdom does not suit me, Li Zai declared, his face aglow with joy. At his words, Qingzhi Nanxiao's expression faltered, and her smile gradually faded. Chapter 34. The Deceiver, as Li Yuan and Qingzhi Nanxiao departed. Their expressions were far less favorable than when they arrived. Li Ziye's indifference and stubbornness had truly infuriated Qingzhi Nanxiao. Soon, news of Qingzhi Nanxiao's humiliation at Li Yuan spread to the Yin family and the Merchant Alliance. The three factions, already lacking in unity, found themselves further divided, especially with the Li family's business being a coveted prize that everyone wished to seize. If it were possible, each party would prefer to monopolize the opportunity to collaborate with the Li family, thereby completely suppressing the others. As night deepened, a great fire blazed within the Merchant Alliance, illuminating half the imperial city as if it were day. In Li Yuan, Li Ziyi, practicing swordplay beneath the moonlight, caught sight of the distant flames, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips. At last, his elder brother had begun to act. The timing was impeccable. The following day, before dawn, chaos erupted throughout half the imperial city. Enraged members of the Merchant Alliance stormed into the Yin family's money house, demanding answers. They had discovered a waste token, inadvertently left behind by a member of the Yin family, among the goods destroyed in last night's fire. Outside the Yin family's money house, a throng of onlookers had gathered, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. They had heard rumors of the Merchant Alliance's inferno. However, it now appeared that the incident was somehow linked to the Yin family's establishment. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm, came a voice from within. The elderly patriarch of the Yin family, Yin Zhong, who was on the verge of celebrating his 60th birthday, was roused by the commotion and hurriedly emerged, leaning on his cane. Patriarch Yin, we demand an explanation, cried the manager of the Merchant Alliance, tossing a waste token engraved with the character Yin onto the ground in an act of accusation. A young servant stepped forward, retrieving the token and respectfully presenting it to the elderly gentleman. Yin Zhong accepted the token, his expression darkening. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. This waste token indeed belongs to my Yin family. However, I assure you, this fire was not instigated by anyone from our household. I stake the reputation of the Yin family, which has spanned a century, on this claim. This matter is not of our doing. Patriarch Yin, my Merchant Alliance has suffered substantial losses. Your mere words cannot absolve you of responsibility. The manager retorted angrily. Manager Yao, Yin Zhong replied, feeling the weight of unjust accusations. What do you intend to do about it? What do I intend to do? Naturally, I demand compensation. The manager shouted. I have calculated the costs, 300,000 taels in total. Not a single tael less will suffice. The Merchant Alliance will not relent against your Yin family. Yes, we will not relent. The Yin family is too oppressive. A voice of outrage emerged from the crowd, striking a chord with the collective anger of those present. Turning their gaze, they saw a youth, handsome and refined, with striking features and an air of elegance that suggested purity unsullied by the mundane world. If Li Ziyi were to describe his own appearance, he would undoubtedly liken it to a new dictionary. Yet at that moment, no one had the leisure to ponder Li Ziyi's looks. Yes, we will not relent. Too oppressive indeed. One ignites the flame, and the crowd erupts. Under the well-meaning instigation of Li Zai, the members of the Merchant Alliance become increasingly agitated, their fervor swelling like a tidal wave. Amidst the throng, Li Zai shouts at the top of his lungs, his face flushed, displaying even more enthusiasm than the members of the alliance themselves. In front of the crowd, the manager of the alliance glances back at the most spirited youth, offering an appreciative nod. This young man possesses keen insight and merits proper elevation upon his return. Have you heard? The goods that were incinerated last night were a goodwill gift from the Merchant Alliance to the Leaf family in Yuzhou, valued at 300,000 taels of silver. Now, reduced to ashes by the Yin family, the alliance faces a significant loss. 300,000 taels for a mere greeting? Such generosity from the Merchant Alliance. If they could secure a partnership with the Leaf family, what would that amount signify? However, with the merchandise now gone, the prospect of collaborating with the Leaf family appears increasingly daunting. The Yin family has proven themselves ruthless. It is rumored that they too sought partnership with the Leaf family, likely fearing the Merchant Alliance's progress, prompting such underhanded tactics. Indeed, the Merchant Alliance, having suffered such a grievous setback, will not let this matter rest easily. Just wait and see. Outside the Yin family bank, curious onlookers whisper among themselves, and before long, the entire street is abuzz with the unfolding drama. Of course, it is Li Zai's associates who have disseminated this information. Within the Yin family bank, Yin Zhong observes the fervor both inside and outside the bank, his expression growing increasingly grim. This is troublesome. If mishandled, the reputation of the Yin family bank could be irreparably tarnished. The bank's business relies heavily on its reputation. If that is compromised, who would dare engage in transactions with the Yin family bank? Contemplating this, Yin Zhong suppresses his rising anger and addresses the manager of the Merchant Alliance with a composed demeanor. Manager Yao, our Yin family bank has had no grievances with your Merchant Alliance, and we would never resort to actions that harm both parties. There must be someone framing us, and I hope Manager Yao will not be swayed by such manipulation. Manipulated? Are you suggesting that our manager, Yao, lacks both courage and wisdom? Before the manager of the alliance can respond, Li Zai's voice rings out once more, sowing discord. Indeed, you commit a wrongdoing, yet seek to shift the blame onto others. You dare not face the consequences of your actions. Our manager Yao will not be deceived. Instantly, a young man in green attire beside Li Zai echoes his sentiments. The two exchange a glance before simultaneously averting their gaze. They have encountered a rival. As the two engage in their orchestrated provocation, the countenance of the Merchant Alliance's manager grows increasingly unappealing. His eyes fall upon the elder of the Yin family, and he speaks in a low, grave tone. Elder Yin, the evidence is before us. Do you still wish to argue? Is it only when we involve the authorities that you will acknowledge the truth? Upon hearing that the authorities were to be alerted, Yin Zhong's expression shifted subtly. He stepped forward and whispered, "This matter is indeed not instigated by the Yin family. Might I request Manager Yao to grant an old man a favor and allow the Yin family 10 days? I assure you, I will uncover the truth and provide an explanation to the Merchant Alliance." 10 days? The manager of the Merchant Alliance snorted coldly, showing no inclination to lower his voice like the Elder Yin. Instead, he raised his voice slightly and remarked, "Elder Yin demands 10 days at the outset. Is it to grant the Yin family time to find a scapegoat? Such a favor I cannot afford." From the crowd at the back, Li Zai perked up upon hearing their conversation and shouted loudly, "Manager Yao is right. We seek justice today. Yes, we demand justice. The Yin family has gone too far," echoed the young man in green, further inciting the crowd. Justice? The already agitated members of the Merchant Alliance could hardly contain themselves, immediately joining in the uproar. Within the crowd, Li Zai and the young man in green silently noted each other's features, planning to investigate their identities after this day. To encounter colleagues here, whether they were the masterminds or merely beneficiaries of this affair, was significant. An enemy's enemy could indeed be a friend, and there might be opportunities for future collaboration. The ruckus at the Yin family's bank escalated, and more common folk gathered outside, eager spectators wishing to witness a confrontation between the two families. Sensing that the flames of discord were reaching a boiling point, Li Zai prepared to make his discreet exit. Noticing this, the young man in green quietly slipped away from the crowd, also intending to retreat. Outside the Yin family estate, the two exchanged knowing smiles and extended their hands. "Li Dazhuang," Li Zai introduced himself. "Son Erniu, The young man in green replied with equal honesty. They shook hands briefly before retracting their grips and turning to leave. Bah! What a farce! Li Zai and the young man in green silently scorned each other. Upon returning to Li Garden, Li Zai dispatched individuals to investigate the origins of the young man in green. In a similar vein, the young man also hurried home to send people to uncover Li Zai's identity. Li Zai, Long's son Fengyu, after perusing numerous portraits, instantly recognized the visage of his counterpart. A fraud. Both Li Zai and Long's son Fengyu exchanged disdainful glances at each other's character. Are you saying that the legitimate heir of the Li family has infiltrated the Merchant Alliance to create a disturbance at the Yin family's bank? Long's son Tianjiao, having heard her nephew's words, displayed a hint of surprise on her charming face. Indeed, Long's son Fengyu took a sip of tea, his expression one of contempt. I have never encountered such shamelessness. He even deceived me into believing his name was Li Dazhuang. Yet you two fabricated a name for yourself, calling yourself son Erniu. Long's son Nanjiao unflinchingly exposed the hypocrisy of the former. Aunt, why are you defending an outsider? Long's son Fengyu queried in astonishment. Could it be that the rumors are true, and you have taken a liking to that lad from the Li family? Aunt, you must think carefully. He is even younger than I. Get lost. Long's son Nan Xiao exclaimed with irritation. It seems you are itching for trouble. Should I inform your father to ease your muscles? Ah, my dear aunt, I was mistaken. Long's son Fengyu immediately submitted, adding, however, dear aunt, what do you believe is the intention behind the actions of the Li family's legitimate heir? Stirring the pot to incite discord among the three families. Long's son Nan Xiao replied calmly. The members of the Li family have been compelled to come to the capital by the court, and naturally, they are not inclined to acquiesce easily. Then, was the fire at the Merchant Alliance last night set by the Li family? Long's son Fengyu inquired earnestly. That is not necessarily the case. Long's son Nan Xiao shook her head. It is entirely possible that the Yins were behind it. After all, I returned from the Li Garden in disappointment. And with the Merchant Alliance suffering such a debilitating blow, the immediate beneficiary would indeed be the Yin family. But if it were truly the Yin's doing, why would they leave behind evidence? That does not add up, Long's son Fengyu pondered. Perhaps it was a careless oversight. Long's son Nan Xiao responded with a radiant smile. Of course, the Li family is also under suspicion. Fengyu, I find Li Ziyi to be quite intriguing. You might consider fostering a closer relationship with him. Fostering a closer relationship? Long's son Fengyu grimaced slightly. I fear that if I grow too close, he may end up becoming my little uncle by marriage. Chapter 35. Love has always been fleetingly Yuan. In the West Chamber. Bang. Classmate Li Zai once again sought to challenge the elder brother to a duel. After 5 moves, he was sent flying, landing in a most undignified manner. Ugh, enough. Observing the apologetic gaze of the girl in the red hat, Li Zai's mood soured further. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, he plopped down onto the stone steps. We are all young, all human. How unfair the heavens are. Why should the girl in the red hat be so handsome and so skilled? Brother Li, you have actually made significant progress. Bai Wangyu stepped forward to offer words of comfort. From 3 moves to 5, that is indeed a considerable improvement. Li Zai replied with a forced smile. Old Bai, you must not have taught me properly. Confess, have you been holding back? Brother Li is merely jesting. Bai Wangyu said with resignation. Martial arts is a gradual journey. One cannot expect to achieve mastery overnight. I have spent more time studying than you, so it is only natural that I'm slightly stronger. You mustn't be too anxious. Sighing deeply, Li Zai reclined on the stone steps and lamented. But with less than 3 years remaining until I compete against that Huoliner, how can I not be anxious? Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu fell silent for a moment before softly replying. Huoliner is indeed formidable. You know Huoliner? Li Zai immediately sat up, intrigued. Have you cross-sword with him? I have not. Bai Wangyu shook his head. However, I have exchanged blows with Yin Xiaoyu, the scion of the Tianyu Divine Palace. If Huoliner is on par with Yin Xiaoyu, then Brother Li, winning the contest 3 years hence will be quite challenging. You fought that scion? Li Zai's face reflected surprise. What was the outcome? It was neither a loss for me nor a victory for him. Bai Wangyu replied softly. Consider it a draw. Old Bai, I must admit, I feel a tinge of jealousy. Li Zia exclaimed, ambios. That scion is reputed to be one of the four great prodigies of the world, and the fact that the girl in the red hat could hold her own against him was infuriating. Though brotherly may be weak now, his potential is astonishing. And with the legendary Fei Xianju, which is said to be the foremost technique in the world, there will come a day when you surpass me. Bai Wanyu stated earnestly, gazing at the girl in the red hat, whose expression was so serious, Li Zai felt like crying. Can potential be consumed? Would he dare suggest that old Qin did not teach him the Fei Xianju because he valued his potential, but rather because there were no other options left? A dead horse treated as a live one? After all, his progress was painfully slow regardless of his chosen path. I shall seek out the flower courtesan to discuss life. Conversing with you is rather dull. After yet another blow to his pride, Li Zai retorted petulantly at the girl in the red hat, and then stood up to leave the Li garden. Brother Li, Bai Wanyu called from behind. What is it? Li Zai turned back inquiringly. Would you like me to provide personal protection? Bai Wanyu asked seriously. Get lost. Li Zai replied with a rather elegant tone. Bai Wanyu chuckled softly, choosing not to say more. Li Zai departed from the Li garden in a huff. It had only been a few days, and the girl in the red hat had already learned to misbehave. In a quaint courtyard situated southeast of the capital, not far from the Huai River, Yu Qingxian sat serenely beneath a maple tree, tuning her guqin. The vibrant red leaves, ablaze like fire, framed her exquisite countenance, creating a breathtaking scene. Li Zai arrived, standing quietly outside the courtyard, captivated by the beauty within and reluctant to intrude. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed until Yu Qingxian, sensing the gaze from outside, looked up and smiled. In that fleeting moment, she resembled a garden in full bloom, so enchanting that it was almost unbearable to behold. In Li Zai's heart, it felt as though he had been struck by an unseen force, a ripple of emotion coursing through him. Young Master Li, Yu Qingxian began, rising to greet him, but then recalled something, her cheeks flushing slightly as she queried. Have you been here long? Just arrived, Li Zai replied, stepping into the courtyard with a smile. Are you tuning your instrument? Indeed. Yu Qingxian nodded, about to say more when a sharp voice pierced the air. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. The Crown Prince? Yu Qingxuan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Li Zai, too, felt a flicker of unease, recalling that Tianjiao had mentioned the Crown Prince's acquaintance with Yu Qingxian. It seemed there was truth to the rumor. Zai, please hide inside for a moment. The Crown Prince's presence could bring complications, Yu Qingxian urged, regaining her composure and looking at him earnestly. Li Zai nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and stepped into the small house. Yu Qingxian steadied her emotions and moved forward to greet her visitor. Soon, the creaking of a wheelchair echoed in the courtyard as an elderly eunuch pushed the Crown Prince, Mu Yuan, toward her. I pay my respects to your highness, Yu Qingxian greeted, bowing gracefully. There's no need for excessive formalities, Mu Yuan replied, his gaze fixed on the young woman before him. Have you prepared the matters I requested? Your highness, as per your instructions, everything has been arranged, Yu Qingxian answered. Excellent. Mu Yuan nodded, his eyes drifting over the guqin and sheet music on the stone table. I have heard that you have been spending quite a bit of time with the scion of the Li family. Is that true? Yu Qingxian instinctively glanced toward the house, hesitating briefly before replying. We are merely acquaintances. There's no need to be anxious. I do not harbor any ill intentions, Mu Yuan stated calmly. Since you are acquainted with the Li heir, it is best to foster that connection. This pawn may prove useful to us. Understood. Yu Qingxian responded respectfully after a moment of silence. While they conversed, the elder eunuch, Zhao Jia, observed the wooden house with a sinister glint in his narrowed eyes. He then gently tapped the wheelchair as a subtle reminder. Mu Yuan sensed this and turned his gaze toward the wooden structure. Seeing this, Yu Qingxuan's expression tightened with concern. Mu Yuan glanced at her once more, but did not inquire further. Let us depart, he stated. Zhao Jia nodded and pushed the wheelchair out of the courtyard. I bid farewell to your highness, Yu Qingxian said respectfully, a sheen of perspiration gracing her beautiful visage. That was close. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Jia helped the crown prince into a carriage and inquired, Your highness, shall I bring the person out? No need. In the carriage. Mu Yuan gazed at the small courtyard beside him, a hint of indifference curling the corners of his mouth. I can probably guess who resides in that house. I just didn't expect the relationship between Yu Qingxian and him to develop so swiftly. Will Yu Qingxian betray his highness? Zhao Jie asked with a serious tone. She wouldn't dare, Mu Yuan replied calmly. Besides, I have not coerced her into any actions. Growing closer to the heir of the Li family is precisely what she desires. Is it not? Your highness is indeed wise, Zhao Jie responded respectfully. Let us return to the mansion, Mu Yuan said nonchalantly. Yes, Zhao Jie affirmed and promptly urged the carriage onward. In the small courtyard, after the crown prince departed, Li Zai stepped out of the room. Yu Qingxian looked at him, opening her mouth to explain something, yet finding herself at a loss for words. No need for explanations, Li Zai smiled and said. Everyone has their own secrets. You have never inquired about my affairs, have you? Hearing this, Yu Qingxian let out a slight sigh of relief, her smile returning as she replied, Zai. I have never intended to exploit you. I know, Li Zai nodded, grinning. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. You wish for my assistance? Yu Qingxian inquired, taken aback. In a few days, it will be the 60th birthday of the old master of the Yin family. I heard you have been invited to perform there. Would you mind taking me along? Li Zai stated earnestly. Yu Qingxian was momentarily stunned, but after a brief pause, she nodded and said, That is certainly possible, but may I inquire what you intend to do? Li Zai looked around cautiously and then leaned closer to whisper a few words into her ear. Yu Qingxian felt the warmth of the man beside her, her face flushing at first, but upon hearing his intentions, she gasped in astonishment. Steal something? Sure. Li Zai placed a finger to her lips, urging her to lower her voice. We mustn't let anyone else hear. Startled, Yu Qingxian quickly covered her mouth, glancing around before whispering, You're insane. Stealing from the Yin family? It's imperative. That item is of great importance to me, and I must acquire it, Li Zai said with an apologetic smile, his expression filled with anticipation. Qingxian, you must help me. Otherwise, I truly do not know how I would infiltrate the Yin household. Yu Qingxian bit her lip, contemplating for a while before nodding. All right, I will bring you in. Really? That's wonderful. A hug. Li Zia exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he embraced her. Yu Qingxian, caught off guard, felt her cheeks flush deeply. Regaining her composure, she quickly wriggled free, feigning anger as she admonished, Zai. If you continue like this, I shall truly be vexed. It was a reflex, I didn't mean to, Li Zai replied, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Well, it's getting late. I must return to the mansion. Do visit Li Garden sometime. Yu Qingxian nodded softly in agreement. Li Zai waved farewell and began to depart. Zai, Yu Qingxian called out from behind. Li Zai stopped and turned back, asking, Is there something you need? The crown prince has bestowed kindness upon me, and I have promised to assist him with 3 matters. Apart from that, we share no further connection, Yu Qingxian explained softly. Upon hearing this, Li Zai's face broke into a radiant smile as he replied, Understood. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my aid. In this world, wealth can move mountains, and coincidentally, the Li family lacks nothing but silver. Very well. Yu Qingxian responded with a smile, nodding in agreement. If I find myself in need of silver, I shall certainly turn to you, the dandy. Haha, it's a promise. Li Zai laughed heartily and then took his leave. In that moment, he walked slowly, deliberately, allowing his silhouette to appear more imposing. Throughout history, those who are passionate often find themselves burdened with unrequited feelings. Alas, one cannot hold on to that which is fleeting. Only strategies can win hearts. Indeed, within the small courtyard, as Yu Qingxian observed the retreating figure, her usually tranquil heart began to stir with subtle ripples. This young master of the Li family was remarkably unique. For the first time in many years, she encountered someone who truly disregarded her status, whether she was a courtesan or a pawn of the crown prince. To him, it seemed inconsequential. Before him, she was simply Yu Qingxian. With sincerity, you have treated me. I shall respond with sincerity and kind, she vowed silently to herself. No matter what transpires in the future, she would remember this day, yesterday, and the days before, resolutely refusing to act in any way that might harm him. To meet is easy, but to truly know someone is a rare treasure. Chapter 36 News of the Third Medicine King as Li Yuan, in the West Chamber, was enjoying tea and discussing aspirations with the Little Red Riding Hood. They were startled by the news conveyed by a young maid from Li Yue, causing Li Zai to spit out his tea. Yan Xiaoyu is coming to the capital? Bai Wang Yu exclaimed in surprise. He brings a medicine king with him? Li Zai said with great excitement. Bai Wang Yu cast a puzzled glance at the young man beside him, thinking how unique Li's perspective on matter was. Isn't the arrival of the divine son from the Tianjiao palace more significant than a single medicine king? Before them, the lovely young maid nodded, saying, the recently received news indicates that divine son Yan Xiaoyu is en route to the capital and should arrive in 10 days. Oh, Bai. Li Zai turned to Little Red Riding Hood, saying, Bai Wang Yu replied, confused. If I were to ask you to ambush Yan Xiaoyu and seize that medicine king, would you do it? Li Zai said, rubbing his fists in anticipation. Bai Wang Yu feigned ignorance, unwilling to entertain such a foolish question. Unfaithful. I'll seek old Zhang. Li Zai scoffed, immediately rising and dashing towards the inner courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, in the inner courtyard, Zhang Lada's thunderous voice echoed. Get lost. Why don't you let me dig up the ancestral grave of the temple lord? It was merely an inquiry. Why so agitated? Li Zai shouted back weakly, then shamefacedly retreated from the inner courtyard, returning to the west chamber. Old Bai. Li Zai's expression softened with warmth as he said, isn't the Confucian sage meant to heed my words? Li brother. Bai Wang Yu, wearing a look of resignation, replied. Yan Xiaoyu's arrival in the capital surely brings numerous experts from the temple. Not only I, but even if the Confucian sage himself were present, it would be futile. Of course, if you could persuade the sage to act, there might be hope. Forget I said anything, Li Zai said, vexed, lamenting his misfortune. Aside from wealth, he possessed nothing. Do you truly desire that medicine king, Li brother? Bai Wang Yu pondered before asking. Very, very much, Li Zai nodded vigorously. If I am not mistaken, that medicine king is intended as a tribute to the court. Following past customs, His Majesty will reward these tributes to deserving officials and favored concubines in the palace. If you wish for it, perhaps you could find a way through that avenue, Bai Wang Yu advised. That makes sense, Li Zai mused, stroking his chin. Though the medicine king was with Yan Xiaoyu, if it were presented to the court, he might have a chance. It seemed he would need to leverage his charm. Half a day later, at the Changsun residence, Chang Sunfu gazed at his aunt before glancing at the letter on the table, revealing an odd expression. Aunt, the heir of the Li family has invited you to a lakeside outing 3 days hence. Should you say something? Chang Sunfu. I see your cheekiness is acting up again, Chang Sun Nanxiao replied, a dangerous glint flickering in her beautiful eyes. Aunt, spare me. I shall not dare again. Zhang Sunfu decisively conceded, and then promptly cautioned, however, you must be wary, dear aunt. From my dealings with that scion of the Li family, I can assure you, he is quite cunning and formidable. His approach to you is certainly not without ulterior motives. I understand. No need for your reminders. Zhang Sun Nanjiao replied, then seemed to recall something and inquired, by the way, how goes the matter I entrusted to you? Please persuade your cousin, the fourth prince, to abandon his stubbornness. Our Zhangsun family has labored tirelessly to secure power for him, yet he remains indifferent, neglecting the imperial throne to practice with that wretched sword. Aunt, please do not press me further. I have done my utmost, Zhang Sunfu said with a rueful smile. You know well the nature of cousin Mubai. If he were easily swayed, we would not have endured such hardship over the years. Born into royalty as a prince, it baffles me how my sister could bear such an unambitious son, Zhang Sun Nanjiao lamented in frustration. Aunt, Zhang Sunfu's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. Did not the scion of the Li family express a desire to become a sword immortal? As it happens, cousin Mubai harbors the same ambition. Perhaps we should arrange for them to meet. They might find common ground and help us win the Li family over. It would be a miracle if they do not come to blows. The idea of them bonding over shared aspirations is ludicrous, Zhang Sun Nanjiao retorted with irritation. Cousin Mubai has finally encountered a rival. How could he possibly relent? That scion of the Li family, trained by the Plum Blossom sword immortal, must possess formidable swordsmanship. An injury to either would be a significant calamity. So cease with your ill-conceived suggestions and take your leave. Ha! I merely proposed it in jest. You do have a point, Aunt. Perhaps it is best to avoid such risks. Zhangsun Fengyu replied with a chuckle. Zhangsun Nanjiao chose to disregard the fool before her, her gaze shifting to the letter on the table, where a flicker of intrigue passed through her beautiful eyes. His sudden invitation had genuinely taken her by surprise. Could it be that he had changed his mind? In the palace, at the residence of the 9th princess, Murong and her brother Mubai were engaged in a game of chess. The woman, as radiant as a flower, contrasted with the man, sharp as a blade. Even within the confines of royalty and high status, their innate brilliance could not be concealed. "Brother, you have lost again," Murong declared, placing her piece decisively, a beaming smile gracing her face. "In the art of chess, I am inferior to you," Mubai conceded as he set down his piece calmly. "It is not that your skills are lacking, but rather that your mind is not at peace," Murong replied with a charming smile. "Had I not insisted on playing daily, you would have surely sought out that scion of the Leaf family for a duel by now. He is instructed by the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal. His swordsmanship must be exceptional. What harm could there be in a contest?" Mubai said with a tranquil demeanor. "Yet I have heard that the scion's cultivation is rather unimpressive. Merely having recently opened his first divine abode," Murong remarked. "Cultivation is of little consequence," Mubai replied nonchalantly. "If his training has been brief, it is no surprise that his prowess is lacking. Our encounter is merely a test of swordsmanship, not a contest of cultivation." Murong sighed helplessly, acknowledging, "I understand your feelings, yet comprehension does not imply that others share the same sentiment. The blade knows no mercy should you inadvertently harm the heir of the Leaf family. It will surely provide ammunition for gossip, leading the world to believe that our imperial family is deliberately humiliating them. At this delicate moment, with the Leaf family just entering the capital, I implore you to exercise restraint, brother." Mubai, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before nodding. "I have heard that Yin Xiaoyu is also coming to the capital." Murong paused in her game, her gaze locking with her brother's, her beautiful eyes brimming with warning. "Brother, you must not act impulsively. Yin Xiaoyu's visit is to represent the Heavenly Edict Palace in discussions with the court and the academy. If you harm him, it will be impossible for our Deshang to justify our actions to the Heavenly Edict Palace. Rest assured, I am not so unreasonable," Mubai replied calmly. "This capital is becoming increasingly tiresome. Everyone is shackled by so-called rules, unable to be their true selves. Brother, do not let our aunt hear you say that, or she will accuse you of lacking ambition." Murong laughed. "She is nothing but a madwoman." Mentioning Changsun Nanxiao made Mubai feel a headache. He found himself utterly powerless against this aunt, who, though only slightly older than him, held a higher status. When she unleashed her fury, she was entirely unreasonable, leaving him, a prince, only to endure her scolding. Meanwhile, news of the son of the Heavenly Edict Palace arriving into Shang spread like wildfire throughout the capital. This sudden development entirely overshadowed the farcical disputes between the Merchant Alliance and the Yin family bank, becoming the most fervent topic of conversation. Whether among the nobility, commoners, or storytellers, all were abuzz with discussions regarding Yin Xiaoyu's impending arrival in the capital. "Have you heard? That divine son is coming to challenge His Highness Mubai, one of the 4 great prodigies of the realm. Is that true? I heard he is visiting the academy to engage in a martial arts exchange with the illustrious disciple by Wang Yu. What you've heard is unreliable. If the divine son wished to challenge His Highness Mubai or by Wang Yu, he would have arrived long ago. According to credible sources, Yin Xiaoyu's true aim is not them. Then who, pray tell, is his target? Have you forgotten who has been the talk of the town recently? Are you referring to the heir of the Li family? Indeed, it is Li Zai. I have relatives in Yangzhou, not far from Yuzhou, who mention hearing about Li Zai even in Yangzhou. He is an extraordinary genius, rivaling the 4 great prodigies, born with a sword in hand. Having created his own sword techniques by the age of 10, the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal recognized his talent and deliberately traveled to Yuzhou to take him as a disciple. Is Li Zai truly that formidable? Of course. Consider this. Li Zai arrives in the capital just days ago, and now the divine son follows suit. Who could his target possibly be? It is quite evident, is it not? Your reasoning holds merit. The Li family of Yuzhou is indeed remarkable. Not only wealthy enough to rival nations, but also producing such an unparalleled talent. The Li family is destined to thrive. Heaven did not give birth to me, Li Zai. The eternal sword path is as dark as the night. Rumors, yet more rumors. Upon hearing the tumultuous gossip outside, Li Yuan and Li Zai simultaneously spat out their tea. This time, it is not I, Li Zai protested with an expression of indignation, as if to convey that they misunderstood him. These people truly lack culture. How could they so recklessly alter the classics? The heavens did not give birth to Confucius. The ages are as dark as the longest night. Beside him, Bai Wangyu maintained his aloof demeanor, unperturbed, as he savored the unfolding drama. Zhang Lada took a sip of wine, his smile devoid of sincerity. He no longer trusted even a punctuation mark of Li Zai's words. Hong Zhu casually passed by with a platter of dried fruits, tossing a piece each to Bai Wangyu and Zhang Lada before gracefully departing. The words of a young master? Merely listen. Anyone who believes them is a fool. You all, Li Zai exclaimed, his face contorted with grievance, feeling utterly wronged. Which scoundrel had spread these rumors? Just when he wished to remain inconspicuous, he was thrust into the spotlight once more. In the third floor of the flower-planting courtyard, a young servant entered, his demeanor respectful as he addressed, Master, as instructed. The rumors have been disseminated. Understood. You may go, replied Li Qingzhi, clad in a flowing silver-gray robe, his tone composed. The servant acknowledged the command and departed. Li Qingzhi approached the window, gazing at the bustling capital beyond, a barely perceptible smile gracing his stern countenance. Little brother, are you satisfied with this gift from your second brother? Chapter 37. How shall I proceed? In the western domain of the great merchant, the sound of carriages thundered and hooves thundered, as a procession made its way from the celestial edifice of the western region towards the capital city of the great merchant. At the front and rear of the entourage, 100 fully armored iron cavalrymen accompanied them, their bodies and steeds adorned in silver armor, with only their eyes visible. Truly a sight of formidable armament. In the midst of this procession, atop an opulent carriage adorned with gold and jade, sat the most esteemed individual in the world, the son of the celestial edifice, Yanyu. His striking visage appeared as though sculpted by divine hands, with sword-like brows and starry eyes exuding an air of valor. Clad in a moon-white robe embellished with golden threads, he radiated elegance and nobility, rendering all those who accompanied him pale in comparison. Yanyu, the most powerful son in the history of the celestial edifice, unrivaled in prowess, was celebrated alongside the Buddhist disciple, Zhuke Sek's Huoliner, and the fourth prince of the great merchant, Mu Bai, as one of the 4 great prodigies of the world. Judging by the displayed strength and talent, Yanyu subtly overshadowed the other 3, claiming the foremost position. Of course, it could also be attributed to the relatively low profiles of the others. Nonetheless, there was no doubt about Yanyu's formidable power, marking him as the mightiest of the younger generation. Your Excellency, ahead lies a treacherous mountain path, rife with bandits lurking in the shadows. Please exercise caution. Advise the commander of the celestial edifice's silver-armored cavalry, Mu Shouji, as he rode forward with a respectful tone. Rest assured, I am under the protection of my esteemed presence. You need only lead the way, Yanyu replied. Yet before he could elaborate, a figure clad in a red robe, ambiguous in gender and bearing a gaunt visage, spoke from beneath the carriage in a hoarse voice. Indeed, Mu Shouji nodded at the red-robed elder and promptly spurred his horse onward. Revered Lady Rong, you are welcome to join us, Yanyu said kindly, gazing down at the elder. Although this Lady Rong appeared to be an aged individual nearing the end of life, her status was exceedingly high, ranking among the 4 esteemed red-robed archbishops of the celestial edifice, second only to the Lord of the Hall. Even he had to treat her with due respect. There is no need, Lady Rong replied calmly. I have grown accustomed to walking. Yanyu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further persuasion. The celestial edifice was home to many peculiar individuals, and this Archbishop Rong was particularly eccentric, resembling a wandering ascetic devoid of joy. However, Her cultivation was exceptionally formidable, and none dared provoke her. The carriages rolled onward, traversing the mountain gorge, while loose stones occasionally tumbled from the slopes, giving rise to an increasingly eerie atmosphere. The commander, Qingzhi, cast his gaze towards the slopes, his expression tightening. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, a boisterous laugh resonated from the nearby hillside, echoing through the valley. At last, after waiting so long, I've caught a plump sheep. Brothers, the silver has come to us. Let's kill. At that moment, hundreds of figures surged forth from the thickets, seizing stones and logs to hurl down upon them. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of boulders rolling down the hillside echoed through the ravine. Form up, defend. At the forefront, the commander displayed not a trace of panic, issuing a firm order. Yes, the 100 silver-armored cavalry responded in unison, swiftly regrouping, their long spears held aloft, interlocking to create a formidable barrier against the tumbling logs and falling rocks. Bang! 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 The resounding clashes erupted as countless boulders and logs descended, yet miraculously, not a single one penetrated the ranks of the cavalry. As the stones and timber crashed to the ground, the war horses neighed in distress, and clouds of dust billowed forth. While hundreds of mountain bandits charged down from the heights, their voices raised in a cacophony of battle cries. Kill! Among the 300 to 400 bandits, each wielding a saber with an air of menace, the leader, scarred and fierce, brandished a long blade as he led the charge. Advance! In the midst of the swirling dust, the commander, observing the oncoming marauders, calmly ordered. Yes, the silver-armored cavalry sprang into action, their armor clanging as they formed into groups of 3, surging forth through the tumultuous dust, spears poised for battle. In an instant, the silver cavalry clashed with the mountain bandits, resulting in a relentless slaughter, with bandit after bandit falling amidst the swirling dust, staining the ravines earth crimson. Some bandits breached the defensive line and rushed towards Yanyu carriage. However, before they could discern the young man's features, they were met with an overwhelming wave of terror. With a thunderous crash, all those near the carriage were sent sprawling by this terrifying force. The encroaching dust dissipated in its wake. As the dust settled, the groaning bandits lay scattered, and at the center stood an elder in a crimson robe, 5 divine seals resonating ominously upon him, exuding a presence as imposing as a towering peak, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Begone! The elder's ancient eyes swept over the assembly, his voice cold and thunderous, reverberating through the ravine. Every bandit, including their leader, seemed struck by lightning, spewing blood and shock before scrambling to flee up the mountain. A practitioner of the 5th realm, terrifying beyond measure, having dispatched the mountain bandits, the divine retinue pressed onward. On the carriage, Tianjiao regarded the red-robed elder with a nod of gratitude, stating, Archbishop Rongnu, thank you for your assistance. It is my duty, the elder replied coolly, offering no further words as he continued alongside the procession. Observing this, Tianjiao's lips curled slightly, sensing that winning the favor of the archbishop would not be an easy endeavor. In the grand capital of the great merchant, news of the ambush on the divine retinue swiftly reached the ears of several powerful factions. Particularly shocking was the revelation of the archbishop's formidable strength, which left the entire capital in astonishment. The 5th realm, for heaven's sake. Upon hearing this news, Li Yuan and Li Zai could not restrain their exclamations. The divine temple had dispatched a red-robed archbishop to protect Yan Xiaoyu. What kind of game was this? He surely wouldn't dare to send someone to ambush Yan Xiaoyu under the watchful eyes of a peerless expert in the 5th realm, would he? Has the Lady of the Rome also arrived? Upon hearing this news, Bai Wangyu, who typically remained unperturbed, displayed a hint of surprise on his otherwise calm countenance. It seemed rather troublesome. The strength of that chief nun of the Rome was unfathomable, perhaps even surpassing that of the master of the Confucian sect. Beside him, Li Zai responded with a sigh, his face etched with frustration. There was no point in dwelling on it. The fantasy of forcibly seizing the 3rd medicinal herb had completely evaporated. He might as well continue contemplating his plan of trading on his appearance. Indeed, he was better suited to living off others. If all else fails, he would compromise when he went boating with Qingzhi Nanxiao tomorrow. Thinking of this, Li Zai glanced at the little red hat beside him and repeatedly urged, "Tomorrow, you will accompany me. Be vigilant. If Chen Fei and those young rascals seek to create trouble for me, you shall incapacitate them. If it is Qingzhi Nanxiao who acts forcefully against me, pretend not to see, understood?" Bai Wanyu cast a sidelong glance at the fool beside him, reluctant to speak, fearing that foolishness might be contagious. The next day, at the crack of dawn, Li Zai eagerly pulled the little red hat along to the Qingzhi residence to fetch Qingzhi Nanxiao. They did not wait long outside the estate before she emerged, donned in an elegant gown, her exquisite features clearly having been meticulously adorned, appearing strikingly beautiful. "Sister Nanxiao, please," Li Zai offered, assisting her into the carriage, then casting a knowing glance at the little red hat, instructing, "Old Bai drive." With that, he too entered the carriage. Bai Wanyu climbed aboard, silent and sullen, taking on the role of the carriage driver. Inside the carriage, Li Zai regarded the young woman before him with a radiant smile, entirely oblivious to the impropriety of his actions. Only Li Zai would dare to make the esteemed elder brother of the Confucian sect into a mere coachman, and he did so with such ease. "Young Master Li, have you summoned me for something?" Qingzhi Nanxiao inquired, sensing an inexplicable awkwardness at the sight of his beaming smile. Boating and enjoying the autumn scenery, Li Zai grinned widely. "But it is autumn," Qingzhi Nanxiao reminded him. "I've never heard of such a thing as spring outings in autumn." "What of autumn? As long as Sister Nanxiao is present, anywhere feels like spring." Li Zai began to shamelessly flatter, his smile unwavering. To win a girl's heart, one must be utterly shameless, completely devoid of pride. "What has come over you today, young Master Li? Your words are particularly sweet," Qingzhi Nanxiao remarked, a smile breaking across her face. "Some days ago, when you visited Li Garden, I failed to grasp your kind intentions. It was only after your departure that I realized my folly and regretted it deeply. Thus, I beseech you to join me today for a boat ride and a stroll amidst nature." As a gesture of apology, Li Zai explained with a chuckle. Outside by Wanyu, driving the carriage, could hardly contain his irritation at Li Zai's endless blabbering. Regret? If it weren't for the medicinal herb that Yin Xiaoyu had brought, he doubted this fellow would harbor even a trace of remorse. Certainly, Bai Wanyu chose not to expose the deceit of a certain individual within the carriage, opting instead to collude with the miscreant. After all, they're now allies. On the outskirts of the city, the Xiang River flows through the capital, meandering onward, its turbulent waters gradually calming into a picturesque lake. Surrounding this serene body of water, perhaps due to the warmth of the lakeside, there lingers a faint hint of greenery. At last, as the morning sun cast its golden rays, Bai Wanyu halted the carriage 100 paces from the lakeside and spoke, "Sister Nanjiao, please." Inside the carriage, Li Zai graciously assisted Qingzhi Nanjiao as she descended, casting a distant glance at the scenic lakeside before stepping onto the grassy expanse and proceeding forward. Bai Wanyu, displaying a sense of propriety, remained by the carriage to tend to the horses, refraining from following. By the lake, Li Zai escorted Qingzhi Nanjiao, gazing at the waters ahead, and inspiration struck him. He recited aloud, "The shimmering water is most enchanting in fine weather, and the mountain's hue is captivating even in the rain." After reciting half a fine poem, he turned his gaze towards the lady beside him, beginning to employ verse to extol her beauty, stating, "If one were to compare the Xiang River to Shishir, it would be fitting whether adorned lightly or heavily." Delighted with his own poetic prowess, Li Zai silently praised himself, relieved that he still had some verses in reserve. Indeed, Master Li's literary talent is exceptional. However, does he always charm young ladies in such a manner? Qingzhi Nanjiao complimented him briefly before teasingly inquired, "Should I not feign a bit of sentiment and act as though I am deeply moved?" Had she still been a naive young girl, she might have been swayed by his eloquence. Yet, approaching her 28th year, she was no longer the impressionable maiden who would be easily captivated by a few love poems. Beside her, having just composed a fine verse and prepared to bask in admiration, Li Zai's expression faltered at her words. This was not the expected response. Wasn't he supposed to showcase his talents, eliciting her adoration, and have her weep and express a desire to devote herself to him? At the very least, she ought to lament the bittersweet reality of you were born too late for me, and I have aged before your arrival. Li Zai gazed at the woman beside him, momentarily lost in thought. With such a reaction from you, how am I to continue my performance? Chapter 38. The Bountiful Blessings of Youth by the Shores of Xiangshui Lake. Changsun Nanjiao observed the dazed expression of the youth beside her, seemingly deciphering his thoughts, and stifled a laugh behind her hand. How foolish! After her laughter subsided, Changsun Nanjiao composed her features, her eyes shimmering like water, glistening with unshed tears as she spoke. Young Master Li, you are truly remarkable. I cannot help but lament that I was born a few years too early. Otherwise, I would surely have no desire to marry anyone but you. Li Zai was rendered speechless. Sister, could you be any more insincere? As the autumn breeze whispered through the air, a strand of Changsun Nanjiao's hair danced lightly, brushing against Li Zai's face, eliciting a ticklish sensation. He inhaled quietly, captivated by her fragrance. Is it pleasing? Changsun Nanjiao inquired, tilting her head. What? Li Ziya Rablia. Confusion etched on his face. Are you asking me, Sister Nanjiao? With a charming smile, Changsun Nanjiao chose not to press further. Continue to play your part, little one. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a straw hat glided by in a canoe, preparing to seek patrons for the day's labor. His target was precisely those like Li Zai, who had come to the lake in a state of indulgence. Indeed, as the old man maneuvered his canoe, Li Zai's voice rang out, Elder, a boat, please. Coming right up, young master. The elder responded cheerfully, steering the vessel towards the shore. Once ashore, Li Zai produced a small coin of silver and handed it to the old man, exclaiming grandly, no need for change. Young master, it would require 2 coins for my rowing services, the elder replied, visibly troubled. Beside them, Changsun Nanjiao chuckled softly at the exorbitant fare. So expensive, Li Ziya, disregarding any shame, exclaimed in astonishment, that's highway robbery. Young master, that is merely 1 coin, not 1 tael, Changsun Nanjiao teased, her laughter light and melodic. Then I shall row myself. 1 coin should suffice, Li Zai replied, his expression one of pained reluctance. Although he possessed wealth, the prices in the capital were astonishingly steep, particularly in the outskirts. You intend to row yourself? The old man glanced at the young woman beside him and then at the youth, a look of disdain creeping onto his weathered face. Never had he encountered such a miserly young man, wasting the beauty of this fair maiden. Old man, what kind of look is that? Li Zai felt insulted by the elder's scornful gaze, his dignity affronted. Let us depart, Changsun Nanjiao said with a light chuckle, stepping gracefully onto the small boat. Under the old man's derisive gaze, Li Zai boarded the boat, seizing the bamboo pole, eager to take the lovely maiden on a leisurely ride across the lake. However, he had overlooked the fact that he was utterly inexperienced at rowing. As Li Zai fumbled and flailed, the small boat began to rock violently, the motion increasingly alarming, threatening to capsize at any moment. Changsun Nanjiao exclaimed, unable to contain her startled cries, her face etched with fear. Young master, if you cannot manage it, allow me to row. It is but an extra coin. The elder mocked from the shore, observing Li Zai's frantic efforts. Your attire suggests you are quite affluent. Why be stingy with a mere coin? I have no money, Li Zai retorted. Li Zai, engulfed by fury, stubbornly resolved that he would rather drown than part with a single coin. As he spoke, he momentarily lost his balance, causing the small boat to capsize violently. Splash! Both individuals were plunged into the water. The autumn lake, while not frigid, was undeniably chilling. Changsun Nanjiao's garments were instantly soaked, clinging to her form and revealing her exquisite curves. Gulp! Li Zai's gaze was drawn and could not be averted. He swallowed hard, feeling quite unmanly. This time, it was truly unintentional. The boat had flipped on its own. He bore no fault. One had to wonder, had this woman truly been married before? Her figure was exceptionally well maintained. She was quite alluring. Should she attempt to assert herself? Would he resist? After all, he was at her mercy. Perhaps it would be wiser to acquiesce. It seemed he would not be at a disadvantage. In that fleeting moment, Li Zai's mind raced with countless thoughts. the speed of his mental processes reaching an unprecedented peak. Yet, as he continued to gaze, sensing the intensity of the young man's scrutinizing gaze, Changsun Nanxiao hastily wrapped her arms around herself and rebuked him with indignation. How rude. We ought to make our way to shore. Regaining his composure, Li Zai offered an awkward smile and assisted the young woman towards the bank. My lady, there is no need for such fuss. It is merely a coin. At the shore, an elderly man stifled a laugh, seizing the moment to add a jab. Li Zai glanced at the old man, then surveyed his surroundings for any potential witnesses. Would it not be delightful to teach this bothersome elder a lesson? With no one around, should the old man attempt to feign injury, he would find no one to corroborate his claims. If the matter were to escalate to the authorities, Li Zai could counter that the old man was a deceitful merchant who, having received the coin, sought to extort them further by deliberately capsizing their boat. In such a scenario, he might even reclaim that coin. As this scheme unfolded in his mind, a sinister smile crept across Li Zai's face. He was indeed quite clever. 5 paces away, the elderly man, sensing the malevolence in the youth's gaze, instinctively took 2 steps back, chilled to the bone. Achoo! A cold breeze swept by, prompting Changsun Nanxiao to cover her mouth as she sneezed, her body shivering involuntarily. Sister Nanxiao, let's change our clothes. Noticing the young woman's discomfort, Li Zai reluctantly abandoned his thoughts of the old man and guided Changsun Nanxiao towards the carriage. Before the carriage, Bai Wanyu leisurely reclined against it, engrossed in a Confucian text, exuding tranquility. Regardless of the circumstances, the senior disciple of the Confucian school remained composed, a stark contrast to the startled and foolish Li Zai. "Old Bai," he called, as if conjuring the man's presence. Approaching the lakeside, Li Zai hastened with Changsun Nanxiao and shouted, "Is there clothing prepared in the carriage?" "None," Bai Wanyu replied coolly. "None?" Li Zai was taken aback. "Why did you not prepare some dry garments? I never anticipated that you would capsize while rowing." Bai Wanyu responded with earnestness. "I did not foresee that you would end up in the lake." "Old Bai." Li Zai gritted his teeth and forced out a few words through clenched jaws, threatening. "Do you believe I will strip you of your garments?" "Heh." Bai Wanyu responded with a serene smile, too indifferent to engage. In his mind, Li Zai could single-handedly defeat 100 foes. He never anticipated that in Little Red Riding Hood's eyes, he had become a unit of force measurement. Otherwise, he would have surely leapt up to confront her. "Young Master Li, let us return," Changsun Nanxiao said, clutching her body and trembling slightly. "Very well," Li Zai nodded, casting a concerned glance at the woman beside him. He then approached Little Red Riding Hood and promptly began to remove her clothing, demanding, "Hand over your robe." "I only have this one scholar's robe," Bai Wanyu protested, resolutely refusing to comply. "You're a grown man. No one will even notice if you go without." Li Zai exerted more force, determined to strip the little red-cloaked girl of her attire. After several rounds of tugging, Li Zai emerged victorious. For any further resistance from Bai Wanyu would surely result in the fabric being torn to shreds. "Sister Nanxiao, please drape yourself in this robe to keep warm. We must head back at once." Li Zai wrapped Little Red Riding Hood's scholar's robe around the woman beside him, generously displaying his hospitality, entirely disregarding the now bare Little Red Riding Hood. Once they boarded the carriage, Li Zai remembered Little Red Riding Hood and turned back, exclaiming, "Old Bai, drive the carriage." Bai Wanyu's mouth twitched, and after several moments of restraint, she refrained from striking him. As dawn broke, casting its light upon the lakeside, the carriage creaked and rolled back along the same path. A leisurely lakeside outing was abruptly halted. Inside the carriage, Changsun Nanxiao tightened the scholar's robe around her. Still feeling cold. "Sister Nanxiao, if you do not mind, may I help warm you up?" Li Zai, noticing her shivering, extended his arms compassionately, saying, "There is no one else here. No one will know." Changsun Nanxiao lifted her gaze, a faintly pale face revealing a dangerous smile as she retorted, "Get lost." Li Zai's outstretched arms stiffened, feeling somewhat awkward. He merely wished to offer her warmth. Those with impure thoughts often perceive others through a tainted lens. As the carriage rumbled onward, Changsun Nanxiao's complexion grew increasingly pale, indicating her distress. Li Zai, observing her condition, began to genuinely worry. Sister Nanxiao, can you endure? He inquired with concern. Changsun Nanxiao weakly nodded, her awareness beginning to blur. Sister Nanxiao, I beg your pardon. Seeing her plight, Li Zai abandoned all reservations, seated himself beside her, and enveloped her in his embrace. Instantly, the warmth and fragrance of her skin enveloped him, a delightful aroma wafting into his senses. Changsun Nanxiao stiffened, attempting to struggle, yet her strength had waned. Perhaps it was Li Zai's body heat that offered a flicker of warmth to the icy Changsun Nanxiao, for gradually, her rigid form softened, and she ceased her resistance. Li Zai tightened his embrace, ensuring Changsun Nanxiao was comfortably nestled against him. In the suburbs, the carriage rumbled along, gaining speed steadily. After an indeterminate period, it entered the bustling streets of the city, compelled to slow down due to the throng of pedestrians. Within the carriage, Li Zai felt the woman in his embrace growing increasingly feverish. He hastily lifted the curtain and anxiously inquired, "How much longer until we reach the Changsun residence?" "With so many people, it will take at least another hour," Bai Wangyu replied while maneuvering the reins. "That is far too long. Let us return to Li Garden," Li Zai declared decisively, his voice resolute. "Understood," Bai Wangyu acknowledged, promptly directing the carriage towards Li Garden. After a short half-hour, the carriage halted before Li Garden. Li Ziya, cradling the unconscious Changsun Nanjiao, disembarked and swiftly made his way into the estate. "Summon the doctor to the inner courtyard," Li Zai called out as he entered, striding directly towards the inner chambers, still holding the woman. Before long, a crowd gathered in the inner room. "Did you manage to resolve everything in such a short time?" Hong Zhu queried, glancing at the unconscious woman on the bed, her expression one of bewilderment. "That was rather quick. Did you use poison?" "This girl appears to be slightly older than you," Zhang Lada remarked after taking a sip of wine. "However, her family background and looks are commendable. She is more than suitable for you. Brother, age is inconsequential. What matters is her physique, ample enough for childbearing. Your elder sister supports you," Li Yue chimed in, casting a glance at Changsun Nanjiao on the bed, her words audacious. Coughing, Li Zai listened to the trio's brazen remarks, nearly choking on his surprise. "What is this nonsense?" he thought. "Am I such a person, captivated by beauty? Absolutely not." Chapter 39. A true man in truth, there is nothing between her and me. Li Zai defended himself as his gaze swept across the room. "Oh," Zhang Lada replied indifferently, soon losing interest and turning to exit the room. "This dried fruit is rather lacking in sweetness. I shall fetch another plate," said Hong Zhu, her tone neutral as she made her way out. "Sister Yue." Li Zai directed his hopeful gaze towards his beloved elder sister, yearning for her trust and understanding. "Little brother, strive diligently. This sister-in-law is quite commendable," Li Yue said with a charming smile, gently patting his shoulder before departing as well. Li Zai wore a bitter smile, truly at a loss for words. Within the room, Changsun Nanxiao lay pale upon the bed, her exquisite beauty appearing so fragile at that moment. "Young master, the medicine is ready," a lovely maid entered, casting an envious glance at the woman on the bed, and spoke respectfully. "Yes, just hand it to me," Li Zai replied, taking the prepared medicine and approaching the bedside. As the maid exited, disappointment clouded her beautiful features. Their master seldom brought women back to the residence. Could this woman be their future mistress? She appeared significantly older than him, and given her master's remarkable qualities, she seemed unworthy of him. With a heavy heart, the maid left the room, her spirits notably low. Meanwhile, Hong Zhu passed by, holding a plate of dried fruit, and upon seeing the maid's expression, a peculiar look crossed her face. It seems these charming young maids of Li Garden regard their master as a treasure. Such youth, yet their judgment is rather poor. What a pity. If only these girls knew the depths of their master's unscrupulous nature, they would not feel so disheartened. Hong Zhu shook her head in resignation, popping a piece of dried fruit into her mouth before gracefully departing. Cult of personality is quite undesirable. Inside the room, Li Zai spooned the medicinal concoction into the mouth of the unconscious Changsun Nanxiao, perhaps due to her prolonged state of unconsciousness. Much of the medicine spilled out as he attempted to feed her. Observing the remaining potion in the bowl, he glanced at Qingzhi Nanqiao's luscious red lips, contemplating whether to compromise his dignity and feed her directly from his mouth. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to humble himself, and thus swallowed the remaining medicine in one gulp before leaning down. Cough, cough. At that instant, Qingzhi Nanqiao suddenly coughed lightly a few times, her eyes gradually fluttering open. As their gazes locked, time seemed to stand still. The distance between them was less than an inch, allowing them to sense each other's breath. Li Zai froze, the medicine still in his mouth, his cheeks puffed out like a frog caught in an awkward stalemate. What do you intend to do? After a brief moment, Qingzhi Nanqiao broke the eerie silence. Gulp. Li Zai hastily swallowed the remaining medicine, his face contorting in distaste. What a tremendous loss. Why must this ant awaken at such an inconvenient time? Now, not only is there confusion in explaining matters, but she has also ingested a plethora of medicine. Just moments ago, I intended to administer medication to Sister Nanqiao. After finally overcoming the bitterness of the decoction and straightening my tongue, I found myself confronted by the inquisitive gaze of Li Zai, who chuckled awkwardly. Qingzhi Nanqiao fixed her gaze upon the youth before her for a considerable time, before a radiant smile graced her beautiful features, as she remarked, "If you wish, there is no need for such stealth. I can provide it for you." Hiss! At her words, Li Zai instinctively inhaled sharply. Wait a moment, let him process this. The implications are rather substantial. Is this a hint? Does she imply something? A little rascal with a thieving mind, but lacking the courage. Qingzhi Nanqiao shot him a sidelong glance, and then struggled to rise, saying, "Assist me in standing." Regaining his composure, Li Zai promptly extended his hand to help the lady up. Qingzhi Nanqiao sat up, leaning against the bed, and inquired, "Is this Li Garden?" "Indeed." Li Zia affirmat. "You were severely ill, so I brought you to Li Garden first to have the physician administer acupuncture and medicine. I have also informed those at Zhongsun Manor. I am sure someone will arrive shortly. While I was unconscious, did you do anything to me?" Qingzhi Nanqiao asked, her gaze falling on the freshly changed garment she wore, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "Absolutely not." Li Zai quickly straightened, exclaiming, "The clothes were changed by Sister Yue. Why the sudden anxiety?" "It was merely a casual inquiry," she teased, a slight smirk gracing her lips. "Sister Nanqiao, am I truly that kind of person?" Li Zai vehemently shook his head, asserting, "I have always adhered to the teachings of the sages, respecting rules and maintaining decorum, a true paragon of virtue, never taking advantage of others. The people in my household can attest to this." As Qingzhi Nanqiao listened to the youth recite his defense, as if reciting from memory, her smile grew ever more radiant. This little fellow had piqued her interest increasingly. The inhabitants of the capital were far too constrained by rules. Even the old foxes lived within the confines of their agreements, never daring to overstep. Yet this young man was different. His arrival and unorthodox approach had already begun to disrupt the long-standing equilibrium of the capital. In the days to come, more and more balances and regulations would be shattered, and the once still capital would grow increasingly vibrant. She was eager to see just how much this young man could transform the grand city of commerce. And what of the soon-to-arrive Yan Xiaoyu? Revered as the most rule-abiding individual in the world, a child of the divine who detests all that lies outside the realm of propriety? What kind of sparks would arise from the encounter between these two? At that moment, a servant hurried into the room, bowing respectfully. "Master of Zhongsun Manor has arrived outside, requesting to take his aunt back." "The master of Zhongsun Manor?" Li Zai was momentarily taken aback. "Feng Yu has come. It is time for me to depart." Qingzhi Nanqiao smiled faintly, then rose from her bed. Once standing, she turned her gaze toward the young man beside her and said, "Young Master Li, if you do not reveal the purpose of your visit today, it may soon be too late." "Nanqiao, my sister," Li Zai replied, a hint of shyness coloring his face. "What if I propose this? The ice-making business and the brewing trade of the Li family shall be conducted in partnership with the Qingzhi family, with profits divided as previously discussed, 60-40. However, the Qingzhi family must agree to one condition from the Li family." "What condition?" Qingzhi Nanqiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Are you suggesting that the Li family is willing to entrust these two businesses to the Qingzhi family? We desire more. One must take things step by step. The beginning is always the hardest, Li Zai chuckled. The condition I speak of is that the Qingzhi family must cede half of its herbal business to the Li family. And additionally, present 3,000-year-old medicinal herbs as a token of our collaboration. Upon hearing the youth's terms, Qingzhi Nanxiao trembled slightly, her unhealed body quaking with indignation as her delicate hands clenched into fists, barely suppressing the urge to strike him. Half of the herbal business, along with 3 rare medicinal herbs. How audacious! Such a division of business was utterly unfeasible, and those precious herbs were not to be had so easily. Suppressing her growing anger, she replied, "Your demands are utterly unreasonable. Not only is half of the herbal business impossible, but as for the medicinal herbs, do you think they are as common as turnips? They are rare and elusive. Our Qingzhi family has been in the herbal trade for many years and has scarcely encountered them. And it seems we have reached an impasse," Li Zai retorted, his demeanor shifting abruptly as he plopped back onto the bed with an air of nonchalance. "Sister Nanxiao, I bid you farewell, no further courtesies." Qingzhi Nanxiao was taken aback by the swiftness of his transformation, her mouth agape. This was shockingly pragmatic. Just moments ago, they were laughing and conversing, and now he turned his back without a second thought. As the sweet scent of spring flowers filled the air, Li Zai lounged on the bed, humming a carefree tune, manifesting an expression that invited trouble. Qingzhi Nanxiao clenched her teeth in frustration, unable to truly act against him. The crux of the matter was that her family genuinely sought to establish a business partnership with the Li family. "Young Master Li," Qingzhi Nanxiao stifled her impulse to strike and spoke, "Everything is negotiable. How about this? The Qingzhi family will allocate 10% of our herbal business to the Li family. And as for the medicinal herbs, we genuinely do not possess any at the moment. Perhaps you could propose an alternative condition? 40%. Lizia raplia laizuredi. As for the medicinal herbs, let us negotiate for 1.5%. No more." Qingzhi Nanxiao insisted, her tone firm. 3%. Lizia kuntarat. Waving 3 fingers. "As for the medicinal herbs, you must figure that part out for yourselves." Qingzhi Nanxiao clenched her hands tightly, her chest heaving with indignation, her already pale complexion growing even more as she fought to contain her agitation. After a prolonged silence, she forcibly subdued her turbulent emotions and, through gritted teeth, declared, 2% of the shares and 1 medicinal herb. If you utter another word of nonsense, I will take my leave this very moment. Deal." Li Zai beamed with a radiant smile, promptly rising to his feet. "Sister Nanjiao, let us go. I shall escort you out." Qingzhi Nanjiao was left speechless by the man's candid demeanor. Before long, the two exited the Li courtyard, engaged in lively conversation, appearing to enjoy each other's company immensely. Outside the Li courtyard, Qingzhi Fengyu spotted the pair and hurriedly approached, a look of concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" "I am fine." Qingzhi Nanjiao gently shook her head in response. With that, Qingzhi Fengyu exhaled in relief, his gaze shifting to the Li family's heir beside him, his eyes narrowing as he spoke. "Brother Dazhuang, it is good to see you again. Brother Erniu, I trust you are well." Li Zai was not one to back down easily. He wore a facade of insincere politeness and retorted directly. The two locked eyes, their gazes clashing with intensity. And after a brief moment, they shared a knowing smile and extended their hands. "Li Ziya, Qingzhi Fengyu." They shook hands, only to separate once more. Qingzhi Fengyu assisted his still ailing aunt into the carriage, preparing to return home. Just before departing, Qingzhi Nanjiao lifted the curtain of the carriage. Gazing at the youth before the Li courtyard, her exquisite features reminiscent of a delicate beauty, revealing a bright, yet perilous smile. "Young Master Li, I thoroughly enjoyed our lake excursion today. When shall you invite me for another?" Chapter 40: The Thoughts of the Confucian Leader Before Departing. The enchanting smile of Qingzhi Nanxiao lingered in Li Zai's mind, echoing persistently. A bewitching spirit. Li Zai shook his head vigorously, dispelling the intrusive thoughts. After a day of turmoil, he finally achieved some success. He turned and entered the estate, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had made his move. Now, it was up to the Qingzhi family to respond. In the capital, as the sun began to set, its golden rays cast a nostalgic glow over the city. On the streets, within a carriage, Qingzhi Fengyu observed his silent aunt and inquired with concern, "Aunt, do you have something on your mind?" Moments ago, the Li family had laid out the terms for collaboration. Tianjiao rubbed her aching temples and replied, "They demand a 20% share of the Qingzhi family's medicinal business, in addition to a millennium-old medicinal king." "What?" Qingzhi Fengyu exclaimed, barely restraining his expletive. "The Li family is utterly unreasonable. Our Qingzhi family is rooted in the medicinal trade, with shops scattered throughout the great Shang dynasty. Do they even comprehend how vast a 20% share is? Why don't they just rob us? And as for the millennium-old medicinal king, do they think it's as simple as picking a carrot? Where are we to find one?" Upon hearing this, Qingzhi Fengyu gazed at his aunt, his expression frozen in disbelief. "Aunt, you wouldn't actually agree to this, would you?" "I have," Tianjiao affirmed with a nod. "The Qingzhi family requires a partner like the Li family. Others may not understand, but she knew all too well that the Qingzhi family's business had reached an impasse. Similarly, the Shang Alliance and the Yin Family Bank were grappling with the same predicament. The competition among the three families, both overt and covert, had grown increasingly fierce. To break this stalemate, they needed to leverage the winds of fortune brought by the Li family. However, we do not possess the medicinal king they seek." Qingzhi Fengyu remarked solemnly. "We do," Tianjiao responded, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. "Have you forgotten? The Divine Temple's delegation is soon to arrive in the capital, and among their gifts, there is indeed a millennium-old medicinal king." "The Divine Temple?" Qingzhi Fengyu exclaimed in surprise. "But how can we control what they bring?" "We cannot, but your royal aunt can," Qingzhi stated calmly. "The gifts presented by the Divine Temple to the imperial court will ultimately be distributed by His Majesty. Traditionally, the emperor selects a few items to bestow upon the concubines and loyal ministers. Your second aunt, as the matriarch of the harem, can certainly pre-select one or two gifts." Qingzhi Fengyu, struck by this revelation, raised his thumb in admiration. "Aunt, you are truly clever. It is not I who is clever, but the heir of the Li family." Qingzhi remarked coolly. "Fengyu, you must learn well. This young man harbors such profound thoughts that even I find them perplexing. Are you suggesting that Li Zai's initial intention was to acquire the medicinal king from the Divine Temple?" Qingzhi Fengyu asked in astonishment. "Indeed." Tianjiao, with a grave expression, nodded and remarked, "I have long been perplexed by the drastic shifts in attitude displayed by the scion of the Li family. It was only just now that I came to understand the reason behind the Li family's change of heart in agreeing to collaborate with our Long-Sun family. They have set their sights on the miraculous herb brought by Yin Xiaoyu. We, the Long-Sun family, are merely a pawn in the schemes of the Li family's heir. How audacious of Li Zai to attempt to exploit us." Long-Sun Fengyu, upon hearing this, darkened in countenance and replied, "He has even included our second aunt in his calculations. If the Long-Sun family wishes to acquire that miraculous herb, we must enlist the aid of our esteemed second aunt, the Empress of the Merchant Kingdom. The depth of thought exhibited by the Li family's heir is indeed formidable. The youth of today are to be reckoned with." Long-Sun Nanjiao sighed softly and said, "Fengyu, you represent the hope for our Long-Sun family in the future. You must not succumb to him." Long-Sun Fengyu managed an awkward smile, admitting that, judging by the cunning displayed by the Li family's heir today, he felt rather uncertain. While the two were grappling with the intricacies of Li Zai's cunning within the inner courtyard of the Li family, one individual was ingratiating himself with the dashing Little Red Riding Hood in pursuit of guidance. Bai Wangyu, overwhelmed by the disturbance, reluctantly joined in the study of the flying immortal technique's footwork. "Step left 3 times. Yes, yes, lean." In the West Wing, Bai Wangyu instructed Li Zai in martial arts. After nearly an hour, he could no longer contain his frustration and let slip a colorful expletive. To compel a master of the Confucian school, known for his composure and temperament, to curse was a testament to Li Zai's prowess, making him truly the foremost figure of the realm. Bang! Due to a misstep in footwork, it was no surprise that Li Zai was sent flying once more, colliding headfirst into the apricot tree in the courtyard. Instantly, the tree shook, and leaves cascaded down. "Old Bai, get me down," Li Zai called out, stuck between the branches, struggling to free himself. Bai Wangyu found himself wishing to feign ignorance and let the lad remain ensnared, fearing that continued instruction would drive him to the brink of exasperation. Crack! Perhaps due to Li Zai's vigorous thrashing, a branch broke with a sharp, jarring sound. Li Zai froze, afraid to move further. Not far away, Bai Wangyu stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting to assist. Bang! Then came a resounding crash. The branch snapped, and Li Zai plummeted to the ground like a sack of sand, face down. "Brotherly, I have a matter to attend to. Practice on your own," Bai Wangyu called out, stifling his urge to laugh, and quickly departed. The west wing fell into silence. After 3 breaths, Li Zai sprang up, blood trickling from his nose, his eyes blazing with fury. "Bai Wangyu, you scoundrel!" Outside the west wing, Bai Wangyu could no longer contain himself and erupted into hearty laughter. How satisfying it was. The heavens were indeed watching. "Young Master Bai, there is a scholar claiming to be a disciple from the Tianjiao Palace seeking you." At that moment, a servant hastened forward, his expression respectful. "From the Tianjiao Palace?" Bai Wangyu, upon hearing the words, stiffened and swiftly made his way outside the estate. In front of the garden, a young man clad in a scholar's robe awaited him. Upon the emergence of his senior brother, his face lit up with joy as he spoke. "Senior brother, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" Bai Wangyu replied. "It is the command of the scholar leader, requesting your return to the academy." "The scholar leader's command?" Bai Wangyu exclaimed, his expression startled, not daring to delay for a moment. "Let us hurry." With that, the two set forth together towards the academy. Within the garden, Li Zai, upon noticing that the little red hat had departed, wore a puzzled expression. "What has transpired? Why has the Confucian sect summoned the little red hat back? Without this golden-handed aid, how am I to roam the realm freely?" At the academy, in the eastern courtyard, as the last rays of the setting sun faded, an elderly man tidied up the vegetable patch, straightening his frail form. "Greetings, scholar leader." Bai Wangyu approached alone, bowing respectfully. "How have you fared in your interactions with the 3 sons of the Li family?" In the courtyard, Confucius set down his hoe and inquired. "Li Xiong possesses great wisdom and extraordinary insight, far surpassing me. These days spent with him have been immensely rewarding," Bai Wangyu earnestly responded. "Indeed," Confucius nodded. "Though the 3 sons of the Li family may lack in cultivation, they excel in understanding human emotions and social intricacies, qualities in which you are deficient. Stay by his side and learn as much as you can." "Yes," Bai Wangyu replied with utmost respect. "Are you aware that Yin Xiaoyu from the Hall of Celestial Edicts is coming to the capital? Do you know this matter?" Confucius asked. "I am aware," Bai Wangyu affirmed. "You have crossed paths with Yin Xiaoyu before and possess some understanding of him. Given Li Zai's current martial progress, how long do you believe it will take for him to catch up?" Confucius asked calmly. Bai Wangyu hesitated for a moment before replying truthfully. "He will not be able to catch up." Confucius, having listened, nodded thoughtfully and said, "Then you shall assist him." "Yes," Bai Wangyu answered dutifully, asking not a single question. "Do you not wish to know why I ask you to assist him?" Confucius queried. "The scholar leader's decisions are guided by reason," Bai Wangyu replied. "Your respect for your teacher and reverence for the way are commendable traits," Confucius sighed softly, "yet they can also be your shortcomings. In this world, no one's decisions are eternally correct. You must learn to question, even if the object of your inquiry is your esteemed teacher, or even myself." Bai Wangyu, taken aback by these words, hastily bowed in reverence, stating, "Disciple would not dare. What is there to fear?" Confucius gazed at the future successor of the Confucian sect beyond the courtyard, speaking calmly. "Wangyu, have you not considered stepping into this courtyard from the very beginning?" Bai Wangyu trembled slightly, and after a long pause, clenched his hands, attempting to take his first step. However, the weight of the scholar leader's long-established authority caused the steps of the Confucian sect's elder brother to retreat once more. Seeing this, Confucius sighed again. What he desired was not the reverence of the world, but rather inquiry. Authority, after all, is meant to be challenged, regardless of individuals, martial arts, or ancient texts. Outside the small courtyard, Bai Wangyu stood there, a look of guilt etched upon his face. "I have disappointed the Confucian leader," he remarked. Do not blame yourself. Qingzhi replied with a sigh. It is my error. I intended to enlighten the masses, yet inadvertently, I have constrained you with etiquette and law. Wang Yu, this is precisely why I have allowed you to remain by the side of the three sons of the Li family. Remember, in this world there are no true sages. You must learn to discern right from wrong with your own heart. Yes, Bai Wang Yu responded softly. Qingzhi nodded and continued. In a few days, the people from the Heavenly Oracle Hall will arrive. If my calculations are correct, the three sons of the Li family and that Yin Xiaoyu will engage in a conflict. You should continue to accompany the three sons of the Li family, and when necessary, shield him from those hidden arrows. I shall obey the Confucian leader's wishes. Bai Wang Yu replied respectfully. Very well, you may leave. After conveying his instructions, Qingzhi said no more, merely gesturing for Bai Wang Yu to depart. I take my leave, Bai Wang Yu said, bowing respectfully once more before turning to exit. In truth, this young man is already quite exceptional. Just after Bai Wang Yu had left, Qingzhi stepped out of the courtyard and calmly remarked, He still pales in comparison to your disciple. Qingzhi replied placidly, In terms of discerning talent for discipleship, the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal is considerably more astute than I. Such praise from the Confucian leader is well-deserved. Qingzhi accepted the compliment without humility, seemingly choosing to forget the moment she had wanted to slap herself upon learning that Li Zai could not practice martial arts. Chapter 41. Yin Xiaoyu. As dusk descended and the radiant moon ascended, Li Yuan found himself in the courtyard, anxiously awaiting the return of a familiar figure. His expression was fraught with uncertainty, akin to that of a heartbroken lover. It was not until the moon hung high in the starry sky that a silhouette clad in a flowing white robe approached, exuding an extraordinary charm and grace. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Zai rushed forward with palpable excitement. The little red hat has finally returned. You had me terrified. Old Bai, I thought you would not come back, Li Zai exclaimed, grasping the hand of the little red hat, nearly moved to tears. Surely, it was the little red hat's reluctance that compelled her return. Bai Wang Yu, suppressing his distaste, attempted to withdraw his hand but found it ensnared before eventually pulling free. The Confucian master sought me, so I had to make a brief return, he replied, discreetly wiping his hand where Li Zai had held it, wary of potential ailments. The Confucian master sought you? Li Zai, oblivious to the little red hat's subtle gestures, inquired with curiosity. Was there an urgent matter? If you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. It was nothing of great consequence, merely a few words of instruction, advising me to stay close to Brother Li and absorb as much knowledge as I can. Bai Wang Yu responded with an even demeanor. Learning from me? Li Ziya pauza, momentarily stunned, questioning the validity of his hearing. A child from another family wishes to learn from me? He turned to old Li, exclaiming, Did you hear that? Your son is achieving great things. The Confucian master truly possessed the insight to recognize talents unnoticed by others. Li Zai clapped the little red hat on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, Make the most of this opportunity. I shall teach you with patience. Bai Wang Yu remained speechless, acknowledging that he had indeed learned much, particularly the art of being shameless. It's time to rest. I've waited for you all night and am utterly exhausted. Relieved to see the little red hat return safely, Li Zai waved his hand dismissively and turned to head towards the inner courtyard. Brother Li, Bai Wang Yu called out from behind. Li Zai paused and turned back, puzzled. What is it? What does the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal mean to you, Brother Li? Bai Wang Yu asked earnestly. My master, Li Zai replied. Have you ever doubted that the path the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal has set for you is flawed? Bai Wang Yu continued with his probing inquiry. Never. Li Zai shook his head vigorously. As someone who holds my masters in the highest regard, how could I ever question my celestial master? Everything she says is undoubtedly correct. Brother Li, I seek the truth, Bai Wang Yu pressed, his expression serious. Li Zai regarded the earnestness in Bai Wang Yu's eyes, initially taken aback, before breaking into a grin. Doubt? More than that. There were several occasions when I almost inquired after her relatives. However, the outcomes were rather unfortunate. On multiple occasions, I was left unrecognizable after being pummeled by old Qin. Old Bai, you seem rather peculiar today. Why the sudden inquiries? It's nothing. Bai Wang Yu shook his head. It's getting late. You should rest, brotherly. Quite strange. Li Zai muttered in bemusement as he turned to leave. Bai Wangyu watched his retreating figure, a hint of unusual emotion flickering in his eyes. Now, he comprehended the reason why the Confucian leader desired him to remain by Brother Li's side. It was evident that Brother Li held the plum blossom sword immortal in high regard and deep respect. However, Brother Li would not follow every directive from the plum blossom sword immortal blindly. He possessed the audacity to question, a quality in which he admittedly fell short compared to Brother Li. He vowed to learn diligently and, in return, would faithfully adhere to the Confucian leader's teachings, dedicating himself to assisting Brother Li in enhancing his strength. With these thoughts in mind, Bai Wangyu stepped toward the West Wing, preparing to thoroughly study the third form of the flying immortal decision. The moon shone brightly, illuminating the night as, within the inner courtyard and the West Wing, two individuals, each wielding a sword, shared a focused gaze, practicing tirelessly time and again. Li Zai remained awake, believing that diligence could compensate for any lack of talent. If he could not achieve it once, he would practice 10 times, and if 10 times proved futile, then 100 or even 1,000. Bai Wangyu too was sleepless, spending the night aiding Li Zai in mastering the third form of the flying immortal decision, his aura of righteousness shining brighter than the moon itself. The two of them, with their swords, sliced through the air, creating sharp gleams of cold light, synchronized in their movements, a breathtaking spectacle. Meanwhile, on the western side of the great capital of the Shang dynasty, the Divine Hall's procession traveled tirelessly, drawing ever closer to the city. 7 days later, before the West City Gate, the thunderous sound of hooves announced the arrival of the Divine Hall's entourage, who had traveled for many days. Outside the city gates, the third Prince Mu Yao personally welcomed them, accompanied by several officials from the Honglu Temple, bestowing due respect upon the Divine Hall. The Shang dynasty, founded upon martial prowess, nevertheless maintained a demeanor befitting a great nation in matters of etiquette. As the Divine Hall's procession entered the city, many curious citizens gathered to witness the event. Over the past decade, although there had been occasional frictions between the Shang dynasty and the Celestial Hall, overall, peace had prevailed. Thus, the citizens of Deshang held no animosity towards the envoys from the Celestial Hall. Particularly, among the visitors was the famed divine son of the Celestial Hall, Yan Xiaoyu, which sparked even greater curiosity among the people, eager to glimpse the legendary figure. Among these curious onlookers was the rather tiresome Li Zai, who insisted on dragging along the unwilling Little Red Riding Hood. After a lengthy wait behind the crowd on the streets, Bai Wangyu grew weary of waiting for the Divine Hall's entourage to appear and finally spoke. Brother Li, I have already encountered Yan Xiaoyu and even sparred with him. I think I shall take my leave now. Not so fast. Li Zai grasped his arm. Having come this far, we must at least witness the spectacle before departing. Why are you so keen on Yan Xiaoyu? Bai Wangyu inquired, puzzled. Based on his understanding of Brother Li, even if Yan Xiaoyu were as beautiful as a flower, as long as he was male, Brother Li would harbor no interest. After spending time together, Bai Wangyu had gleaned some insight into Brother Li's character and preferences. I am not intrigued by Yan Xiaoyu. Rather, I am concerned about my medicinal herb, the Medicine King. I need to keep an eye on it. Otherwise, if it were to go missing, I would have nowhere to weep, Li Zai explained, rising on his tiptoes to peer down the street, wondering why the Divine Hall's entourage had not yet arrived. Why are you so invested in this Medicine King? Bai Wangyu could not help but ask once more. Indeed, it holds great significance. Li Zai glanced at Little Red Riding Hood beside him, pondered for a moment, and said, Very well, I shall confide in you. But you must not disclose this to anyone else. Throughout their time together, he had come to appreciate Little Red Riding Hood, and sharing this secret with her seemed permissible. I won't tell anyone, Bai Wangyu replied, her curiosity evident as she nodded. In a hushed tone, Li Zai glanced around and continued, My 8 meridians are obstructed. I require external force to shatter them, and then use the medicinal prowess of the Medicine King to restore them, thereby reconstructing the extraordinary 8 meridians. Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu trembled, disbelief etched on her face as she regarded the young man before her, her heart shaken. The 8 meridians obstructed? How could someone who has been accepted as a disciple by the plum blossom sword immortal, and who holds the attention of the Confucian leader, possibly have such obstructions? With this thought, Bai Wangyu grasped his arm, her vital energy probing into his meridians, and her astonishment deepened. Brotherly speaks, no falsehoods. Among the 8 meridians, 6 are blocked, and even the 2 that are open remain partially unhealed, clearly having been recently restructured. Brother Liu, Bai Wangyu looked at the young man, her gaze complex at a loss for words. Please, keep this a secret. Li Zia urja sufli. I am unconcerned, but my celestial master is quite sensitive about her reputation. If the world were to learn that she has taken on a waste, it would be a blow to old Qin's pride, and I fear the consequences. I understand. Bai Wangyu nodded gently, her expression intricate. Brotherly, you continue to surprise me time and again. Maintain a low profile. Li Zai smiled broadly. After all, exceptional individuals like you are scarce. The world is filled with ordinary people like myself. To pursue martial arts, one must craft opportunities through any means necessary. No wonder the Confucian leader repeatedly urged me to stay close to you and learn. There are countless astonishing things about you. Bai Wangyu sighed softly, reflecting on the rise of the Li family, the success of Brother Li in becoming a disciple of the plum blossom sword immortal. Everything surpassed common expectation. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be miracle. As for the Confucian leader's intentions, I cannot fathom. But I know that until I acquire the medicine king brought by the temple, sleep shall elude me. Li Zai gazed toward the end of the street and casually remarked, Ah, here it comes, my medicine king. Upon hearing this, Bai Wangyu turned her gaze in that direction as well. There, at the street's end, carriages rumbled and armors clanged. The third prince and officials from the Honglu temple led the way, accompanied by the temple's entourage. At the forefront, the temple's iron cavalry, clad in silver armor that concealed all but their eyes, exuded a chilling aura that was awe-inspiring. In the middle of the procession sat a young man in a moon-white robe, strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, reclining in a carriage. A faint smile graced his lips, warm as the morning sun, and his noble demeanor surpassed even that of the princes of the great Shang. The divine youth, Yanyu, a prodigious figure of the younger generation, graced the capital of the great Shang. The aura of dominance was palpable. Amidst the throng, Li Zai gazed upon Yanyu and her palanquin, judiciously uttering 4 words. In terms of appearance, this divine child was indeed remarkable, nearly rivaling him in Little Red Riding Hood. Within the ranks of the divine temple, Yanyu basked in the adoration and envy of the citizens of the great Shang, her lips curving slightly in a smile. The great Shang, a realm forsaken by the god of light, was inhabited by a populace bereft of faith, mere foolish commoners unworthy of comparison with his divine temple. Under the reverent gazes of the crowd, suddenly, Yanyu's expression shifted as she sensed a distinct gaze amidst the multitude, prompting her to look in that direction. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and a subtle furrow appeared on Yanyu's brow. How peculiar! Who was this individual? The aura surrounding him was undeniably unsettling, exuding an indescribable sense of discord. Behind the crowd, Li Zai noticed Yanyu's scrutinizing gaze and broke into a grin. At last, the king of medicine has arrived, thanks to the auspicious presence of the wealth-bringing boy. In the palanquin, Yanyu regarded the smile of the former with growing disdain. What a fool! Chapter 42. Conflict on the bustling streets of the capital. The initial encounter between Li Zai and Yanyu was far from amicable. In fact, Yanyu harbored a distinct aversion towards Li Zai. Naturally, Li Zai reciprocated this sentiment, or rather, he despised all men who surpassed him in handsomeness, with the sole exception of the endearing Little Red Riding Hood. In the midst of the street, the procession of the temple rumbled by. Beside the palanquin, the red-robed archbishop, Lu Rongnu, walked silently. Had it not been for her striking crimson attire, one could hardly believe that this gaunt elder was a peerless powerhouse who had unlocked 5 sacred vaults. From the crowd, Bai Wangyu caught sight of the elderly figure next to Yanyu's palanquin and spoke gravely. That old man is the red-robed archbishop of the Celestial Hall? Li Zai followed the gaze of Little Red Riding Hood and, with evident astonishment, queried, He certainly does not seem like one. His appearance is even more disheveled than that of my family's sword fanatic Zhang. Lower your voice, brotherly. Bai Wangyu's expression shifted as he cautioned. An advanced practitioner of the fifth realm possesses a perception far beyond the ordinary. He can hear our words. Indeed, scarcely had their words left their lips when Lu Rongnu's gaze turned toward them, her aged eyes igniting with a brilliant intensity. Observing this, Bai Wangyu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly pulled Li Zai behind him, a surge of righteous aura emanating from him. The next moment, a violent force erupted. Bai Wangyu staggered back a step, a trickle of blood silently sliding from the corner of his mouth. "Old Bai," Li Zai exclaimed, his expression shifting as he stepped forward. Upon noticing the bloodstain at the corner of Little Red Riding Hood's mouth, a rare flicker of anger crossed his face. "This is intolerable." Li Zai's gaze was fixed on Lu Rongnu amidst the temple's procession, his fury blazing as his fists clenched tightly. In his realm, such insolence was utterly unacceptable. The Celestial Hall had truly overstepped its bounds. "Oh," Lu Rongnu, sensing the youthful rage directed at her, registered a hint of surprise. Acknowledging that he was an advanced practitioner of the fifth realm, she recognized the audacity of his open defiance. This young man certainly possessed a measure of courage. At that moment, Yin Xiaoyu also recognized Bai Wangyu, and a sly smile curved her lips. "So, it is the chief disciple of the Confucian sect. I never expected him to be here as well." "Brotherly, we mustn't," Bai Wangyu implored as he grasped Li Zai's arm, shaking his head gently. "It was our rudeness initially. The emissaries of the temple come as guests, and we must not act disrespectfully." Upon hearing this, Li Zai furrowed his brows, then withdrew his gaze, adopting an unprecedented seriousness as he declared, "Old Bai, I assure you, I will make amends for today's grievances. I will not allow you to suffer this injustice in vain." Bai Wangyu, taken aback by the earnestness he had never seen before in the youth, paused for a moment before a gentle smile broke across his face. "I believe in you, brotherly." As the gentle breeze swept through, both men retracted their gazes, shattering the solemn atmosphere they had so painstakingly cultivated. Disgusting. Li Zai pinched his thigh, a wave of anxiety washing over him. Surely he would not bend, would he? Beside him, Bai Wangyu's lips twitched slightly as he silently recited the sacred texts. Wangyu understood that etiquette was intended for the cultured, if others lacked refinement. Why should one adhere to decorum? At that moment, a venerable voice resonated among the crowd, akin to thunder, captivating the attention of all present. The sage. In that instant, even the third prince, Lu Rongnu, and Yin Xiaoyu's expressions shifted dramatically. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Wangyu's demeanor stiffened, and he immediately bowed in a disciple salute. What was happening? Only Li Zai remained oblivious to the source of the voice and the astonishment of those around him. In the next breath, an overwhelming righteousness surged through the atmosphere, an invisible force exploding forth. PFF. From the Divine Hall's entourage, Lu Rongnu spat a mouthful of blood and staggered back several steps, causing a ripple of shock among the onlookers. The third Prince Mu Yao and the Divine Child, Yin Xiaoyu, turned their gazes toward the distant academy, their faces etched with disbelief. They had not anticipated that the sage would take action here. Lu Rongnu, despite her age, still harbored such pettiness, bullying two juniors. What a disgrace! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the sage's voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The sage, Lu Rongnu, steadied herself. Wiping the blood from her lips, her fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Meanwhile, Li Zai, now realizing who had intervened, wore an expression of excitement. The great figure was finally making an appearance, ready to sweep everything aside. Let the battle commence. He was eager to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos and claim the title of Medicine King. He also wished to inquire with the sage if old Qin was present at the academy. However, to Li Zai's disappointment, after reprimanding Lu Rongnu, the sage made no further moves and showed no intention of revealing himself. Lu Rongnu, daunted, dared not provoke further, swallowing her anger in silence. The Divine Hall's entourage proceeded quietly, clearly more subdued this time. "Sage, where's my master? Please return her." As the conflict appeared unlikely to escalate, and the sage remained hidden, Li Zai grew anxious, calling out towards the academy. Bai Wanyu, startled, quickly pulled the young man beside him, signaling him to refrain from being disrespectful. The crowd turned their attention to Li Zai's shout. Lu Rongnu remained silent, temporarily refraining from any further actions. On the carriage, Yan Xiaoyu scrutinized the young man beside Bai Wanyu, her brows furrowing once more. Who was this individual daring to speak so boldly to the sage? Moreover, Bai Wanyu had been steadfastly protecting him, indicating a relationship of significance. Could it be that he was of the Shang royal family? Yet, the divine hall possessed records of every prince, and having perused their likenesses, she found no match. If he were not a prince, might he be a relative of some noble or a scion of the martial king? Thoughts raced through Yan Xiaoyu's mind as she grappled with the young man's true identity beside Bai Wanyu. Amidst the throng, Li Zai sensed the gazes of the crowd, but remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on the direction of the academy, awaiting the sage's response. He was genuinely concerned about his enchanting master. However, the Confucian leader seemed oblivious to Li Zai's inquiries and offered no response. Growing increasingly anxious, Li Zai's agitation became palpable. Beside him, Bai Wanyu noticed the impending outburst and hastily grasped his arm, saying, "Brother Li, the plum blossom sword immortal is likely unharmed. Please, do not fret." Ignoring the admonition from the girl in the red cloak, Li Zai called out again, "Ruler, please grant me a reply." On the street, the crowd observed the seemingly frantic youth with bewilderment. Who is this person? Has he lost his senses to address the Confucian leader with such irreverence? Amidst the onlookers, Li Zai remained anxiously awaiting a response from the leader. He was certain that the leader could hear him, so why was there no reply? Was it possible that his master was truly in peril? The more he pondered, the more his anxiety grew, until he could no longer contain himself. He forcefully shook off Bai Wangyu's grip and shouted in anger, "Old man, is it too much to ask for a single word?" Instantly, silence enveloped the street. Even the members of the divine caravan were taken aback, coming to a halt. Next to Li Zai, Bai Wangyu's face turned pale, cold sweat beading on his brow, fearing that the Confucian leader might retaliate with a single strike to silence him. In the eastern courtyard of the Taishu, upon hearing Li Zai's irreverent words, Qingzhi couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Your disciple truly possesses audacity." He was somewhat anxious. Qingzhi, while touched, remarked, "He is indeed quite bold." She understood that although Li Zai was unruly, he was exceptionally intelligent and aware of the leader's esteemed status. His erratic behavior likely stemmed from genuine concern for her safety. "This young man is commendable. You have not misjudged him," Qingzhi smiled, adding, "Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, it would be best if you personally responded to ease your disciple's worries." "Agreed," Qingzhi nodded, with a graceful wave of her delicate hand. The Qing Shuang ancient sword was unsheathed, and in an instant, the world seemed to pause, the temperature plummeting sharply. In the next heartbeat, the Qing Shuang sword cleaved through the void, releasing a radiant and formidable sword aura that soared into the distance. At that moment, all martial artists within the capital felt its presence, their gazes drawn to the sky, faces marked with astonishment. Swaltoha, within the divine caravan, Lu Rongnu sensed the astonishing sword strike in the heavens. Her expression shifted once again. The sword aura, like frost, belonged to the plum blossom sword immortal. On the carriage, Yan Xiaoyu recognized the master of this sword, her demeanor becoming serious. The plum blossom sword immortal is indeed present in the great capital of the Shang. Master. Behind the crowd, Li Zai felt the familiar sword aura, a look of exhilaration illuminating his face. "What splendid news! Old Qin is safe." Meanwhile, Bai Wanyu exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that with the plum blossom sword immortal unharmed, Brotherly would surely regain his composure and cease his frantic behavior. He had genuinely feared that the leader would not restrain himself and might strike the young man down. As the plum blossom sword immortal made her move, it dawned on Yan Xiaoyu, her gaze shifting toward Li Zai at the back of the crowd, her eyes narrowing slightly. The legitimate son of the Li family from Yuzhou City, Li Zai. Originally, he was Li Zai, the esteemed disciple of the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal. My apologies. Yan Xiaoyu's lips curled into a faintly indifferent arc. It appeared that his journey to the grand city of Xanadu would not be lacking in excitement. Behind the crowd, upon realizing that old Qin was unharmed, Li Zai exhaled a sigh of relief, his heart settling as he regarded the onlookers. Flashing a grin, he remarked, "I beg your pardon for my earlier behavior. I suffer from hysteria that causes me to act erratically at times, much to your amusement." With that, Li Zai swiftly pulled along a small figure in a red hat and departed. How embarrassing! Before the divine chariot. The third Prince Mu Yao observed the retreating silhouette of Li Zai, his eyes flickering with a strange intensity. This scion of the Li family continuously shattered his preconceived notions. He was utterly unpredictable and devoid of decorum. Should he remain unallied, he would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. The Yin banking house and the merchant alliance were utterly inept, consumed by internal strife, incapable of managing even the simplest of affairs. "Your Highness," beside the chariot, Lu Rongnu spoke, her voice raspy, "if the opportunity arises, we must eliminate this individual. I have a premonition that he will become a considerable nuisance to the Divine Hall in the future." "I understand," Yan Xiaoyu nodded, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. "Those who disregard the rules have no place in this world. The God of Light does not favor them, and neither do I." Chapter 43. A miracle, Li. Do refrain from such recklessness next time. You nearly frightened me to death just now, Bai Wangyu remarked with a wry smile, gazing at the youth before him. Even now, the cold sweat on his back had yet to dry. In recent days, the number of times he had followed Li, filled with trepidation, had far surpassed those in the previous half of his life. "Remain composed," Li Zai said, patting the little red hat's shoulder, a grin spreading across his face. "The Confucian master is a teacher of the world. How could he possibly hold a grudge against a mere junior? Besides, the fact that he has entrusted you to accompany me signifies my worth in the Imperial Academy. He would never so easily dismiss me." Though he was somewhat anxious, he was not foolish. Li Zai would never engage in self-destructive acts. Bai Wangyu, at a loss for words, conceded that the Confucian master would likely not become easily angered over trivial matters. However, Li's actions were indeed astonishingly audacious. In this world, who would dare treat the Confucian master with such disrespect? Even the remarkably talented lord of the Celestial Hall in the western regions would greet the Confucian master with utmost courtesy. "Old Bai, you are far too rigid in your adherence to propriety." Stripped of his title as the head of the Imperial Academy, the Confucian master is merely an ordinary elder. He is not a fearsome beast. Why be so terrified? Moreover, you are the senior disciple of the Confucian school. How could he possibly harm you? Li Zai stated with a look of disdain for his companion's timidity. "Ahem," Bai Wangyu gasped, nearly choking, his face flushing crimson as he coughed violently. "Old Bai, what is wrong? Has your injury recurred?" Li Zai inquired, stepping forward with concern etched on his face. "I am fine," Bai Wangyu replied after taking a deep breath. "Li, I beg you, please cease your remarks. I genuinely fear that one day I may suffocate in anger because of you." Li Zai cast a scornful glance at him and said, "Old Bai, I hold you in contempt. Contempt if you must. I had intended to offer you guidance on the third stance of the Flying Immortal technique, but it seems that is no longer necessary," Bai Wangyu replied nonchalantly, then turned to walk toward the western chamber. Li Zai stood momentarily stunned before regaining his composure, exclaiming, "Old Bai, no, brother Bai, I was wrong. You are the one I admire the most." In the western chamber, as Li Zai pursued, he immediately noticed the changes therein. In the courtyard, red threads crisscrossed in intricate patterns, each adorned with a bell, exactly 27 in total, corresponding to the number of steps in the third stance of the Flying Immortal technique. Clearly, this red thread formation had been deliberately arranged for the third stance. Upon witnessing this, tears of gratitude streamed down Li Zai's face. This was undoubtedly a setup by Old Bai, who had evidently invested considerable thought into assisting him during these days. He vowed never to bully the little red hat again. This red thread formation contains 27 bells, each corresponding to the 27 steps of the Flying Immortal technique. Practice according to the positions of the bells. Each time a bell rings, it signifies that you have executed a step correctly. Additionally, these red threads are specially crafted and remarkably sturdy. enabling them to correct your positioning during practice. Bai Wangyu spoke earnestly, expressing that he had sacrificed several sleepless nights to arrange these matters, meticulously ensuring that every step was tested and correct. "Old Bai, you're truly wonderful. Let me give you a hug," Li Zai said, deeply moved as he stepped forward with open arms. "Get lost," Bai Wangyu retorted, unable to suppress a curse. The patience and composure of the elder brother of the Confucian school had nearly been exhausted over these days. Li Zia Undatarat retracted his hands and nonchalantly approached the first bell to begin his practice. Ding! As Li Zai's figure darted forth and touched the first bell, it chimed melodiously. Soon after, he proceeded to the second and third bells. After days of practice, Li Zai could take 10 steps, yet beyond that, not only would the consumption of his true essence escalate drastically, but his control over his body would also become increasingly challenging. Indeed, upon the ringing of the 10th bell, Li Zai once again found himself involuntarily propelled forward, losing control. Utilize the red line to regain the correct position. Bai Wangyu immediately called out in a serious tone. Amidst the intertwining red lines, Li Zai heeded the reminder from the little red cap, executing a leap in midair to pivot back, harnessing the power of the red line to return to his original position. Ding! At last, the bell rang once more as Li Zai stepped beyond the 10th step, surpassing his own limits. Do not fear mistakes. Complete all 27 steps first, allowing your body to memorize these positions. Bai Wangyu reiterated from outside the red line formation. All right, Li Zai responded amidst the red lines, his figure once again darting out, his speed increasing, and the frequency of his leaps multiplying. However, each time, he would utilize the red line to pull himself back to the correct position. Thus, after countless attempts, Li Zai finally staggered through all 27 steps, his body marred with dozens, if not hundreds, of cuts from the red lines. Ding! With the final bell's chime, Li Zai collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move even a finger. I'm completely drained, he exclaimed. Merely 27 steps had utterly depleted all the true essence within his spiritual reservoir. Were it not for the assistance of the red line, he would not have completed these 27 steps at all. How'd it go? Bai Wangyu approached, speaking earnestly. When you can complete these 27 steps without external aid, then you will have truly succeeded. Old Bai, you're a genius. I envy you greatly, Li Zai replied, still lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Why are other people's children so exceptional, while I feel like the foolish son of a landlord? Failing at everything and always causing trouble? I am merely 2 years your senior, having read a bit more, thus having a deeper understanding of martial arts. In truth, Brother Li, you are more intelligent than I, Bai Wangyu said, concerned that the youth before him might lose confidence in his martial pursuits. I believe that as well, Li Zai responded rather unhumblingly, convinced of his own cleverness. Bai Wangyu felt his attempts at consolation were exceedingly unnecessary. He now truly yearned to plant his foot squarely on this fellow's face, curious to see if his skin was thicker than the soles of his shoes. I resolved to diligently cultivate my skills, then strike down Huoliner and kick Wai Enshi Oi, becoming invincible and renowned throughout the 9 provinces. On the ground, Li Zai envisioned a future scene, his smile growing increasingly maniacal. Bai Wangyu regarded the young man before him as one would an imbecile, genuinely doubting whether this fellow's martial training had impaired his intellect. Creak! Li Zai retrieved several century-old ginseng roots from his pocket and gnawed on them as if they were mere carrots, mumbling incoherently, Old Bai, does the Taishuo Palace possess any miraculous elixirs for swiftly restoring true energy? Sell me some. I can't keep gnawing on this stuff. It's impossible to swallow. Beside him, Bai Wangyu couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, witnessing the Li family's extravagant nature. It was as if they treated these potent herbs as if they cost nothing, casually munching on them. After devouring several ginseng roots, Li Zai felt his true energy restored to a considerable degree. He sprang up like a carp leaping from the water, ready to continue his practice. The Fei Xianju was exquisitely intricate. If one could master the 3rd form at the 1st level, they would be deemed the foremost individual in a millennium. Aside from the original sword god, Bai Wangyu spoke earnestly, If you wish to catch up to Huoliner within 3 years, you must continually create miracles. This first step is essential. I understand. Upon hearing this, Li Zai's expression grew serious, nodding in affirmation. He then stepped forward and leaped into action once more. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, a series of chimes echoed as he dashed through the intertwining red threads, his movements becoming increasingly rapid, while his wounds multiplied. The red threads were remarkably resilient, allowing Li Zai to leverage them. However, due to his astonishing speed, each leap left him with additional cuts, blood seeping forth. In this world, apart from a select few prodigies, everyone must exert 100% effort to reap 50% of the rewards. Li Zai's talent was far from exceptional. In the words of Li Qing, he was merely a waste. Therefore, if he did not strive relentlessly, how could he hope to match the extraordinary talents of Huoliner and Yan Xioi? Outside the red threads, Bai Wangyu silently observed the sweat-drenched youth before him. Lost in thought, he pondered whether, had he been in Li Zai's position, his meridians blocked, unable to practice martial arts, he could exhibit the same relentless determination to forge ahead on the path of martial arts, knowing full well he would face countless hardships, yet still exerting every ounce of effort to avoid future regret. He feared he could not. It was not the fear of hardship, but rather a lack of courage to stake everything on a single attempt. Bang! Uncertain how long he had been practicing or how many attempts he had made. Within the array of red threads, suddenly, one of the threads reached its breaking point and snapped. Li Zai's body was instantly propelled uncontrollably, crashing against the wall of the western chamber. He then fell to the ground like a paper doll, landing heavily. Bai Wangyu quietly approached, replacing the broken red thread with a new one. On the ground, Li Zai pulled out another potent herb and began gnawing on it, his mouth filled with herbal residue, his face contorting in bitterness. It is truly difficult to swallow. As the sun descends in the west, and the moon shines brightly in the sparse, starry sky, Li Zai continues his practice in the western chamber, accompanied by Little Red Riding Hood, who occasionally offers guidance, correcting the myriad peculiar mistakes of this novice in martial arts. Until, with the moon hanging high in the sky, Li Zai finally finds himself too exhausted to rise, lying motionless on the ground. Thus, Bai Wangyu drags him to the stone steps before the room, as if hauling a heavy pig. Old Bai, I believe I can succeed, Li Zai remarks. Reclining on the steps and gazing at the starry expanse, a grin spreading across his face. Although his progress remains slow, he unmistakably perceives a glimmer of hope. He feels an immense gratitude towards Little Red Riding Hood, whom he envisions as an angel with fluttering wings. Even when fate has closed the door and sealed a window, he can still, with the assistance of Little Red Riding Hood, his fairy master, and Zhang Lada, carve out a tunnel of opportunity. With such endearing friends and family, he considers himself fortunate in the eyes of heaven. Lost in thought, Li Zai succumbs to fatigue, drifting into a deep sleep with a faint smile of contentment gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Bai Wangyu sits quietly beside him, silent and contemplative. To be honest, he had never truly believed that Brother Li could achieve success. After all, the cultivation method of the flying immortal technique is exceedingly arduous. For millennia, countless prodigies have been compelled to abandon it in favor of other martial arts. However, after today, he may have begun to entertain a flicker of belief. Brother Li is indeed the one capable of creating miracles. He eagerly anticipates the day when the swordsmanship of the original sword god re-emerges in the world. A sword comes from the west. A celestial being descends from the heavens. Chapter 44. The Great Fire as dawn broke over the eastern horizon. A faint blush of light appeared in the sky. On the stone steps, Li Zai abruptly opened his eyes, awakening precisely on time. The transition from night to day marked the most opportune moment for cultivating the flying immortal decision technique. As the yin energy transformed into yang, Li Zai settled into a meditative posture, channeling his inner energy and drawing in the celestial essence of the world. In an instant, an inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy surged into the courtyard, continuously replenishing his once dry divine reservoir. As moments passed, the sun ascended in the east, and when the first rays of morning light graced the earth, The fluctuations of true essence around Li Zai gradually subsided. The divine reservoir, a treasure trove within the human body, existed as a microcosm of its own. Within, thunder roared and lightning flashed, as the spiritual energy converged to form an endless sea of true essence, with towering waves crashing and reverberating in a breathtaking spectacle. With Li Zai's cultivation deepening, the vastness of the sea of true essence expanded infinitely, seemingly without bounds. After opening a second meridian, his cultivation speed increased by more than double, and the rate of expansion of the true essence surged exponentially. Swish! A quarter of an hour later, Li Zai suddenly opened his eyes wide, a sharp glint flashing forth, akin to a formidable divine sword, radiating an intimidating brilliance. Beside him, Bai Wangyu sensed this shift, a hint of astonishment crossing her face. Such a piercing sword intent. Even in the initial realm, it possesses such sharpness. The flying immortal decision is indeed the foremost technique in the world. Brotherly, would you care for spar? Bai Wangyu inquired after a moment's contemplation. Upon hearing this, Li Zai's expression brightened with eagerness as he sprang to his feet. Excellent. As per our usual custom, you shall restrain your cultivation to the mid-stage of the first realm. Agreed, Bai Wangyu nodded, stepping into the center of the courtyard. She then gripped the air with her right hand, and the Tai ancient sword responded, unsheathing itself. In an instant, a surge of righteous energy erupted forth. Opposite her, Li Zai drew forth his Chunjun sword, a grin spreading across his face. After you. As his words fell, Li Zai's figure moved instantaneously, taking the initiative. His swift movement resembled that of a celestial being, nearly impossible to capture. In the blink of an eye, the Chunjun sword's blade was poised before Bai Wangyu. Clang! The Tai and Chunjun swords clashed, their energies reverberating through the air. Li Zai shifted the momentum of his sword, moving again to appear behind the little red hat. The blade of the Chunjun sword flashed fiercely, a striking blow that was difficult to evade. Yet, Bai Wangyu stood her ground, turning to counter with her own sword, deflecting the fierce assault with a resounding clang. So rapid was their exchange that it left little room for reaction. After 2 exchanges, Li Zai altered his swordplay once more, increasing his speed exponentially. Beneath the rising sun, their blades continued to clash, sparks flying, creating a scene of harmonious competition. In a fleeting moment, 10 exchanges had passed. Bai Wangyu wielded her sword, breaking the stalemate, and exclaimed, "There is no need to continue. Brotherly has only learned less than 3 moves. Yet he has managed to hold his ground against me for 10 exchanges without faltering. Your progress is truly remarkable." That sounded rather strange, Li Zai thought, sheathing his sword, murmuring to himself. Did he misinterpret her words? Why did it feel as though this compliment made him uncomfortable? Young master, at that moment, Hongzhu approached from outside the west chamber, respectfully announcing, "The hour is drawing near." Li Zai nodded in response, and stepped towards the courtyard exit. Outside, a carriage was ready, and both Li Zai and Hongzhu climbed aboard. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard by the Xiang River in the southeast of the capital, Yu Qingxian finished packing her guqin and departed in her carriage. The Yin family bank was alive with the sound of firecrackers, bustling with guests amidst a festive atmosphere. Today marked the 60th birthday of the patriarch of the Yin family, with a multitude of guests, primarily the younger generation of the Yin family and various friends and relatives. The Yin family bank held considerable influence in the bustling capital, even maintaining ties with the imperial court. Thus it was no surprise that many came to celebrate the elder's birthday. In front of the Yin residence, several carriages halted, and within one of them, Hongzhu's delicate hands roamed across Li Zai's face, claiming it was a form of disguise. However, Li Zai suspected that Hongzhu was deliberately taking advantage of him. Moments later, she withdrew her hands, gazing at her handiwork with satisfaction. She then produced a mirror and cheerfully urged, "Take a look." Upon seeing his reflection, Li Zai was taken aback. Who was this fair-skinned youth? In the mirror, a strikingly handsome young man stared back, even more attractive than Li Zai himself. A twinge of anger surged within him. He had always believed himself to be the most handsome man in the world, only to realize he was mistaken. It turned out that the most handsome man was the made-up version of himself. Yu Qingxian's carriage arrived as well, ignoring the self-absorbed young master before her. Hongzhu lifted the curtain of the carriage and, upon spotting the approaching carriage in the distance, called out a warning. Li Zai lowered the mirror, rose, and prepared to disembark. Hongzhu, wait for me outside, he instructed, then stepped down from the carriage. In front of the Yin residence, Yu Qingxuan's carriage also came to a stop. Subsequently, she alighted and glanced around, searching for a familiar figure. Fairy Qingxian, how have you been? Li Zai approached with a beaming smile. Young master, it seems we are not acquainted, Yu Qingxian replied, her brow furrowing slightly. Fairy Qingxian, it's me, Yanyu. Li Zai said, his smile growing even wider. Yanyu, the one who played Guangling San. At his words, Yu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of excitement. Yanyu, it's really you, she exclaimed, then burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Zai, you've changed so much. There's no helping it. I've become too famous and feared being recognized. Li Zai glanced around and whispered, once we enter, please do not let anything slip. Understand? Yu Qingxian replied with a playful roll of her eyes, then extended the guqin she held towards him. Yanyu, let us go in together. Certainly, Li Zai accepted the guqin, grinning widely as he stepped beside Yu Qingxian, and together they entered the Yin family estate. Within the Yin courtyard, a stage had already been erected, where renowned performers sang, and the sound of drums echoed triumphantly. Below, guests cheered, creating an atmosphere of lively celebration. In the courtyard, the guests who came to celebrate the birthday were all prominent figures from the capital. However, upon seeing the figure of Yu Qingxian, many approached her eagerly, showering her with attentions. Yu Qingxian responded to these advances with a calm demeanor, showing no inclination to curry favor. Meanwhile, Li Zai surveyed the various corners of the Yin family estate, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The acquisition of the tome, Heavenly Craft Techniques, hinged upon today's events. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks my father's 60th birthday, and we have specially invited the esteemed Fairy Qingxian to perform for everyone, announced a middle-aged man from the stage. Addressing the numerous guests below, Fairy Qingxian, Fairy Qingxian. The crowd erupted in cheers, especially the younger attendees, who were flushed with excitement. Li Zai was taken aback by the sudden fervor and turned to the woman beside him, disbelief etched on his face. Is this girl really so celebrated in the capital? Such fervent fans. Yu Qingxian seemed to sense the astonishment in Li Zai's gaze. She smiled brightly, then gracefully took the guqin and stepped forward. On the stage, she settled down and placed the guqin before her. The middle-aged man clapped his hands, and several elegantly poised women approached the stage to dance in harmony with Fairy Qingxuan's music. As Yu Qingxian began to play, the melodious notes flowed forth like a gentle stream, pure and resonant. The music stirred the dancers behind her, their graceful movements complementing the enchanting melody. The guests below grew silent, captivated by the music and dance, lost in a state of blissful reverie. Not far away, however, Li Zai found himself unable to appreciate the performance, his gaze fixated on the Yin family's backyard, awaiting any signals from Yin Quan. Meanwhile, in a not-so-distant Honglu temple, the emissaries of the divine were gathered, awaiting a summons from the emperor of the Great Shang. Within the temple, Yin Xiaoyu, who had been meditating, slowly opened her eyes and looked outside, her brow furrowing slightly. What is all this noise? Rising, she made her way toward the commotion. Your Highness, the temple knights outside bowed respectfully. Go inquire whose household is causing such a ruckus, Yin Xiaoyu commanded. Yes, the knight took his leave promptly. Before long, the knight returned, bowing with respect. Your Highness, it is the Yin family in the capital celebrating the 60th birthday of Old Master Yin, hence the commotion. The Yin family? Yin Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Was it the Yin family associated with the money house? According to the temple's records, it was likely that the third prince of the Great Shang stood behind this money house. Just then, an urgent voice erupted from outside the temple, startling everyone. The Yin family is on fire. Soon, more voices followed, rushing to spread the news and gather help to extinguish the flames. Inside the Honglu temple, upon hearing the news, Yin Xiaoyu gazed toward the direction of the Yin family, her eyes narrowing further. A fire? How could it suddenly ignite without reason? As she contemplated this, Yanyu stepped towards the entrance of the Honglu Temple. Divine One, do not concern yourself with unnecessary matters. At that moment, from behind, the figure of Lu Rongnu appeared, her voice raspy. I shall exercise discretion. Yanyu nodded in acknowledgement and soon exited the Honglu Temple. Meanwhile, at the Yin residence, a sudden inferno erupted, catching everyone off guard and plunging the household into chaos. Due to the celebration of the elder Yin's birthday, most of the household was preoccupied in the front courtyard, leaving the rear courtyard almost deserted. Consequently, when the fire ignited, there was no time to extinguish it, and the flames rapidly escalated. The entire Yin household was thrown into disarray. In the midst of this tumultuous scene, Li Zai hummed a tune, calmly making his way to the location indicated by Yin Kuang. At the front of the Yin ancestral hall, Yin Kuang stood anxiously awaiting his arrival. Before long, Li Zai approached, a jade pendant of azure hue adorning his waist, aptly termed a token of trust. Upon noticing the pendant, Yin Kuang immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer and stepped forward to pay his respects. Young master, let us proceed together to retrieve the items, Li Zai replied, and they walked forward together. The two entered the Yin ancestral hall and opened the entrance to the secret passage, revealing a dimly lit corridor stretching over 10 zhang in length. Young master, it is imperative that you stay closely behind me. Do not stray a single step, for if you do, neither of us shall emerge alive, Yin Kuang said, his expression grave as he gazed into the depths of the passageway. Chapter 45. Miracles before the secret passage. Yin Kuang's expression grew exceedingly grave as he cautiously advanced step by step. Behind him, Li Zai stood still, refraining from following. He sensed that this endeavor would not be as effortless as anticipated. As his thoughts lingered ahead, after only a few steps, Yin Kuang suddenly felt the stone slab beneath him give way, and countless sharp arrows sprang forth from the walls on either side. Impossible. Yin Kuang's countenance shifted in alarm. He swiftly leapt, evading one dart after another. Observing this, Li Zai narrowed his eyes slightly and commanded, retreat. Upon hearing the warning, Yin Kuang dared not hesitate further and immediately sprang back towards the entrance of the passage. How could this be? Upon returning to the entrance, Yin Kuang gazed at the ground littered with arrows, confusion etched on his face. He had not strayed from the path, so why had he triggered the mechanism? Not surprising at all, Li Zai replied. You previously pilfered the blazing iron essence from the Yin family. If they had not taken precautions, that would indeed be strange. The mechanisms in this passage must have been altered. What then? Should we abandon this pursuit? Yin Kuang's expression was heavy as he lamented. They have schemed for so long. It will be a pity to give up now. Of course, we cannot concede defeat. You guard the outside. I shall proceed, Li Zai declared, his gaze steady upon the secret passage. Initially, the plan was for Yin Kuang to navigate the traps successfully and retrieve what he sought, thereby sparing Li Zai from danger. However, it was now evident that the task was far from simple. Upon hearing this, Yin Kuang's expression flickered, and though he wished to voice his concerns, he merely nodded in agreement, saying, Young master, do take care. With that, he turned to leave the passage and stand watch outside the ancestral hall. At the entrance, Li Zai surveyed the dim and foreboding passage before him. After a brief moment, he launched himself forward with the swiftness of thunder. Simultaneously, the entire passage seemed to awaken, and a barrage of arrows erupted from the walls, akin to a torrential downpour, aimed at the intruder. Clang, 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 clang. The arrows collided with the stone floor, sparks flying as Li Zai maneuvered through the onslaught with astonishing speed. The flying immortal technique, hailed as the supreme art across the realm, is not only renowned for its exquisite swordsmanship, but also for its unparalleled swiftness, rendering it unmatched in the world. Thus, facing the traps of the Yin family's secret passage, Li Zai employed the flying immortal technique, breaking through with absolute velocity. In a matter of breaths, he reached the end of the passage, halting his advance. Behind him, the ground was strewn with arrows, leaving the surface and walls pockmarked. It was evident that had these darts struck a human target, they would likely have created a veritable hive of wounds. At the passage's conclusion, Li Zai regarded the stone door ahead, a flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze. Surely the mechanism of this stone door has also been altered. With this thought, Li Zai raised his hand and simultaneously rotated the two stone rings on the door. In an instant, a rumbling sound echoed through the once silent passage as the stone door slowly creaked open. Li Zai stepped inside, but at that very moment, a shadow lunged fiercely from within the stone chamber. Sensing the sudden peril, Li Zai instinctively stepped aside, narrowly evading the oncoming shadow. Before my eyes stood a child, approximately 4 feet tall, with disheveled hair and a fearsome visage that evoked terror. However, upon closer inspection, Li Zai discerned that this figure was not a child, but rather an adult, a dwarf. A wave of unease washed over him, for this was a nimble dwarf, likely a martial artist. Li Zai's expression grew serious. He could not afford to be careless. He unfastened his belt and drew a flexible sword, channeling his true essence into it, causing the sword to straighten, gleaming with a chilling light. A roar erupted within the stone chamber as the dwarf lunged once more. Simultaneously, a silver gleam flickered at the dwarf's chest, accompanied by a resonant rumble. Observing this, Li Zai narrowed his eyes. Indeed, with a sudden crash, the dwarf pounced, its hands resembling sharp claws. At the very moment Li Zai dodged, the stone pillar behind him was shattered, debris scattering ominously. Realizing the dwarf's formidable prowess, Li Zai was reluctant to engage further. He scanned the surrounding chamber, determined to locate the whereabouts of the heavenly craft techniques. Ying Kuang had mentioned that the techniques were concealed within a green box. However, the myriad of items surrounding him made the search daunting. Before he could take in much of his surroundings, the dwarf let out another furious roar and charged at him like a ravenous tiger. Li Zai furrowed his brow, swiftly evading once again. The chamber was not particularly spacious, and the dwarf's small stature allowed for remarkable agility. A single misstep resulted in another fierce assault, akin to a starving beast that would not relent until it captured its prey. Time and again, Li Zai evaded the dwarf's attacks, all the while hastening his search for the heavenly craft techniques. Clang! After several narrow escapes, the dwarf's onslaught intensified. At last, there was no more room to dodge. Li Zai swung his sword in a decisive arc, bracing himself to confront the dwarf's ferocity head-on. The jarring sound of friction echoed as the dwarf's hands, as hard as stone, clashed against the blade, capable of withstanding its lethal edge with mere flesh. Li Zai noted the dwarf's formidable claws and delivered a kick to its knees, leveraging the momentum to retreat 3 paces. This is troublesome. A glance at the dwarf's hands revealed their exceptional hardness, leaving him to ponder where the Yin family had procured such a creature. 10 paces away, the dwarf emitted a low growl, its eyes brimming with avarice and malice. Initially, Li Zai had no intention of causing harm. However, it seemed clear that unless he subdued the dwarf, he would be unable to search for the item in peace. With a steely resolve, he refrained from further evasion, propelling himself forward like a meteor. Simultaneously, the dwarf charged eagerly, its claws poised to rend its prey. Clang! The clash of metal resonated again as Li Zai's flexible sword shifted in momentum. He pivoted, darting behind the dwarf, slicing through fabric. Blood sprayed forth as the dwarf released a piercing scream, quickly turning to attack once more. Li Zai bent low, narrowly avoiding the claws, then gripped his sword firmly, stepping forward to deliver a cataclysmic strike that shattered the stone. Roar! As the crisis unfolded, the dwarf let out a terrified shriek, instinctively rolling away in a desperate attempt to evade the impending danger. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as a 3-foot sword aura sliced through the atmosphere, shattering a shelf brimming with treasures before it, sending a cacophony of artifacts crashing to the ground. Amidst the scattered riches, a striking azure wooden box plummeted, catching Li Zai's eye and eliciting a gleam of joy upon his face. At last, he had discovered the whereabouts of the heavenly crafting art. Meanwhile, in the chaotic inferno of the Yin family's backyard, flames raged fiercely, illuminating the sky in a crimson glow. Members of the Yin family, young and old, rushed to extinguish the fire, prompting even the local authorities to dispatch soldiers for assistance. Outside the estate, Yan Xiaoyu, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, approached with a gaze fixed upon the roaring flames, a flicker of intrigue dancing in his eyes. The blaze was indeed considerable, yet he sensed something peculiar about its timing, too fortuitous to be mere coincidence. It was as if this fire had been orchestrated to erupt precisely on the occasion of the Yin family's venerable patriarch's birthday. Make way. Do not obstruct the rescue efforts. A soldier brusquely shoved Yan Xiaoyu aside, hastening into the estate with his companions. Yan Xiaoyu frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the spot touched by the soldier. Clearly, this robe would be discarded upon his return. As the autumn wind swept through, a chill enveloped the air, and the sunlight gradually faded from the streets. Yan Xiaoyu felt a shift and turned his gaze skyward. Unbeknownst to him, the brilliant sun had vanished, shrouded by thick clouds, hinting at the possibility of rain. Yet, within and around the Yin estate, everyone remained preoccupied with extinguishing the flames, oblivious to the changing weather. Before the Yin estate, Yan Xiaoyu observed the ominous clouds with a slight smile gracing his lips. "O God of light, I express my gratitude for your favor." The divine speaks of the sorrows of the world. His voice, though soft, resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present at the Yin estate. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped him, and two divine apertures roared to life. The next moment, a brilliant beam of white light shot into the heavens, captivating the attention of everyone nearby, their faces etched with astonishment. "What is that?" Eyes widened in disbelief. All turned toward the resplendent column of light emanating from the front of the Yin estate. The divine speaks of nourishing rain. Yan Xiaoyu proclaimed once more, his aura intensifying, casting an even brighter light around him. Boom! At that moment, thunder rumbled from the heavens, and droplets began to fall, cascading down to the earth. In that instant, all within the Yin estate, both commoners and soldiers alike, stood in stunned silence. "A miracle! A divine spectacle!" someone shouted, igniting a wave of excitement as the crowd echoed the proclamation. As the rain intensified, so did the fervor of the people. With the downpour, the raging fire within the Yin estate gradually diminished, on the verge of being extinguished. The patriarch is the son of the celestial hall. At that moment, a young servant rushed over, panting with excitement, exclaiming that it was the son of the celestial temple who had bestowed rain upon them. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yin family, including the venerable patriarch, hurriedly made their way outside the manor. Before the Yin residence, a torrential downpour fell, and Yan Xiaoyu, with arms raised, bathed in a radiant white light, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal aura, as if descended from the divine to enlighten the masses. Without further ado, led by the patriarch, the Yin family approached the young man beneath the white beam of light, all expressing their heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, son. Thank you for your assistance in bringing rain to extinguish the fire. We are immensely grateful." Outside the manor, the Yin family members were filled with appreciation, continuously offering their thanks, while on either side of the street, numerous onlookers witnessed this miraculous event, their hearts brimming with excitement. Could it be that deities truly exist in this world, and that the son of the celestial temple is the embodiment of divinity among mortals? The venerable patriarch of the Yin family remained courteous. In front of the manor, Yan Xiaoyu wore a benevolent smile and calmly stated, "This is all a blessing from the God of light." Meanwhile, from a distance, witnessing the entire spectacle, the red candle in the carriage wore a disdainful expression. Nonsense about the God of light. Indeed, the people of the celestial temple are nothing but deceitful charlatans. Chapter 46, The Most Handsome. Always the senior brother within the secret chamber of the Yin family, Li Zai discovered the whereabouts of the heavenly artisan's technique and, without a moment's hesitation, surged forth. Roaring, beside him, a dwarf, perceiving the intruder's intent to pilfer treasures, let out a fierce growl and charged ahead as well. As Li Zai darted past the fallen wooden frame, he swiftly seized the azure wooden box from the ground. In a fluid motion, he evaded the menacing claws that lunged from behind. With a thunderous crash, the dwarf pounced, its sharp claws shattering the wooden frame that lay on the ground. With a swift kick, Li Zai struck the dwarf, utilizing the momentum to retreat. Stifling a grunt, the dwarf regained its balance and lunged forward once more. Coming again? I shan't entertain you any longer. Li Zai scoffed coldly, brandishing his sword to repel the dwarf. Then taking another step backward, he withdrew through the stone door. Bang! Upon exiting the secret chamber, Li Zai grasped 2 stone rings, firmly closing the stone door behind him. Roaring, the dwarf collided with the stone door, howling in frustration. As the door sealed shut, the passage fell silent once more. Li Zai opened the azure wooden box, and, upon glimpsing the remnants within, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally obtained. Master! At that moment, Yin Kuang hurriedly approached from the passageway's entrance, exclaiming, Master, hurry! Someone's coming. Upon hearing this, Li Zai tucked away the remnants and hastened outside. Outside the Yin family ancestral hall, several servants rushed in after extinguishing the flames. The elder of the Yin family began to suspect that the fire had been set deliberately, dispatching staff to investigate any unusual occurrences. Inside the hall, Li Zai observed the servants trudging through the heavy rain outside and spoke with a serious tone. I will divert their attention. You take this opportunity to leave and conceal your identity. With that, Li Zai dashed from the hall, making his way towards the exterior of the Yin estate. There he is. Quick, pursue. A servant spotted Li Zai and shouted, immediately rallying others to give chase. In the hall, seeing this, Yin Kuang promptly exited the hall, seizing the opportunity to depart. In the front courtyard of the Yin estate, Li Zai moved swiftly amidst the chaos, managing to exit the residence unnoticed. At the estate's entrance, the elder of the Yin family and others were still expressing their gratitude to Yan Xiaoyu for her assistance, oblivious to Li Zai's departure. In the skies, the rain began to diminish significantly, the sudden downpour arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. This further convinced the Yin family and the townsfolk that this rain was a divine manifestation from the son of the heavenly edict. A miracle, beyond mere miracle. The Yin family and the common folk found themselves at a loss for words to describe the event. Upon emerging from the Yin estate, Li Zai made his way directly to a nearby carriage. Amidst the disorder, none paid heed to Li Zai, an inconsequential figure, save for one. Yan Xiaoyu. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Yan Xiaoyu suddenly furrowed her brow, directing her gaze towards the approaching youth. This sense of dissonance felt eerily familiar. How peculiar. Nearby, at the carriage, Li Zai boarded swiftly, departing without delay. Everyone, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for a moment. At the estate's entrance, Yan Xiaoyu smiled as she uttered these words, then turned to pursue him. No, that youth is not to be trusted. As thoughts raced through her mind, Yan Xiaoyu quickened her pace, pursuing the carriage ahead. At the front of the Yin residence, the elder members looked utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The carriage thundered along the bustling streets of the capital, weaving through several turns before finally making its way towards Li Garden. Inside the carriage, Li Zai retrieved a tattered scroll from his bosom, his grin widening uncontrollably. Wipe your mouth, Red Candle remarked from beside him, noticing the drool escaping his lips. Oh, Li Zai, having heard her, instinctively reached to wipe the corner of his mouth, only to realize he had been tricked. He looked up at the woman before him, who wore an enigmatic smile, and sheepishly replied, I was just a bit too excited to have acquired it. It's merely a ragged book. Is it really worth such fervor? Red Candle retorted, exasperated. We are almost at Li Garden. Let me help you clean that off your face. Auri, Li Zia nudda, leaning his face closer, just as Red Candle extended her hand to remove the remnants of the medicine from his face. Her expression shifted sharply, her gaze turning towards the rear of the carriage. Something is amiss. What is it? Li Zai sensed her unease and inquired. There is someone behind us, Red Candle whispered. Upon hearing this, Li Zai's expression hardened. They had been exceedingly cautious, deliberately circling the vicinity multiple times, yet they were still being followed. Who are they? Are they formidable? He asked quietly. To have trailed us for so long without my detection, their cultivation must surpass mine, Red Candle replied gravely. Li Zai's heart sank. Red Candle's martial prowess was impressive, having already opened her second divine sanctuary, only a hair's breadth away from mid-second realm. If this person was above her, it implied they were at least mid-second realm, or even late stage. As for the third or fourth realm, Li Zai dismissed those thoughts. At such levels, they would be utterly undetectable. What shall we do? Li Zai asked, his voice low and firm. Act as if we are unaware and continue on our path. Red Candle advised. The young master's safety is paramount. This individual has followed us without making a move, likely only wishing to ascertain our identities. If we alert them, it may provoke them to strike. Faced with such a master, she felt uncertain about her ability to protect the young master fully. Meanwhile, behind them, Yan Xiaoyu trailed quietly, her moon-white robe untouched by any speck of dust. Her steps appeared neither hurried nor slow, yet she remained steadfastly positioned behind the carriage, eager to uncover its destination. Go! Unexpectedly, at that moment, a troop of ironclad cavalry charged down the street ahead, their speed astonishing as they barreled directly towards Li Zai and Red Candle's carriage. Whoa! The young driver, realizing the impending danger, urgently reined in the horses to evade. Boom! 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 The cavalry thundered past, led by a general clad in green battle armor, tall and imposing, exuding an extraordinary presence. As the cavalry swept by, the general cast a fleeting glance at Yan Xiaoyu behind the carriage, an unusual glimmer flickering in his eyes. This person's attire was not that of a merchant from the Great Shan. Could they be one of those charlatans from the Tianjiao Palace? After a brief moment of contemplation, the general did not halt, leading his elite cavalry away into the distance. Whoa! On the street, perhaps startled by the ominous presence of the iron cavalry, the large black horse at the front of the carriage suddenly went wild. Despite the stable boy's attempts to soothe it, the horse remained agitated. The frightened steed began to rear and leap, causing the carriage to jolt violently. Young master, quickly get down. The horse is spooked. The driver cried out in urgency as he realized he could no longer control the horse. Before the words had left his lips, the black horse crashed into several stone steps, and soon after, the carriage completely lost its balance and toppled over. In that critical moment, Li Zai seized the stable boy and leaped down, rolling several times upon hitting the ground. In contrast, Hongzhu appeared far more composed, breaking through the carriage and descending gracefully from the air. In the stillness of the street, Li Zai rose to his feet, noticing Yan Xiaoyu standing silently behind him. The atmosphere grew distinctly eerie. Li Zai wished to feign ignorance of the pursuer behind him, but that was no longer an option. Yan Xiaoyu, how did this rogue end up here? This was a formidable opponent, one even little Red Riding Hood would hesitate to confront, having reached the pinnacle of the second realm, not far from unlocking the third divine abode. I can't fight him. What should I do? Should I run? But what if I can't escape? Perhaps joining forces with Hongzhu might yield a chance of victory. Yet, what if Yan Xiaoyu bore them no ill will and would refrain from attacking? In that fleeting moment, Li Zai's mind was engulfed in turmoil, desperately seeking a means of escape. Young master, are you unhurt? At that moment, Hongzhu approached, inquiring while signaling discreetly. Let us go. I'm fine. Let us leave. We're not far from the royal residence, Li Zai replied, understanding her intent, and then pretended as if nothing had occurred, continuing forward. The two hastened their steps, not daring to linger. The son of the Tianjiao Palace could be considered the strongest of the younger generation, far beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. They were already close to Li Garden, hoping to reach safety in time. Li Zai's heart cried out fervently, Old Zhang, help me. Little Red Riding Hood, where are you? I need your assistance. Amit Ba. Amen. Hallelujah. Bless us. Excuse me, are you two in such a hurry to leave? Alas, neither Buddha nor God heeded Li Zai's pleas. As Yan Xiaoyu's voice rang out behind them, her figure swiftly blocking their path. Who might you be? Li Zai suppressed the tumult within, forcing a smile. Beside him, Hongzhu's expression turned grave as she subtly gathered her energy, preparing for a confrontation. Tianjiao Palace, Yan Xiaoyu, she replied coolly, her gaze fixed on the two before her. Now that I have introduced myself, shouldn't you two also reveal your identities? So you are the son of the divine, Li Zai exclaimed with a smile. My apologies, we are from the Xuanwu Wangfu, tasked with delivering gifts to Eldarine. We did not intend to startle the horse, and I beg your pardon for the disturbance. Oh, Yan Xiaoyu's lips curled into a cold smirk. Since you are from the Xuanwu Wangfu, allow me to escort you back and perhaps pay a visit to the Xuanwu king. No need. Bazida Lizia. Hong Zhu spoke softly, stating that the prince was occupied today and would not be at the residence, suggesting that the divine child could visit another day. Huh! Yan Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh, asserting that their reluctance was indicative of hidden guilt, and declared that she would take them to meet King Xuanwu to see if he recognized them. As her words fell, Yan Xiaoyu's figure swept past, surrounded by pure and immaculate divine light, her aura formidable. Li Zai and Hong Zhu, witnessing this, changed countenance and retreated immediately. A slight smile graced Yan Xiaoyu's lips as she stepped forward again. In this moment of peril, a surge of sword intent abruptly soared from the end of the street, exuding a righteous and overwhelming energy. Swish! In the next instant, an ancient sword pierced through the air, forcefully blocking Yan Xiaoyu's palm strike. The Tai sword. Upon seeing the sword before her, Yan Xiaoyu's expression darkened as she turned to gaze toward the end of the street. The Confucian sect by Wang Yu. There, amidst the autumn winds that swept through the fallen leaves, a young figure clad in a white scholar's robe approached steadily, exuding an air of calm and composure, devoid of any visible turmoil. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Zai was once again overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. It was Little Red Riding Hood, forcing you to act, yet again. Chapter 47. The scholar's commitment in the capital city. On the bustling streets, Li Zai found himself in a precarious situation. When Bai Wang Yu made a timely appearance once more, as if orchestrated by the heavens, or perhaps destined by fate. The Little Red Riding Hood always seemed to arrive at the most critical moments of Li Zai's danger. Not even a biological father would be so devoted. Bai Wang Yu, upon seeing the newcomer, Yan Xiaoyu's expression darkened. How could he possibly be here? Divine Son, this is the great capital of the Shang dynasty, not the Hall of Celestial Edicts. Please abide by the laws of our Shang dynasty and refrain from engaging in combat in public. As he spoke, Bai Wang Yu stepped forward, unsheathing the Tai sword from the ground, and calmly remarked, "If the Divine Son insists on a contest, I shall oblige." Ahead, Li Zai's face was awash with gratitude. Indeed, the Little Red Riding Hood was truly formidable. He offered thanks to the heavens. Every time he found himself in peril, she would appear by his side. Very well. Yan Xiaoyu gazed at the illustrious disciple of the Confucian school, a flicker of battle intent appearing on his face. It has been 2 years since our last encounter. I am eager to see how much you have progressed in that time. With that, a radiant light enveloped Yan Xiaoyu, pure and immaculate, illuminating the entire street as if a miracle had transpired. Li. The two of you, please step back a bit. Bai Wang Yu glanced at the two behind him, nearly uttering a familiar phrase before swallowing it back, opting instead for a different address. Li Zai and Hong Zhu exchanged glances, falling silent before retreating, leaving space for the two adversaries. Fight! Engage! Defeat this foul fish. Divine Son, please initiate. On the street, Bai Wang Yu raised his sword, his demeanor tranquil. Please. Yan Xiaoyu responded gravely, knowing he could not afford to be careless against the strongest disciple of the Confucian school. He unleashed the peak of his second realm prowess. The two divine sanctuaries resonating with a formidable pressure that pervaded the air. In the next moment, Yan Xiaoyu sprang into action. The white divine light surged like a colossal wave, his palms seemingly imbued with divine might. In the midst of the street, Bai Wang Yu observed the oncoming force of Yan Xiaoyu's palm strike, displaying not a trace of alarm. With a swing of the Tai sword, righteous energy surged forth, and with a thunderous clash, he countered the Divine Son's strike. In close proximity, their gazes locked. Palm force met sword energy, the ensuing shockwaves rippling past them. Dust and debris swirled around, chaos erupting in their wake. In their initial exchange, both displayed equal prowess. The Confucian master and the Divine Son of the Hall of Celestial Edicts, showcasing the extraordinary talents of their generation. After a single move, both figures sprang into action simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, the street transformed into a whirlwind of palm winds and sword lights, their speeds increasing exponentially, their power growing ever more astonishing. The aftershocks of their fierce battle spread outward, leaving the surroundings in utter disarray. Outside the fray, Li Zai watched in awe as two of the most extraordinary talents of the younger generation clashed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. How remarkable! Young master, you must observe carefully, paying attention to each of their techniques, and even their breathing. Such an opportunity is rare and will greatly benefit your future martial path. Beside them, the Crimson Candle observed the fierce battle ahead and spoke up to offer a reminder. Li Zai gently nodded, his gaze intensely fixed on the two combatants, unwilling to miss a single detail. As the fight progressed, Yan Xiaoyu increasingly sensed something amiss. A glance at the two spectators outside the fray revealed a puzzling sight. Her attention swiftly returned to the foremost disciple of the Confucian sect. How peculiar! Bai Wangyu seemed to be deliberately prolonging the confrontation. Why? Amidst her thoughts, Yan Xiaoyu channeled an additional 30% of her true essence, unleashing divine light akin to a surging tide. 5 paces away, Bai Wangyu stepped forward in an instant, evading her palm strike and, in the blink of an eye, slashed down with his sword. Boom! Yan Xiaoyu pivoted her palm, forcefully blocking the blade's edge. I've got you. In that very moment of parrying the sword, a glint of frost flashed in Yan Xiaoyu's eyes. She tightened her grip, astonishingly clasping the divine sword's blade with her bare flesh. Simultaneously, her left hand gathered essence. A torrent of vast, true energy surged forth, transforming into a sacred light that burst forth with unrelenting force. A strike so close, it was impossible to evade. Bai Wangyu stood firm, his own true energy resonating around him as he met her palm, strike head-on. A thunderous clash ensued, the two formidable forces colliding, causing them both to stagger back several paces, the outcome indeterminate. It appears you are not merely proficient with the sword, Yan Xiaoyu remarked, her expression darkening as she regarded her adversary. I never claimed to be limited to swordplay, Bai Wangyu replied with an air of indifference. Palm techniques are also fundamental to Confucian martial arts. As the senior disciple of the Taishua Palace, how could I neglect my training and lead by example? Outside the battle, Li Zai listened to the words of the little red hat, nearly moved to tears. Look at them, how imposing. And then look at me. Never mind. It's better left unsaid. The reputation of Bai Wangyu from the Confucian sect was well-deserved. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. Until we meet again. Reluctant to linger in battle, Yan Xiaoyu coldly declared her intent to withdraw, turning away. No need to see me off, Bai Wangyu responded, a gentle smile gracing his face as he shifted his gaze back to the two spectators outside the fray. Li Zai hurried forward, nearly bursting with excitement, as if he wished to embrace the little red hat. You are magnificent. You drove him away. Li brother, how much did you comprehend? Bai Wangyu inquired, smiling. 3 moves. Li Zai raised 3 fingers, grinning widely, but I also noted down what I couldn't grasp. That is sufficient, Bai Wangyu nodded approvingly. Yan Xiaoyu is indeed formidable. I cannot afford to prolong the fight indefinitely. So, you were intentionally delaying to allow the young master to observe, remarked the Crimson Candle, stepping forward calmly. Fortunately, you arrived in time, or else both the young master and I would have found ourselves in serious trouble. But how did you know we were in danger? I did not know. Bai Wangyu gently shook his head, smiling. I merely sensed that, given Li brother's temperament, he would likely attract trouble upon venturing out. So I came to investigate. Oh Bai. Upon hearing this, Li Zai's previously elated expression was suddenly doused with cold water. His teeth gritted in indignation. Are you implying that I am a troublemaker? Beside them, Hongzhu could not help but stifle a laugh upon hearing the exchange. Bai Wangyu indeed had a keen understanding of the young master. Brotherly, do not misunderstand. I did not mean that at all, Bai Wangyu promptly refuted, swiftly redirecting the conversation. What led you to cross paths with Yan Xiaoyu? I am unsure, Li Zai replied, his expression turning serious as he shook his head. After I left the inn residence amidst the chaos, I immediately regrouped with Sister Hongzhu, and we took a carriage back without any mishaps. I cannot fathom why Yan Xiaoyu would target us. Curious, Bai Wangyu remarked, observing the young man before him, brotherly, if it were not for Sister Hongzhu's presence. Even I would struggle to recognize you. The divine child has never encountered Sister Hongzhu, so he should not deduce your identity. Strange occurrences are a yearly affair. Yet this year seems particularly rife with them. Li Zai muttered, lifting his arm to sniff. Could it be that I possess some unique quality that Yin Xiaoyu, being a dog in the zodiac, can detect? Hongzhu rolled her eyes. Let us return home first and discuss this later. Very well, Li Zai nodded in agreement, and the trio made their way towards Li Garden. As they traversed the path home, Bai Wangyu pondered over Li Zai's earlier words, perplexity gnawing at her. This matter indeed bore an air of mystery. It seemed prudent to consult the master of rites or the head of the Confucians when the opportunity arose. At the great Honglu Temple, upon Yin Xiaoyu's return, Lu Rongnu was waiting in the courtyard. Upon seeing Yin Xiaoyu, she spoke, her voice hoarse. The divine child has been away for quite some time. Did you encounter any troubles? I crossed paths with Bai Wangyu and exchanged a few blows, Yin Xiaoyu replied. Oh, Lu Rongnu's aged eyes sparkled with intrigue. What was the outcome? Like 2 years ago, there was no clear victor, Yin Xiaoyu stated calmly. However, I discovered that Bai Wangyu's swordsmanship is exceptional, and her palm techniques are equally impressive. Palm technique? Lu Rongnu frowned. The Confucians are indeed a secretive bunch, shrouded in obscurity. It is a reflection of their leader's character, who has secluded himself in the Taishua Palace for a century, raising disciples who share the same disposition, even concealing their martial skills. Be cautious with your words, Principal Rongnu, Yin Xiaoyu replied, her expression shifting slightly. In this capital, the head of Confucians possesses ears everywhere and may very well hear our conversation. And if he does, so be it. What I speak is the truth. Lu Rongnu's expression darkened. I would not speak so boldly if I feared his hearing. What an audacious old man. In a small courtyard on the eastern side of the Taishua Palace, Kong Qiu shook his head in exasperation while tending to the garden. Mei Hua Sword Immortal. If the opportunity arises, please assist this old man in teaching that old fellow a lesson. Is that what the head of Confucians said? King Anna inquired, standing up and moving the weeds aside. She was unaware of who the old fellow was, as the head of Confucians was omniscient regarding worldly affairs, while she remained in the dark. Who else could it be? Kong Qiu sighed, such disrespect for his elders, were it not for his status as a junior. I would have the urge to swat him down at my age. Upon hearing this, Qin Ina let out a light laugh and said, Indeed, that is possible. However, having assisted the Confucian leader, he ought to offer some form of recompense. Oh, Kong Qiu inquired with a smile, what does the plum blossom sword immortal desire in return? Your cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Any further breakthroughs can only stem from your own insights, and I am unable to assist you in that regard. I do not require much in return, Qin Ina replied, but my disciple remains rather weak, and the grand capital of the Shang dynasty is fraught with peril. Might it be possible for the Confucian leader to provide him with some guidance, or perhaps assist him in unblocking 2 or 3 of his meridians? Seizing the opportunity, she set forth her conditions. Ha! Kong Qiu chuckled heartily upon hearing the conditions proposed by the woman before him. The plum blossom, sword immortal truly, is not one to forego her interests. Very well. However, I too have a condition. In a few days, the envoys from the Hall of Celestial Edicts will be entering the palace to pay their respects, and at that time, considerable troubles will arise for the Shang. If your disciple can assist in resolving these issues, I shall certainly consider your request. Chapter 48. The Temple's Dilemma. It has been 5 days since the devastating fire at the Yin residence in the capital. During this time, Li Zai has not ventured beyond the confines of the garden. In the west wing, amidst a complex web of red threads, a pig lay exhausted, having depleted its vital energy and unable to rise. Bai Wangyu silently entered, dragging the pig out, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. Crunch! On the stone steps, Li Zai extracted several potent herbs, gnawing on them voraciously. Beside him, Bai Wangyu polished his sword, speaking in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Brotherly, how many days has it been? Have you made any progress? Somewhat, Li Zai replied through gritted teeth. Oh, there's been progress? I thought nothing had changed, Bai Wangyu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Li Zai, incensed, felt a strong urge to hurl the radish in his hand at the irritating figure before him. Is this how one speaks to another? Just because you possess exceptional talent, you believe you can brazenly mock others? In 5 days, he had advanced from 13 steps to 17. a remarkable improvement. Olbai, you shall soon see me in a new light. With his mouth full of herbs, he spoke indistinctly. Today his majesty has summoned the envoy from the temple. Once the king of herb arrives in the great Shang, I shall acquire it. At that point, I will open another meridian and my cultivation speed will undoubtedly escalate. Opening 3 meridians is quite impressive. Bai Wanyu replied with a feigned smile. Get lost. Li Zai retorted with an air of elegance. This person was truly exasperating. Little Red Riding Hood was no longer the innocent angel who first arrived at Li Garden. He wondered how matters were faring in the palace. Had the king of herbs, brought by the temple, been presented to the great Shang court? As he gnawed on the herbs, his thoughts drifted far from the west wing. He longed for wings to soar directly to the palace. In the great Shang palace, majestic and grand halls rose in succession, with a particularly magnificent edifice standing tall among them. Before it, a flight of stairs made of layers of white marble led directly from the Xuanwu Gate to the Hall of Heavenly Listening, exuding an air of dominance. The Great Shang, a millennium-old dynasty, thrived in its spring and autumn, remaining immortal despite the rise and fall of other realms. For 1,000 years, no power across the 9 provinces could compare to the Great Shang, except for the celestial temple of the western regions. Unlike the Great Shang, which governed through law, the celestial temple is a realm of faith devoted to the god of light, with millions of followers. In terms of influence, it may even surpass the Great Shang. Over the millennium, both the Great Shang and the Celestial Temple have engaged in significant warfare, with victories on both sides. However, in the recent century, they have gradually leaned towards peace, with large-scale conflicts becoming increasingly rare. Yet, both the Great Shang and the Celestial Temple understand that this is merely the calm before the storm. Their differing beliefs and fundamentally conflicting interests make war an inevitable outcome. Should the Great Shang seek to expand its territory, the Celestial Temple stands as its greatest obstacle. Conversely, if the Celestial Temple wishes to spread the worship of its god of light across the 9 provinces, the Great Shang is the most formidable hurdle that must be removed. Thus, on this day, the son of the Celestial Temple arrived in the Great Shang, and rather than a visit, it was more of a probing of strengths and weaknesses. Within the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, the esteemed ministers of the Shang dynasty stood arrayed on either side, while the emperor, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat serenely upon the dragon throne. He appeared to be in his 40s, his countenance exuding an inherent authority that commanded respect even in silence, imparting an ineffable sense of pressure. In the center of the grand hall, the envoys from the Temple of Divine Mandate bowed respectfully. The Temple of Divine Mandate held no subservient relationship to the Shang. Thus, Yin Xiaoyu and Lu Rong merely paid their respects without kneeling before the emperor. Your Majesty of the Shang dynasty, we have brought 3 treasures from our divine temple. Yin Xiaoyu, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, announced with a smile directed at the emperor seated upon the throne. The water and fire pearl, a rare artifact sourced from the convergence of yin and yang in the far west. When held, it grants immunity to both water and fire. The radiant armor, forged by the former head of our temple, which renders the wearer impervious to blades and arrows, and the snow lotus heart, a millennium-old herbal treasure from the sacred peaks of the western regions, which can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. As she spoke, 3 knights from the temple opened wooden boxes behind her, revealing the 3 treasures, which captured the attention of all present in the hall. The ministers of the Shang, distinguished and noble in status, typically possessed discerning eyes, yet upon witnessing the divine offerings, a flicker of greed ignited within their gazes. In stark contrast, the emperor remained composed, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, as he observed the diverse reactions of those before him. He was intrigued to discern the true intentions of the Temple of Divine Mandate. Was this display of treasures merely a pretext? Noticing the avarice reflected in the eyes of the ministers, a subtle smile graced Yin Xiaoyu's lips. Indeed, these officials of the Shang were nothing if not avaricious. Your Majesty of the Shang dynasty, while we wish to present these 3 treasures to your court, we also seek a token in return, she continued, her tone shifting after the introduction of the artifacts. As a gesture of reciprocity, we, the Temple of Divine Mandate, wish to request a precious item from your majesty. What item do you seek? Inquired the emperor, his demeanor indifferent. The ninth princess of the Shang dynasty, Yan Xiaoyu replied, her face radiating a warm and sunny smile. In my capacity as the scion of the Temple of Divine Mandate, I seek to propose marriage to your majesty, and these 3 treasures shall serve as my temple's betrothal gifts. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the court, and all eyes turned to Yan Xiaoyu, astonished by her bold request. The scion of the Temple of Divine Mandate, seeking to wed the ninth princess? The underlying intent was unmistakable. The ministers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they grasped the true objective of the Temple of Divine Mandate. Fengyang City. The ninth princess was favored by the emperor, having been granted Fengyang City as her fief a year prior. Although she had yet to visit, it was officially recognized as her territory. Furthermore, Fengyang City, located in the western borders of the Shang, held strategic significance. It was customary for a princess to bestow her fief upon her husband upon marriage. Thus, from the moment the emperor conferred the fief upon the ninth princess, he had never intended for her to marry into a foreign land. Yan Xiaoyu's pursuit of the ninth princess was fraught with ulterior motives. Indeed, upon the dragon throne, the emperor of the Great Shang furrowed his brow upon hearing the request of the son of the Divine Hall. Below, Yan Xiaoyu observed the reactions of the Great Shang officials, his smile unwavering, as he continued, I understand that the ninth princess is the apple of your eye, your majesty. Therefore, I shall not force a marriage. Instead, let us proceed thus. My Divine Hall shall pose 3 questions, allowing 3 days for the Great Shang to provide answers. Should you succeed, I shall unconditionally present the 3 treasures behind me. However, if none can answer, your majesty will consent to my Divine Hall's proposal for marriage. Rest assured, these treasures will still be offered as a bridal gift to the Great Shang court. What say you, your majesty? Dare you wager with me? Impudent. As soon as Yan Xiaoyu's words fell, the expressions of the courtiers shifted dramatically. An elderly minister stepped forth, rebuking, how dare a mere youth speak to his majesty of the Great Shang in such a manner? Has a master not taught you the proper decorum? At this, a flicker of coldness flashed in Yan Xiaoyu's eyes, quickly subdued. Lu Qing stepped back. The emperor of the Great Shang said calmly from his throne, as you wish, your majesty. Lu Xiqing replied respectfully before retreating once more. Within the grand hall, the remaining ministers also bore grim expressions. The son of the Divine Hall had displayed excessive audacity in their imperial palace. Among the assembly, several martial kings appeared troubled, recognizing the complexity of the situation. Should the emperor refuse, without a doubt, the members of the Divine Hall would embellish the tale, claiming that the Great Shang court was cowardly and unwilling to accept their wager, thereby tarnishing the court's reputation. Yet, if the emperor acquiesced and lost the bet, the consequences would be equally dire. Although marrying off a princess is a commonplace affair, the ninth princess was anything but ordinary. Your majesty, what is your consideration? In the center of the hall, Yan Xiaoyu, noting the silence from the court, fanned the flames further, his smile devoid of warmth. The Great Shang court has always prided itself on wise rulers and virtuous ministers, and the Imperial Academy is reputed for its abundance of talent. Even the head scholar is hailed as the wisest in the realm. Why then does such a trivial wager render you all so flustered? The sharp-tongued youth's words incensed the ministers of the Great Shang, their tempers simmering. The emperor's countenance darkened as he gazed at the members of the Divine Hall, and after a moment, he declared, state your questions. At his pronouncement, astonishment rippled through the courtiers. The emperor had indeed accepted the wager. In the center of the hall, Yan Xiaoyu smiled, relieved that the Great Shang officials had not shied away from the challenge. Your majesty is truly forthright. To all present, heed my words. The first question, how can one thread a needle through a perforated south pearl without using their hands? The second question, how can one accurately differentiate each pair of 50 similar mare and their newly born foals? The third question, how can one ignite a fire using water? The mundane yet profound questions echoed within the grand hall of the Great Shang, and before long, all the ministers fell silent, their faces betraying a grave seriousness, rendered speechless. Upon the dragon throne, the countenance of the emperor shifted, a sense of foreboding settling within him. Trouble loomed. It was noon, and the sun blazed high in the sky. "Young master," a servant approached briskly from outside the western chamber, announcing, "There is news from the palace." Li Zai sprang to his feet, concern etched across his face. "What news? My apothecary king has not encountered any issues, has he?" The divine temple had presented the court with 3 formidable questions. The servant, catching his breath, recounted the news received from the palace in detail. "Fortunately, my apothecary king is unharmed." Li Zai dismissed the notion of the question's difficulty entirely. Upon hearing that the divine temple would indeed deliver the apothecary king to the great Shang court, he exhaled in relief and resumed his seat. Beside him, Bai Wangyu discerned the crux of the issue, her expression turning grave as she inquired, "Has anyone managed to answer these 3 questions?" "No," the servant replied, shaking his head. "Not a single one has been answered." "What a bunch of fools," Li Zai remarked disdainfully. On the steps, he produced a large medicinal herb, biting into it with a crunch, and while chewing, he mumbled, "These are merely trivial questions. If they cannot answer them, the poor 9th princess will likely be wed far away in that desolate region of the western frontier. Such tiresome riddles. I must have seen these 100 times in my past life. Could they not conjure something fresher?" Chapter 49. At first glance, you seem unlikely to survive beyond 2 episodes upon hearing Li Zai's vague words. Li Yuan, Shi Xiang, and Bai Wangyu immediately shifted their gaze towards him and inquired brotherly, "Do you possess the solution to the problem?" "I do not know." Li Zai fervently shook his head, declaring, "I know nothing at all. Those few trivial questions can be answered by anyone who has undergone even a modicum of 9 years of compulsory education." "That is not correct." Bai Wangyu, sensing the contradictions in the youth's words, pressed further, "Brotherly, you must know how to solve the problems, do you not?" "Old Bai, spare me your undue concern. This matter does not pertain to you. There are numerous capable officials in the court who will surely decipher it," Li Zai replied, gnawing on a radish. "To be honest, after consuming so much of this radish, my palate has altered. I find this rather pleasant." "Brotherly, this is no trivial matter," Bai Wangyu explained earnestly. "If the great merchant fails to answer the 3 questions from the Tianyu Hall, it is not merely face that is at stake. The 9th princess is the sovereign of Fengyang, and should she marry, Fengyang City must accompany her dowry." "Oh." Li Zai took a crunching bite of the radish, responding indifferently. Bai Wangyu, observing the former's nonchalance, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. This lad, when it does not concern him, shows no inclination to exert any effort. A solution must be devised to compel this fellow to contribute. Bai Wangyu's mind raced, yet he could conjure no effective strategy. At the Tianjiao palace, the 3 questions from the divine hall swiftly arrived, prompting all students and instructors to fervently ponder their solutions. "To create fire from water, is this not absurd?" An elderly instructor exclaimed after much contemplation, angrily overturning the table. "South pearl piercing. I have tried it, and it is utterly impossible. I take my leave." Another instructor attempted to control a thread with his inner strength. Yet after several futile attempts to pierce the South Pearl, he too stormed off in frustration. This old instructor was a master of the 3rd realm of martial arts, capable of effortlessly dispatching several Li Zais with a mere slap. 100 horses, by his grace. Is there no one knowledgeable in equestrian matters who can enlighten me on the distinctions? A particularly hot-tempered instructor began to curse, spewing a torrent of expletives, nearly extending his ire to the ancestors of those in the divine hall. While several instructors expressed their outrage, the 4 esteemed leaders of the Confucian sect were equally vexed by the divine hall's conundrums. Early on, the court had dispatched individuals to request the assistance of the Tianjiao palace in solving the problems. However, these queries were utterly unprecedented, leaving them at a loss for answers. Reluctantly, the 4 leaders sought an audience with the Confucian head, hoping for guidance. Aware of the answers, Bai Wangyu decided to approach him. When the 4 leaders requested an audience, Qingzhi merely uttered a single phrase before declining to elaborate further. "Wangyu?" The master of the legalists exhibited surprise upon hearing the Confucian head's indication. If even they could not unravel the issues, how could Wangyu possibly do so? Nevertheless, since the Confucian head had provided direction, the 4 leaders dared not press further, opting instead to send someone to summon by Wang Yu from Li Yuan. Li Yuan, a disciple from the Tianjiao palace, came seeking an audience. Upon hearing that it was the summons of the master of the law Confucians, Bai Wanyu promptly returned to the Tianjiao palace. What? You are unaware? In the enforcement hall, the master of the law Confucians expressed surprise upon hearing the disciple's response. However, the Confucian leader mentioned that you have already deduced the answer. The Confucian leader said that? Bai Wanyu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, as if grasping the situation, he hesitated and said, Master, though I do not know the answer, brotherly may indeed possess the knowledge. Li Ziya, that lad could solve the 3 questions of the Tianjiao Hall? The master of the law Confucians appeared incredulous. Master, although Brother Li's cultivation is still lacking, he is exceedingly clever. I believe he truly knows the answer, Bai Wanyu asserted earnestly. What are we waiting for? Summon him at once. The Tianjiao Hall has granted us but 3 days, and 1 has already elapsed, the master of the law Confucians urged anxiously. It is impossible to summon him, Bai Wanyu replied with a wry smile. I have already counseled him, but Brother Li refuses to involve himself, likely considering this matter unrelated to the Li family and unwilling to invite trouble. Refusing to involve himself? The master of the law Confucian's expression turned furious. This boy is utterly lacking in understanding. This is a matter of national concern. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Go fetch him. If he resists, bring him by force if necessary. Bai Wanyu displayed a troubled expression upon hearing this. He understood Brother Li's temperament well. If he was unwilling to participate, it would be futile to persuade him. Wanyu. Just as Bai Wanyu found himself in a quandary, an ancient voice resonated through the heavens and earth, proclaiming, Since the 3 sons of the Li family refuse to come, there is no need to compel them. Simply inform him that if he wishes to forge a sword from the fiery iron essence, the water and fire pearl brought by the Tianjiao Hall is indispensable. Coincidentally, the Confucian sect also seeks that pearl. Let him ponder this himself. In the enforcement hall, both the master of the law Confucians and Bai Wanyu exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing the words of the Confucian leader. His remarks were a blatant threat. Go now. The master of the law Confucians regained his composure and instructed. Convey the Confucian leader's words to that lad from the Li family. Whether he chooses to assist is his own decision. Yes. Bai Wanyu bowed respectfully and promptly departed. Li Yuan puffed, after finally managing to take a moment's respite. Just as Li Zai was about to sip his tea, he spat it out upon hearing the news brought back by the little red hat. To forge a sword from fiery iron essence, one must also possess that water and fire pearl. Having heard of it, he quickly retrieved the essence of craftsmanship from his bosom and began to search fervently. What is this water and fire pearl? He had previously paid it no mind. After a lengthy search, he finally found a mention of the water and fire pearl in the tattered book. The water and fire pearl, found in the farthest west at the confluence of yin and yang, appears in hues of blue and red, capable of refining the duality of yin and yang, and is a divine artifact for forging. Is that all? Upon reading this line, Li Zai hurriedly flipped through the pages again, but could find no further mention of the water and fire pearl. Damn it! Brother Li, the Confucian leader never speaks falsehoods. He assures that the fire and water pearl is indeed beneficial for you. Observing the youthful figure before him, visibly perplexed, Bai Wanyu felt an immense sense of delight. Wearing an expression that suggested, You made your choice. I shall not interfere. Li Zai clenched his teeth and rose, determined to stride towards the western courtyard. What are you doing, Brother Li? Bai Wanyu inquired, astonished. I intend to seek out Qingzhi Nanxiao and request that she procure the fire and water pearl for me. Li Zai retorted, gritting his teeth. Ha ha! Bai Wanyu chuckled lightly, responding, Brother Li, do you truly believe that what the Confucian sect desires can be taken by others? Of course, you may attempt it. After all, the Qingzhi family has a queen in the palace. Perhaps she can assist you in acquiring that pearl. Upon hearing this, Li Zai halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed upon the little red-capped figure before him. You are threatening me, he said through clenched teeth. Oh, Bai Wanyu replied nonchalantly. Revenge, delightful revenge. Who says a gentleman's vengeance is best left for 10 years later? The grievances of this morning can be settled now. Does that not bring you satisfaction? Li Zai glared at the little red cap, who seemed to be reveling in his discomfort, wishing he could deliver a kick. A blatant act of retribution. How has that once innocent little red cap transformed into such a pragmatic being, utterly devoid of charm? Brotherly, do take your time to ponder. There is no rush. After all, 2 days remain. Bai Wanyu leisurely settled upon the stone steps, casually placing the Tai sword beside him. From his elevated position, Li Zai scrutinized the little red cap, wishing his gaze could extinguish her very existence. Moments later, with tears nearly forming in his eyes from glaring so intensely, he noticed that the little red cap remained unfazed, exuding an air of tranquility. Curse you! Bai Wanyu felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Old Bai, you've changed. After a prolonged glare, Li Zai resigned himself to defeat, disheartened as he settled beside the little red cap. Brotherly, it is merely a small favor. Do you not relish the spotlight? This is an excellent opportunity. If you assist the Great Shang in solving the 3 riddles of the Heavenly Oracle Palace, you will become a hero in the eyes of the entire dynasty. For you, it is a gain with no detriment. Why are you so unwilling? Bai Wanyu queried, a hint of confusion in his tone. You do not comprehend, Li Zai replied, vexed. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be battered by the wind. The Li family is already sufficiently conspicuous. If I were to seek the limelight now, consider the implications. Would the Li family not be thrust further into the eye of the storm? Human hearts are envious. The more the Li family flourishes, the more adversaries will lurk in the shadows. However, if Brother Li were to achieve such great merit for the Great Shang and become a hero in the hearts of the people, even if some wish to harm the Li family, they would tread cautiously, Bai Wanyu countered. Clearly, you are naive in palace intrigues, the kind that does not survive beyond 2 episodes. The struggle for power is far more complex than you perceive, Li Zai lamented. Throughout history, the most tragic fate has befallen those so-called heroes. Let's not even speak of it. Just consider the millennia of the Great Shang. How many esteemed generals met their demise despite their illustrious achievements and the admiration of the masses? Bai Wanyu, upon hearing this, donned a contemplative expression, conceding that Brother Li's words bore a semblance of truth. What then shall we do? Bai Wanyu expressed his concerns, suggesting, why not share the answer with me? I can help you seize this moment of glory. Li Zai turned to the young girl in the red hood beside him and, after a brief pause, elegantly uttered a single word, scram. Bai Wanyu burst into laughter, fully aware that his brother Li would never relinquish such an opportunity for recognition. If death is to come, so be it. After all, countless eyes are already on the Li family. A few more 1T make a difference. You have a point. If I become a hero in the eyes of the populace, the court will think twice before attempting to deal with the Li family. At this juncture, Li Zai flashed a grin and remarked, indeed, after all this time in the capital, I've only witnessed your grandstanding. Now it's finally my turn. His laughter echoed through the air. Nearby, Bai Wanyu observed the youthful exuberance of his companion, a smile gracing his features. This was more like it. This was the fearless young man from the Li family he admired. A youth without bravado is a youth wasted. And how could such an extraordinary talent as Li accept the life of mediocrity? Chapter 50. The arrival of Murong, I shall not marry. Let those who desire to do so proceed. In the imperial palace, at the residence of the 9th princess, Murong, typically composed, found her anger bubbling to the surface upon hearing the news from outside. Beside her, the 4th prince, Mu Bai, sat at the table, sipping tea while observing his sister's outburst. Brother, Murong exclaimed, her irritation mounting as she noticed his calm demeanor. How can you remain so unfazed? Rest assured, father will not permit you to be wed to the Tianjiao palace, Mu Bai replied nonchalantly. You are the sovereign of Fengyang. Father understands the implications of this matter better than anyone and will not easily concede. But what if the Great Shang cannot answer the 3 questions posed by the Tianjiao palace? Murong pressed, suppressing her unease as she took a seat nearby. I have heard that thus far, the courtiers have made little progress. Is there not still the Taishu palace and the Confucian leader? Mu Bai stated calmly. If you do not trust the courtiers, do you not have faith in the Confucian leader? With his wisdom, he will surely devise a solution. I fear the Confucian leader may not wish to involve himself in this matter, Murong replied, her mind troubled. After all, he rarely engages in political affairs. If he chooses to remain aloof this time, I will truly be forced into a distant marriage in the western regions. Setting down his teacup, Mubai suggested, if you're truly concerned, I propose you consult someone. Whom? Murong inquired. The foremost disciple of the Confucian school, Bai Wangyu, Mubai answered calmly. Bai Wangyu? Murong's expression shifted at the mention of his name. I have heard that he is currently residing in Li Garden. You share a certain rapport with the eldest daughter of the Li family, do you not? You could leverage that connection to inquire, Mubai reminded her. A glimmer of determination flickered in Murong's eyes, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded. You are right, brother. I have been meaning to visit Li Garden to see the Li family's heir, who has been a source of much distress for Aunt Nan Xiao. Shall I accompany you? Mubai asked. Do you wish to join me, brother? Murong replied, her expression turning wary. I suspect your intentions may not be as innocent as they appear. Li Garden hosts both Bai Wangyu and the Li family's heir, two rare swordsmanship prodigies of a younger generation. While we may not engage in a true duel, it would be beneficial to exchange insights on martial arts, Mubai unabashedly stated his purpose. I knew you would not be satisfied without encountering the Li family's heir. Murong sighed, conceding. Very well, you may accompany me, but I must insist that you refrain from engaging in any serious conflict within Li Garden. A few exchanges of technique will suffice. Agreed, Mubai nodded, his expression remaining serene. In Li Garden's western wing, as discussions ensued regarding the resolution of the Great Shang's predicament, Li Zai and the Little Red Hat engaged in a subtle battle of wits, culminating in a decisive victory for Little Red Hat. Li Zai, unable to resist for long, ultimately yielded, recognizing the overwhelming influence of the Confucian school. Without yielding, he would be unable to obtain the water and fire pearl. Li brother, are you not practicing your swordsmanship? On the steps, Bai Wangyu gazed at the youth beside him and inquired. Mu Yoxin appeared unperturbed. Li Zai, resting his chin on his hands, remarked, I feel as though I am being threatened. Having bowed my head to malevolent forces, my integrity shattered. Do you even possess integrity? Bai Wangyu asked, his expression one of amusement. Get lost, Li Zai retorted irritably. Before encountering you and the Confucian sect, I always stood boldly against evil, neither servile nor overbearing, embodying the true essence of manhood. Ha! Bai Wangyu replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Brotherly seems to have a misunderstanding of that notion. Old Bai, if I were capable of defeating you, you would already be lying down. Li Zai turned his head and stated earnestly. What a pity, Bai Wangyu beamed. At your current pace of cultivation, you may never have that opportunity in this lifetime. Cough. Li Zai clutched his chest, feeling as though he had been wounded by words. Is this how one speaks? Just then, outside the west chamber, a young servant hurriedly approached, exclaiming, the fourth prince and the ninth princess seek an audience. Refuse them, Li Zai instinctively replied, his mood sour, only to suddenly realize and ask in surprise, who did you say seeks an audience? His Highness the fourth prince and the ninth princess. The servant wiped the cold sweat from his brow and repeated, what do they want? Li Zai's expression grew peculiar. Please invite them to the main hall. Yes. The servant complied and promptly departed. Perhaps it pertains to the matter of the Tianjiao hall, Bai Wangyu suggested. They have no idea that I possess a solution, Li Zai replied, a note of skepticism in his voice. Could it be that my brilliance has become so renowned in the capital? Bai Wangyu suppressed his disgust and said, perhaps the two princes were dispatched by the four esteemed masters to persuade Brother Li to lend his assistance. Ah, talent indeed attracts attention wherever one goes. Li Zai chose to ignore the remarks of the young attendant, rising with a swagger towards the main hall. Bai Wangyu hesitated momentarily before following suit. The fourth prince, Mu Bai, is a martial enthusiast, and to outsiders, Brother Li is regarded as the disciple of the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary martial talent, precisely the kind of rival that the fourth prince yearns for. He should follow along to prevent any further chaos. Li Zai's capabilities were known to him, if not to others. In the main hall, upon the arrival of Mu Bai and Mu Rong, the beautiful maid of Li Yuan entered to serve tea before retreating. Shortly after, Li Zai and Bai Wangyu entered the main hall, one after the other. Your Highness the fourth prince and the ninth princess, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Li Zai greeted with his signature radiant smile, offering polite salutations. Li Qingzhi, you are too kind. It is my brother and I who have disturbed you with our sudden visit. Mu Rong stepped forward to assist the former, smiling sweetly. Behind them, Mu Bai observed the youth before him with a calm demeanor, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his gaze. So this is the disciple of the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal. Indeed, he possesses an extraordinary bearing, as his reputation suggests. Behind Li Zai, Bai Wanyu noticed the admiration in Mu Bai's gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Mu Bai was also beguiled by brother Li's outward appearance. One must acknowledge that for those unaware of the truth, upon first encountering brother Li, they would not question the veracity of the rumors surrounding him. A striking appearance can indeed be an advantage. After observing the heir of the Li family, Mu Bai shifted his gaze to Bai Wanyu, who stood beside Li Zai, and nodded in acknowledgement. Your Highness. Bai Wanyu returned the gesture with a slight bow before quietly taking a seat beside Li Zai. May I inquire what brings the two princes here? Li Zia inquired, looking at the two across from him. I have had the pleasure of meeting Sister Li once, and hold her talents in high regard. I have long wished to pay a visit, but the opportunity eluded me. Today, as I accompany my brother on an errand outside the palace, I thought it an opportune moment to see Sister Li. Mu Bai replied with a beaming smile. Is the ninth princess here to see Sister Yue? Li Zai expressed his regret upon hearing this. Unfortunately, Sister Yue has already left the residence this morning for business and may not return until sunset. With that, the corner of Li Zai's mouth subtly quirked, silently thinking, you can talk as much as you like. I'm in no hurry, even if it takes until nightfall. That is indeed unfortunate. Mu Bai's beautiful features reflected a similar disappointment as she turned to her brother and asked, Do you have any matters to attend to, brother? I do, Mu Bai replied, gazing at the two before him. Young Master Li, Brother Bai, we are all practitioners of the sword. Why not seize this opportunity to exchange insights on martial arts? Li Zai was momentarily taken aback, having heard tales of the fourth prince's obsession with martial arts. Upon meeting him, the rumors proved true. However, he pondered the absurdity of the suggestion. After only a few days of training, could he truly engage in a meaningful exchange? Moreover, any martial arts discussion would likely lead to sparring, and his current skills were hardly sufficient for such an endeavor. Thus, Li Zai discreetly signaled to Little Red Hat beside him, indicating that she should take the lead. Bai Wanyu understood the implication and responded, Fourth Prince, given that Brother Li has been unwell lately, perhaps I could accompany you in discussing martial arts instead? Mu Bai discerned the underlying meaning in Bai Wanyu's words, his brows slightly furrowing, yet he felt it inappropriate to press too hard. He nodded, that works. This space is rather confined. Let's move outside. Very well, Bai Wanyu agreed. As they stood to leave, Mu Bai instantly shot a warning glance at his brother. Remember to address the main issue, and no excessive sparring. Mu Bai nodded gently and stepped toward the exit, with Bai Wanyu following suit. Before departing, she also cast a cautionary glance at Li Zai. Brother Li, this lady is a princess. Please refrain from impulsive actions in our absence. Li Zai interpreted the meaning in Little Red Hat's eyes, nearly infuriated enough to hurl the teacup in his hand. He opened his mouth, elegantly forming the words, Pigeon kiss roll. Ha! Bai Wanyu chuckled lightly, stepping outside. Please forgive us, young Master Li. My brother has an insatiable passion for martial arts and cannot resist the urge to spar with peers, much to your amusement. Mu Bai expressed apologetically within hall. Your Highness, there is no need for such formality, Li Zai replied graciously. As Li Zai was about to speak, a cacophony erupted from outside. He was taken aback. Such promptness? Opposite him, Morone was equally stunned, but after a moment, she regained her composure, her silver teeth clenched in frustration. Her brother had once again dismissed her warning as mere background noise. Outside, the air was thick with sword energy as the two figures intertwined in a fierce clash. Inside the hall, Muron's expression grew increasingly awkward. She was at a loss for how to explain the situation. To intrude upon another's residence and engage in a brawl, no matter how she attempted to brush it off as a mere folly, it simply could not be justified. Princess, would you care for some tea? Li Zai inquired, lifting his cup in a toast, a smile gracing his features. The tea from the garden is quite delightful. Now, do continue your performance. I find it quite entertaining. Murong awkwardly raised her teacup, taking a sip, yet her heart was no longer in it. After a brief pause, she set down her cup, her silver teeth biting down in frustration. Realizing she could no longer sit idly by, she took the initiative to speak. Young Masterly, in truth, my brother and I have come today to inquire about matter. Oh, lisez feignez surprise. What matter might that be? Murong glanced towards the fierce duel outside, letting out a soft sigh. Young Masterly, you must have heard that the Heavenly Edict Hall has proposed a wager to our great Shang court, one that concerns the honor of the Shang and my lifelong happiness. Hence, I sought to ask if the esteemed Master Bai Wanyu, the elder brother of the Confucian sect, would intervene in this matter. Ah, I see. Li Zai replied with a broad grin, a radiant smile illuminating his face. There is no need for your highness to inquire further. I can provide the answer. The Confucian leader will not intervene, but I shall. Chapter 51. He has arrived, walking on colorful clouds half an hour later. Murong and Mu Bai departed together in a horse-drawn carriage. In front of the garden, Li Zai watched them leave, then hummed a tune as he returned to the manor. Indeed, the ninth princess is remarkably beautiful. Marrying her would not be a bad idea. However, her figure may not meet the standards of Sister Yue. Outside the main hall, Bai Wanyu observed Li Zai, who was in high spirits, and curiously inquired, "What brings you such joy?" "I want to tell you," Li Zai replied, striding confidently back into the inner courtyard. Having assisted the ninth princess this time, it was possible that she would be moved and offer herself to him. Should he accept such a proposition? It posed quite a dilemma. In the inner courtyard, Zhang Lada noticed Li Zai approaching with a lovesick expression and instantly realized that the young man was lost in fanciful thoughts once again. In the capital, on the way back to the royal palace, the fourth Prince Mu Bai sat quietly in the carriage, silent. Opposite him, Murong gazed intently at her elder brother. If looks could kill, Mu Bai might have been reduced to mere fragments. It was unintentional, Mu Bai finally spoke, unable to withstand the murderous intent emanating from his sister's gaze. "Ah, your highness, the fourth prince, quite impressive indeed, strutting about in another's residence. Had Bai Wanyu not intervened, were you prepared to continue until nightfall?" Murong's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as she questioned him. "Not all," Mu Bai quickly shook his head. "It was merely a spar. Even if Bai Wanyu had not stepped in, I would have ceased at the right moment. I am not foolish enough to ignore that my sister is on the verge of exploding. I would not wish to cause any innocent harm." "Ah, so my brother possesses such awareness?" Murong remarked with a faint smile. "Then, how did your inquiries go?" At her words, Mu Bai's expression faltered, and he inhaled sharply. Alas, in the midst of their swordplay, he had entirely forgotten the important matter. Indeed, noticing his reaction, Murong's eyes glimmered with an increasingly perilous light. "Have you forgotten, brother?" Mu Bai fell silent, hesitant to respond. Murong closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and struggled to suppress her rising ire. Truly, no man could be deemed reliable. They are all insufferable. Should we return and inquire further? Mu Bai suggested, though he felt a surge of anxiety. His expression remained calm. "Unnecessary." Murong opened her eyes and replied coolly, "I have already asked." Mu Bai was taken aback. "After my spar with Bai Wanyu, we left Li Garden." "When did you inquire?" "Who said I asked him?" Murong retorted with irritation. "If not him, then who?" Mu Bai began, only to suddenly pause, realization washing over him. "You mean Li Zai?" "Indeed." Murong nodded, a flicker of light passing through her eyes. "It seems we owe the Li family a significant favor this time. I am uncertain why Li Zai chose to assist me, yet this debt of gratitude cannot be ignored." On the street, the horse-drawn carriage rumbled towards the royal palace. As the sun began to set, Mu Bai disembarked from the carriage, his gaze fixed upon his sister within. With earnestness, he declared, "If that Li Zai indeed proves to be of assistance to you, I shall repay this favor on your behalf." Having spoken, Mu Bai refrained from further words and turned towards his own mansion. 3 days passed in a seemingly tranquil manner. On the third day, at the grand palace of the great Shang, ministers gathered before the Feng Tian Hall, where the emperor sat atop the towering stone steps, surveying his subjects with regal authority. The autumn breeze whispered, causing the ornamental canopies to sway, while the ministers below displayed signs of anxious anticipation. The deadline had arrived, yet no one had arrived at the answers they sought. It was rumored that His Majesty had summoned scholars from the Imperial Academy for assistance, but the outcome remained uncertain. From his elevated position, the emperor observed the assembly below with a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of unease. Just the day before, the head of the Confucian scholars had sent word that answers to the 3 inquiries had indeed been found. However, as the time approached, why had no representatives from the Confucian sect made their appearance? At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air, drawing the attention of all present. Emerging from beyond the Xuanwu Gate, Yan Xiaoyu and Lu Rongnu, leading the delegation from the Divine Hall, approached with measured steps. The ministers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening with concern. The representatives from the Divine Hall had arrived, yet they remained at a loss regarding the answers to the 3 questions. With somber gazes, the ministers beheld the approaching figures, who bowed respectfully, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Majesty of the Great Shang. There is no need for excessive formality." The emperor replied, his tone unassuming. As the members of the Divine Hall straightened, Yan Xiaoyu raised her gaze to the emperor before the Feng Tian Hall and inquired with a smile, "Your Majesty, the 3 days have elapsed. Might we be graced with the answers?" With a quick glance at the Great Shang officials flanking her, a subtle hint of derision played upon her lips. Observing the dejected demeanor of the ministers, she was confident they had failed to provide solutions. On either side of the steps, the officials felt the sting of her mockery, yet found themselves at a loss for words. "Let us wait a little longer," the emperor stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaoyu directed her gaze towards the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty bids us wait. The Divine Hall shall comply. But may I inquire as to how long we must endure this delay?" "For the duration of a single incense stick," the emperor replied slowly. "Very well." Yan Xiaoyu smiled lightly. "The Divine Hall shall indeed wait for the burning of a single incense stick longer." 3 days had passed, and the Great Shang had been unable to provide answers. She doubted that they could achieve any progress within the mere span of an incense stick. It was merely a tactic to buy time before conceding defeat. Before the Feng Tian Hall, an elderly eunuch brought forth an incense stick and placed it upon the wooden table, igniting it with a taper before withdrawing. The incense used in the palace was specially crafted. The shorter sticks burnt in a mere quarter of an hour, while the longer ones could last for half an hour. To prolong the waiting period, the eunuch had deliberately selected the longest stick available. Observing the court's intentions, Yan Xiaoyu let out a cold laugh, but chose not to expose their strategy. Let them delay. It will be intriguing to see just how long they could prolong this charade. Outside the Feng Tian Hall, time slowly passed as the autumn breeze swept by, scattering fragrant ash. All the ministers of the Great Shang focused their gazes on a single incense stick, hoping it would burn a little longer. Among them stood Mu Bai, his expression calm and composed, exuding an air of tranquility akin to an unperturbed mountain in the face of impending collapse. Mu Rong remarked that the scion of the Li family would surely arrive, and he had faith not in the Li heir, but in Mu Rong's discerning eye. As the incense neared its end, approximately half an hour later, Yan Xiaoyu observed the emperor of the Great Shang before the Feng Tian Hall and asked with a smile, "Your Majesty, shall we continue to wait? The incense has yet to burn out. There is no need for haste," the Shang emperor replied nonchalantly. With a scoff, Yan Xiaoyu sneered, "Indeed, the rulers of the Great Shang are relentless in their pursuit of destiny." On either side of the stone steps, the ministers of the Great Shang grew increasingly anxious as they watched the incense nearly extinguished. What, pray tell, was the emperor waiting for? Could it be that someone would truly arrive? Suddenly, a small eunuch rushed in from the Xuanwu Gate, his face alight with excitement. "Your Majesty, the Confucian scholar by Wang Yu seeks an audience and has brought along a young man named Li Zai." "Announce them," commanded the Shang emperor, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Yes, Your Majesty," replied the eunuch with utmost respect. In the next moment, a figure clad in a white Confucian robe stepped forth from the Xuanwu Gate, capturing the attention of all with a radiant presence. To everyone's astonishment, Bai Wangyu was following closely behind a youth whose visage was as exquisite as a jade crown. Exuding an extraordinary aura, his face adorned with a serene and confident smile that was unforgettable. As they reached the stone steps, Bai Wangyu stepped forward and respectfully bowed, declaring, "The Confucian sect, Bai Wangyu, pays homage to your majesty." Beside him, Li Zai followed suit, casting a fleeting glance at the gathered ministers and the emperor above, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Finally, they had arrived at this moment. Seated on the dragon throne, the Shang emperor scrutinized the two below, his eyes narrowing slightly. The fact that Bai Wangyu had personally come as the foremost disciple of the Confucian sect indicated that he had indeed solved the three riddles. Yet, why was the Li heir accompanying him? "Be at ease," the emperor said after a brief moment of contemplation. "Thank you, your majesty." Bai Wangyu and Li Zai responded in unison, rising together. Nearby, Yan Xiaoyu sensed an ominous premonition as the two arrived, glancing at the nearly extinguished incense, and urged, "Your majesty, the time has come. Please reveal your answers." The Shang emperor turned his attention to the esteemed disciple of the Confucian sect and inquired, "Bai Wangyu, have you solved the riddles?" "Indeed," Bai Wangyu nodded, and before the assembly of ministers and divine emissaries, he solemnly stated, "However, it is not I who will solve the riddles today, but rather the young master of the Li family beside me." At this proclamation, the court erupted in astonishment, all eyes turning toward the youth beside Bai Wangyu. Had the Li family unraveled the three riddles? In that moment, even the emperor's expression grew serious. For the one designated to solve the riddles was not Bai Wangyu, but the scion of the Li family. In the midst of the crowd's scrutiny, Li Zai exhibited not a trace of anxiety, approaching with an air of calmness. "Messengers of the divine temple," he proclaimed, "the three questions you have posed are exceedingly simplistic. There is no need to trouble the noble courtiers of the great Shang or the learned scholars of the Confucian school. As an ordinary citizen, I am capable of answering them myself." Impudent! A messenger of the divine temple, standing beside Yan Xiaoyu, immediately expressed his indignation. "Who are you to speak so arrogantly here? Is it that the envoys of the divine temple have become so egotistical that they cannot even tolerate a word of truth?" Li Zai's gaze swept over Yan Xiaoyu and the emissaries of the great Shang behind her, addressing them with resolute righteousness. When the divine temple presented these questions, they did not specify who should respond. "Though I am neither a courtier of the great Shang nor a student of the Imperial Academy, I am a citizen of the great Shang, and thus possess both the right and the duty to stand here, alleviating the concerns of my nation and resisting foreign adversaries." Having uttered these words, Li Zai couldn't help but commend himself internally for his eloquence, almost convincing himself of his own rhetoric. "Excellent." As his words resonated, an elderly official with a significant amount of white in his beard, Lu Siqing, immediately applauded, remarking, as a citizen of the great Shang, "It is only fitting to harbor such a spirit of loyalty to the nation." The surrounding officials nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting satisfaction. This young man was indeed impressive, articulate, and had provided them with a much-needed outlet for their pent-up frustrations after enduring ridicule from the Divine Temple's representatives in recent days. Below the stone steps, the expressions of the Divine Temple's envoys grew increasingly grim, their gazes fixed upon the audacious youth, wishing they could consume him whole. "Young Masterly, mere verbal bravado is of no use. Without solving the three questions of the Divine Temple, this wager shall still mark a loss for the great Shang." Yan Xiaoyu interjected coldly. "Three questions, you say? Watch closely. I shall resolve them forthwith." As he spoke, Li Zai surveyed those present, straightened his posture, and cleared his throat, making his intentions unmistakably clear. "Everyone, stand ready. I am about to commence my display of brilliance." Chapter 52. Breaking the impasse before the emperor in the imperial palace. Before the Feng Tian Hall, Li Zai prepared to single-handedly face the myriad of monsters in the temple, his momentum building before he made a move. "Your Majesty, in the process of solving the problem, I may require some assistance, and I humbly seek your permission." Li Zai turned to the Emperor Shang at the top of the stone steps, his tone respectful. "Granted." Emperor Shang nodded in response, declaring, "Today, all ministers and guards in the palace are at your disposal." "Thank you, your Majesty." Li Zai expressed his gratitude, then shifted his gaze to the crowd before the temple, smiling broadly as he said, "Now, let us first address your initial question. How can one thread a line through the whole of Southern Pearl without using their hands. With that, Li Zai produced a southern pearl and a golden thread from his robe, placing the pearl on the ground and positioning the thread before its hole. Then, amidst the curious gazes of all the ministers of the great Shang, Li Zai stepped back 3 paces. 1 breath, 2 breaths. In the midst of everyone's tense stares, the previously motionless golden thread suddenly quivered. It moved. It moved. Instantly, several ministers with sharp eyes exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the spectacle. They beheld the golden thread, seemingly sprouting legs of its own, gradually inching into the fine hole of the southern pearl. From the dragon throne, Emperor Shang's eyes flickered with intrigue upon witnessing the scene. Remarkable. Conversely, the envoys of the temple wore expressions akin to having swallowed a fly. Their faces contorted in confusion. What is happening? They pondered. The divine son had stated that the answers to these questions were known only to him. What sorcery had this young man employed? Before the envoys, Yan Xiaoyu regarded Li Zai, the scion of the Li family, with a glint of danger in his eyes. This young man, indeed, must not be allowed to remain. It dawned on him that the youth he had encountered before the Yin family was likely this very scion. The sense of dissonance was so strikingly similar, it filled him with revulsion. Regrettably, he had been thwarted by Wanyu that day and had failed to capture him on the spot. It has penetrated. At that moment, the ministers of the great Shang erupted into fervent cheers, their eyes fixed on the spectacle as the golden thread passed through the southern pearl and gradually came to a halt. Li Zai stepped forward, retrieved the southern pearl, and casually tossed it to the envoys of the temple, saying, "Take a look." One of the envoys caught the pearl, gazing at the golden thread within with an expression of profound dismay. "Young man of the Li family, how did you accomplish this?" he inquired. On the side of the stone steps, the elder minister, El Siqing, wore an expression of curiosity as he asked, "This is El Siqing, the esteemed elder." Wang Yu whispered to Li Zai, "He is the foremost Confucian scholar in the court, known for his integrity and high esteem." Upon hearing this, Li Zai instantly adopted a demeanor of respect, saying, "Esteemed Elder El, might you step forward to converse?" "Very well." El Siqing nodded, stepping forward, his aged visage increasingly curious. Li Zai, as if performing a magic trick, produced another southern pearl from his robe and handed it to the elder, smiling. "Elder El, do take a whiff." El Siqing, having heard this, accepted the southern pearl and held it to his nose for a sniff, then exclaimed in surprise, "Honey! Indeed it is honey." Upon concluding his words, Li Zai produced a golden thread and handed it to the elder, smiling as he said, "Old man, do you understand now?" El Siqing took a glance at the golden thread in the young man's hand, initially taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. I see. What's going on, old man? Don't just laugh. What is the matter?" The other officials flanking the stone steps, intrigued by the scene, urged him eagerly. Calm down, huh?" El Siqing turned to face the crowd, laughing heartily. "Look closely at what is on this golden thread." Upon hearing this, the assembled officials hurriedly leaned in. "Unts!" One sharp-eyed official exclaimed in astonishment as he discerned the dark specks on the golden thread. Indeed, one end of the southern pearl is coated with honey. "Now, tell me, what do you think will happen if we place this thread, bound with ants, in front of the fine hole on the other side of the southern pearl?" El Siqing declared proudly. "Ah, I see. What a clever idea." The surrounding officials, suddenly enlightened, erupted into joyous laughter. Before the Feng Tian Hall, the Shang Emperor observed this spectacle, a smile gracing his face. "Truly a brilliant notion," he remarked. "All of you, disperse and return to your positions." The resolution of the first riddle had greatly improved the emperor's mood. Yes, the officials of the great Shang acknowledged and promptly returned to their respective places. "Young lad from the Li family, there are still 2 riddles remaining. Hasten, for I am growing impatient." Before departing, El Siqing glanced at the young man before him, urging him with excitement. "Yes, Lord El," Li Zai responded, smiling. On the side of the divine hall, Yan Xiaoyu observed the elated demeanor of the great Shang officials and scoffed, saying, "Even if you solve the first riddle, what does it matter? The next 2 will not be so simple." "That is true for your divine hall," Li Zai retorted, unwilling to concede defeat verbally. were it not for the sanctity of the imperial palace. I assure you that even a random girl chosen from the brothels of Yanhua Yoxiang could answer your 3 riddles with ease. Vulgar, the envoys from the divine hall, responded, their faces flushed with indignation. Meanwhile, the officials of the Great Shang pretended not to hear Li Zai's words, focusing on their own thoughts. In truth, had it not been for their status, they would have gladly expressed their disdain. This young man possesses promise, Yan Xiaoyu remarked coldly, directing his gaze at Li Zai. Do not indulge in mere verbal prowess. You have 2 more questions to answer. Patience, Li Zai replied calmly. Your wish shall soon be fulfilled. With that, Li Zai turned to the Shang Emperor at the Feng Tian Hall and spoke, Your Majesty, the second riddle requires the use of 100 horses as experimental subjects. Hence, our previous delay. These horses are currently outside the palace. May I request permission to bring them into the palace? Granted. The Shang Emperor nodded beneath the imperial canopy, assenting to the request. Outside the palace, a disheveled old man herded a group of horses, waiting for news from within the royal residence. Upon receiving word, he broke into a broad smile and ushered all the horses into the palace. After the first batch of horses had entered, shortly thereafter, another figure donned in a conical hat arrived, driving a second group of horses. This time, all were young foals, recently born. Both groups of horses entered the palace in succession, prompting the palace guards to step forward and assist in leading them, for the royal grounds demanded utmost vigilance. The old man and the hat-wearing individual appeared so unremarkable, each guiding the mares and foals without drawing any attention. However, before the hall of heavenly purity, Li Zai's expression shifted noticeably as he observed the 2 figures approaching. Before the assembled ministers, a palpable sense of pressure emanated from the pair at the foot of the steps, leaving them inexplicably unsettled. Curious, Morone focused intently on the 2, scrutinizing them for an extended period but failing to detect anything amiss. They exhibited no signs of spiritual energy, appearing entirely ordinary. Yet, he sensed an unusual sword pressure emanating from them. Both bore such a presence. On either side of the stone steps, the ministers remained oblivious to any irregularities, their gazes directed toward the Li family heir, awaiting his elucidation. As the assembly's attention turned, Li Zai, regaining his composure from the shock, suppressed the tumult within his heart and addressed the emperor and the gathered officials, saying, Your Majesty, esteemed lords, please observe closely. With that, Li Zai stood upon the steps and respectfully bowed to the 2 figures emerging from the Xuanwu Gate, stating, I kindly ask the 2 masters and all the esteemed guards to release the horses. At the front of the Xuanwu Gate, the old man and the figure in the conical hat exchanged a glance from a distance before simultaneously loosening their grip on the reins. The commander of the palace guards hesitated for a moment, but ultimately commanded the release of the reins as well. In an instant, a magnificent scene unfolded before the Xuanwu Gate. 50 mares and 50 foals whinnied, galloping fervently towards one another. The ministers, positioned along the stone steps, were awestruck by the spectacle. In the midst of their astonishment, the mares swiftly located their young, joyfully nursing. Some officials, witnessing this joyful reunion, bore expressions of realization as they began to comprehend the situation. So that is how it is, they murmured. What happened? Does anyone understand? Many of the perplexed ministers anxiously sought clarification from one another. The explanation was quite simple. Had they not noticed how the mares went immediately to nurse their foals? Clearly, these mares had been separated from their young for at least a day, their concern for their offspring's hunger prompting them to return promptly rather than wandering aimlessly as they typically would. An astute minister patiently elucidated the matter to the others. So it is. Upon hearing the explanation, the ministers experienced a moment of enlightenment, gaining newfound insight. The young master of the Li family is impressive indeed. Voices of admiration arose among the crowd, particularly from El Siqing, whose excitement was palpable. This young man is quite remarkable. He truly resonates with my temperament. Amidst the accolades from the ministers, Li Zai returned their respects, maintaining a dignified demeanor befitting the formal occasion. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of Commerce nodded with satisfaction, a flicker of unusual emotion passing through his gaze. The Li family was indeed remarkable. having produced such a formidable son. As for the friends from the divine hall, do you still require confirmation? Each pair of mother and child among these steeds bears the same mark. If you harbor doubts, you may verify for yourselves. At the base of the stone steps, Li Zai, after bowing to the officials, turned his gaze towards the envoys from the divine hall nearby, his smile fading as he spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. No need. From the divine hall, Yan Xiaoyu interjected coldly. You may consider this challenge passed. But the final question remains, how to ignite fire with water. If you cannot deduce the answer, you shall not be deemed victorious. Huh? Li Zai responded with a faint smile. This riddle is even simpler. With that, he turned to the Emperor of Commerce beneath the canopy and requested, Your Majesty, I require a piece of ice approximately a foot in length and width. Granted, the Emperor replied with a nod. Not far away, upon hearing Li Zai's request, Yan Xiaoyu's expression changed instantly. Shortly thereafter, two young eunuchs approached, carrying an icebox. Perhaps due to the cold, their hands trembled slightly. Brother Bai, it's your turn. Li Zai exclaimed with a grin. This laborious task is best suited for Little Red Riding Hood. Bai Wanyu nodded and stepped forward, retrieving a block of ice from a box. Immediately, he focused his energy, wielding it like a sword to carve the ice piece by piece. During the brief interlude, Li Zai gazed into the distance towards the figure in a conical hat before the Xuanwu Gate, a grin spreading across his face. Master, is that you? Look, your beloved disciple has not brought you shame. In front of the officials, the previously silent Rakshasa king, Tao Yaoyao, curled her lips slightly, the plum blossom sword immortal. Visiting the imperial palace, are you here to ensure that no one troubles your precious disciple? Chapter 53. A sword that shocks the world before the court. Li Zai faced the final question of the Divine Temple's wager, with all eyes upon him. A mixture of anticipation and tension etched across the faces of the ministers. This was the pivotal moment. Should he answer correctly, the great merchant dynasty would secure victory in this gamble. Conversely, failure would lead to the collapse of all their previous efforts. The young scion of the Li family must not falter. The ministers gazed at the youthful figure ahead, their eyes brimming with encouragement and hope. For the first time, a single youth bore the weight of collective aspiration. In this moment, he was akin to lightning, a beacon of light, the solitary legend. In the midst of the stone steps, Li Zai sensed the minister's eager gazes and responded with a reassuring glance, conveying that such a minor adversary as the Divine Temple would be vanquished with ease. The ministers, encouraged by his confidence, allowed themselves to relax slightly, their smiles softening. Meanwhile, on the side of the Divine Temple, Yan Xiaoyu and her companions seethed with frustration at the exchange between Li Zai and the ministers of the great merchant dynasty, yet felt powerless to intervene. Divine Son, we cannot lose, can we? Inquired a messenger from the Divine Temple, stepping forward with a solemn tone. We shall not. Yan Xiaoyu replied firmly. The Divine Temple will never suffer defeat. After speaking, she nodded towards the elder in red robes beside her. Lu Rong, the female disciple, acknowledged with a slight bow, her gaze fixed upon the heavens, her aged eyes narrowing thoughtfully. It appeared they would have to employ the celestial divine technique bestowed by the temple master. Unbeknownst to them, the great merchant court had managed to corner them to this extent. In the center of the stone steps, Bai Wanyu quietly wielded the qi to shape the ice block in his hands into a sword, each strike deliberate and undisturbed by the surrounding tension, as if transcending the earthly realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each sweep of the sword released a flurry of crystalline ice blossoms, their crisp sound gradually capturing the attention of all present. Indeed, some individuals exude an innate sense of tranquility. Bai Wanyu was one such person. In this charged atmosphere, a heavy weight settled upon everyone's hearts. However, as their gazes shifted towards the elder brother of the Confucian sect, a sense of calm began to envelop their spirits. As more and more people turned their eyes to the elder brother, they fell into a hushed reverence, no longer speaking. Li Zai, witnessing this, felt tears welling in his eyes. Look at you, still trying to show off. It was agreed that today would not be about stealing the spotlight. Today was supposed to be his stage. With the vastness of the earth, it seemed he could barely contain himself. With all eyes upon him, and under Li Zai's vexed stare, Bai Wangyu gradually formed the ice realm. The chill permeated the air, the crystalline ice realm appearing resplendent and exquisite. After a quarter of an hour, the icy domain was complete. Bai Wangyu waved his hand, shaking off the ice blossoms that clung to its surface, then raised his head to regard the young man before him, smiling as he said, "I am fortunate not to have failed my mission." "Very well, you may step aside," Li Zai replied, nodding in satisfaction as he accepted the ice realm, then promptly dismissed the little red-capped figure to prevent any further competition for attention. This fellow was simply too conspicuous. One lapse in vigilance would see him overshadowed. It was an unrelenting challenge. Bai Wangyu chuckled softly, obediently retreating to the side. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." Li Zai cast a sweeping glance across the assembly, cleared his throat, and raised his voice, capturing the attention of all present. The crowd turned their gaze towards him at once. Satisfied, Li Zai produced a tuft of cotton from his bosom and placed it upon the ground, then lifted the ice mirror to the sun, directing its focus upon the cotton. The autumn sunlight was not overly fierce, yet it was sufficient to ignite the cotton. Under the curious eyes of the bystanders, wisps of black smoke began to rise from the cotton, seemingly on the verge of catching fire. "It is about to ignite." Among the ministers of the great merchant kingdom, the elder L. Siqing could no longer contain his excitement and shouted out. In stark contrast, the envoys from the temple wore grim expressions, their hearts filled with reluctance at the thought of conceding to the great merchant. "Rongnu Grand Bishop," the envoy Yan Xiaoyu spoke coldly, her gaze fixed forward. "Understanding." Lu Rongnu nodded, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in her aged eyes. She then turned her hands skyward, raising her head, and a radiant white light surged around her, manifesting the celestial oracle divine art. In an instant, the heavens stirred with tumult as countless clouds converged from all directions, swirling and roiling to obscure the blazing sun. The sudden turn of events astonished everyone present. None had anticipated such a twist, just as the great merchant seemed poised for victory. "What the hell?" In the midst of the stone steps, Li Zai observed the cotton being blown away and could not help but exclaim in frustration. "Is this how it works? Outwitting intelligence with sorcery? Is this not an act of bullying? Deceitful, utterly deceitful." The ministers of the great merchant, witnessing the temple's underhanded tactics, felt a surge of indignation and began to voice their grievances. Before the envoys of the celestial oracle temple, Yan Xiaoyu, unfazed by the accusations from the great merchant officials, smiled and replied, "There was no stipulation that our temple must comply with your problem-solving. Moreover, the Grand Bishop of Rongnu has neither offended anyone nor harmed anyone. Thus, it does not constitute a breach of protocol. Despicable. Shameless." The elder L. Siqing among the great merchant officials turned pale with anger. The temple's representatives had truly lost all sense of propriety. Upon the dragon throne, the emperor of the great merchant watched this scene unfold, his expression growing stern. The celestial oracle divine art. Who would have thought that apart from that scholar, there were others in the celestial oracle temple who had mastered this art? Curious, for Lu Rongnu should not possess such prowess. "Your Majesty of the great merchant, may I inquire if there is a solution to this third problem? If not, this round shall be deemed a victory for our temple." Yin Xiaoyu addressed the emperor, a smile gracing her lips. Before the hall of divine mandate, the emperor did not respond, instead directing his gaze towards the scion of the Li family below, awaiting an answer. On either side of the stone steps, the high-ranking officials of the court also looked towards the young man in the center, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Could this remarkable scion of the Li family conjure yet another miracle? Amidst the expectant gazes, Li Zai looked up at the gathering clouds and inquired, "Is there truly no one capable of parting these clouds? The celestial oracle divine art is unstoppable. Not even a practitioner of the fifth realm could hinder it." From the dragon throne, the emperor spoke calmly, affirming the truth of his statement. Below, the ministers instinctively turned their gazes towards several martial kings. What His Majesty said is indeed true. Several martial kings nodded in acknowledgement. Within the realm of the five realms, there exists a spectrum of strength and weakness. The Hall of Divine Edicts harbors more than one adept of the five realms. However, over the past century, only the Hall Master has succeeded in mastering the Divine Edict technique. It is precisely due to this singular achievement that the Divine Edict technique remains unassailable. It is not solely because of the technique's potency, but rather due to the extraordinary prowess of its master. Yet today, the enigmatic Lu Rong has also manifested the Divine Edict technique, leaving many perplexed. Even if Lu Rong's mastery of the technique does not rival that of the Hall Master, it is certainly beyond the capability of an ordinary practitioner of the five realms to counter. The only possibility lies in the intervention of the Confucian leader from the academy. However, it is common knowledge that such an occurrence is nearly impossible. The Confucian leader has not truly engaged in battle for nearly a century. And while everyone acknowledges the leader's formidable strength, the extent of that strength remains shrouded in mystery. On either side of the stone steps, the ministers, having heard the responses from the emperor and several martial kings, found their moods growing increasingly somber. Could it be that no one can overcome this divine edict technique? In front of the Xuanwu Gate, a disheveled elder and a woman clad in a straw hat simultaneously cast their gazes toward the dark clouds obscuring the sun. "Shall you proceed, or shall I?" The woman in the straw hat inquired telepathically. "You are his master, so it is undoubtedly your turn." The disheveled elder replied with a grin. The woman in the straw hat nodded, her gaze shifting to the emperor before the Hall of Divine Edicts, and she spoke. "Your Majesty, may I borrow a sword?" Her voice, though soft, resonated like thunder, reaching the ears of all present at the Hall of Divine Edicts. The ministers of the Great Shang were taken aback, their eyes darting toward the Xuanwu Gate. "Who speaks?" In the vicinity of the Xuanwu Gate, a commander of the Imperial Guards shifted his expression, his gaze locking onto the woman ahead, and he immediately gripped his sword in readiness. On the dragon throne, the emperor's demeanor remained largely unchanged, embodying the poise of a sovereign, unflustered by the situation. The woman in the straw hat stood amidst the encirclement of the Imperial Guards, silent, her gaze fixed on the emperor in the distance, awaiting a response. "Approved." The emperor's voice resonated from above the stone steps, deliberate and measured. "Thank you, your Majesty," the woman replied, and in an instant, her aura surged forth, five divine sanctuaries echoing and shimmering into existence. A practitioner of the five realms. Within the palace, both the Imperial Guards and the court-martial generals displayed expressions of astonishment at this spectacle. On the side of the Divine Hall, Yan Xiaoyu and Lu Rong also bore solemn expressions. Not only was she a practitioner of the five realms, but she was also an exceptional one. Above the stone steps, the emperor gestured, and an elderly eunuch brought forth a sword, resplendent and unparalleled, inlaid with ancient jade. This was the emperor's sword. "Drink!" The woman in the straw hat called out, her voice a commanding roar, her energy surging like tumultuous waves, astonishing all present with her remarkable prowess. "Master Fairy." In the midst of the stone steps, Li Zai watched this scene, tears shimmering in his eyes. He understood that the appearance of Master Fairy in the palace today was undoubtedly to ensure his safety. All eyes were upon her as the woman in the straw hat unveiled her full cultivation, raising the sword, summoning a tempest within the palace. Where no wind blew, yet chaos reigned. A breathtaking scene imprinted itself indelibly in the hearts of all present. The sword of heaven and earth. With a melodious cry, the woman's figure radiated, her conical hat shattering in response, revealing an unparalleled visage. Her flowing hair danced wildly, and the sword energy surged towards the heavens. In an instant, before the Hall of Divine Providence, the eunuch wielded the emperor's sword, which unsheathed with a resounding clang, soaring skyward like a blazing meteor. The sword of heaven and earth, a single strike that astonished the winds and dust. Amidst the awestruck gazes of the crowd, the emperor's sword ascended to the ninth heaven, its 1,000-foot sword energy cleaving through the clouds that obscured the sky. A thunderous shock reverberated through the air, causing the oppressive dark clouds to dissipate. A sword immortal of the mortal realm dared to astonish those of the celestial realm. The sword energy shattered the ominous clouds, scattering them, while sunlight once again graced the earth, warming the world below. Onlookers bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle, rendered speechless for an extended time. Such a stunning sword strike completely transformed the understanding of martial prowess for all present. Could the sword of mortals truly possess such formidable power? Suddenly, from the divine temple, Lu Rong staggered, a mouthful of blood spewing forth, the backlash of divine arts leaving her gravely wounded. The high priest, the envoys of the temple displayed expressions of shock, hastily reaching out to support her. Before the gate of the Black Tortoise, Yanyu, clad in a plum-white gown, gracefully returned the emperor's sword, then respectfully saluted the merchant emperor before the Hall of Divine Providence, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for lending me the sword, Your Majesty." Before the Hall of Divine Providence, for the first time, the merchant emperor rose, returning the gesture with a bow, replying, "The sword immortal is too kind." Chapter 54. After a long wait. Today has finally arrived before the Xuanwu Gate. The plum blossom sword immortal cleaved through the shadows with a single stroke of her sword, parting the clouds and restoring the light of day. The crimson-robed Archbishop of the Divine Hall, Lu Rongnu, was grievously wounded by the backlash of the heavenly decree's divine art and could no longer summon her powers a second time. The representatives of the Divine Hall bore expressions of dismay, having not anticipated that, aside from the Hall Master and the Confucian leader of the Taishu Palace, there existed another capable of dispelling the heavenly decree's divine art. While the envoys from the Divine Hall were perturbed, the ministers of the Great Shang dynasty laughed, their joy blooming like flowers. At last, someone had taken vengeance for them. It was said that the plum blossom sword immortal was the master of that young man from the Li family. What a commendable pair they were. They had indeed brought great honor to the Great Shang. Master Fairy, in the midst of the stone steps, Li Zai gazed at the enchanting figure before the Xuanwu Gate and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I miss you." The sudden exclamation startled everyone present. Although the Great Shang was a nation founded on martial prowess and governed by law, it held strict adherence to propriety. Li Zai's boisterous declaration in such a public setting, especially before the emperor, was undoubtedly a breach of decorum. However, to the court officials present, perhaps due to the recent remarkable achievements of the master and disciple duo, Li Zai's unrefined manner seemed refreshingly candid and endearing. Li Zai paid no heed to the hypocritical judgments around him, his gaze fixed intently on his master, the fairy, with an unmistakable longing in his eyes. Before the Xuanwu Gate, upon hearing Li Zai's audacious confession, Qin Ina revealed a hint of warmth at the corners of her mouth, yet her tone remained indifferent. "Focus on what you must do. Should you lose this round, beware that I shall deal with you upon our return. Rest assured, Master Fairy, should I falter, I will leap from this Feng Tian Hall myself without your prompting." Li Zai replied with a broad grin. Gasp! The court officials flanking the stone steps collectively inhaled sharply at the audacity of Li Zai's words. Insanity. The nerve of that young man to proclaim such a thing as leaping from the Feng Tian Hall. Such treasonous talk. Well, if His Majesty had no objection, they would choose to remain silent. On the dragon throne, the Shang Emperor observed the audacious youth below, his expression not one of displeasure, but rather of amusement. If the scion of the Li family were a cunning and unassailable individual, he might warrant some caution. However, if he were merely clever yet prone to revealing flaws, then he could indeed be of use to the court. At the foot of the steps, with his back turned to the emperor, Li Zai subtly curved his lips in a smile. The larger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Young man of the Li family, your icy domain is nearly melted. Do you wish to request another block of ice from His Majesty to recreate your icy realm? Among the courtiers, the old fellow El Siqing, preoccupied with problem-solving, interjected, reminding, "This young man is truly vexing. In such a critical moment, he remains leisurely. Hurry and solve the third problem." On the dragon throne, the Shang Emperor looked down at the Li scion and smiled. "Li Zai, if you require ice, I can command someone to fetch another block for you. Your Majesty, it is unnecessary." In the midst of the stone steps, Li Zai turned and performed a bow, stating, "In truth, this problem can be solved without ice." After speaking, he cast a glance towards the temple and added, "Today, I shall ensure that you concede with full conviction, allowing you to witness what it means to be a superior nation, brimming with talent. The envoy from the temple, Yan Xiaoyu, regarded him with a frosty demeanor, her eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent. Soon, you shall not be so defiant. Li Zai let out a cold chuckle and respectfully bowed once more to the emperor of the Fengtian Hall, requesting, Your Majesty. The method for solving the upcoming problem requires an item to be brought by someone from outside the palace. I hope Your Majesty will allow her entry. Granted. The emperor responded without hesitation. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Zai straightened up, his gaze drifting towards the distant Xuanwu Gate. Onju, it is your turn to make an entrance. Outside the palace, a young eunuch hurried over and, upon seeing the red-clad woman waiting outside, exclaimed, Are you Miss Hongzhu? Indeed, Hongzhu replied with a radiant smile. Then please, miss, hasten into the palace. The emperor and the court officials are awaiting you. The young eunuch urged. What about the items behind me? Hongzhu turned to look at the cart, smiling as she said, Little eunuch, not a single piece can be left behind. Upon hearing this, the young eunuch glanced at the cart's contents and then turned to the guards at the palace gate, commanding, Don't just stand there. Come help. If you delay the emperor's affairs, you'll each have a hefty price to pay. Yes. The general of the imperial guards, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and hurried forward to assist. Seeing this, Hongzhu smiled, unperturbed by the labor behind her, and leisurely made her way towards the palace. It was, after all, her first visit to the imperial palace. The young master had mentioned that if the sky were clear today, she would miss her chance to enter. Initially, she felt a tinge of regret, but upon witnessing the sudden overcast sky, a surge of excitement welled up within her. The clouds had gathered, and thus, she could enter the palace. At the Xuanwu Gate of the palace, clad in crimson, Hongzhu strode forward, while behind her, several imperial guards carried the items, sweating profusely. On either side of the stone steps before the Fengtian Hall, the high-ranking officials gazed at the items being carried by the guards, their expressions filled with astonishment. What is this? It resembles neither a cauldron nor a furnace. With a clang, the guards set down the bronze furnace at the foot of the steps, then bowed to the emperor of the Fengtian Hall before turning to withdraw. Go inspect it, Li Zai remarked, casting a derisive glance at the temple envoys. Do not seek excuses when you lose. The envoys from the temple exchanged solemn looks, but sent one individual forward to examine the items for any irregularities. Divine son. Moments later, the inspecting envoy shook his head, indicating that everything was in order. Let's commence. You need to use that ice mirror. I am eager to see how you will conjure fire from water, Yan Xiaoyu declared, her gaze fixed upon Li Zai, her voice steady. Open your eyes wide and observe closely. Li Zai let out a cold laugh, then stepped forward to take a bucket of water from a young eunuch, pouring it directly into the bronze furnace. After completing this act, he casually discarded the wooden bucket and returned. Is that all? The courtiers of the great Shang were taken aback, and L. Siqing, regaining his composure, hurriedly inquired. Indeed, Li Zai nodded, that is all. Upon hearing this, L. Siqing and the other ministers turned their gazes towards the bronze furnace at the foot of the stone steps, bewildered, and asked, Where is the fire? Li Zai merely smiled, offering no reply. At that moment, the atmosphere was devoid of anticipation. The onlookers began to wait, their eyes fixed on the still bronze furnace. However, after a considerable time had passed, the furnace remained motionless, eliciting a growing sense of tension among the great Shang courtiers. Could something have gone wrong? Not far away. The anxious envoys from the divine temple observed the lack of activity from the furnace and, feeling somewhat relieved, began to mock. We thought your great Shang had some prowess. But it turns out to be mere theatrics. On the dragon throne, the Shang emperor furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. What was happening? Could this young man truly be engaging in mere pretense? Yet, the one chosen by the Confucian leader should not be mistaken. In front of Xuanwu Gate, Zhang Lada, who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle, remarked with a peculiar expression, Old Qin, what if that boy has flopped? He will not. Qin Aina replied calmly. I have faith in him. Li Zai, what is happening? Have you faltered? Hongzhu, positioned in the midst of the steps, whispered, gazing at the still, dilapidated furnace below. Not all. Just wait, Li Zai whispered back. Yet, while Li Zai could afford to wait, some others were already growing impatient. Your Majesty of the Great Shang. If it comes to that, perhaps it would be wise to concede. A divine envoy laughed heartily. You had a chance to win earlier, but chose to forego it. You cannot go back on your word about not using the Ice Realm. At the foot of the steps, in front of the Foam Tian Hall, one envoy observed the increasingly grave expressions of the Great Shang monarch and ministers, laughing with delight. The courtiers of the Great Shang, upon hearing the envoy's derision, felt their expressions darken, their gazes instinctively turning towards the youth ahead, filled with confusion. What is truly happening? Does this boy have any assurance? The Great Shang cannot afford a loss. Your Majesty of the Great Shang, it has been a long time. Will you concede? The divine envoy Yanyu pressed, her tone aggressive as she questioned the emperor of the Great Shang. Before them, the Shang emperor remained silent, his eyes fixed on the young man below. They could only place their trust in this scion of the Li family. Your Majesty of the Great Shang, seeing the court remain silent. Yanyu sneered and continued to urge, truly, it seems the God of Light has favored us. I thought the divine temple was on the verge of defeat, yet such a twist has emerged. Meanwhile, the envoys from the divine temple grew increasingly elated, unable to restrain their biting jests. The Great Shang is supposed to be a major power. How can they lack such composure? Is conceding so difficult? Indeed, clinging to this situation is quite shameful. Alas, who would have thought that this is what is referred to as the Celestial Empire, lacking even the courage to concede defeat? Oh, great emperor of the Shang dynasty, it seems you have misplaced your trust in an inexperienced youth who, unable to discern his own limitations, dares to stand here. Boom! Just as the envoys of the temple were resorting to various scathing remarks and mockery, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the foot of the stone steps, shaking all present. Amidst the explosion, a colossal fireball ascended skyward, a terrifying wave of heat sweeping through and forcing the nearest guards to stagger back several steps. In that moment, both the ministers of the Shang dynasty and the envoys of the temple were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the soaring inferno below. What is this? In the midst of the stone steps, Li Zai wore a radiant smile, turning to inquire, Dear friends, would you consider this to be fire? Chapter 55. The national hero before the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. Flames soared into the sky, leaving all present momentarily stunned and speechless. Li Zai discreetly wiped away a bead of cold sweat, relieved that he had not faltered. This cannot be. The envoys of the Divine Hall shook their heads in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before their eyes. What had transpired to cause such an enormous conflagration? After waiting for so long, the day had finally arrived, and a long-held dream was finally realized. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Li Zai felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, humming a little tune to himself. At last, he had the opportunity to express his triumph. Since the moment he had entered the capital, he had never experienced such a liberating feeling, constantly being outperformed by the likes of Little Red Riding Hood, who had continuously overshadowed him, even snatching his glory at critical moments during minor skirmishes. Today, however, was unprecedented. He had successfully seized the spotlight before everyone's eyes. At this moment, Li Zai felt an urge to weep. It had been such a struggle. What was happening? What had occurred? Young man from the Li family, please elucidate. Among the officials of the Great Shang, Qingzhi was the first to suppress his curiosity, gazing at the seemingly afflicted youth before him, and urgently inquired. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of Shang also wore an expression of curiosity, awaiting the explanation from the young man of the Li family. In truth, the copper cauldron consists of 2 levels. In the lower section, I placed a substance known as lime. Li Zai grinned and stated, Esteemed lords, I believe some of you may have heard of it. Lime? The officials on either side of the stone steps exchanged glances. Some appeared perplexed, while others exhibited contemplative expressions. The elder had indeed heard of it. Was it not a substance used by alchemists in their craft? Qingzhi, having lived long and witnessed much, spoke up, somewhat puzzled, and continued to inquire. What the elder does not know is that lime is divided into quicklime and slaked lime. When quicklime encounters water, it generates significant heat. By placing easily ignitable materials such as cotton and dry grass in the upper chamber of the copper cauldron, one would easily ignite a fire. However, that cannot be right. The explosion just now was clearly not caused by cotton or dry grass. El Siching detected the inconsistency and remarked, "The elder is indeed perceptive." Li Zai chuckled, casting a glance at the assembly from the Divine Hall, and said, "I was merely concerned that our friends from the Divine Hall might have poor eyesight and could not see the flames clearly. So I refrained from using cotton or dry grass, and instead prepared a rare invention of the alchemists, known as black powder." Black powder? The officials of the Great Shang exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison, utterly unfamiliar with the term. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of Shang expressed a growing interest in the young man's mention of black powder, inquiring, "Young man of the Li family, does your family possess any of this black powder? I too wish to witness this substance with mine own eyes." "Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that it has all been used up." Li Zai immediately shook his head, a sincere smile gracing his face as he spoke. "The formula for black powder is intricate, with several ingredients being exceedingly rare. To prepare that minuscule amount of gunpowder just now, Li Yuan devoted a full 3 days. Of course, Your Majesty, should you desire it, I can dispatch someone to procure these materials after returning today. However, it may require several days, and I hope Your Majesty will be understanding." Having spoken, Li Zai let out a cold snort inwardly. "Humph, that old rascal is quite cunning. Attempting to extract information from him? Not a chance. As the favored child of this realm, how could I not comprehend your little schemes? Thus, there is no need for that." Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Commerce frowned slightly. Given the Li family's financial and material resources, such a lengthy preparation period suggests that mass production of black powder is simply unattainable. What a pity. To the esteemed friends of the Divine Temple, may you honor your bets. In truth, my great commerce is vast and rich, lacking not in the so-called treasures of the Divine Temple. Yet, since you have traveled great distances to present them, my great commerce shall reluctantly accept them." In the midst of the stone steps, after dealing with the Emperor of Commerce, Li Zai turned to face the representatives of the Divine Temple, whose expressions resembled those who had just consumed a fly. Not forgetting to add insult to injury, he mocked them further. Having already offended the Divine Temple, he felt no fear in offending them more thoroughly. At least he had his moment of satisfaction. On the Divine Temple's side, the envoys were seething with anger, their chests heaving as their faces grew increasingly furious. Had this not been the grand palace of the Great Commerce, someone might have charged forward by now. This brat is utterly arrogant. The young scion of the Li family must learn the importance of decorum. Among the courtiers, the elder statesman Lu Siching let out a hearty laugh, unsure if he was reminding or provoking the representatives of the Divine Temple, intentionally raising his voice. "The elder is absolutely correct." Li Zai offered a respectful bow, grinning widely. "I am merely a rustic bumpkin, with little education and scant understanding of etiquette. Had it not been for the envoys of the Divine Temple proposing such an unbecoming wager, and the esteemed lords refraining from responding due to their status, this illiterate peasant would never have had the opportunity to arrive at the palace. I humbly ask for your Majesty and the esteemed lord's forgiveness for any discourtesy." With that, Li Zai bowed once more to the emperor and the courtiers, his expression one of contrition. "You." A representative from the Divine Temple pointed a trembling finger, his chest heaving with rage, on the verge of fainting from indignation. Finally, the pressure of rage overwhelmed him, and with a painful gasp, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, staggering backward. In the midst of the stone steps, Li Zai was taken aback at the sight. Is he truly that formidable? This must be a demonstration of his internal energy. Instinctively, Li Zai's gaze shifted toward Yan Xiaoyu, who stood among the envoys of the Divine Temple. Perhaps he should make an effort to provoke this one into a similar state. Before the envoys, Yan Xiaoyu sensed the gaze of the young man upon him, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Excellent. This brat has truly enraged him. It is the first time in many years he has felt such a desire to kill. Behind Li Zai, Bai Wangyu sensed Yan Xiaoyu's killing intent and stepped forward, his expression turning cold, clearly stating his stance. To provoke him, you must first consult me. Upon witnessing this, Li Zai felt a surge of emotion. Indeed, Little Red Riding Hood treated him the best. Just moments ago, he had nearly faltered. With little Red Riding Hood support, Li Zai straightened his back, staring defiantly at Yin Xiaoyu, his gaze brimming with provocation. "Come here." Crack, crack. Yin Xiaoyu clenched his fists, producing cracking sounds, while a deep rumble emanated from his chest, threatening to erupt. On the dragon throne, Emperor Shang observed the unfolding scene below, remaining seated in silence, showing no intention of intervening. Should the Son of Heaven's decree dare to act in front of the Hall of Fengtian, he would not hesitate to ensure that this individual remained here indefinitely. If he were to break the arm of that scholar, one could only imagine the heartache it would cause him. Before the Hall of Fengtian, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Everyone held their breath, watching the developments unfold. After a prolonged moment, Yin Xiaoyu forcibly suppressed his emotions, offering a respectful salute to Emperor Shang before turning to lead the envoys of the Divine Hall away. The ministers flanking the stone steps simultaneously exhaled in relief. Truth be told, they too feared that the Son of Heaven would resort to violence. After all, this was before the imperial presence, and no one could afford to provoke the emperor. However, on the stone steps, a flicker of regret passed through Emperor Shang's eyes. What a pity. It seemed that Yin Xiaoyu was not the reckless type. Before the Xuanwu Gate, Yin Xiaoyu and the envoys of the Divine Hall passed by, flanked by Zhang Lada and Qin Yina. One exuded the aroma of wine, grinning foolishly, while the other radiated elegance and an extraordinary aura. Though they were vastly different, both conveyed a similar, even suffocating, pressure to the envoys of the Divine Hall. A celestial sword in human hands dared to draw its blade towards the heavens. Unafraid, that is the essence of a sword immortal. They dared to assert that had they engaged in combat before the Hall of Fengtian, these two sword immortals would have undoubtedly vanquished them all. Under the watchful gaze of the two sword immortals, the people from the Hall of Tianjiao hastily departed the palace, returning the attention of the ministers of the great Shang to the young lad in the center. At that moment, a benevolent smile graced the faces of the ministers. Today, this young man had brought honor to them all. Li Zai, today you have rendered a great service to our great Shang. What reward do you desire? The emperor, looking down at the youth, smiled. Your Majesty, I wish for the water and fire pearl, Li Zai replied respectfully and directly. As soon as the words left his lips, both the emperor and the courtiers were taken aback. Was it truly appropriate to be so straightforward? In the past, even the most accomplished minister would have offered excuses, claiming that serving the court was a duty and that no reward was necessary. It was indeed the first time a scion of the Li family had so boldly requested a reward. Recovering from his surprise, the emperor, intrigued, inquired, "Why the water and fire pearl?" "Because the water and fire pearl is the most valuable," Li Zai replied with utmost clarity. "Your Majesty knows that the Li family is a merchant family. I may not understand much, but I certainly know what is valuable." How terribly mundane. A hearty laugh erupted from among the ministers as El Seeching remarked, "Young man from the Li family, you are the most unrefined person I have ever encountered. Esteemed elder." "I am but a mere mortal," Li Zai said, turning to clasp his fists in respect, a smile gracing his face. In front of the Fengtian Hall, Emperor Shang chuckled softly. He had been contemplating what reward to bestow upon this scion of the Li family, for the young man had indeed rendered significant service. Should he simply grant gold and silver, the court would be deemed petty, failing to recognize true talent. To confer an official title would allow the Li family to ascend from a mercantile lineage to a prestigious clan, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. However, with the young man proactively requesting the water and fire pearl as his reward, a considerable concern was alleviated in the emperor's mind. Granted, with this thought, Emperor Shang issued his decree without hesitation, stating, moreover, for his contributions to the nation, the talents and virtues of the Li family scion serve as a paragon for the subjects of the great Shang. I confer upon him the title of national scholar. At this proclamation, the assembled ministers were taken aback. A national scholar, while lacking an official rank or power. It was a dream pursued by many learned individuals throughout their lives. Although the young man had achieved great merit, his youth rendered such a title somewhat jarring. Could it be that His Majesty intended to signal to all talented individuals that the court would embrace and reward those willing to serve, regardless of their background? National scholar? Below the stone steps, Li Zai paid little mind to the thoughts of Emperor Shang and the ministers. Instead, he discreetly signaled to the nearby Little Red Riding Hood, inquiring, "Is it valuable?" "Not at all." Bai Wangyu decisively communicated back with a glance, implying that this title was rather common among the academies. Chapter 56. The Three Treasures Before the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. The ministers were astonished to witness the young Li Zai, barely in his 20s, conferred the title of National Hero, a distinction that shone brightly. However, upon grasping the true essence of this honorary title, Li Zai found himself devoid of enthusiasm. In essence, it was merely an official certificate granted by the state, pleasing to the ear and eye, yet utterly devoid of practical significance. Just as his striking handsomeness would remain unaffected, even in the absence of such a certificate. Undoubtedly, his allure was intrinsic, timeless, and everlasting, unlike certain individuals who donned white robes and carried ancient swords. Flaunting their charm, what purpose did that serve? In a moment of reflection, Li Zai cast a glance at a figure clad in white behind him. Indeed, he was referring to you. Bai Wangyu, noticing the gaze directed at him, recognized instantly that this fellow was once again disparaging him in thought. It seemed that should anyone trouble this man again, he would need to contemplate whether to intervene. As matters in the hall concluded and Li Zai acknowledged the emperor's accolades, he turned his attention to the entrance of the Xuanwu Gate, his expression momentarily frozen. Where was his master, the celestial teacher? Beside him, Bai Wangyu followed the former's gaze, and with a soft sigh, he pondered. The Plum Blossom Sword Immortal must have had some agreement with the Confucian leader. Otherwise, she would not depart so hastily. Reflecting on this, it was clear that the Confucian leader's decision to bestow upon Li Zai the millennia-old Wu was not merely an act of admiration. Outside the palace, Qingzhi, adorned in an elegant gown, paused, her delicate hand sweeping through the air as the Qing Shuang sword, affixed to the palace wall, flew into her grasp. "Young Zai, do not disappoint your master," she implored, gripping the sword before casting one last glance at the palace and departing. In the eastern courtyard of the Taishua Palace, Qingzhi approached the elder in the small courtyard and offered a respectful bow. The Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, with a single sword, has shattered the heavens. Few in this era can rival your mastery. Within the courtyard, Confucius, tending to the vegetables, replied, "Yet, you currently do not measure up to that scholar from the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. Do you comprehend why?" "Not at all." Qingzhi shook her head in response. "It is due to his unwavering conviction," Confucius stated calmly. "Though I deem him a madman, he firmly believes in his path, enabling him to journey further than most in this world." At these words, Qingzhi's eyes reflected deep contemplation. In this world, those who could forge 5 divine sanctuaries were invariably steadfast in heart, single-minded in their pursuit of enlightenment. Yet, the scholar from the Hall of Heavenly Mandate was more fervent than any other. Confucius scooped another ladle of water and poured it into the garden. From being a scholar incapable of harming a chicken to becoming the renowned master of the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, it is all due to the obsession that resides in his heart. Outside the small courtyard, Qingzhi listened intently to the guidance of the Confucian leader, her thoughts growing increasingly profound. "This year, you shall remain at the academy, imparting knowledge to the students," he suggested, straightening his somewhat stooped figure. "Perhaps, by adopting a different approach to your cultivation, you may discover the path that lies ahead of you." "Thank you for your counsel. I now understand what I must do," Qingzhi replied, bowing respectfully once more. Outside the grand palace of the great Shang, Li Zai, having received his title, departed alongside Little Red Riding Hood. Cradling a box in his hands, his smile, so wide it seemed nearly impossible to contain. "The water and fire pearl is finally in my grasp." Behind them trailed Shui Zhu and Zhang Lata, keeping their distance, unwilling to be tainted by Li Zai's exuberance. Yet, Bai Wangyu remained steadfastly by Li Zai's side, beaming with a knowing smile, unyielding in her loyalty. "Old Bai, do you truly not know what the extreme night as cold dew is?" Li Zai asked, still grinning as he walked. "The art of craftsmanship states that the extreme night as cold dew is the most frigid element in existence. embodying the essence of utmost coldness, contrasting starkly with the celestial iron essence nurtured by the Earth's fire over millennia. Now that I possess this radiant iron essence, alongside the harmonizing water and fire pearl, if only I can locate the extreme night as cold dew, I shall forge a sword that is uniquely mine. However, what exactly is this extreme night as cold dew? Even the well-informed old Zhang had never heard of it. Brotherly, you have inquired about it no fewer than 10 times, and I truly do not know. Bai Wanyu shook her head. Perhaps the Confucian leader knows what it is. Should you have the chance to meet him in the future, you might ask him. Very well, Li Zai said, tucking away the water and fire pearl. Old Bai, tell me if I succeed in forging the sword combined with a flying immortal technique. Do you think I could defeat Huolin in 3 years? It is hard to say. Bai Wanyu pondered for a moment. A sword that suits you could indeed greatly enhance your strength, potentially leading to a qualitative leap. However, the sword you forge must at least be capable of rivaling the one wielded by the Lord of the Hall of Celestial Edicts. Is the Lord of the Hall of Celestial Edicts also a swordsman? Li Zia inquirat surpresa. He had often heard of the Sword Immortal, as well as Old Zhang and the Fairy Master. Yet the Lord of the Hall of Celestial Edicts was a name he had not encountered. That Fu Jingluan is quite different from the Sword Madman, the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal, Bai Wanyu said with a serious expression. Fu Jingluan is an exceedingly peculiar individual, rarely wielding a sword, and even reluctant to do so, for he believes that swords are instruments of slaughter. The purpose of the Hall of Celestial Edicts is to save the world. Thus, although he possesses a sword, he seldom employs it. Does this Lord of the Hall of Celestial Edicts not kill? Li Zai asked, bewildered. Bai Wanyu fell silent, and after a moment, she softly replied, he does kill. And in fact, he has taken more lives than anyone else. However, he believes that those who perish under the divine techniques of the Hall of Celestial Edicts will find redemption. That man is a lunatic, Li Zai scoffed. In later generations, that would be classified as severe schizophrenia, colloquially known as madness. Indeed, Bai Wanyu nodded. The Confucian leader and the master of legalism have both made similar assessments. Is the sword wielded by this Lord of the Hall of Celestial Edicts particularly formidable? Li Zai asked with curiosity. The Sword of Celestial Edicts, also known as the Sword of Light, Bai Wanyu replied. Bai Wanyu's voice was solemn as he spoke of a divine sword, one that had been imbued with the power of light by generations of the Tianjiao Palace masters. In a sense, it transcended the realm of mortal swords, defying mere descriptions of strength. How formidable! Li Zai gasped, drawing in a breath of cold air. Old Bai, you are setting the bar impossibly high. How could I forge a sword that surpasses this Tianjiao divine sword? It is certainly a challenge, yet not entirely unattainable, Bai Wanyu replied, suppressing his thoughts and allowing a smile to grace his face. At the very least, there are 3 divine artifacts in a mortal realm that can rival the sword in Fu Jingluan's possession. Which 3? Li Zai inquired, his curiosity piqued. The heavenly book in the possession of the Confucian sect's leader at the Tianjiao Palace, the green lantern held by the Buddhist monk from the West, and another artifact of which I am less certain, Bai Wanyu elucidated. What a monumental task lies ahead, Li Zai remarked, a contemplative expression on his face as he patted the shoulder of the little red-capped figure before him. Old Bai, wait for me. When I forge the world's finest sword, I shall lend it to you. Then I must thank you in advance, brotherly, Bai Wanyu responded with a smile. Behind them, Hongzhu observed the two engaged in light-hearted conversation and queried, Old Zhang, what are those two discussing? They are lost in a daydream. Zhang Lada grinned. The Confucian sect's eldest disciple has only been at Li Yuan for a few days and has already taken to spouting nonsense like Li Zai. If it were so easy to forge a mortal sword that could stand alongside the Tianjiao divine sword, he would not have suffered such a crushing defeat in that battle years ago. As the 4 of them made their way to Li Yuan, 2 by 2, in the distant southwest of the Great Shang, there lay a picturesque land, lush with mountains and waters. An ancient temple stood nestled among the hills, where an elderly monk recited scriptures, accompanied by an everlasting green lantern. Outside the temple, a young acolyte clad in a light yellow robe was also engaged in cultivation. Seated calmly among the mountains, his breath as tranquil as water. The young acolyte's visage was remarkably pure, despite being around 17 or 18 years of age. He retained a youthful, delicate appearance, with a faint vermilion Buddhist seal visible on his forehead, captivating and enchanting. Sanzong, there are demons troubling the villagers below. Go and deal with them, the old monk stated calmly. Yes, master, Sanzong replied, as he opened his eyes amidst the serene mountain scenery. Sanzang's fair complexion broke into a gentle smile, and he picked up a purple-gold alms bowl, stepping down the mountain path. The road was rugged, yet Sanzong traversed it as though walking on level ground, unaffected by any obstacles. Kill her! Slay this demoness! Shouts of anger erupted from below, as axes and sharp arrows flew forth, painting the air with a dazzling crimson. Half a day later, at the foot of the mountain, a young girl dressed in a vibrant green dress lay amidst a pool of blood. She was extraordinarily beautiful, embodying the ethereal spirit of heaven and earth, drawing the gaze of all who beheld her. As Sanzong descended the mountain and spotted the unconscious girl at the foot, a look of compassion crossed his fair face, and he approached to lift her gently. Miss, awaken, Sanzong called softly. The girl in the green dress seemed to hear his plea, slowly opening her eyes and weakly whispering, Save me. With that utterance, she succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Sanzang furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before lifting the young girl into his arms and making his way towards the nearest village at the foot of the mountain. Within the village, an air of despair prevailed, filled with the sound of weeping. Faintly, he could hear whispers of a monster that had descended from the mountain, claiming several lives. Amiba, witnessing this, Sanzang's heart grew heavier with compassion. He carried the girl to an abandoned, dilapidated house where they could rest for a while. After a day's journey, Sanzang felt a pang of hunger and, clutching his golden alms bowl, ventured into the village to seek sustenance. There, he approached a woman accompanied by a child, bowing respectfully and stating, Kind benefactor, I am Sanzang, a monk from the mountain. Might I request some alms of rice? The woman, gazing at the clean-faced young monk before her, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and replied, Please, follow me, master. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, within the neglected house, the girl clad in green suddenly shuddered, a radiant green light enveloping her as her wounds began to heal themselves gradually. Chapter 57. The young girl, the princess, the enchantress hurry. If anything happens to the princess, we shall all lose our heads upon the prince's return. In the southwestern territory of the Great, galloping horses thundered as a troop of iron cavalry raced forward, the leading general wearing a grave expression, urging his men onward towards the borders. The disappearance of Princess Qingzhi had driven the entire southwestern Wangfu into a frenzy, compounding the chaos. The southwestern king had recently been summoned back to the capital by the court, accompanied by the heir, leaving the Wangfu without leadership, with only the princess consort remaining to manage the sudden crisis, having lost her usual composure. Previously, many in the southwestern Wangfu speculated that the king's summons to the capital was due to the royal family's intent to arrange a marriage with the Wangfu, thereby solidifying the ties between the royal family and the southwestern Wangfu. Beyond the southwestern borders, there stood a revered Western Buddha, a temple that was akin to a nation in its own right. The Buddhist faith, much like the celestial temple of the western regions, had drawn countless followers, and within the sacred halls of the temple, the Western Buddha was regarded as one of the most powerful beings on earth, venerated by believers as the earthly incarnation of divinity. Under the influence of the Western Buddha, numerous temples arose outside the Qingdang Baosha, with millions of devotees creating a realm of their own. This posed a significant threat to the great. The existence of the southwestern Wangfu served as a deterrent to this burgeoning Buddhist realm. It was precisely for this reason that the court held the southwestern Wangfu in such high regard. It was said that the prince destined to marry into the southwestern Wangfu had a high likelihood of being named heir apparent. Outside the southwestern borders, the iron cavalry of the martial king galloped furiously, clouds of dust rising as the disappearance of Princess Qingzhi had even these battle-hardened soldiers momentarily flustered. After all, the safety of Princess Qingzhi now extended beyond the confines of the southwestern Wangfu. In the great capital, Atli Garden, within the western chamber, Li Zai was practicing swordplay when a young servant hurried in, bowing respectfully. "Young master, we have uncovered the information within the confines of the Red Line Formation." Li Zai stepped forward, inquiring, "What is their identity?" On the day he returned from the old master Yin's birthday banquet, he had been startled by a troop of cavalry. In the great capital, there were few who could command such mounted forces. Thus he was eager to discern the identity of the young general at the forefront. "The heir of the southwestern king, Zhu Qingzhi," the servant replied. "The heir of the southwestern king?" Li Zai's expression shifted. "Isn't he stationed at the southwestern borders? Why has he returned to the capital?" The southwestern king and the martial king, akin to the fearsome Rakshasa woman, were both ranked among the 10 martial kings. However, the southwestern king had long remained at the borders, guarding against the rapidly expanding Buddhist realm. "Reporting back to you, young master. The southwestern king has also returned to the capital," the servant responded respectfully, according to the scouts. "The king's return is to discuss the marriage of Princess Qingzhi with the royal family." A marriage alliance between the royal family and the southwestern Wangfu? Li Zai was taken aback, continuing to inquire, "Which prince is involved? Has anyone found out?" The influence of the southwestern Wangfu was not something an ordinary martial king could rival. Should a prince be united with the southwestern Wangfu, he might very well be directly named heir apparent. None have been identified yet. The young servant shook his head, stating that the court was rife with support for various princes, making it difficult for His Majesty to make a decision. "Understood. You may leave for now. Should any news arise, report it immediately." Li Zai suppressed the tumult within his heart, gesturing with his hand as he spoke. "Yes." The servant acknowledged and swiftly departed. "Are you particularly invested in this matter, brotherly?" Bai Wangyu inquired curiously from the side. "Of course," Li Zai replied with a foolish grin. "The sooner I can discern which prince is likely to be declared crown prince, the better I can align myself." Bai Wangyu felt an urge to slap himself for engaging with such a fool. "To be honest, old Bai, which of the 4 princes do you think stands the best chance of marrying the fair Princess Qingzhi?" Li Zai asked, pulling out a century-old radish from his pocket and munching on it with a look of curiosity. "I'm not sure," Bai Wangyu replied, shaking his head. "Scholarly families seldom meddle in court affairs, and ultimately, it is for the emperor to decide which prince will form an alliance with the southwestern duke's household." "How dull," Li Zai remarked, taking another bite of his radish. "I am well aware that this matter rests with the emperor, but I'm merely curious and want to make a random guess." "Do not speak ill of court matters," Bai Wangyu cautioned. "I wager 100 medicinal herbs on the 3rd prince," Li Zai declared, gesturing with his half-eaten radish, urging, "Come on, just make a guess." Bai Wangyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually said, "I believe it will be the 1st prince." "The 1st prince?" Li Zai exclaimed in surprise, glancing around before whispering. "No disrespect to the disabled, but the 1st prince does have some mobility challenges. How could the southwestern duke possibly consent to such a union?" "Old Bai, are you deliberately trying to lose to me?" "It's just a gut feeling," Bai Wangyu replied with a faint smile. "You said it was a random guess. That won't do. I'm raising the stakes," Li Zai quickly amended. 200 herbs, 200. This is easy money." Bai Wangyu nonchalantly nodded in agreement. "Young master, Miss Changsun has arrived," another young servant announced, hurrying towards them. "Changsun Nanxiao?" Li Zai instantly perked up. "My precious medicinal treasure is here." Without a second thought for his wager with the little red hat, he hastened towards the west wing. In the main hall, Changsun Nanxiao sat gracefully sipping tea, a wooden box placed on the table emanating a faint fragrance of herbs. Upon entering, Li Zai's gaze became fixated, his excitement surpassing that of seeing a beautiful maiden. At last, it has finally arrived, he thought, tears brimming in his eyes, overwhelmed by the difficulty of the wait. "Li Qingzhi, have you missed me so dearly after only a few days?" Changsun Nanxiao observed the fervent gaze of the youth and smiled enigmatically. Regaining his composure, Li Zai looked at the enchanting woman before him and grinned. "A day apart feels like 3 autumns. Indeed, I was quite thrilled to hear Sister Nanxiao was coming. I see that what you long to see is not me, but rather this," she teased. Changsun Nanxiao picked up the wooden box from the table, shaking it lightly, her smile devoid of warmth as she remarked, "Young Master Li, I have run countless errands, even to Her Majesty the Queen, all for this precious medicine." "How could that be?" Li Zai chuckled. Sister Nanxiao, you and Her Majesty are sisters of the same mother. Whatever you desire, she would certainly not refuse. Huh? Changsun Nanxiao let out a soft laugh. You indeed have included my sister in your schemes, Li Zai. You possess quite the audacity to even plot against the reigning queen. Please, Sister Nanxiao, do not speak so carelessly, Li Zai replied with righteous indignation. From the beginning, I have merely been conducting a transaction with you. How could it involve Her Majesty? Very well, I cannot argue with you. Changsun Nanxiao rolled her eyes at him, tossing the wooden box toward him. The items have been delivered. When shall our collaboration commence? Hasn't it already begun? Li Zai accepted the box, casually placing it on the nearby table, and smiled. I have complete confidence in you, sister, and have already begun preparations for our cooperation with the Changsun family. Little one, why not entrust the other businesses of the Li family to the Changsun family as well? Changsun Nanxiao seized the opportunity to suggest. The merchant alliance has just suffered a significant loss, and with the troubles in the Yin family, they are overwhelmed with chaos. If the Li family hands over their business to them, it is bound to bring about numerous complications. What you say is indeed reasonable, but Li Zia interjecta, shifting the conversation as he grinned. I have some connections with the third prince, and he has repeatedly recommended these two families to me. It would be impolite to disregard his face. The third prince? Changsun Nanxiao responded with a calm smile, lifting her cup of tea to sip. Are you not aware that the king of the southwest has come to the capital to discuss a royal marriage? I just heard. Has there been any conclusion? Li Zia inquirat. The results have yet to be announced, but it is highly likely that they are already determined. Changsun Nanxiao set down her cup and stated, Her Majesty intends for my nephew Mubai to marry Princess Qingzhi, the daughter of the king of the southwest, and His Majesty has not objected. The fourth prince? Li Zai nearly choked on his tea upon hearing this. How could it be the fourth prince? He was not part of the wager with Little Red Riding Hood. How does that count? A stalemate? The main issue is that the fourth prince is a martial enthusiast. It is said that both the merchant emperor and the queen have attempted to arrange marriages for him multiple times, all of which he has rejected. Thus, he has been overlooked. Young Master Li, you are a clever man and should understand what it means if my nephew Mubai were to marry into the southwest royal family. Changsun Nanxiao smiled. If the Li family's business wishes to advance further, it must have the support of the court. You surely understand the difference between timely assistance and mere embellishment. Listening to the woman's words, Li Zai's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. What a difficult decision this is. At present, it remains exceedingly challenging for him to ascertain the veracity of Changsun Nanxiao's words. Could it truly be that the one destined to wed the enchanting Princess Qingzhi is none other than the fourth prince? While Li Zai grapples with uncertainties regarding the future of the Li family in the southwestern region of the great merchants, the royal guards of the southwestern king burst forth from the borders, frantically searching for the whereabouts of Princess Qingzhi. Meanwhile, far from the borders, beneath the serene Qingdang temple, within a picturesque village reminiscent of a hidden paradise, the monk Sanzo descends the mountain to vanquish demons and rescues a maiden clad in green. Upon entering the village to seek alms, within a dilapidated hut, Sanzo cradles a purple gold bowl, which contains the offerings of vegetarian fare. As the maiden awakens, her large, beautiful eyes are filled with trepidation. Fear not, dear benefactress, Sanzo reassures her with a gentle smile upon his fair visage. Having been in a state of unconsciousness for such a duration, you must be famished. I have brought some sustenance for you. Please partake. At his words, the maiden glances at the purple gold bowl in the little monk's hands and instinctively recoils, her eyes betraying her alarm. In there, the demoness resides within that dilapidated hut. I witnessed with my own eyes a monk carry her inside. Just then, a cacophony erupts from outside, and in the next moment, a man bursts into the wooden dwelling, accompanied by a throng of villagers. Pointing vehemently at the maiden within, he exclaims in fury, Behold, the demoness is right here. Chapter 58. I did not consume flesh in a dilapidated house. A man burst in with a throng of villagers, pointing an accusatory finger at the girl cowering in the corner. Indeed, I have seen the face of that enchantress. It is she. A villager from the rear echoed, his countenance filled with rage. She is the man-eater. Monk, I offered you sustenance, yet you chose to protect this fiend." The woman who had previously provided food to the monk wept upon seeing the girl in the crumbling abode. "My husband fell victim to this sorceress. Slay this witch," the leader of the men bellowed. "Slay this witch." The villagers rallied, emboldened by their leader's fervor, surging forward with indignation. "I do not consume flesh." In the corner, the girl curled herself into a ball, retreating while terror etched across her face. Umaba. Upon witnessing her frightful demeanor, the monk, Sanzang, felt a pang of compassion. A radiant light emanated from him, repelling the advancing villagers. He then clasped his hands together and spoke with utmost reverence. "Esteemed patrons, could it be that you have mistaken her? This young lady is one whom I rescued at the foot of the mountain. She cannot possibly be the man-eater you speak of. There is no mistake. It is indeed she." The man glanced fearfully at the monk before asserting, "I witnessed her heinous acts with my own eyes. I can never be mistaken. Yes, I too have seen it." Another villager stepped forward, summoning his courage. "Little monk, do not meddle. This sorceress has harmed many and must pay with her life." "Pay with her life." The enraged villagers shouted once more. In the dilapidated house, Sanzang listened to the villagers' furious cries, glancing back at the terrified girl. His brow furrowed once again. This young woman, in every regard, appeared far from fiend. Moreover, a true man-eater would reek of blood, yet she bore none of that odor. But with the villagers so certain, whom should he believe? "I do not consume flesh." In the corner, the girl continued to murmur, trembling uncontrollably, her fear palpable. Sanzang, witnessing her distress, sighed softly and turned his gaze to the agitated villagers. "Umitba, esteemed patrons, how about this? I have learned certain Buddhist techniques to reveal malevolent spirits. I shall perform a rite in your presence. If this young lady is indeed a demon, I will cease my intervention. If she is not, I implore you to spare her life." "Impossible. Who knows if you will not show favoritism toward this witch?" The man retorted angrily. The villagers, too, were reluctant, perceiving the monk's apparent bias toward the girl. "Umitba." Sanzang bowed respectfully and stated, "A monk does not speak falsehoods. I am a disciple of the Qingdang Temple. Even if you doubt me, you should trust in the temple." "The monks of Qingdang Temple?" The crowd exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Indeed, the disciples of Qingdang Temple were worthy of trust. "Very well, young master, perform your rite. We believe that the disciples of Qingdang Temple would not deceive us." The villagers spoke up, yet there lingered a trace of unease as they cautioned. "However, do not show favoritism towards this demoness." "Rest assured, esteemed patrons," replied the monk, Xuanzang, nodding in acknowledgement. He turned to face the girl huddled in the corner, his voice laden with compassion. "Dear lady, the ordeal ahead may bring you some discomfort. In order to restore your honor, I kindly ask for your patience." With that, he joined his hands in prayer, reciting a sacred mantra as the 108 prayer beads in his grasp radiated a brilliant golden light. In the corner, the girl gazed at the shimmering beads, her exquisitely beautiful visage suddenly contorted with terror. Boom! 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 Just as Xuanzang commenced his incantation, the sound of thundering hooves reverberated through the village, a cacophony that astonished all within. Inside the dilapidated structure, Xuanzang, sensing the commotion outside, opened his eyes in astonishment. The iron cavalry of the great Shang. Why have they appeared here? Bang! In the next moment, the door of the crumbling house was forcefully kicked open, and several armored soldiers rushed in. The leading general, upon spotting the girl within, displayed a look of surprise and approached with a bow, exclaiming, "I greet you, princess. I have come too late. I hope you will forgive me." At this proclamation, the onlookers were taken aback. Princess? How could this demoness be a princess? In the corner, the girl, upon seeing the intruding general, recoiled in fright, her expression growing even more fearful. "Princess Qingzhi," the general said, perplexed. "Do you not recognize me?" The girl, curled up in a ball, remained silent, her lovely face etched with fear and trepidation, a pitiful sight indeed. The general's brow furrowed as he noticed the bloodstains on the princess's garments, a flash of anger crossing his face. "You are injured, princess. Who did this to you?" With that, he turned to the villagers behind him, his eyes glinting with malice. Was it them? Inside the ramshackle house, the villagers, sensing the general's murderous intent, displayed expressions of terror and hastily took a few steps back, eager to flee. "Arrest them all," the general bellowed, realizing the situation, his fury palpable. "Not a single one shall escape." "Yes." Several soldiers behind him received the command and moved forward to apprehend the villagers. "No." In the corner, the girl, alarmed, grasped the general's arm, only to recoil as if shocked, retreating once more and shaking her head anxiously. "No, please do not. Hold your actions." The general, upon hearing her, immediately commanded his soldiers to cease, turning his gaze back to the girl. "Princess, do you wish for me to spare them?" "Yes, yes." She nodded nervously in affirmation. The general frowned, yet unwilling to oppose the princess's wishes, turned to the terrified villagers and coldly declared, "The princess is merciful and wishes to spare you unruly commoners. You should depart at once." "Thank you, General." "Thank you, Princess." The villagers hurriedly bowed and swiftly exited the dilapidated wooden house. "Princess, let us return to the manor. The queen has been worried sick these past few days." The general stood and spoke. The girl shrank back, lowering her head in silence, offering no response. The general, upon witnessing the scene, hesitated momentarily and remarked, "My apologies, Princess." With that, he stepped forward, lifted the young maiden, and prepared to return. In that instant, it seemed as though the girl had been struck by some unseen force. She cried out in terror, struggling fiercely until she broke free from the general's grasp and dashed behind the young monk, clinging to his garments in fear. The general was taken aback, his gaze shifting to the princess concealed behind the small monk, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. What had come over her? She seemed transformed. After a brief moment, the general regained his composure, suppressing his curiosity as he addressed the young monk. "What may I call you, esteemed master?" "I am called Qingzhi," the young monk replied, hands joined in reverence. "Qingzhi?" The general's brow furrowed in contemplation, as though the name stirred a distant memory. I have not harmed anyone," the girl behind Qingzhi whispered, her body trembling. "Trust in the princess."